Chapter 20. Atlanta and After, Pursuit of Hood. September and October, 1864. By the middle of September, matters and things had settled down in Atlanta, so that we felt perfectly at home. The telegraph and railroads were repaired, and we had uninterrupted communication to the rear. The trains arrived with regularity and dispatch, and brought us ample supplies. General Wheeler had been driven out of Middle Tennessee, escaping south across the Tennessee River at Bainbridge. And things looked as though we were to have a period of repose. One day, two citizens, Messrs. Hill and Foster, came into our lines at Decatur, and were sent to my headquarters. They represented themselves as former members of Congress, and particular friends of my brother John Sherman, that Mr. Hill had a son killed in the rebel army as it fell back before us somewhere near Cassville, and they wanted to obtain the body, having learned from a comrade where it was buried. I gave them permission to go by rail to the rear, with a note to the commanding officer, General John E. Smith, at Cartersville, requiring him to furnish them an escort and an ambulance for the purpose. I invited them to take dinner with our mess, and we naturally ran into a general conversation about politics and the devastation and ruin caused by the war. They had seen a part of the country over which the army had passed, and could easily apply its measure of desolation to the remainder of the state, if necessity should compel us to go ahead. Mr. Hill resided at Madison, on the main road to Augusta, and seemed to realize fully the danger. Said that further resistance on the part of the South was madness, that he hoped Governor Brown, of Georgia, would so proclaim it, and withdraw his people from the rebellion, in pursuance of what was known as the policy of separate state action. I told him, if he saw Governor Brown, to describe to him fully what he had seen, and to say that if he remained inert, I would be compelled to go ahead, devastating the state in its whole length and breadth. That there was no adequate force to stop us, etc. But if he would issue his proclamation withdrawing his state troops from the armies of the Confederacy, I would spare the state, and in our passage across it confine the troops to the main roads, and would, moreover, pay for all the corn and food we needed. I also told Mr. Hill that he might, in my name, invite Governor Brown to visit Atlanta. That I would give him a safeguard, and that if he wanted to make a speech, I would guarantee him as full and respectable an audience as any he had ever spoken to. I believe that Mr. Hill, after reaching his home at Madison, went to Milledgeville, the capital of the state, and delivered the message to Governor Brown. I had also sent similar messages by Judge Wright of Rome, Georgia, and by Mr. King, of Marietta. On the 15th of September I telegraphed to General Halleck as follows. My report is done, and will be forwarded as soon as I get in a few more of the subordinate reports. I am awaiting a courier from General Grant. All well. The troops are in good, healthy camps, and supplies are coming forward finely. Governor Brown has disbanded his militia, to gather the corn and sorghum of the state. I have reason to believe that he and Stevens want to visit me, and have sent them hearty invitation. I will exchange 2,000 prisoners with Hood, but no more. Governor Brown's action at that time is fully explained by the following letter, since made public, which was then only known to us in part by hearsay. Executive Department, Milledgeville, Georgia, September 10th. General J. B. Hood, Commanding Army of Tennessee. General, as the militia of the state were called out for the defense of Atlanta during the campaign against it, which has terminated by the fall of the city into the hands of the enemy. And as many of these left their homes without preparation, expecting to be gone but a few weeks, who have remained in service over 3 months, most of the time in the trenches, justice requires that they be permitted, while the enemy are preparing for the winter campaign, to return to their homes, and look for a time after important interests, and prepare themselves for such service as may be required when another campaign commences against other important points in the state. I therefore hereby withdraw said organization. From your command. Joseph C. Brown. This militia had composed a division under command of Major General Gustavus W. Smith, and were thus dispersed to their homes, to gather the corn and sorghum, then ripe and ready for the harvesters. On the 17th I received by telegraph from President Lincoln this dispatch. Washington, D.C. September 17, 1864. Major General Sherman. I feel great interest in the subjects of your dispatch, mentioning corn and sorghum, and the contemplated visit to you. A. Lincoln, President of the United States. I replied at once. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi. In the Field, Atlanta, Georgia, September 17, 1864. President Lincoln, Washington, D.C. I will keep the department fully advised of all developments connected with the subject in which you feel interested. Mr. Wright, former member of Congress from Rome, Georgia, and Mr. King, of Marietta, are now going between Governor Brown and myself. I have said to them that some of the people of Georgia are engaged in rebellion, began in error and perpetuated in pride, but that Georgia can now save herself from the devastations of war preparing for her only by withdrawing her quota out of the Confederate Army and aiding me to expel Hood from the borders of the state. In which event, instead of desolating the land as we progress, I will keep our men to the high roads and commons, and pay for the corn and meat we need and take. I am fully conscious of the delicate nature of such assertions, but it would be a magnificent stroke of policy if we could, without surrendering principle or a foot of ground, arouse the latent enmity of Georgia against Davis. The people do not hesitate to say that Mr. Stevens was and is a Union man at heart. And they say that Davis will not trust him or let him have a share in his government. W. T. Sherman, Major General. I have not the least doubt that Governor Brown, at that time, seriously entertained the proposition. But he hardly felt ready to act, and simply gave a furlough to the militia, and called a special session of the legislature, to meet at Milledgeville, to take into consideration the critical condition of affairs in the state. On the 20th of September Colonel Horace Porter arrived from General Grant, at City Point, bringing me the letter of September 12, asking my general views as to what should next be done. He stayed several days at Atlanta, and on his return carried back to Washington my full reports of the past campaign, and my letter of September 20th to General Grant in answer to his of the 12th. About this time we detected signs of activity on the part of the enemy. On the 21st Hood shifted his army across from the Mason Road, at Lovejoy's, to the West Point Road, at Palmetto Station, and his cavalry appeared on the west side of the Chattahoochee, toward Powder Springs. Thus, as it were, stepping aside, and opening wide the door for us to enter central Georgia. I inferred, however, that his real purpose was to assume the offensive against our railroads, and on the 24th a heavy force of cavalry from Mississippi, under General Forrest, made its appearance at Athena, Alabama, and captured its garrison. General Newton's division, of the 4th Corps, and Corse's, of the 17th, were sent back by rail, the former to Chattanooga, and the latter to Rome. On the 25th I telegraphed to General Halleck. Hood seems to be moving, as it were, to the Alabama line, leaving open the road to Mason, as also to Augusta, but his cavalry is busy on all our roads. A force, number estimated as high as 8,000, are reported to have captured Athena, Alabama, and a regiment of 350 men sent to its relief. I have sent Newton's division up to Chattanooga in cars, and will send another division to Rome. If I were sure that Savannah would soon be in our possession, should be tempted to march for Milledgeville and Augusta. But I must first secure what I have. Jeff Davis is at Macon. On the next day I telegraphed further that Jeff Davis was with Hood at Palmetto Station. One of our spies was there at the time, who came in the next night, and reported to me the substance of his speech to the soldiers. It was a repetition of those he had made at Columbia, South Carolina, and Mason, Georgia, on his way out, which I had seen in the newspapers. Davis seemed to be perfectly upset by the fall of Atlanta, and to have lost all sense and reason. He denounced General Joss Johnston and Governor Brown as little better than traitors, attributed to them personally the many misfortunes which had befallen their cause, and informed the soldiers that now the tables were to be turned. That General Forrest was already on our roads in Middle Tennessee, and that Hood's army would soon be there. He asserted that the Yankee army would have to retreat or starve, and that the retreat would prove more disastrous than was that of Napoleon from Moscow. He promised his Tennessee and Kentucky soldiers that their feet should soon tread their native soil, etc., etc. He made no concealment of these vainglorious boasts, and thus gave us the full key to his future designs. To be forewarned was to be forearmed, and I think we took full advantage of the occasion. On the 26th I received this dispatch. City Point, Virginia, September 26, 1864-10 a.m. Major General Sherman, Atlanta. It will be better to drive Forrest out of Middle Tennessee as a first step, and do anything else you may feel your force sufficient for. When a movement is made on any part of the seacoast, I will advise you. If Hood goes to the Alabama line, will it not be impossible for him to subsist his army? U.S. Grant, Lieutenant General. Answer. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi in the field. Atlanta, Georgia, September 26, 1864. General, I have your dispatch of today. I have already sent one division, Newton's, to Chattanooga, and another, Courses, to Rome. Our armies are much reduced, and if I send back any more, I will not be able to threaten Georgia much. There are men enough to the rear to whip Forrest, but they are necessarily scattered to defend the roads. Can you expedite the sending to Nashville of the recruits that are in Indiana and Ohio? They could occupy the forts. Hood is now on the West Point Road, 24 miles south of this, and draws his supplies by that road. Jefferson Davis is there today, and superhuman efforts will be made to break my road. Forrest is now Lieutenant General, and commands all the enemy's cavalry. W. T. Sherman, Major General. General Grant first thought I was in error in supposing that Jeff Davis was at Macon and Palmetto, but on the 27th I received a printed copy of his speech made at Macon on the 22d, which was so significant that I ordered it to be telegraphed entire as far as Louisville, to be sent thence by mail to Washington. And on the same day received this dispatch. Washington, D.C., September 27, 1864 to 9 a.m. Major General Sherman, Atlanta. You say Jeff Davis is on a visit to General Hood. I judge that Brown and Stevens are the objects of his visit. A. Lincoln, President of the United States. To which I replied. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi. In the field, Atlanta, Georgia, September 28, 1864. President Lincoln, Washington, D.C. I have positive knowledge that Mr. Davis made a speech at Macon, on the 22d, which I mailed to General Halleck yesterday. It was bitter. Against General Joss Johnston and Governor Brown. The militia are on furlough. Brown is at Milledgeville, trying to get a legislature to meet next month, but he is afraid to act unless in concert with other governors. Judge Wright, of Rome, has been here, and Messrs. Hill and Nelson, former members of Congress, are here now, and will go to meet Wright at Rome, and then go back to Madison and Milledgeville. Great efforts are being made to reinforce Hood's army, and to break up my railroads, and I should have at once a good reserve force at Nashville. It would have a bad effect, if I were forced to send back any considerable part of my army to guard roads, so as to weaken me to an extent that I could not act offensively if the occasion calls for it. W. T. Sherman, Major General. All this time Hood and I were carrying on the foregoing correspondence relating to the exchange of prisoners, the removal of the people from Atlanta, and the relief of our prisoners of war at Andersonville. Notwithstanding the severity of their imprisonment, some of these men escaped from Andersonville, and got to me at Atlanta. They described their sad condition, more than 25,000 prisoners confined in a stockade designed for only 10,000, debarred the privilege of gathering wood out of which to make huts. Deprived of sufficient healthy food, and the little stream that ran through their prison pen poisoned and polluted by the offal from their cooking and butchering houses above. On the 22nd of September I wrote to General Hood, describing the condition of our men at Andersonville, purposely refraining from casting odium on him or his associates for the treatment of these men, but asking his consent for me to procure from our generous friends at the North the articles of clothing and comfort which they wanted, viz. underclothing, soap, combs, scissors, etc., all needed to keep them in health, and to send these stores with a train and an officer to issue them. General Hood, on the 24th, promptly consented, and I telegraphed to my friend Mr. James E. Yeatman, Vice President of the Sanitary Commission at St. Louis, to send us all the underclothing and soap he could spare, specifying 1,200 fine-tooth combs, and 400 pairs of shears to cut hair. These articles indicate the plague that most afflicted our prisoners at Andersonville. Mr. Yeatman promptly responded to my request, expressed the articles, but they did not reach Andersonville in time, for the prisoners were soon after removed. These supplies did, however, finally overtake them at Jacksonville, Florida, just before the war closed. On the 28th I received from General Grant 2 dispatches. City Point, Virginia, September 27, 1864 to 8:30 a.m. Major General Sherman, it is evident from the tone of the Richmond press and from other sources of information that the enemy intend making a desperate effort to drive you from where you are. I have directed all new troops from the west, and from the east too, if necessary, in case none are ready in the west, to be sent to you. If General Burbridge is not too far on his way to Abingdon, I think he had better be recalled and his surplus troops sent into Tennessee. U.S. Grant, Lieutenant General. City Point, Virginia, September 27, 1864 to 10:30 a.m. Major General Sherman, I have directed all recruits and new troops from all the western states to be sent to Nashville, to receive their further orders from you. I was mistaken about Jeff Davis being in Richmond on Thursday last. He was then on his way to Macon. U.S. Grant. Lieutenant General Forrest having already made his appearance in Middle Tennessee, and Hood evidently edging off in that direction, satisfied me that the general movement against our roads had begun. I therefore determined to send General Thomas back to Chattanooga, with another division, Morgan's, of the 14th Corps, to meet the danger in Tennessee. General Thomas went up on the 29th, and Morgan's division followed the same day, also by rail. And I telegraphed to General Halleck. I take it for granted that Forrest will cut our road, but think we can prevent him from making a serious lodgment. His cavalry will travel 100 miles where ours will 10. I have sent 2 divisions up to Chattanooga and 1 to Rome, and General Thomas started today to drive Forrest out of Tennessee. Our roads should be watched from the rear, and I am glad that General Grant has ordered reserves to Nashville. I prefer for the future to make the movement on Milledgeville, Millen, and Savannah. Hood now rests 24 miles south, on the Chattahoochee, with his right on the West Point Road. He is removing the iron of the Macon Road. I can whip his infantry, but his cavalry is to be feared. There was great difficulty in obtaining correct information about Hood's movements from Palmetto Station. I could not get spies to penetrate his camps, but on the 1st of October I was satisfied that the bulk of his infantry was at and across the Chattahoochee River, near Campbellton, and that his cavalry was on the west side, at Powder Springs. On that day I telegraphed to General Grant. Hood is evidently across the Chattahoochee, below Sweetwater. If he tries to get on our road, this side of the Etowah, I shall attack him. But if he goes to the Selma and Talladega road, why will it not do to leave Tennessee to the forces which Thomas has, and the reserves soon to come to Nashville, and for me to destroy Atlanta and march across Georgia to Savannah or Charleston, breaking roads and doing irreparable damage? We cannot remain on the defensive. The Selma and Talladega road herein referred to was an unfinished railroad from Selma, Alabama, through Talladega, to Blue Mountain, a terminus 65 miles southwest of Rome and about 15 miles southeast of Gadsden, where the rebel army could be supplied from the direction of Montgomery and Mobile, and from which point Hood could easily threaten Middle Tennessee. My first impression was that Hood would make for that point, but by the 3d of October the indications were that he would strike our railroad nearer us, viz., about Kingston or Marietta. Orders were at once made for the 20th Corps, Slocum's, to hold Atlanta and the bridges of the Chattahoochee, and the other corps were put in motion for Marietta. The army had undergone many changes since the capture of Atlanta. General Schofield had gone to the rear, leaving General J. D. Cogg in command of the Army of the Ohio, 23rd Corps. General Thomas, also, had been dispatched to Chattanooga, with Newton's division of the 4th Corps and Morgan's of the 14th Corps, leaving General D. S. Stanley, the senior major general of the 2 corps of his Army of the Cumberland, remaining and available for this movement, viz., the 4th and 14th, commanded by himself and Major General Jeff C. Davis. And after General Dodge was wounded, his corps, the 16th, had been broken up, and its 2 divisions were added to the 15th and 17th Corps, constituting the Army of the Tennessee, commanded by Major General O. O. Howard. Generals Logan and Blair had gone home to assist in the political canvass, leaving their corps, viz., the 15th and 17th, under the command of Major Generals Osterhaus and T. E. G. Ransom. These 5 corps were very much reduced in strength, by detachments and by discharges, so that for the purpose of fighting Hood I had only about 60,000 infantry and artillery, with 2 small divisions of cavalry, Kilpatrick's and Garrard's. General Elliott was the chief of cavalry to the Army of the Cumberland, and was the senior officer of that arm of service present for duty with me. We had strong railroad guards at Marietta and Kennesaw, Allatoona, Etowah Bridge, Kingston, Rome, Resaca, Dalton, Ringgold, and Chattanooga. All the important bridges were likewise protected by good blockhouses, admirably constructed, and capable of a strong defense against cavalry or infantry, and at nearly all the regular railroad stations we had smaller detachments entrenched. I had little fear of the enemy's cavalry damaging our roads seriously, for they rarely made a break which could not be repaired in a few days. But it was absolutely necessary to keep General Hood's infantry off our main route of communication and supply. Forrest had with him in Middle Tennessee about 8,000 cavalry, and Hood's army was estimated at from 35 to 40,000 men, infantry and artillery, including Wheeler's cavalry, then about 3,000 strong. We crossed the Chattahoochee River during the 3d and 4th of October, rendezvoused at the old battlefield of Smyrna Camp, and the next day reached Marietta and Kennesaw. The telegraph wires had been cut above Marietta, and learning that heavy masses of infantry, artillery, and cavalry had been seen from Kennesaw, marching north, I inferred that Allatoona was their objective point. And on the 4th of October I signaled from Mining Station to Kennesaw, and from Kennesaw to Allatoona, over the heads of the enemy, a message for General Corse, at Rome, to hurry back to the assistance of the garrison at Allatoona. Allatoona was held by a small brigade, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Tertellet, my present aide-de-camp. He had 2 small redoubts on either side of the railroad, overlooking the village of Allatoona, and the warehouses, in which were stored over 1,000,000 rations of bread. Reaching Kennesaw Mountain about 8 a.m. of October 5th, a beautiful day, I had a superb view of the vast panorama to the north and west. To the southwest, about Dallas, could be seen the smoke of campfires, indicating the presence of a large force of the enemy. And the whole line of railroad from Big Shanty up to Allatoona, full 15 miles, was marked by the fires of the burning railroad. We could plainly see the smoke of battle about Allatoona, and hear the faint reverberation of the cannon. From Kennesaw I ordered the 23rd Corps, General Cox, to march due west on the Burnt Hickory Road, and to burn houses or piles of brush as it progressed, to indicate the head of column. Hoping to interpose this corps between Hood's main army at Dallas and the detachment then assailing Allatoona. The rest of the army was directed straight for Allatoona, northwest, distant 18 miles. The signal officer on Kennesaw reported that since daylight he had failed to obtain any answer to his call for Allatoona. But, while I was with him, he caught a faint glimpse of the telltale flag through an embrasure, and after much time he made out these letters -C, R, S, E, MEMOIR, and translated the message, "Course is here." It was a source of great relief, for it gave me the first assurance that General Corse had received his orders, and that the place was adequately garrisoned. I watched with painful suspense the indications of the battle raging there, and was dreadfully impatient at the slow progress of the relieving column, whose advance was marked by the smokes which were made according to orders, but about 2 p.m. I noticed with satisfaction that the smoke of battle about Allatoona grew less and less, and ceased altogether about 4 p.m. For a time I attributed this result to the effect of General Cogg's march, but later in the afternoon the signal flag announced the welcome tidings that the attack had been fairly repulsed, but that General Corse was wounded. The next day my aide, Colonel Dayton, received this characteristic dispatch. Allatoona, Georgia, October 6, 1884 to 2 p.m. Captain L. M. Dayton, aide-de-camp. I am short a cheekbone and an ear, but am able to whip all. H. L. Yet. My losses are very heavy. A force moving from Stylesboro to Kingston gives me some anxiety. Tell me where Sherman is. John M. Corse, Brigadier General. Inasmuch as the enemy had retreated southwest, and would probably next appear at Rome, I answered General Corse with orders to get back to Rome with his troops as quickly as possible. General Corse's report of this fight at Allatoona is very full and graphic. It is dated Rome, October 27, 1864. Recites the fact that he received his orders by signal to go to the assistance of Allatoona on the 4th, when he telegraphed to Kingston for cars, and a train of 30 empty cars was started for him. But about 10 of them got off the track and caused delay. By 7 p.m. he had at Rome a train of 20 cars, which he loaded up with Colonel Rowett's brigade, and part of the 12th Illinois Infantry, started at 8 p.m., reached Allatoona, distant 35 miles, at 1 a.m. of the 5th, and sent the train back for more men, but the road was in bad order, and no more men came in time. He found Colonel Tertellet's garrison composed of 890 men. His reinforcement was 1,054, total for the defense, 1,944. The outposts were already engaged, and as soon as daylight came he drew back the men from the village to the ridge on which the redoubts were built. The enemy was composed of French's division of 3 brigades, variously reported from 4 to 5,000 strong. This force gradually surrounded the place by 8 a.m. when General French sent in by flag of truce this note. Around Allatoona, October 5, 1884. Commanding Officer, United States Forces, Allatoona. I have placed the forces under my command in such positions that you are surrounded, and to avoid a needless effusion of blood I call on you to surrender your forces at once. And unconditionally. 5 minutes will be allowed you to decide. Should you accede to this, you will be treated in the most honorable manner as prisoners of war. I have the honor to be, very respectfully yours, S. G. French, Major General Commanding Forces Confederate States. General Corse answered immediately. Headquarters 4th Division, 15th Corps. Allatoona, Georgia, October 5, 1864. Major General S. G. French, Confederate States, etc. Your communication demanding surrender of my command I acknowledge. Receipt of, and respectfully reply that we are prepared for the needless effusion of blood whenever it is agreeable to you. I am, very respectfully, your obedient servant, John M. Corse, Brigadier General Commanding Forces United States. Of course the attack began at once, coming from front, flank, and rear. There were 2 small redoubts, with slight parapets and ditches, one on each side of the deep railroad cut. These redoubts had been located by Colonel Poe, United States Engineers, at the time of our advance on Kennesaw, the previous June. Each redoubt overlooked the storehouses close by the railroad, and each could aid the other defensively by catching in flank the attacking force of the other. Our troops at first endeavored to hold some ground outside the redoubts, but were soon driven inside, when the enemy made repeated assaults, but were always driven back. About 11 a.m. Colonel Redfield, of the 39th Iowa, was killed, and Colonel Rowett was wounded, but never ceased to fight and encourage his men. Colonel Tertellet was shot through the hips, but continued to command. General Corse was, at 1 p.m. shot across the face, the ball cutting his ear, which stunned him, but he continued to encourage his men and to give orders. The enemy, about 1:30 p.m. made a last and desperate effort to carry one of the redoubts, but was badly cut to pieces by the artillery and infantry fire from the other, when he began to draw off, leaving his dead and wounded on the ground. Before finally withdrawing, General French converged a heavy fire of his cannon on the blockhouse at Allatoona Creek, about 2 miles from the depot, set it on fire, and captured its garrison, consisting of 4 officers and 85 men. By 4 p.m. he was in full retreat south, on the Dallas Road, and got by before the head of General Cox's column had reached it. Still several ambulances and stragglers were picked up by this command on that road. General Corse reported 231 rebel dead, 411 prisoners, 3 regimental colors, and 800 muskets captured. Among the prisoners was a Brigadier General Young, who thought that French's aggregate loss would reach 2,000. Colonel Tertellet says that, for days after General Corse had returned to Rome, his men found and buried at least 100 more dead rebels, who had doubtless been wounded, and died in the woods near Allatoona. I know that when I reached Allatoona, on the 9th, I saw a good many dead men, which had been collected for burial. Corse's entire loss, officially reported, was killed, wounded, missing. Total 353. 707. I esteemed this defense of Allatoona so handsome and important, that I made it the subject of a general order, viz. No. 86, of October 7, 1864. The general commanding avails himself of the opportunity, in the handsome defense made of Allatoona, to illustrate the most important principle in war, that fortified posts should be defended to the last, regardless of the relative numbers of the party attacking and attacked. The thanks of this army are due and are hereby accorded to General Corse, Colonel Tertellet, Colonel Rowett, officers, and men, for their determined and gallant defense of Allatoona. And it is made an example to illustrate the importance of preparing in time, and meeting the danger, when present, boldly, manfully, and well. Commanders and garrisons of the posts along our railroad are hereby instructed that they must hold their posts to the last minute, sure that the time gained is valuable and necessary to their comrades at the front. By order of Major General W. T. Sherman. L. M. Dayton, aide-de-camp. The rebels had struck our railroad a heavy blow, burning every tie, bending the rails for 8 miles, from Big Shanty to above Ackworth, so that the estimate for repairs called for 35,000 new ties, and 6 miles of iron. 10,000 men were distributed along the break to replace the ties, and to prepare the roadbed, while the regular repair party, under Colonel W. W. Wright, came down from Chattanooga with iron, spikes, etc. And in about 7 days the road was all right again. It was by such acts of extraordinary energy that we discouraged our adversaries, for the rebel soldiers felt that it was a waste of labor for them to march hurriedly, on wide circuits, day and night, to burn a bridge and tear up a mile or so of track, when they knew that we could lay it back so quickly. They supposed that we had men and money without limit, and that we always kept on hand, distributed along the road, duplicates of every bridge and culvert of any importance. A good story is told of one who was on Kennesaw Mountain during our advance in the previous June or July. A group of rebels lay in the shade of a tree, one hot day, overlooking our camps about Big Shanty. One soldier remarked to his fellows, "Well, the Yanks will have to get up and get now, for I heard General Johnston himself say that General Wheeler had blown up the tunnel near Dalton, and that the Yanks would have to retreat, because they could get no more rations." "Oh, hell," said a listener, "don't you know that old Sherman carries a duplicate tunnel along?" After the war was over, General Johnston inquired of me who was our chief railroad engineer. When I told him that it was Colonel W. W. Wright, a civilian, he was much surprised, said that our feats of bridge building and repairs of roads had excited his admiration. And he instanced the occasion at Kennesaw in June, when an officer from Wheeler's cavalry had reported to him in person that he had come from General Wheeler, who had made a bad break in our road about Triton Station, which he said would take at least a fortnight to repair. And, while they were talking, a train was seen coming down the road which had passed that very break, and had reached me at Big Shanty as soon as the fleet horsemen had reached him, General Johnston, at Marietta. I doubt whether the history of war can furnish more examples of skill and bravery than attended the defense of the railroad from Nashville to Atlanta during the year 1864. In person I reached Allatoona on the 9th of October, still in doubt as to Hood's immediate intentions. Our cavalry could do little against his infantry in the rough and wooded country about Dallas, which masked the enemy's movements. But General Corse, at Rome, with Spencer's 1st Alabama Cavalry and a mounted regiment of Illinois infantry, could feel the country south of Rome about Cedartown and Villa Rica, and reported the enemy to be in force at both places. On the 9th I telegraphed to General Thomas, at Nashville, as follows. I came up here to relieve our road. The 20th Corps remains at Atlanta. Hood reached the road and broke it up between Big Shanty and Ackworth. He attacked Allatoona, but was repulsed. We have plenty of bread and meat, but forage is scarce. I want to destroy all the road below Chattanooga, including Atlanta, and to make for the seacoast. We cannot defend this long line of road. And on the same day I telegraphed to General Grant, at City Point. It will be a physical impossibility to protect the roads, now that Hood, Forrest, Wheeler, and the whole batch of devils, are turned loose without home or habitation. I think Hood's movements indicate a diversion to the end of the Selma and Talladega Road, at Blue Mountain, about 60 miles southwest of Rome, from which he will threaten Kingston, Bridgeport, and Decatur, Alabama. I propose that we break up the railroad from Ohattanooga forward, and that we strike out with our wagons for Milledgeville, Millen, and Savannah. Until we can repopulate Georgia, it is useless for us to occupy it. But the utter destruction of its roads, houses, and people will cripple their military resources. By attempting to hold the roads, we will lose 1,000 men each month, and will gain no result. I can make this march, and make Georgia howl. We have on hand over 8,000 head of cattle and 3 million rations of bread, but no corn. We can find plenty of forage in the interior of the state. Meantime the rebel General Forrest had made a bold circuit in Middle Tennessee, avoiding all fortified points, and breaking up the railroad at several places. But, as usual, he did his work so hastily and carelessly that our engineers soon repaired the damage. Then, retreating before General Rousseau, he left the state of Tennessee, crossing the river near Florence, Alabama, and got off unharmed. On the 10th of October the enemy appeared south of the Etowah River. At Rome, when I ordered all the armies to march to Kingston, rode myself to Cartersville with the 23rd Corps, General Cox, and telegraphed from there to General Thomas at Nashville. It looks to me as though Hood was bound for Tuscumbia. He is now crossing the Coosa River below Rome, looking west. Let me know if you can hold him with your forces now in Tennessee and the expected reinforcements, as, in that event, you know what I propose to do. I will be at Kingston tomorrow. I think Rome is strong enough to resist any attack, and the rivers are all high. If he turns up by Somerville, I will get in behind him. And on the same day to General Grant, at City Point. Hood is now crossing the Coosa, 12 miles below Rome, bound west. If he passes over to the Mobile and Ohio Railroad, had I not better execute the plan of my letter sent you by Colonel Porter, and leave General Thomas, with the troops now in Tennessee, to defend the state? He will have an ample force when the reinforcements ordered reach Nashville. I found General John E. Smith at Cartersville, and on the 11th Road. On to Kingston, where I had telegraphic communications in all directions. From General Corse, at Rome, I learned that Hood's army had disappeared, but in what direction he was still in doubt. And I was so strongly convinced of the wisdom of my proposition to change the whole tactics of the campaign, to leave Hood to General Thomas, and to march across Georgia for Savannah or Charleston, that I again telegraphed to General Grant. We cannot now remain on the defensive. With 25,000 infantry and the bold cavalry he has, Hood can constantly break my road. I would infinitely prefer to make a wreck of the road and of the country from Chattanooga to Atlanta, including the latter city. Send back all my wounded and unserviceable men, and with my effective army move through Georgia, smashing things to the sea. Hood may turn into Tennessee and Kentucky, but I believe he will be forced to follow me. Instead of being on the defensive, I will be on the offensive. Instead of my guessing at what he means to do, he will have to guess at my plans. The difference in war would be fully 25 per pent. I can make Savannah, Charleston, or the month of the Chattahoochee, Apalachicola. Answer quick, as I know we will not have the telegraph long. I received no answer to this at the time, and the next day went on to Rome, where the news came that Hood had made his appearance at Resica, and had demanded the surrender of the place, which was commanded by Colonel Weaver, reinforced by Brevet Brigadier General Rome. General Hood had evidently marched with rapidity up the Chattooga Valley, by Somerville, Lafayette, Ship's Gap, and Snake Creek Gap, and had with him his whole army, except a small force left behind to watch Rome. I ordered Resica to be further reinforced by rail from Kingston, and ordered General Cox to make a bold reconnaissance down the Coosa Valley, which captured and brought into Rome some cavalrymen and a couple of field guns, with their horses and men. At first I thought of interposing my whole army in the Chattooga Valley, so as to prevent Hood's escape south. But I saw at a glance that he did not mean to fight, and in that event, after damaging the road all he could, he would be likely to retreat eastward by Spring Place, which I did not want him to do. And, hearing from General Rome that he still held Resica safe, and that General Edward McCook had also got there with some cavalry reinforcements, I turned all the heads of columns for Resica, viz., General Cox's, from Rome, General Stanley's, from McGuire's, and General Howard's, from Kingston. We all reached Resica during that night, and the next morning, 13th, learned that Hood's whole army had passed up the valley toward Dalton, burning the railroad and doing all the damage possible. On the 12th he had demanded the surrender of Resica in the following letter. Headquarters Army of Tennessee in the field, October 12, 1861. To the officer commanding the United States forces at Resica, Georgia. SIR, I demand the immediate and unconditional surrender of the post and garrison under your command, and, should this be acceded to, all white officers and soldiers will be paroled in a few days. If the place is carried by assault, no prisoners will be taken. Most respectfully, your obedient servant, J. B. Hood, General. To this Colonel Weaver, then in command, replied. Headquarters 2nd Brigade, 3rd Division, 15th Corps. Resica, Georgia, October 12, 1884. To General J. B. Hood. Your communication of this date just received. In reply, I have to state that I am somewhat surprised at the concluding paragraph, to the effect that, if the place is carried by assault, no prisoners will be taken. In my opinion, I can hold this post. If you want it, come and take it. I am, General, very respectfully, your most obedient servant, Clark R. Weaver, Commanding Officer. This brigade was very small, and as Hood's investment extended only from the Oostanaula, below the town, to the Conasauga above, he left open the approach from the south, which enabled General Rome and the cavalry of Generals McCook and Watkins to reinforce from Kingston. In fact, Hood, admonished by his losses at Allatoona, did not attempt an assault at all, but limited his attack to the above threat, and to some skirmishing, giving his attention chiefly to the destruction of the railroad, which he accomplished all the way up to Tunnel Hill, nearly 20 miles, capturing en route the regiment of black troops at Dalton, Johnson's 44th United States Colored. On the 14th, I turned General Howard through Snake Creek Gap, and sent General Stanley around by Tilton, with orders to cross the mountain to the west, so as to capture, if possible, the force left by the enemy in Snake Creek Gap. We found this gap very badly obstructed by fallen timber, but got through that night, and the next day the main army was at Villanelle. On the morning of the 16th, the leading division of General Howard's column, commanded by General Charles R. Woods, carried Ship's Gap, taking prisoners part of the 24th South Carolina Regiment, which had been left there to hold us in check. The best information there obtained located Hood's army at Lafayette, near which place I hoped to catch him and force him to battle. But, by the time we had got enough troops across the mountain at Ship's Gap, Hood had escaped down the valley of the Chattooga, and all we could do was to follow him as closely as possible. From Ship's Gap I dispatched couriers to Chattanooga, and received word back that General Schofield was there, endeavoring to cooperate with me, but Hood had broken up the telegraph, and thus had prevented quick communication. General Schofield did not reach me till the army had got down to Galesville, about the 21st of October. It was at Ship's Gap that a courier brought me the cipher message from General Halleck which intimated that the authorities in Washington were willing I should undertake the march across Georgia to the sea. The translated dispatch named Horseybar Sound as the point where the fleet would await my arrival. After much time I construed it to mean Ossabaw Sound, below Savannah, which was correct. On the 16th I telegraphed to General Thomas, at Nashville. Send me Morgan's and Newton's old divisions. Re-establish the road. And I will follow Hood wherever he may go. I think he will move to Blue Mountain. We can maintain our men and animals on the country. General Thomas's reply was: Nashville, October 17, 1864, 10:30 a.m. Major General Sherman. Your dispatch from Ship's Gap, 5 p.m. of the 16th, just received. Schofield, whom I placed in command of the two divisions, Wagner's and Morgan's, was to move up Lookout Valley this a.m., to intercept Hood, should he be marching for Bridgeport. I will order him to join you with the two divisions, and will reconstruct the road as soon as possible. We'll also reorganize the guards for posts and blockhouses. Mower and Wilson have arrived, and are on their way to join you. I hope you will adopt Grant's idea of turning Wilson loose, rather than undertake the plan of a march with the whole force through Georgia to the sea, inasmuch as General Grant cannot cooperate with you as at first arranged. George H. Thomas, Major General. So it is clear that at that date neither General Grant nor General Thomas heartily favored my proposed plan of campaign. On the same day, I wrote to General Schofield at Chattanooga. Hood is not at Deer Head Cove. We occupy Ship's Gap and Lafayette. Hood is moving south via Somerville, Alpine, and Gadsden. If he enters Tennessee, it will be to the west of Huntsville, but I think he has given up all such idea. I want the road repaired to Atlanta. The sick and wounded men sent north of the Tennessee, my army recomposed, and I will then make the interior of Georgia feel the weight of war. It is folly for us to be moving our armies on the reports of scouts and citizens. We must maintain the offensive. Your first move on Trenton and Valley Head was right, the move to defend Caperton's Ferry is wrong. Notified General Thomas of these my views. We must follow Hood till he is beyond the reach of mischief, and then resume the offensive. The correspondence between me and the authorities at Washington, as well as with the several army commanders, given at length in the report of the Committee on the Conduct of the War, is full on all these points. After striking our road at Dalton, Hood was compelled to go on to Chattanooga and Bridgeport, or to pass around by Decatur and abandon altogether his attempt to make us let go our hold of Atlanta by attacking our communications. It was clear to me that he had no intention to meet us in open battle, and the lightness and celerity of his army convinced me that I could not possibly catch him on a stern chase. We therefore quietly followed him down the Chattooga Valley to the neighborhood of Gadsden, but halted the main armies near the Coosa River, at the mouth of the Chattooga. Drawing our supplies of corn and meat from the farms of that comparatively rich valley and of the neighborhood. General Slocum, in Atlanta, had likewise sent out, under strong escort, large trains of wagons to the east, and brought back corn, bacon, and all kinds of provisions, so that Hood's efforts to cut off our supplies only reacted on his own people. So long as the railroads were in good order, our supplies came full and regular from the north, but when the enemy broke our railroads we were perfectly justified in stripping the inhabitants of all they had. I remember well the appeal of a very respectable farmer against our men driving away his fine flock of sheep. I explained to him that General Hood had broken our railroad, that we were a strong, hungry crowd, and needed plenty of food. That Uncle Sam was deeply interested in our continued health and would soon repair these roads, but meantime we must eat. We preferred Illinois beef, but mutton would have to answer. Poor fellow! I don't believe he was convinced of the wisdom or wit of my explanation. Very soon after reaching Lafayette we organized a line of supply from Chattanooga to Ringgold by rail, and thence by wagons to our camps about Galesville. Meantime, also, Hood had reached the neighborhood of Gadsden, and drew his supplies from the railroad at Blue Mountain. On the 19th of October I telegraphed to General Halleck, at Washington. Hood has retreated rapidly by all the roads leading south. Our advance columns are now at Alpine and Melville Post Office. I shall pursue him as far as Galesville. The enemy will not venture toward Tennessee except around by Decatur. I propose to send the 4th Corps back to General Thomas, and leave him, with that corps, the garrisons, and new troops, to defend the line of the Tennessee River. And with the rest I will push into the heart of Georgia and come out at Savannah, destroying all the railroads of the state. The break in our railroad at Big Shanty is almost repaired, and that about Dalton should be done in 10 days. We find abundance of forage in the country. On the same day I telegraphed to General L.C. Easton, Chief Quartermaster, who had been absent on a visit to Missouri, but had got back to Chattanooga. Go in person to superintend the repairs of the railroad, and make all orders in my name that will expedite its completion. I want it finished, to bring back from Atlanta to Chattanooga the sick and wounded men and surplus stores. On the 1st of November I want nothing in front of Chattanooga except what we can use as food and clothing and haul in our wagons. There is plenty of corn in the country, and we only want forage for the posts. I allow 10 days for all this to be done, by which time I expect to be at or near Atlanta. I telegraphed also to General Amos Beckwith, Chief Commissary in Atlanta, who was acting as Chief Quartermaster during the absence of General Easton. Hood will escape me. I want to prepare for my big raid. On the 1st of November I want nothing in Atlanta but what is necessary for war. Send all trash to the rear at once, and have on hand 30 days' food and but little forage. I propose to abandon Atlanta, and the railroad back to Chattanooga, to sally forth to ruin Georgia and bring up on the seashore. Make all dispositions accordingly. I will go down the Coosa until I am sure that Hood has gone to Blue Mountain. On the 21st of October I reached Galesville, had my bivouac in an open field back of the village, and remained there till the 28th. During that time General Schofield arrived, with the 2 divisions of Generals Wagner, formerly Newton's, and Morgan, which were returned to their respective corps, the 4th and 14th. And General Schofield resumed his own command of the Army of the Ohio, then on the Coosa River, near Cedar Bluff. General Joseph A. Mower also arrived, and was assigned to command a division in the 17th Corps, and General J. H. Wilson came, having been sent from Virginia by General Grant, for the purpose of commanding all my cavalry. I first intended to organize this cavalry into a corps of 3 small divisions, to be commanded by General Wilson. But the horses were well run down, and, at Wilson's instance, I concluded to retain only 1 division of 4,500 men, with selected horses, under General Kilpatrick, and to send General Wilson back with all the rest to Nashville, to be reorganized and to act under General Thomas in the defense of Tennessee. Orders to this effect were made on the 24th of October. General Grant, in designating General Wilson to command my cavalry, predicted that he would, by his personal activity, increase the effect of that arm 50%. And he advised that he should be sent south, to accomplish all that I had proposed to do with the main army, but I had not so much faith in cavalry as he had, and preferred to adhere to my original intention of going myself with a competent force. About this time I learned that General Beauregard had reached Hood's army at Gadsden. That, without assuming direct command of that army, he had authority from the Confederate government to direct all its movements, and to call to his assistance the whole strength of the South. His orders, on assuming command, were full of alarm and desperation, dated Headquarters Military Division of the West, October 17, 1864. In assuming command, at this critical juncture, of the Military Division of the West, I appeal to my countrymen, of all classes and sections, for their generous support. In assigning me to this responsible position, the President of the Confederate States has extended to me the assurance of his earnest support. The executives of your states meet me with similar expressions of their devotion to our cause. The noble army in the field, composed of brave men and gallant officers, are strangers to me, but I know they will do all that patriots can achieve. The army of Sherman still defiantly holds Atlanta. He can and must be driven from it. It is only for the good people of Georgia and surrounding states to speak the word, and the work is done. We have abundant provisions. There are men enough in the country, liable to and able for service, to accomplish the result. My countrymen, respond to this call as you have done in days that are past, and, with the blessing of a kind and overruling Providence, the enemy shall be driven from your soil. The security of your wives and daughters from the insults and outrages of a brutal foe shall be established soon, and be followed by a permanent and honorable peace. The claims of home and country, wife and children, uniting with the demands of honor and patriotism, summon us to the field. We cannot, dare not, will not fail to respond. Full of hope and confidence, I come to join you in your struggles, sharing your privations, and, with your brave and true men, to strike the blow that shall bring success to our arms, triumph to our cause, and peace to our country. G. T. Beauregard, General. Notwithstanding this somewhat boastful order or appeal, General Beauregard did not actually accompany General Hood on his disastrous march to Nashville, but took post at Corinth, Mississippi, to control the movement of his supplies and to watch me. At Galesville, the pursuit of Hood by the army under my immediate command may be said to have ceased. During this pursuit, the 15th Corps was commanded by its senior Major General present, P. J. Osterhaus, in the absence of General John A. Logan, and the 17th Corps was commanded by Brigadier General T. E. G. Ransom, the senior officer present, in the absence of General Frank P. Blair. General Ransom was a young, most gallant, and promising officer, son of the Colonel Ransom who was killed at Chapultepec, in the Mexican War. He had served with the Army of the Tennessee in 1862 and 1863, at Vicksburg, where he was severely wounded. He was not well at the time we started from Atlanta, but he insisted on going along with his command. His symptoms became more aggravated on the march, and when we were encamped near Galesville, I visited him in company with Surgeon John Moores, United States Army, who said that the case was one of typhoid fever, which would likely prove fatal. A few days after, viz., the 28th, he was being carried on a litter toward Rome, and as I rode from Galesville to Rome, I passed him by the way, stopped, and spoke with him, but did not then suppose he was so near his end. The next day, however, his escort reached Rome, bearing his dead body. The officer in charge reported that, shortly after I had passed, his symptoms became so much worse that they stopped at a farmhouse by the roadside, where he died that evening. His body was at once sent to Chicago for burial, and a monument has been ordered by the Society of the Army of the Tennessee to be erected in his memory. On the 26th of October I learned that Hood's whole army had made its appearance about Decatur, Alabama, and at once caused a strong reconnaissance to be made down the Coosa to near Gadsden, which revealed the truth that the enemy was gone except a small force of cavalry, commanded by General Wheeler, which had been left to watch us. I then finally resolved on my future course, which was to leave Hood to be encountered by General Thomas, while I should carry into full effect the long-contemplated project of marching for the seacoast, and thence to operate toward Richmond. But it was all important to me and to our cause that General Thomas should have an ample force, equal to any and every emergency. He then had at Nashville about 8,000 or 10,000 new troops, and as many more civil employees of the quartermaster's department, which were not suited for the field, but would be most useful in manning the excellent forts that already covered Nashville. At Chattanooga, he had General Steedman's division, about 5,000 men, besides garrisons for Chattanooga, Bridgeport, and Stevenson. At Murfreesboro, he also had General Rousseau's division, which was full 5,000 strong, independent of the necessary garrisons for the railroad. At Decatur and Huntsville, Alabama, was the infantry division of General R.S. Granger, estimated at 4,000, and near Florence, Alabama, watching the crossings of the Tennessee, were General Edward Hatch's division of cavalry, 4,000, General Croxton's brigade, 2,500. And Colonel Capron's brigade, 1,200, besides which, General J.H. Wilson had collected in Nashville about 10,000 dismounted cavalry, for which he was rapidly collecting the necessary horses for a remount. All these aggregated about 45,000 men. General A.J. Smith at that time was in Missouri, with the 2 divisions of the 16th Corps which had been diverted to that quarter to assist General Rosecrans in driving the rebel General Price out of Missouri. This object had been accomplished, and these troops, numbering from 8,000 to 10,000, had been ordered to Nashville. To these I proposed at first to add only the 4th Corps, General Stanley, 15,000. And that corps was ordered from Galesville to march to Chattanooga, and thence report for orders to General Thomas. But subsequently, on the 30th of October, at Rome, Georgia, learning from General Thomas that the new troops promised by General Grant were coming forward very slowly, I concluded to further reinforce him by General Schofield's corps, 23rd. 12,000, which corps accordingly marched for Resaca, and there took the cars for Chattanooga. I then knew that General Thomas would have an ample force with which to encounter General Hood anywhere in the open field, besides garrisons to secure the railroad to his rear and as far forward as Chattanooga. And, moreover, I was more than convinced that he would have ample time for preparation, for, on that very day, General R.S. Granger had telegraphed me from Decatur, Alabama. I omitted to mention another reason why Hood will go to Tishominbia before crossing the Tennessee River. He was evidently out of supplies. His men were all grumbling. The first thing the prisoners asked for was something to eat. Hood could not get anything if he should cross this side of Rogersville. I knew that the country about Decatur and Tuscumbia, Alabama, was bare of provisions, and inferred that General Hood would have to draw his supplies, not only of food, but of stores, clothing, and ammunition, from Mobile, Montgomery, and Selma, Alabama, by the railroad around by Meridian and Corinth, Mississippi, which we had most effectually disabled the previous winter. General Hood did not make a serious attack on Decatur, but hung around it from October 26 to the 30th, when he drew off and marched for a point on the south side of the Tennessee River, opposite Florence, where he was compelled to remain nearly a month, to collect the necessary supplies for his contemplated invasion of Tennessee and Kentucky. The 4th Corps, Stanley, had already reached Chattanooga, and had been transported by rail to Pulaski, Tennessee. And General Thomas ordered General Schofield, with the 23rd Corps, to Columbia, Tennessee, a place intermediate between Hood, then on the Tennessee River, opposite Florence, and Forrest, opposite Johnsonville. On the 31st of October General Croxton, of the cavalry, reported that the enemy had crossed the Tennessee River 4 miles above Florence, and that he had endeavored to stop him, but without success. Still, I was convinced that Hood's army was in no condition to march for Nashville, and that a good deal of further delay might reasonably be counted on. I also rested with much confidence on the fact that the Tennessee River below Muscle Shoals was strongly patrolled by gunboats, and that the reach of the river above Muscle Shoals, from Decatur as high up as our railroad at Bridgeport, was also guarded by gunboats, so that Hood, to cross over, would be compelled to select a point inaccessible to these gunboats. He actually did choose such a place, at the old railroad piers, 4 miles above Florence, Alabama, which is below Muscle Shoals and above Colbert Shoals. On the 31st of October, Forrest made his appearance on the Tennessee River opposite Johnsonville, whence a new railroad led to Nashville, and with his cavalry and field pieces actually crippled and captured 2 gunboats with 5 of our transports. A feat of arms which, I confess, excited my admiration. There is no doubt that the month of October closed to us looking decidedly squally, but, somehow, I was sustained in the belief that in a very few days the tide would turn. On the 1st of November I telegraphed very fully to General Grant, at City Point, who must have been disturbed by the wild rumors that filled the country, and on the 2d of November received, at Rome, this dispatch. City Point, November 1st. 1864, 6 p.m. Major General Sherman. Do you not think it advisable, now that Hood has gone so far north, to entirely ruin him before starting on your proposed campaign? With Hood's army destroyed, you can go where you please with impunity. I believed and still believe, if you had started south, while Hood was in the neighborhood of you, he would have been forced to go after you. Now that he is far away, he might look upon the chase as useless, and he will go in one direction while you are pushing in the other. If you can see a chance of destroying Hood's army, attend to that first, and make your other move secondary. U.S. Grant, Lieutenant General. My answer is dated Rome, Georgia, November 2, 1864. Lieutenant General U.S. Grant, City Point, Virginia. Your dispatch is received. If I could hope to overhaul Hood, I would turn against him with my whole force, then he would retreat to the southwest, drawing me as a decoy away from Georgia, which is his chief object. If he ventures north of the Tennessee River, I may turn in that direction, and endeavor to get below him on his line of retreat, but thus far he has not gone above the Tennessee River. General Thomas will have a force strong enough to prevent his reaching any country in which we have an interest, and he has orders, if Hood turns to follow me, to push for Selma, Alabama. No single army can catch Hood, and I am convinced the best results will follow from our defeating Jeff Davis's cherished plea of making me leave Georgia by maneuvering. Thus far I have confined my efforts to thwart this plan, and have reduced baggage so that I can pick up and start in any direction, but I regard the pursuit of Hood as useless. Still, if he attempts to invade Middle Tennessee, I will hold Decatur, and be prepared to move in that direction. But, unless I let go of Atlanta, my force will not be equal to his. W. T. Sherman, Major General. By this date, under the intelligent and energetic action of Colonel W. W. Wright, and with the labor of 1,500 men, the railroad break of 15 miles about Dalton was repaired so far as to admit of the passage of cars, and I transferred my headquarters to Kingston as more central. And from that place, on the same day, November 2d, again telegraphed to General Grant. Kingston, Georgia, November 2, 1884. Lieutenant General U.S. Grant, City Point, Virginia, if I turn back, the whole effect of my campaign will be lost by my movements. I have thrown Beauregard, Hood, well to the west, and Thomas will have ample time and sufficient troops to hold him until the reinforcements from Missouri reach him. We have now ample supplies at Chattanooga and Atlanta, and can stand a month's interruption to our communications. I do not believe the Confederate Army can reach our railroad lines except by cavalry raids, and Wilson will have cavalry enough to checkmate them. I am clearly of opinion that the best results will follow my contemplated movement through Georgia. W. T. Sherman, Major General. That same day I received, in answer to the Rome dispatch, the following. City Point, Virginia, November 2, 1864, 11:30 a.m. Major General Sherman. Your dispatch of 9 a.m. yesterday is just received. I dispatched you the same date, advising that Hood's army, now that it had worked so far north, ought to be looked upon now as the object. With the force, however, that you have left with General Thomas, he must be able to take care of Hood and destroy him. I do not see that you can withdraw from where you are to follow Hood, without giving up all we have gained in territory. I say, then, go on as you propose. U.S. Grant, Lieutenant General. This was the first time that General Grant ordered the march to the sea, and, although many of his warm friends and admirers insist that he was the author and projector of that march, and that I simply executed his plans, General Grant has never, in my opinion, thought so or said so. The truth is fully given in an original letter of President Lincoln, which I received at Savannah, Georgia, and have at this instant before me, every word of which is in his own familiar handwriting. It is dated Washington, December 26, 1864. When you were about leaving Atlanta for the Atlantic coast, I was anxious, if not fearful. But, feeling that you were the better judge, and remembering nothing risked, nothing gained, I did not interfere. Now, the undertaking being a success, the honor is all yours, for I believe none of us went further than to acquiesce. And, taking the work of General Thomas into account, as it should be taken, it is indeed a great success. Not only does it afford the obvious and immediate military advantages, but, in showing to the world that your army could be divided, putting the stronger part to an important new service, and yet leaving enough to vanquish the old opposing force of the whole, Hood's army, it brings those who sat in darkness to see a great light. But what next? I suppose it will be safer if I leave General Grant and yourself to decide. A. Lincoln. Of course, this judgment, made after the event, was extremely flattering and was all I ever expected, a recognition of the truth and of its importance. I have often been asked, by well-meaning friends, when the thought of that march first entered my mind. I knew that an army which had penetrated Georgia as far as Atlanta could not turn back. It must go ahead, but when, how, and where, depended on many considerations. As soon as Hood had shifted across from Lovejoy's to Palmetto, I saw the move in my mind's eye, and, after Jeff Davis's speech at Palmetto, of September 26, I was more positive in my conviction, but was in doubt as to the time and manner. When General Hood first struck our railroad above Marietta, we were not ready, and I was forced to watch his movements further, till he had caromed off to the west of Decatur. Then I was perfectly convinced, and had no longer a shadow of doubt. The only possible question was as to Thomas's strength and ability to meet Hood in the open field. I did not suppose that General Hood, though rash, would venture to attack fortified places like Allatoona, Resaca, Decatur, and Nashville. But he did so, and in so doing he played into our hands perfectly. On the 2d of November I was at Kingston, Georgia, and my 4 corps, the 15th, 17th, 14th, and 20th, with 1 division of cavalry, were strung from Rome to Atlanta. Our railroads and telegraph had been repaired, and I deliberately prepared for the march to Savannah, distant 300 miles from Atlanta. All the sick and wounded men had been sent back by rail to Chattanooga. All our wagon trains had been carefully overhauled and loaded, so as to be ready to start on an hour's notice, and there was no serious enemy in our front. General Hood remained still at Florence, Alabama, occupying both banks of the Tennessee River, busy in collecting shoes and clothing for his men, and the necessary ammunition and stores with which to invade Tennessee. Most of which had to come from Mobile, Selma, and Montgomery, Alabama, over railroads that were still broken. Beauregard was at Corinth, hastening forward these necessary preparations. General Thomas was at Nashville, with Wilson's dismounted cavalry and a mass of new troops and quartermasters' employs amply sufficient to defend the place. The 4th and 23rd Corps, under General Stanley Schofield, were posted at Pulaski, Tennessee, and the cavalry of Hatch, Croxton, and Capron were about Florence, watching Hood. Smith's A.J. 2 divisions of the 16th Corps were still in Missouri, but were reported as ready to embark at Lexington for the Cumberland River and Nashville. Of course, General Thomas saw that on him would likely fall the real blow, and was naturally anxious. He still kept Granger's division at Decatur, Rousseau's at Murfreesboro, and Steedman's at Chattanooga, with strong railroad guards at all the essential points intermediate. Confident that by means of this very railroad he could make his concentration sooner than Hood could possibly march up from Florence. Meantime, General F. P. Blair had rejoined his corps, 17th, and we were receiving at Kingston recruits and returned furlough men, distributing them to their proper companies. Paymasters had come down to pay off our men before their departure to a new sphere of action, and commissioners were also on hand from the several states to take the vote of our men in the presidential election then agitating the country. On the 6th of November, at Kingston, I wrote and telegraphed to General Grant, reviewing the whole situation, gave him my full plan of action, stated that I was ready to march as soon as the election was over, and appointed November 10th as the day for starting. On the 8th I received this dispatch. City Point, Virginia, November 7, 1864 to 10:30 p.m. Major General Sherman. Your dispatch of this evening received. I see no present reason for changing your plan. Should any arise, you will see it, or if I do, I will inform you. I think everything here is favorable now. Great good fortune attend you. I believe you will be eminently successful, and, at worst, can only make a march less fruitful of results than hoped for. U.S. Grant, Lieutenant General. Meantime trains of cars were whirling by, carrying to the rear an immense amount of stores which had accumulated at Atlanta, and at the other stations along the railroad. And General Steedman had come down to Kingston, to take charge of the final evacuation and withdrawal of the several garrisons below Chattanooga. On the 10th of November the movement may be said to have fairly begun. All the troops designed for the campaign were ordered to march for Atlanta, and General Corse, before evacuating his post at Rome, was ordered to burn all the mills, factories, etc., etc. That could be useful to the enemy, should he undertake to pursue us, or resume military possession of the country. This was done on the night of the 10th, and next day Corse reached Kingston. On the 11th General Thomas and I interchanged full dispatches. He had heard of the arrival of General A.J. Smith's 2 divisions at Paducah, which would surely reach Nashville much sooner than General Hood could possibly do from Florence, so that he was perfectly satisfied with his share of the army. On the 12th, with a full staff, I started from Kingston for Atlanta, and about noon of that day we reached Cartersville, and sat on the edge of a porch to rest, when the telegraph operator, Mr. Van Valkenburg, or Eddie, got the wire down from the poles to his lap, in which he held a small pocket instrument. Calling Chattanooga, he received this message from General Thomas, dated Nashville, November 12, 1884, 8:80 a.m. Major General Sherman. Your dispatch of 12 o'clock last night is received. I have no fears that Beauregard can do us any harm now, and, if he attempts to follow you, I will follow him as far as possible. If he does not follow you, I will then thoroughly organize my troops, and believe I shall have men enough to ruin him unless he gets out of the way very rapidly. The country of Middle Alabama, I learn, is teeming with supplies this year, which will be greatly to our advantage. I have no additional news to report from the direction of Florence. I am now convinced that the greater part of Beauregard's army is near Florence and Tuscumbia, and that you will have at least a clear road before you for several days, and that your success will fully equal your expectations. George H. Thomas, Major General. I answered simply, dispatch received, all right. About that instant of time, some of our men burnt a bridge, which severed the telegraph wire, and all communication with the rear ceased thenceforth. As we rode on toward Atlanta that night, I remember the railroad trains going to the rear with a furious speed, the engineers and the few men about the trains waving us an affectionate adieu. It surely was a strange event, two hostile armies marching in opposite directions, each in the full belief that it was achieving a final and conclusive result in a great war. And I was strongly inspired with the feeling that the movement on our part was a direct attack upon the rebel army and the rebel capital at Richmond, though a full 1,000 miles of hostile country intervened, and that, for better or worse, it would end the war. Chapter 21. The March to the Sea from Atlanta to Savannah. November and December, 1864. On the 12th of November the railroad and telegraph communications with the rear were broken, and the army stood detached from all friends, dependent on its own resources and supplies. No time was to be lost. All the detachments were ordered to march rapidly for Atlanta, breaking up the railroad en route, and generally to so damage the country as to make it untenable to the enemy. By the 14th all the troops had arrived at or near Atlanta, and were, according to orders, grouped into two wings, the right and left, commanded respectively by Major Generals O. Howard and H. W. Slocum, both comparatively young men, but educated and experienced officers, fully competent to their command. The right wing was composed of the 15th Corps, Major General P. J. Osterhaus commanding, and the 17th Corps, Major General Frank P. Blair commanding. The left wing was composed of the 14th Corps, Major General Jefferson C. Davis commanding, and the 20th Corps, Brigadier General A. S. Williams commanding. The 15th Corps had 4 divisions, commanded by Brigadier Generals Charles R. Woods, W. B. Hazen, John E. Smith, and John M. Gorse. The 17th Corps had 3 divisions, commanded by Major General J. A. Mower, and Brigadier Generals M. D. Leggett Ad Giles X. Smith. The 14th Corps had 3 divisions, commanded by Brigadier Generals W. P. Carlin, James D. Morgan, and A. Baird. The 20th Corps had also 3 divisions, commanded by Brigadier Generals N. J. Jackson, John W. Geary, and W. T. Ward. The cavalry division was held separate, subject to my own orders. It was commanded by Brigadier General Judson Kilpatrick, and was composed of 2 brigades, commanded by Colonels Eli H. Murray, of Kentucky, and Smith D. Atkins, of Illinois. The strength of the army, as officially reported, is given in the following tables, and shows an aggregate of 55,329 infantry, 5,063 cavalry, and 1,812 artillery in all, 62,204 officers and men. The most extraordinary efforts had been made to purge this army of non-combatants and of sick men, for we knew well that there was to be no place of safety save with the army itself. Our wagons were loaded with ammunition, provisions, and forage, and we could ill afford to haul even sick men in the ambulances, so that all on this exhibit may be assumed to have been able-bodied, experienced soldiers, well armed, well equipped and provided, as far as human foresight could, with all the essentials of life, strength, and vigorous action. The 2 general orders made for this march appear to me, even at this late day, so clear, emphatic, and well digested, that no account of that historic event is perfect without them, and I give them entire, even at the seeming appearance of repetition. And, though they called for great sacrifice and labor on the part of the officers and men, I insist that these orders were obeyed as well as any similar orders ever were, by an army operating wholly in an enemy's country, and dispersed, as we necessarily were, during the subsequent period of nearly 6 months. Special Field Orders, No. 119. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi. In the field, Kingston, Georgia, November 8, 1864. The General Commanding deems it proper at this time to inform the officers and men of the 14th, 15th, 17th, and 20th Corps, that he has organized them into an army for a special purpose, well known to the War Department and to General Grant. It is sufficient for you to know that it involves a departure from our present base, and a long and difficult march to a new one. All the chances of war have been considered and provided for, as far as human sagacity can. All he asks of you is to maintain that discipline, patience, and courage which have characterized you in the past. And he hopes, through you, to strike a blow at our enemy that will have a material effect in producing what we all so much desire, his complete overthrow. Of all things, the most important is, that the men, during marches and in camp, keep their places and do not scatter about as stragglers or foragers, to be picked up by a hostile people in detail. It is also of the utmost importance that our wagons should not be loaded with anything but provisions and ammunition. All surplus servants, non-combatants, and refugees should now go to the rear, and none should be encouraged to encumber us on the march. At some future time we will be able to provide for the poor whites and blacks who seek to escape the bondage under which they are now suffering. With these few simple cautions, he hopes to lead you to achievements equal in importance to those of the past. By order of Major General W. T. Sherman, L.M. Dayton. Aide-de-camp. Special Field Orders, No. 120. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi. In the field, Kingston, Georgia, November 9, 1864. 1. For the purpose of military operations, this army is divided into two wings, viz. The right wing, Major General O. Howard commanding, composed of the 15th and 17th Corps, the left wing, Major General H. W. Slocum commanding, composed of the 14th and 20th Corps. 2. The habitual order of march will be, wherever practicable, by 4 roads, as nearly parallel as possible, and converging at points hereafter to be indicated in orders. The cavalry, Brigadier General Kilpatrick commanding, will receive special orders from the Commander-in-Chief. 3. There will be no general train of supplies, but each corps will have its ammunition train and provision train distributed habitually as follows: behind each regiment should follow 1 wagon and 1 ambulance. Behind each brigade should follow a due proportion of ammunition wagons, provision wagons, and ambulances. In case of danger, each corps commander should change this order of march by having his advance and rear brigades unencumbered by wheels. The separate columns will start habitually at 7 a.m. and make about 15 miles per day, unless otherwise fixed in orders. 4. The army will forage liberally on the country during the march. To this end, each brigade commander will organize a good and sufficient foraging party, under the command of 1 or more discreet officers, who will gather, near the route traveled, corn or forage of any kind, meat of any kind, vegetables, cornmeal, or whatever is needed by the command, aiming at all times to keep in the wagons at least 10 days' provisions for his command, and 3 days' forage. Soldiers must not enter the dwellings of the inhabitants, or commit any trespass, but, during a halt or camp, they may be permitted to gather turnips, potatoes, and other vegetables, and to drive in stock in sight of their camp. 2. Regular foraging parties must be entrusted the gathering of provisions and forage, at any distance from the road traveled. 6. To corps commanders alone is entrusted the power to destroy mills, houses, cotton gins, etc. And for them this general principle is laid down. In districts and neighborhoods where the army is unmolested, no destruction of each property should be permitted. But should guerrillas or bushwhackers molest our march, or should the inhabitants burn bridges, obstruct roads, or otherwise manifest local hostility, then army commanders should order and enforce a devastation more or less relentless, according to the measure of such hostility. 6. As for horses, mules, wagons, etc., belonging to the inhabitants, the cavalry and artillery may appropriate freely and without limit, discriminating, however, between the rich, who are usually hostile, and the poor and industrious, usually neutral or friendly. Foraging parties may also take mules or horses, to replace the jaded animals of their trains, or to serve as pack mules for the regiments or brigades. In all foraging, of whatever kind, the parties engaged will refrain from abusive or threatening language, and may, where the officer in command thinks proper, give written certificates of the facts, but no receipts. And they will endeavor to leave with each family a reasonable portion for their maintenance. 7. Negroes who are able-bodied and can be of service to the several columns may be taken along. But each army commander will bear in mind that the question of supplies is a very important one, and that his first duty is to see to those who bear arms. 8. The organization, at once, of a good pioneer battalion for each Army Corps, composed if possible of Negroes, should be attended to. This battalion should follow the advance guard, repair roads and double them if possible, so that the columns will not be delayed after reaching bad places. Also, army commanders should practice the habit of giving the artillery and wagons the road, marching their troops on one side, and instruct their troops to assist wagons at steep hills or bad crossings of streams. 9. Captain O.M. Poe, Chief Engineer, will assign to each wing of the Army a pontoon train, fully equipped and organized, and the commanders thereof will see to their being properly protected at all times. By order of Major General W. T. Sherman. L.M. Dayton, aide-de-camp. The greatest possible attention had been given to the artillery and wagon trains. The number of guns had been reduced to 65, or about 1 gun to each 1,000 men, and these were generally in batteries of 4 guns each. Each gun, caisson, and forges was drawn by 4 teams of horses. We had in all about 2,500 wagons, with teams of 6 mules to each, and 600 ambulances, with 2 horses to each. The loads were made comparatively light, about 2,500 pounds net. Each wagon carrying in addition the forage needed by its own team. Each soldier carried on his person 40 rounds of ammunition, and in the wagons were enough cartridges to make up about 200 rounds per man. And in like manner 200 rounds of assorted ammunition were carried for each gun. The wagon trains were divided equally between the 4 corps, so that each had about 800 wagons, and these usually on the march occupied 5 miles or more of road. Each corps commander managed his own train, and habitually the artillery and wagons had the road, while the men, with the exception of the advance and rear guards, pursued paths improvised by the aid of the wagons, unless they were forced to use a bridge or causeway in common. I reached Atlanta during the afternoon of the 14th, and found that all preparations had been made. Colonel Beckwith, Chief Commissary, reporting 1,200,000 rations in possession of the troops, which was about 20 days' supply, and he had on hand a good supply of beef cattle to be driven along on the hoof. Of forage, the supply was limited, being of oats and corn enough for 5 days, but I knew that within that time we would reach a country well stocked with corn, which had been gathered and stored in cribs, seemingly for our use. By Governor Brown's militia. Colonel Poe, United States Engineers, of my staff, had been busy in his special task of destruction. He had a large force at work, had leveled the great depot, roundhouse, and the machine shops of the Georgia Railroad, and had applied fire to the wreck. One of these machine shops had been used by the rebels as an arsenal, and in it were stored piles of shot and shell, some of which proved to be loaded, and that night was made hideous by the bursting of shells, whose fragments came uncomfortably near Judge Lyon's house, in which I was quartered. The fire also reached the block of stores near the depot, and the heart of the city was in flames all night, but the fire did not reach the parts of Atlanta where the courthouse was, or the great mass of dwelling houses. The march from Atlanta began on the morning of November 15th, the right wing and cavalry following the railroad southeast toward Jonesboro, and General Slocum with the 20th Corps leading off to the east by Decatur and Stone Mountain, toward Madison. These were divergent lines, designed to threaten both Mason and Augusta at the same time, so as to prevent a concentration at our intended destination, or objective, Milledgeville, the capital of Georgia, distant southeast about 100 miles. The time allowed each column for reaching Milledgeville was 7 days. I remained in Atlanta during the 15th with the 14th Corps, and the rear guard of the right wing, to complete the loading of the trains, and the destruction of the buildings of Atlanta which could be converted to hostile uses. And on the morning of the 16th started with my personal staff, a company of Alabama cavalry, commanded by Lieutenant Snelling, and an infantry company, commanded by Lieutenant McCrory, which guarded our small train of wagons. My staff was then composed of Major L. M. Dayton, aide-de-camp and acting adjutant general, Major J. C. McCoy, and Major J. C. Audenried, aides. Major Ward Nichols had joined some weeks before at Galesville, Alabama, and was attached as an acting aide-de-camp. Also Major Henry Hitchcock had joined at the same time as Judge Advocate. Colonel Charles Ewing was Inspector General, and Surgeon John Moore Medical Director. These constituted our mess. We had no tents, only the flies, with which we nightly made bivouacs with the assistance of the abundant pine boughs, which made excellent shelter, as well as beds. Colonel L. C. Easton was Chief Quartermaster. Colonel Amos Beckwith, Chief Commissary, Colonel O. M. Poe, Chief Engineer, and Colonel T. G. Baylor, Chief of Ordnance. These invariably rode with us during the day, but they had a separate camp and mess at night. General William F. Berry had been Chief of Artillery in the previous campaign, but at Kingston his face was so swollen with erysipelas that he was reluctantly compelled to leave us for the rear, and he could not, on recovering, rejoin us till we had reached Savannah. About 7 a.m. of November 16th we rode out of Atlanta by the Decatur Road, filled by the marching troops and wagons of the 14th Corps. And reaching the hill, just outside of the old rebel works, we naturally paused to look back upon the scenes of our past battles. We stood upon the very ground whereon was fought the bloody Battle of July 22d, and could see the copse of wood where McPherson fell. Behind us lay Atlanta, smoldering and in ruins, the black smoke rising high in air, and hanging like a pall over the ruined city. Away off in the distance, on the McDonough Road, was the rear of Howard's column, the gun barrels glistening in the sun, the white-topped wagons stretching away to the south. And right before us the 14th Corps, marching steadily and rapidly, with a cheery look and swinging pace, that made light of the 1,000 miles that lay between us and Richmond. Some band, by accident, struck up the anthem of John Brown's Soul Goes Marching On. The men caught up the strain, and never before or since have I heard the chorus of Glory, Glory, Hallelujah, done with more spirit, or in better harmony of time and place. Then we turned our horses' heads to the east. Atlanta was soon lost behind the screen of trees, and became a thing of the past. Around it clings many a thought of desperate battle, of hope and fear, that now seem like the memory of a dream, and I have never seen the place since. The day was extremely beautiful, clear sunlight, with bracing air, and an unusual feeling of exhilaration seemed to pervade all minds, a feeling of something to come, vague and undefined, still full of venture and intense interest. Even the common soldiers caught the inspiration, and many a group called out to me as I worked my way past them, "Uncle Billy, I guess Grant is waiting for us at Richmond." Indeed, the general sentiment was that we were marching for Richmond, and that there we should end the war, but how and when they seemed to care not. Nor did they measure the distance, or count the cost in life, or bother their brains about the great rivers to be crossed, and the food required for man and beast, that had to be gathered by the way. There was a devil-may-care feeling pervading officers and men, that made me feel the full load of responsibility, for success would be accepted as a matter of course, whereas, should we fail, this march would be adjudged the wild adventure of a crazy fool. I had no purpose to march direct for Richmond by way of Augusta and Charlotte, but always designed to reach the seacoast first at Savannah or Port Royal, South Carolina, and even kept in mind the alternative of Pensacola. The first night out we camped by the roadside near Lithonia. Stone Mountain, a mass of granite, was in plain view, cut out in clear outline against the blue sky. The whole horizon was lurid with the bonfires of rail ties, and groups of men all night were carrying the heated rails to the nearest trees, and bending them around the trunks. Colonel Poe had provided tools for ripping up the rails and twisting them when hot. But the best and easiest way is the one I have described, of heating the middle of the iron rails on bonfires made of the crossties, and then winding them around a telegraph pole or the trunk of some convenient sapling. I attached much importance to this destruction of the railroad, gave it my own personal attention, and made reiterated orders to others on the subject. The next day we passed through the handsome town of Covington, the soldiers closing up their ranks, the color-bearers unfurling their flags, and the band striking up patriotic airs. The white people came out of their houses to behold the sight, spite of their deep hatred of the invaders, and the Negroes were simply frantic with joy. Whenever they heard my name, they clustered about my horse, shouted and prayed in their peculiar style, which had a natural eloquence that would have moved a stone. I have witnessed hundreds, if not thousands, of such scenes, and can now see a poor girl, in the very ecstasy of the Methodist shout, hugging the banner of one of the regiments, and jumping up to the feet of Jesus. I remember, when riding around by a by-street in Covington, to avoid the crowd that followed the marching column, that someone brought me an invitation to dine with a sister of Sam Anderson, who was a cadet at West Point with me. But the messenger reached me after we had passed the main part of the town. I asked to be excused, and rode on to a place designated for camp, at the crossing of the Ocklawahatchee River, about 4 miles to the east of the town. Here we made our bivouac, and I walked up to a plantation house close by, where were assembled many Negroes, among them an old, gray-haired man, of as fine a head as I ever saw. I asked him if he understood about the war and its progress. He said he did, that he had been looking for the angel of the Lord ever since he was knee-high, and, though we professed to be fighting for the Union, he supposed that slavery was the cause, and that our success was to be his freedom. I asked him if all the Negro slaves comprehended this fact, and he said they surely did. I then explained to him that we wanted the slaves to remain where they were, and not to load us down with useless mouths, which would eat up the food needed for our fighting men, that our success was their assured freedom. That we could receive a few of their young, hardy men as pioneers, but that, if they followed us in swarms of old and young, feeble and helpless, it would simply load us down and cripple us in our great task. I think Major Henry Hitchcock was with me on that occasion, and made a note of the conversation, and I believe that old man spread this message to the slaves, which was carried from mouth to mouth, to the very end of our journey. And that it in part saved us from the great danger we incurred of swelling our numbers so that famine would have attended our progress. It was at this very plantation that a soldier passed me with a ham on his musket, a jug of sorghum molasses under his arm, and a big piece of honey in his hand, from which he was eating, and, catching my eye, he remarked sotto voce carelessly to a comrade, "Forage liberally on the country," quoting from my general orders. On this occasion, as on many others that fell under my personal observation, I reproved the man, explained that foraging must be limited to the regular parties properly detailed, and that all provisions thus obtained must be delivered to the regular commissaries, to be fairly distributed to the men who kept their ranks. From Covington the 14th Corps, Davis's, with which I was traveling, turned to the right for Milledgeville, via Shady Dale. General Slocum was ahead at Madison, with the 20th Corps, having torn up the railroad as far as that place, and thence had sent Geary's division on to the Oconee, to burn the bridges across that stream, when this corps turned south by Eatonton. For Milledgeville, the common objective for the first stage of the march, we found abundance of corn, molasses, meal, bacon, and sweet potatoes. We also took a good many cows and oxen, and a large number of mules. In all these the country was quite rich, never before having been visited by a hostile army. The recent crop had been excellent, had been just gathered and laid by for the winter. As a rule, we destroyed none, but kept our wagons full, and fed our teams bountifully. The skill and success of the men in collecting forage was one of the features of this march. Each brigade commander had authority to detail a company of foragers, usually about 50 men, with 1 or 2 commissioned officers selected for their boldness and enterprise. This party would be dispatched before daylight with a knowledge of the intended day's march and camp, would proceed on foot 5 or 6 miles from the route traveled by their brigade, and then visit every plantation and farm within range. They would usually procure a wagon or family carriage, load it with bacon, cornmeal, turkeys, chickens, ducks, and everything that could be used as food or forage, and would then regain the main road, usually in advance of their train. When this came up, they would deliver to the brigade commissary the supplies thus gathered by the way. Often would I pass these foraging parties at the roadside, waiting for their wagons to come up, and was amused at their strange collections: mules, horses, even cattle, packed with old saddles and loaded with hams, bacon, bags of cornmeal, and poultry of every character and description. Although this foraging was attended with great danger and hard work, there seemed to be a charm about it that attracted the soldiers, and it was a privilege to be detailed on such a party. Daily they returned mounted on all sorts of beasts, which were at once taken from them and appropriated to the general use, but the next day they would start out again on foot, only to repeat the experience of the day before. No doubt, many acts of pillage, robbery, and violence were committed by these parties of foragers, usually called bummers, for I have since heard of jewelry taken from women, and the plunder of articles that never reached the commissary. But these acts were exceptional and incidental. I never heard of any cases of murder or rape, and no army could have carried along sufficient food and forage for a march of 300 miles, so that foraging in some shape was necessary. The country was sparsely settled, with no magistrates or civil authorities who could respond to requisitions, as is done in all the wars of Europe, so that this system of foraging was simply indispensable to our success. By it our men were well supplied with all the essentials of life and health, while the wagons retained enough in case of unexpected delay, and our animals were well fed. Indeed, when we reached Savannah, the trains were pronounced by experts to be the finest in flesh and appearance ever seen with any army. Habitually each corps followed some main road, and the foragers, being kept out on the exposed flank, served all the military uses of flankers. The main columns gathered, by the roads traveled, much forage and food, chiefly meat, corn, and sweet potatoes, and it was the duty of each division and brigade quartermaster to fill his wagons as fast as the contents were issued to the troops. The wagon trains had the right to the road always, but each wagon was required to keep closed up, so as to leave no gaps in the column. If for any purpose any wagon or group of wagons dropped out of place, they had to wait for the rear. And this was always dreaded, for each brigade commander wanted his train up at camp as soon after reaching it with his men as possible. I have seen much skill and industry displayed by these quartermasters on the march, in trying to load their wagons with corn and fodder by the way without losing their place in column. They would, while marching, shift the loads of wagons, so as to have 6 or 10 of them empty. Then, riding well ahead, they would secure possession of certain stacks of fodder near the road, or cribs of corn, leave some men in charge, then open fences and a road back for a couple of miles, return to their trains. Divert the empty wagons out of column, and conduct them rapidly to their forage, load up and regain their place in column without losing distance. On one occasion I remember to have seen 10 or a dozen wagons thus loaded with corn from 2 or 3 full cribs, almost without halting. These cribs were built of logs, and roofed. The train guard, by a lever, had raised the whole side of the crib a foot or 2, the wagons drove close alongside, and the men in the cribs, lying on their backs, kicked out a wagon load of corn in the time I have taken to describe it. In a well-ordered and well-disciplined army, these things might be deemed irregular, but I am convinced that the ingenuity of these younger officers accomplished many things far better than I could have ordered, and the marches were thus made. And the distances were accomplished, in the most admirable way. Habitually we started from camp at the earliest break of dawn, and usually reached camp soon after noon. The marches varied from 10 to 15 miles a day, though sometimes on extreme flanks it was necessary to make as much as 20, but the rate of travel was regulated by the wagons. And, considering the nature of the roads, 15 miles per day was deemed the limit. The pontoon trains were in like manner distributed in about equal proportions to the 4 corps, giving each a section of about 900 feet. The pontoons were of the skeleton pattern, with cotton canvas covers, each boat, with its proportion of balks and cheeses, constituting a load for one wagon. By uniting two such sections together, we could make a bridge of 1,800 feet, enough for any river we had to traverse. But habitually the leading brigade would, out of the abundant timber, improvise a bridge before the pontoon train could come up, unless in the cases of rivers of considerable magnitude, such as the Okmulgee, Oconee, Ogeechee, Savannah, etc. On the 20th of November I was still with the 14th Corps, near Eatonton Factory, waiting to hear of the 20th Corps, and on the 21st we camped near the house of a man named Mann. The next day, about 4 p.m. General Davis had halted his head of column on a wooded ridge, overlooking an extensive slope of cultivated country, about 10 miles short of Milledgeville, and was deploying his troops for camp when I got up. There was a high, raw wind blowing, and I asked him why he had chosen so cold and bleak a position. He explained that he had accomplished his full distance for the day, and had there an abundance of wood and water. He explained further that his advance guard was a mile or so ahead, so I rode on, asking him to let his rear division, as it came up, move some distance ahead into the depression or valley beyond. Riding on some distance to the border of a plantation, I turned out of the main road into a cluster of wild plum bushes, that broke the force of the cold November wind, dismounted, and instructed the staff to pick out the place for our camp. The afternoon was unusually raw and cold. My orderly was at hand with his invariable saddlebags, which contained a change of underclothing, my maps, a flask of whiskey, and bunch of cigars. Taking a drink and lighting a cigar, I walked to a row of Negro huts close by, entered one and found a soldier or two warming themselves by a wood fire. I took their place by the fire, intending to wait there till our wagons had got up, and a camp made for the night. I was talking to the old Negro woman, when someone came and explained to me that, if I would come farther down the road, I could find a better place. So I started on foot, and found on the main road a good double-hewed log house, in one room of which Colonel Poe, Dr. Moore, and others, had started a fire. I sent back orders to the plum bushes, to bring our horses and saddles up to this house, and an orderly to conduct our headquarter wagons to the same place. In looking around the room, I saw a small box, like a candle box, marked, Howell Cobb, and, on inquiring of a Negro, found that we were at the plantation of General Howell Cobb, of Georgia, one of the leading rebels of the South. Then a general in the Southern Army, and who had been Secretary of the United States Treasury in Mr. Buchanan's time. Of course, we confiscated his property, and found it rich in corn, beans, peanuts, and sorghum molasses. Extensive fields were all round the house. I sent word back to General David to explain whose plantation it was, and instructed him to spare nothing. That night huge bonfires consumed the fence rails, kept our soldiers warm, and the teamsters and men, as well as the slaves, carried off an immense quantity of corn and provisions of all sorts. In due season the headquarter wagons came up, and we got supper. After supper I sat on a chair astride, with my back to a good fire, musing, and became conscious that an old Negro, with a tallow candle in his hand, was scanning my face closely. I inquired, "What do you want, old man?" He answered, "Dey say you is Massa Sherman." I answered that such was the case, and inquired what he wanted. He only wanted to look at me, and kept muttering, "Dis nigger can't sleep dis night." I asked him why he trembled so, and he said that he wanted to be sure that we were in fact Yankees, for on a former occasion some rebel cavalry had put on light blue overcoats, personating Yankee troops. And many of the Negroes were deceived thereby. Himself among the number had shown them sympathy, and had in consequence been unmercifully beaten therefore. This time he wanted to be certain before committing himself, so I told him to go out on the porch, from which he could see the whole horizon lit up with campfires, and he could then judge whether he had ever seen anything like it before. The old man became convinced that the Yankees had come at last, about whom he had been dreaming all his life, and some of the staff officers gave him a strong drink of whiskey, which set his tongue going. Lieutenant Spelling, who commanded my escort, was a Georgian, and recognized in this old Negro a favorite slave of his uncle, who resided about 6 miles off, but the old slave did not at first recognize his young master in our uniform. One of my staff officers asked him what had become of his young master, George. He did not know, only that he had gone off to the war, and he supposed him killed, as a matter of course. His attention was then drawn to Spelling's face, when he fell on his knees and thanked God that he had found his young master alive and along with the Yankees. Spelling inquired all about his uncle and the family, asked my permission to go and pay his uncle a visit, which I granted, of course, and the next morning he described to me his visit. The uncle was not cordial, by any means, to find his nephew in the ranks of the host that was desolating the land, and Spelling came back, having exchanged his tired horse for a fresher one out of his uncle's stables, explaining that surely some of the bummers would have got the horse had he not. The next morning, November 23d, we rode into Milledgeville, the capital of the state, whither the 20th Corps had preceded us, and during that day the left wing was all united, in and around Milledgeville. From the inhabitants we learned that some of Kilpatrick's cavalry had preceded us by a couple of days, and that all of the right wing was at and near Gordon, 12 miles off, viz. the place where the branch railroad came to Milledgeville from the Mason and Savannah Road. The first stage of the journey was, therefore, complete and absolutely successful. General Howard soon reported by letter the operations of his right wing, which, on leaving Atlanta, had substantially followed the two roads toward Mason, by Jonesboro and McDonough, and reached the Okmulgee at Planter's Factory, which they crossed, by the aid of the pontoon train, during the 18th and 19th of November. Thence, with the 17th Corps, General Blair's, he, General Howard, had marched via Monticello toward Gordon, having dispatched Kilpatrick's cavalry, supported by the 15th Corps, Osterhaus's, to feign on Mason. Kilpatrick met the enemy's cavalry about 4 miles out of Mason, and drove them rapidly back into the bridge defenses held by infantry. Kilpatrick charged these, got inside the parapet, but could not hold it, and retired to his infantry supports, near Griswold Station. The 15th Corps tore up the railroad track eastward from Griswold, leaving Charles R. Wood's division behind as a rearguard, one brigade of which was entrenched across the road, with some of Kilpatrick's cavalry on the flanks. On the 22d of November General G. W. Smith, with a division of troops, came out of Mason, attacked this brigade, Walcutt's, in position, and was handsomely repulsed and driven back into Mason. This brigade was in part armed with Spencer repeating rifles, and its fire was so rapid that General Smith insists to this day that he encountered a whole division, but he is mistaken. He was beaten by one brigade, Walcutt's, and made no further effort to molest our operations from that direction. General Walcutt was wounded in the leg, and had to ride the rest of the distance to Savannah in a carriage. Therefore, by the 23d, I was in Milledgeville with the left wing, and was in full communication with the right wing at Gordon. The people of Milledgeville remained at home, except the governor, Brown, the state officers, and legislature, who had ignominiously fled, in the utmost disorder and confusion, standing not on the order of their going, but going at once, some by rail, some by carriages, and many on foot. Some of the citizens who remained behind described this flight of the brave and patriotic Governor Brown. He had occupied a public building known as the Governor's Mansion, and had hastily stripped it of carpets, curtains, and furniture of all sorts, which were removed to a train of freight cars, which carried away these things, even the cabbages and vegetables, from his kitchen and cellar, leaving behind muskets, ammunition, and the public archives. On arrival at Milledgeville I occupied the same public mansion, and was soon overwhelmed with appeals for protection. General Slocum had previously arrived with the 20th Corps, had taken up his quarters at the Milledgeville Hotel, established a good provost guard, and excellent order was maintained. The most frantic appeals had been made by the governor and legislature for help from every quarter, and the people of the state had been called out en masse to resist and destroy the invaders of their homes and firesides. Even the prisoners and convicts of the penitentiary were released on condition of serving as soldiers, and the cadets were taken from their military college for the same purpose. These constituted a small battalion, under General Harry Wayne, a former officer of the United States Army, and son of the then Justice Wayne of the Supreme Court. But these hastily retreated east across the Oconee River, leaving us a good bridge, which we promptly secured. At Milledgeville we found newspapers from all the South, and learned the consternation which had filled the Southern mind at our temerity. many charging that we were actually fleeing for our lives and seeking safety at the hands of our fleet on the seacoast. All demanded that we should be assailed, front, flank, and rear. That provisions should be destroyed in advance, so that we would starve, that bridges should be burned, roads obstructed, and no mercy shown us. Judging from the tone of the Southern press of that day, the outside world must have supposed us ruined and lost. I give a few of these appeals as samples, which today must sound strange to the parties who made them. Corinth, Mississippi, November 18, 1884. To the people of Georgia. Arise for the defense of your native soil. Rally around your patriotic governor and gallant soldiers. Obstruct and destroy all the roads in Sherman's front, flank, and rear, and his army will soon starve in your midst. Be confident. Be resolute. Trust in an overruling providence, and success will soon crown your efforts. I hasten to join you in the defense of your homes and firesides. G. T. Beauregard. Richmond, November 18, 1884. To the people of Georgia. You have now the best opportunity ever yet presented to destroy the enemy. Put everything at the disposal of our generals, remove all provisions from the path of the invader, and put all obstructions in his path. Every citizen with his gun, and every Negro with his spade and axe, can do the work of a soldier. You can destroy the enemy by retarding his march. Georgians, be firm. Act promptly, and fear not. B. H. Hill, Senator. I most cordially approve the above. James A. Seddon, Secretary of War. Richmond, November 19, 1864. To the people of Georgia. We have had a special conference with President Davis and the Secretary of War, and are able to assure you that they have done and are still doing all that can be done to meet the emergency that presses upon you. Let every man fly to arms. Remove your Negroes, horses, cattle, and provisions from Sherman's army, and burn what you cannot carry. Burn all bridges, and block up the roads in his route. Assail the invader in front, flank, and rear, by night and by day. Let him have no rest. Julian Hartridge. Mark Blandford. J. H. Eccles. Geo. N. Lester. John T. Shoemaker. J. S. M. Smith. Members of Congress. Of course, we were rather amused than alarmed at these threats, and made light of the feeble opposition offered to our progress. Some of the officers, in the spirit of mischief, gathered together in the vacant Hall of Representatives, elected a speaker, and constituted themselves the legislature of the state of Georgia. A proposition was made to repeal the ordinance of secession, which was well debated, and resulted in its repeal by a fair vote. I was not present at these frolics, but heard of them at the time, and enjoyed the joke. Meantime orders were made for the total destruction of the arsenal and its contents, and of such public buildings as could be easily converted to hostile uses. But little or no damage was done to private property, and General Slocum, with my approval, spared several mills, and many thousands of bales of cotton, taking what he knew to be worthless bonds. That the cotton should not be used for the Confederacy. Meantime the right wing continued its movement along the railroad toward Savannah, tearing up the track and destroying its iron. At the Oconee was met a feeble resistance from Harry Wayne's troops, but soon the pontoon bridge was laid, and that wing crossed over. Gilpatrick's cavalry was brought into Milledgeville, and crossed the Oconee by the bridge near the town. And on the 23d I made the general orders for the next stage of the march as far as Millen. These were, substantially, for the right wing to follow the Savannah Railroad, by roads on its south. The left wing was to move to Sandersville, by Davisboro, and Louisville, while the cavalry was ordered by a circuit to the north, and to march rapidly for Millen, to rescue our prisoners of war confined there. The distance was about 100 miles. General Wheeler, with his division of rebel cavalry, had succeeded in getting ahead of us between Milledgeville and Augusta, and General P.J. Hardee had been dispatched by General Beauregard from Hood's army to oppose our progress directly in front. He had, however, brought with him no troops, but relied on his influence with the Georgians, of whose state he was a native, to arouse the people, and with them to annihilate Sherman's army. On the 24th we renewed the march, and I accompanied the 20th Corps, which took the direct road to Sandersville, which we reached simultaneously with the 14th Corps, on the 26th. A brigade of rebel cavalry was deployed before the town, and was driven in and through it by our skirmish line. I myself saw the rebel cavalry apply fire to stacks of fodder standing in the fields at Sandersville, and gave orders to burn some unoccupied dwellings close by. On entering the town, I told certain citizens, who would be sure to spread the report, that, if the enemy attempted to carry out their threat to burn their food, corn, and fodder, in our route, I would most undoubtedly execute to the letter the general orders of devastation made at the outset of the campaign. With this exception, and one or two minor cases near Savannah, the people did not destroy food, for they saw clearly that it would be ruin to themselves. At Sandersville I halted the left wing until I heard that the right wing was abreast of us on the railroad. During the evening a Negro was brought to me, who had that day been to the station, Tennille, about 6 miles south of the town. I inquired of him if there were any Yankees there, and he answered, yes. He described in his own way what he had seen. First, there come along some cavalrymen, and they burned the depot. Then come along some infantrymen, and they tore up the track, and burned it, and just before he left they had sought fire to the well. The next morning, viz. the 27th, I rode down to the station, and found General Corse's division, of the 15th Corps, engaged in destroying the railroad, and saw the well which my Negro informant had seen burnt. It was a square pit about 25 feet deep, boarded up, with wooden steps leading to the bottom, wherein was a fine copper pump, to lift the water to a tank above. The soldiers had broken up the pump, heaved in the steps and lining, and set fire to the mass of lumber in the bottom of the well, which corroborated the Negro's description. From this point Blair's Corps, the 17th, took up the work of destroying the railroad, the 15th Corps following another road leading eastward, farther to the south of the railroad. While the left wing was marching toward Louisville, north of the railroad, General Kilpatrick had, with his cavalry division, moved rapidly toward Waynesboro, on the branch railroad leading from Millen to Augusta. He found Wheeler's division of rebel cavalry there, and had considerable skirmishing with it, but, learning that our prisoners had been removed 2 days before from Millen, he returned to Louisville on the 29th, where he found the left wing. Here he remained a couple of days to rest his horses, and, receiving orders from me to engage Wheeler and give him all the fighting he wanted, he procured from General Slocum the assistance of the infantry division of General Baird, and moved back for Waynesboro on the 2d of December, the remainder of the left wing continuing its march on toward Miller's. Near Waynesboro, Wheeler was again encountered, and driven through the town and beyond Briar Creek, toward Augusta, thus keeping up the delusion that the main army was moving toward Augusta. General Kilpatrick's fighting and movements about Waynesboro and Briar Creek were spirited, and produced a good effect by relieving the infantry column and the wagon trains of all molestation during their march on Millen. Having thus covered that flank, he turned south and followed the movement of the 14th Corps to Buckhead Church, north of Millen and near it. On the 3d of December I entered Millen with the 17th Corps, General Frank P. Blair, and there paused one day, to communicate with all parts of the army. General Howard was south of the Ogeechee River, with the 15th Corps, opposite Scarborough. General Slocum was at Buckhead Church, 4 miles north of Millen, with the 20th Corps. The 14th, General Davis, was at Lumpkin Station, on the Augusta Road, about 10 miles north of Millen, and the cavalry division was within easy support of this wing. Thus the whole army was in good position and in good condition. We had largely subsisted on the country, our wagons were full of forage and provisions, but, as we approached the sea-coast, the country became more sandy and barren, and food became more scarce. Still, with little or no loss, we had traveled 2/3 of our distance, and I concluded to push on for Savannah. At Millen I learned that General Bragg was in Augusta, and that General Wade Hampton had been ordered there from Richmond, to organize a large cavalry force with which to resist our progress. General Hardee was ahead, between us and Savannah, with McLaws' division, and other irregular troops, that could not, I felt assured, exceed 10,000 men. I caused the fine depot at Millen to be destroyed, and other damage done, and then resumed the march directly on Savannah, by the 4 main roads. The 17th Corps, General Blair, followed substantially the railroad, and, along with it, on the 5th of December, I reached Ogeechee Church, about 50 miles from Savannah, and found there fresh earthworks, which had been thrown up by McLaws' division. But he must have seen that both his flanks were being turned, and prudently retreated to Savannah without a fight. All the columns then pursued leisurely their march toward Savannah, corn and forage becoming more and more scarce, but rice fields beginning to occur along the Savannah and Ogeechee rivers, which proved a good substitute, both as food and forage. The weather was fine, the roads good, and everything seemed to favor us. Never do I recall a more agreeable sensation than the sight of our camps by night, lit up by the fires of fragrant pine knots. The trains were all in good order, and the men seemed to march their 15 miles a day as though it were nothing. No enemy opposed us, and we could only occasionally hear the faint reverberation of a gun to our left rear, where we knew that General Kilpatrick was skirmishing with Wheeler's cavalry, which persistently followed him. But the infantry columns had met with no opposition whatsoever. McLaws' division was falling back before us, and we occasionally picked up a few of his men as prisoners, who insisted that we would meet with strong opposition at Savannah. On the 8th, as I rode along, I found the column turned out of the main road, marching through the fields. Close by, in the corner of a fence, was a group of men standing around a handsome young officer, whose foot had been blown to pieces by a torpedo planted in the road. He was waiting for a surgeon to amputate his leg, and told me that he was riding along with the rest of his brigade staff of the 17th Corps, when a torpedo trodden on by his horse had exploded, killing the horse and literally blowing off all the flesh from one of his legs. I saw the terrible wound, and made full inquiry into the facts. There had been no resistance at that point, nothing to give warning of danger, and the rebels had planted 8-inch shells in the road, with friction matches to explode them by being trodden on. This was not war, but murder, and it made me very angry. I immediately ordered a lot of rebel prisoners to be brought from the provost guard, armed with picks and spades, and made them march in close order along the road, so as to explode their own torpedoes, or to discover and dig them up. They begged hard, but I reiterated the order, and could hardly help laughing at their stepping so gingerly along the road, where it was supposed sunken torpedoes might explode at each step. But they found no other torpedoes till near Fort McAllister. That night we reached Pooler's Station, 8 miles from Savannah, and during the next 2 days, December 9th and 10th, the several corps reached the defenses of Savannah, the 14th Corps on the left, touching the river. The 20th Corps next, then the 17th, and the 15th on the extreme right, thus completely investing the city. Wishing to reconnoiter the place in person, I rode forward by the Louisville Road, into a dense wood of oak, pine, and cypress, left the horses, and walked down to the railroad track, at a place where there was a side track, and a cut about 4 feet deep. From that point the railroad was straight, leading into Savannah, and about 800 yards off were a rebel parapet and battery. I could see the cannoneers preparing to fire, and cautioned the officers near me to scatter, as we would likely attract a shot. Very soon I saw the white puff of smoke, and, watching close, caught sight of the ball as it rose in its flight, and, finding it coming pretty straight, I stepped a short distance to one side, but noticed a Negro very near me in the act of crossing the track at right angles. Someone called to him to look out. But, before the poor fellow understood his danger, the ball, a 32-pound round shot, struck the ground, and rose in its first ricochet, caught the Negro under the right jaw, and literally carried away his head, scattering blood and brains about. A soldier close by spread an overcoat over the body, and we all concluded to get out of that railroad cut. Meantime, General Mower's division of the 17th Corps had crossed the canal to the right of the Louisville Road, and had found the line of parapet continuous. So at Savannah we had again run up against the old familiar parapet, with its deep ditches, canals, and bayous, full of water, and it looked as though another siege was inevitable. I accordingly made a camp or bivouac near the Louisville Road, about 5 miles from Savannah, and proceeded to invest the place closely, pushing forward reconnaissances at every available point. As soon as it was demonstrated that Savannah was well fortified, with a good garrison, commanded by General William J. Hardee, a competent soldier, I saw that the first step was to open communication with our fleet, supposed to be waiting for us with supplies and clothing in Ossabaw Sound. General Howard had, some nights previously, sent one of his best scouts, Captain Duncan, with 2 men, in a canoe, to drift past Fort McAllister, and to convey to the fleet a knowledge of our approach. General Kilpatrick's cavalry had also been transferred to the south bank of the Ogeechee, with orders to open communication with the fleet. Leaving orders with General Slocum to press the siege, I instructed General Howard to send a division with all his engineers to Grog's Bridge, 14.5 miles southwest from Savannah, to rebuild it. On the evening of the 12th I rode over myself, and spent the night at Mr. King's house, where I found General Howard, with General Hazen's division of the 15th Corps. His engineers were hard at work on the bridge, which they finished that night, and at sunrise Hazen's division passed over. I gave General Hazen, in person, his orders to march rapidly down the right bank of the Ogeechee, and without hesitation to assault and carry Fort McAllister by storm. I knew it to be strong in heavy artillery, as against an approach from the sea, but believed it open and weak to the rear. I explained to General Hazen, fully, that on his action depended the safety of the whole army, and the success of the campaign. Kilpatrick had already felt the fort, and had gone farther down the coast to Kilkenny Bluff, or St. Catherine Sound, where, on the same day, he had communication with a vessel belonging to the blockading fleet. But, at the time, I was not aware of this fact, and trusted entirely to General Hazen and his division of infantry, the 2nd of the 15th Corps, the same old division which I had commanded at Shiloh and Vicksburg, in which I felt a special pride and confidence. Having seen General Hazen fairly off, accompanied by General Howard, I rode with my staff down the left bank of the Ogeechee, 10 miles to the rice plantation of a Mr. Chivia, where General Howard had established a signal station to overlook the lower river, and to watch for any vessel of the blockading squadron, which the Negroes reported to be expecting us, because they nightly sent up rockets, and daily dispatched a steamboat up the Ogeechee as near to Fort McAllister as it was safe. On reaching the rice mill at Chivia's, I found a guard and a couple of 20-pound Parrott gun, of de Grace's battery, which fired an occasional shot toward Fort McAllister, plainly seen over the salt marsh, about 3 miles distant. Fort McAllister had the rebel flag flying, and occasionally sent a heavy shot back across the marsh to where we were, but otherwise everything about the place looked as peaceable and quiet as on the Sabbath. The signal officer had built a platform on the ridge-pole of the rice mill. Leaving our horses behind the stacks of rice straw, we all got on the roof of a shed attached to the mill, wherefrom I could communicate with the signal officer above, and at the same time look out toward Ossabaw Sound, and across the Ogeechee River at Fort McAllister. About 2 p.m. we observed signs of commotion in the fort, and noticed 1 or 2 guns fired inland, and some musket skirmishing in the woods close by. This betokened the approach of Hazen's division, which had been anxiously expected, and soon thereafter the signal officer discovered about 3 miles above the fort a signal flag, with which he conversed, and found it to belong to General Hazen, who was preparing to assault the fort, and wanted to know if I were there. On being assured of this fact, and that I expected the fort to be carried before night, I received by signal the assurance of General Hazen that he was making his preparations, and would soon attempt the assault. The sun was rapidly declining, and I was dreadfully impatient. At that very moment someone discovered a faint cloud of smoke, and an object gliding, as it were, along the horizon above the tops of the sedge toward the sea, which little by little grew till it was pronounced to be the smokestack of a steamer coming up the river. It must be one of our squadron. Soon the flag of the United States was plainly visible, and our attention was divided between this approaching steamer and the expected assault. When the sun was about an hour high, another signal message came from General Hazen that he was all ready, and I replied to go ahead, as a friendly steamer was approaching from below. Soon we made out a group of officers on the deck of this vessel, signaling with a flag, "Who are you?" The answer went back promptly, "General Sherman." Then followed the question, "Is Fort McAllister taken?" "Not yet, but it will be in a minute." Almost at that instant of time, we saw Hazen's troops come out of the dark fringe of woods that encompassed the fort, the lines dressed as on parade, with colors flying, and moving forward with a quick, steady pace. Fort McAllister was then all alive, its big guns belching forth dense clouds of smoke, which soon enveloped our assaulting lines. One color went down, but was up in a moment. On the lines advanced, faintly seen in the white, sulphurous smoke. There was a pause, a cessation of fire, the smoke cleared away, and the parapets were blue with our men, who fired their muskets in the air, and shouted so that we actually heard them, or felt that we did. Fort McAllister was taken, and the good news was instantly sent by the signal officer to our Navy friends on the approaching gunboat, for a point of timber had shut out Fort McAllister from their view, and they had not seen the action at all, but must have heard the cannonading. During the progress of the assault, our little group on Cheeves's mill hardly breathed. But no sooner did we see our flags on the parapet than I exclaimed, in the language of the poor Negro at Cobb's plantation, "This nigger will have no sleep this night." I was resolved to communicate with our fleet that night, which happened to be a beautiful moonlight one. At the wharf belonging to Cheeves's mill was a small skiff, that had been used by our men in fishing or in gathering oysters. I was there in a minute, called for a volunteer crew, when several young officers, Nichols and Merritt among the number, said they were good oarsmen, and volunteered to pull the boat down to Fort McAllister. General Howard asked to accompany me. So we took seats in the stern of the boat, and our crew of officers pulled out with a will. The tide was setting in strong, and they had a hard pull, for, though the distance was but 3 miles in an air line, the river was so crooked that the actual distance was fully 6 miles. On the way down we passed the wreck of a steamer which had been sunk some years before, during a naval attack on Fort McAllister. Night had fairly set in when we discovered a soldier on the beach. I hailed him, and inquired if he knew where General Hazen was. He answered that the general was at the house of the overseer of the plantation, McAllister's, and that he could guide me to it. We accordingly landed, tied our boat to a drift log, and followed our guide through bushes to a frame house, standing in a grove of live oaks, near a row of Negro quarters. General Hazen was there with his staff, in the act of getting supper. He invited us to join them, which we accepted promptly, for we were really very hungry. Of course, I congratulated Hazen most heartily on his brilliant success, and praised its execution very highly, as it deserved, and he explained to me more in detail the exact results. The fort was an enclosed work, and its land front was in the nature of a bastion and curtains, with good parapet, ditch, fraise, and chevaux de frise, made out of the large branches of live oaks. Luckily, the rebels had left the larger and unwieldy trunks on the ground, which served as a good cover for the skirmish line, which crept behind these logs, and from them kept the artillerists from loading and firing their guns accurately. The assault had been made by 3 parties in line, one from below, one from above the fort, and the third directly in rear, along the Capitol. All were simultaneous, and had to pass a good abatis and line of torpedoes, which actually killed more of the assailants than the heavy guns of the fort, which generally overshot the mark. Hazen's entire loss was reported, killed and wounded, 92. Each party reached the parapet about the same time, and the garrison inside, of about 250 men, about 50 of them killed or wounded, were in his power. The commanding officer, Major Anderson, was at that moment a prisoner, and General Hazen invited him in to take supper with us, which he did. Up to this time General Hazen did not know that a gunboat was in the river below the fort. For it was shut off from sight by a point of timber, and I was determined to board her that night, at whatever risk or cost, as I wanted some news of what was going on in the outer world. Accordingly, after supper, we all walked down to the fort, nearly a mile from the house where we had been, entered Fort McAllister, held by a regiment of Hazen's troops, and the sentinel cautioned us to be very careful, as the ground outside the fort was full of torpedoes. Indeed, while we were there, a torpedo exploded, tearing to pieces a poor fellow who was hunting for a dead comrade. Inside the fort lay the dead as they had fallen, and they could hardly be distinguished from their living comrades, sleeping soundly side by side in the pale moonlight. In the river, close by the fort, was a good yawl tied to a stake, but the tide was high, and it required some time to get it in to the bank. The commanding officer, whose name I cannot recall, manned the boat with a good crew of his men, and, with General Howard, I entered, and pulled downstream, regardless of the warnings all about the torpedoes. The night was unusually bright, and we expected to find the gunboat within a mile or so, but, after pulling down the river fully 3 miles, and not seeing the gunboat, I began to think she had turned and gone back to the Sound. But we kept on, following the bends of the river, and about 6 miles below McAllister we saw her light, and soon were hailed by the vessel at anchor. Pulling alongside, we announced ourselves, and were received with great warmth and enthusiasm on deck by half a dozen naval officers, among them Captain Williamson, United States Navy. She proved to be the Dandelion, a tender of the regular gunboat flag, posted at the mouth of the Ogeechee. All sorts of questions were made and answered, and we learned that Captain Duncan had safely reached the squadron, had communicated the good news of our approach, and they had been expecting us for some days. They explained that Admiral Dahlgren commanded the South Atlantic Squadron, which was then engaged in blockading the coast from Charleston south, and was on his flagship, the Harvest Moon, lying in Wassaw Sound, that General J.G. Foster was in command of the Department of the South, with his headquarters at Hilton Head, and that several ships loaded with stores for the Army were lying in Tybee Roads and in Port Royal Sound. From these officers I also learned that General Grant was still besieging Petersburg and Richmond, and that matters and things generally remained pretty much the same as when we had left Atlanta. All thoughts seemed to have been turned to us in Georgia, cut off from all communication with our friends, and the rebel papers had reported us to be harassed, defeated, starving, and fleeing for safety to the coast. I then asked for pen and paper, and wrote several hasty notes to General Foster, Admiral Dahlgren, General Grant, and the Secretary of War, giving in general terms the actual state of affairs, the fact of the capture of Fort McAllister, and of my desire that means should be taken to establish a line of supply from the vessels in port up the Ogeechee to the rear of the Army. As a sample, I give one of these notes, addressed to the Secretary of War, intended for publication to relieve the anxiety of our friends at the North generally. On board Dandelion, Ossabaw Sound, December 13, 1864 to -11:50 p.m. To Honorable E. M. Stanton, Secretary of War, Washington, D.C. Today, at 6 p.m., General Hazen's division of the 15th Corps carried Fort McAllister by assault, capturing its entire garrison and stores. This opened to us Ossabaw Sound, and I pushed down to this gunboat to communicate with the fleet. Before opening communication we had completely destroyed all the railroads leading into Savannah, and invested the city. The left of the Army is on the Savannah River 3 miles above the city, and the right on the Ogeechee, at King's Bridge. The Army is in splendid order, and equal to anything. The weather has been fine, and supplies were abundant. Our march was most agreeable, and we were not at all molested by guerrillas. We reached Savannah 3 days ago, but, owing to Fort McAllister, could not communicate, but, now that we have McAllister, we can go ahead. We have already captured 2 boats on the Savannah River and prevented their gunboats from coming down. I estimate the population of Savannah at 25,000, and the garrison at 15,000. General Hardee commands. We have not lost a wagon on the trip, but have gathered a large supply of Negroes, mules, horses, etc., and our teams are in far better condition than when we started. My first duty will be to clear the Army of surplus Negroes, mules, and horses. We have utterly destroyed over 200 miles of rails, and consumed stores and provisions that were essential to Lee's and Hood's armies. The quick work made with McAllister, the opening of communication with our fleet, and our consequent independence as to supplies, dissipate all their boasted threats to head us off and starve the Army. I regard Savannah as already gained. Yours truly, W. T. Sherman, Major General. By this time the night was well advanced, and the tide was running ebb strong, so I asked Captain Williamson to tow us up as near Fort McAllister as he would venture for the torpedoes, of which the Navy officers had a wholesome dread. The Dandelion steamed up some 3 or 4 miles, till the lights of Fort McAllister could be seen, when she anchored, and we pulled to the fort in our own boat. General Howard and I then walked up to the McAllister house, where we found General Hazen and his officers asleep on the floor of one of the rooms. Lying down on the floor, I was soon fast asleep, but shortly became conscious that someone in the room was inquiring for me among the sleepers. Calling out, I was told that an officer of General Foster's staff had just arrived from a steamboat anchored below McAllister. That the general was extremely anxious to see me on important business, but that he was lame from an old Mexican war wound, and could not possibly come to me. I was extremely weary from the incessant labor of the day and night before, but got up, and again walked down the sandy road to McAllister, where I found a boat awaiting us, which carried us some 3 miles down the river, to the steamer W. Coit, I think, on board of which we found General Foster. He had just come from Port Royal, expecting to find Admiral Dahlgren in Ossabaw Sound, and, hearing of the capture of Fort McAllister, he had come up to see me. He described fully the condition of affairs with his own command in South Carolina. He had made several serious efforts to effect a lodgment on the railroad which connects Savannah with Charleston near Pocataligo, but had not succeeded in reaching the railroad itself, though he had a full division of troops, strongly entrenched near Broad River, within cannon range of the railroad. He explained, moreover, that there were at Port Royal abundant supplies of bread and provisions, as well as of clothing, designed for our use. We still had in our wagons and in camp abundance of meat, but we needed bread, sugar, and coffee, and it was all important that a route of supply should at once be opened, for which purpose the assistance of the Navy were indispensable. We accordingly steamed down the Ogeechee River to Ossabaw Sound, in hopes to meet Admiral Dahlgren, but he was not there, and we continued on by the inland channel to Warsaw Sound, where we found the Harvest Moon, and Admiral Dahlgren. I was not personally acquainted with him at the time, but he was so extremely kind and courteous that I was at once attracted to him. There was nothing in his power, he said, which he would not do to assist us, to make our campaign absolutely successful. He undertook at once to find vessels of light draft to carry our supplies from Port Royal to Cheeves's Mill, or to Grog's Bridge above, whence they could be hauled by wagons to our several camps. He offered to return with me to Fort McAllister, to superintend the removal of the torpedoes, and to relieve me of all the details of this most difficult work. General Foster then concluded to go on to Port Royal, to send back to us 600,000 rations, and all the rifled guns of heavy caliber, and ammunition on hand, with which I thought we could reach the city of Savannah from the positions already secured. Admiral Dahlgren then returned with me in the Harvest Moon to Fort McAllister. This consumed all of the 14th of December. And by the 15th I had again reached Cheeves's Mill, where my horse awaited me, and rode on to General Howard's headquarters at Anderson's Plantation, on the Plank Road, about 8 miles back of Savannah. I reached this place about noon, and immediately sent orders to my own headquarters, on the Louisville Road, to have them brought over to the Plank Road, as a place more central and convenient. Gave written notice to General Slocum and Howard of all the steps taken, and ordered them to get ready to receive the siege guns, to put them in position to bombard Savannah, and to prepare for the general assault. The country back of Savannah is very low, and intersected with innumerable saltwater creeks, swamps, and rice fields. Fortunately the weather was good and the roads were passable, but, should the winter rains set in, I knew that we would be much embarrassed. Therefore, heavy details of men were at once put to work to prepare a wharf and depot at Grog's Bridge, and the roads leading thereto were corduroyed in advance. The Ogeechee Canal was also cleared out for use. And boats, such as were common on the river plantations, were collected, in which to float stores from our proposed base on the Ogeechee to the points most convenient to the several camps. Slocum's wing extended from the Savannah River to the canal, and Howard's wing from the canal to the extreme right, along down the Little Ogeechee. The enemy occupied not only the city itself, with its long line of outer works, but the many forts which had been built to guard the approaches from the sea, such as at Beaulieu, Rosedew, White Bluff, Bonaventura, Thunderbolt, Canson's Bluff, Forts Tatnall, Boggs, etc. etc. I knew that General Hardee could not have a garrison strong enough for all these purposes, and I was therefore anxious to break his lines before he could receive reinforcements from Virginia or Augusta. General Slocum had already captured a couple of steamboats trying to pass down the Savannah River from Augusta, and had established some of his men on Argyle and Hutchinson Islands above the city, and wanted to transfer a whole corps to the South Carolina bank. But, as the enemy had ironclad gunboats in the river, I did not deem it prudent, because the same result could be better accomplished from General Foster's position at Broad River. Fort McAllister was captured as described, late in the evening of December 13th, and by the 16th many steamboats had passed up as high as King's Bridge. Among them one which General Grant had dispatched with the mails for the army, which had accumulated since our departure from Atlanta, under charge of Colonel A. H. Markland. These mails were most welcome to all the officers and soldiers of the army, which had been cut off from friends and the world for 2 months, and this prompt receipt of letters from home had an excellent effect, making us feel that home was near. By this vessel also came Lieutenant Dune, aide-de-camp, with the following letter of December 3d, from General Grant, and on the next day Colonel Babcock, United States Engineers, arrived with the letter of December 6th. Both of which are in General Grant's own handwriting, and are given entire. Headquarters Armies of the United States. City Point, Virginia, December 3, 1864. Major General W. T. Sherman, commanding armies near Savannah, Georgia. General, the little information gleaned from the Southern press, indicating no great obstacle to your progress, I have directed your mails, which had been previously collected in Baltimore by Colonel Markland, Special Agent of the Post Office Department, to be sent as far as the blockading squadron off Savannah, to be forwarded to you as soon as heard from on the coast. Not liking to rejoice before the victory is assured, I abstain from congratulating you and those under your command, until bottom has been struck. I have never had a fear, however, for the result. Since you left Atlanta, no very great progress has been made here. The enemy has been closely watched, though, and prevented from detaching against you. I think not one man has gone from here, except some 12 or 1500 dismounted cavalry. Bragg has gone from Wilmington. I am trying to take advantage of his absence to get possession of that place, owing to some preparations Admiral Porter and General Butler are making to blow up Fort Fisher, which, while hoping for the best, I do not believe a particle in. There is a delay in getting this expedition off. I hope they will be ready to start by the 7th, and that Bragg will not have started back by that time. In this letter I do not intend to give you anything like directions for future action, but will state a general idea I have, and will get your views after you have established yourself on the seacoast. With your veteran army I hope to get control of the only 2 through routes from east to west possessed by the enemy before the fall of Atlanta. The condition will be filled by holding Savannah and Augusta, or by holding any other port to the east of Savannah and Branchville. If Wilmington falls, a force from there can cooperate with you. Thomas has got back into the defenses of Nashville, with Hood close upon him. Decatur has been abandoned, and so have all the roads, except the main one leading to Chattanooga. Part of this falling back was undoubtedly necessary, and all of it may have been. It did not look so, however, to me. In my opinion, Thomas far outnumbers Hood in infantry. In cavalry Hood has the advantage in morale and numbers. I hope yet that Hood will be badly crippled, if not destroyed. The general news you will learn from the papers better than I can give it. After all becomes quiet, and roads become so bad up here that there is likely to be a week or 2 when nothing can be done, I will run down the coast to see you. If you desire it, I will ask Mrs. Sherman to go with me. Yours truly, U.S. Grant, Lieutenant General. Headquarters of the Armies of the United States. City Point, Virginia, December 6, 1864. Major General W. T. Sherman, Commanding Military Division of the Mississippi. General, on reflection since sending my letter by the hands of Lieutenant Dunn, I have concluded that the most important operation toward closing out the rebellion will be to close out Lee and his army. You have now destroyed the roads of the South so that it will probably take them 3 months without interruption to re-establish a through line from east to west. In that time I think the job here will be effectually completed. My idea now is that you establish a base on the seacoast, fortify, and leave in it all your artillery and cavalry, and enough infantry to protect them, and at the same time so threaten the interior that the militia of the South will have to be kept at home. With the balance of your command come here by water with all dispatch. Select yourself the officer to leave in command, but you I want in person. Unless you see objections to this plan, which I cannot see. Use every vessel going to you for purposes of transportation. Hood has Thomas close in Nashville. I have said all I can to force him to attack, without giving the positive order until today. Today, however, I could stand it no longer, and gave the order without any reserve. I think the battle will take place tomorrow. The result will probably be known in New York before Colonel Babcock, the bearer of this, will leave it. Colonel Babcock will give you full information of all operations now in progress. Very respectfully, your obedient servant, U.S. Grant, Lieutenant General. The contents of these letters gave me great uneasiness, for I had set my heart on the capture of Savannah, which I believed to be practicable, and to be near. For me to embark for Virginia by sea was so complete a change from what I had supposed would be the course of events that I was very much concerned. I supposed, as a matter of course, that a fleet of vessels would soon pour in, ready to convey the army to Virginia, and as General Grant's orders contemplated my leaving the cavalry, trains, and artillery behind, I judged Fort McAllister to be the best place for the purpose, and sent my chief engineer, Colonel Poe, to that fort, to reconnoiter the ground, and to prepare it so as to make a fortified camp large enough to accommodate the vast herd of mules and horses that would thus be left behind. And as some time might be required to collect the necessary shipping, which I estimated at little less than 100 steamers and sailing vessels, I determined to push operations in hopes to secure the city of Savannah before the necessary fleet could be available. All these ideas are given in my answer to General Grant's letters, dated December 16, 1864, herewith, which is a little more full than the one printed in the report of the Committee on the Conduct of the War. Because in that copy I omitted the matter concerning General Thomas, which now need no longer be withheld. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi. In the field, near Savannah, December 16, 1864. Lieutenant General U.S. Grant, Commander-in-Chief, City Point, Virginia. General, I received, day before yesterday, at the hands of Lieutenant Dunn, your letter of December 8d, and last night, at the hands of Colonel Babcock, that of December 6th. I had previously made you a hasty scrawl from the tugboat Dandelion, in Ogeechee River, advising you that the army had reached the seacoast, destroying all the railroads across the state of Georgia, investing closely the city of Savannah, and had made connection with the fleet. Since writing that note, I have in person met and conferred with General Foster and Admiral Dahlgren, and made all the arrangements which were deemed essential for reducing the city of Savannah to our possession. But, since the receipt of yours of the 6th, I have initiated measures looking principally to coming to you with 50 or 60,000 infantry, and incidentally to capture Savannah, if time will allow. At the time we carried Fort McAllister by assault so handsomely, with its 22 guns and entire garrison, I was hardly aware of its importance. But, since passing down the river with General Foster and up with Admiral Dahlgren, I realize how admirably adapted are Ossabaw Sound and Ogeechee River to supply an army operating against Savannah. Seagoing vessels can easily come to King's Bridge, a point on Ogeechee River, 14.5 miles due west of Savannah, from which point we have roads leading to all our camps. The country is low and sandy, and cut up with marshes, which in wet weather will be very bad, but we have been so favored with weather that they are all now comparatively good and heavy. Details are constantly employed in double corduroying the marshes, so that I have no fears even of bad weather. Fortunately, also, by liberal and judicious foraging, we reached the sea-coast abundantly supplied with forage and provisions, needing nothing on arrival except bread. Of this we started from Atlanta, with from 8 to 20 days supply per corps, and some of the troops only had 1 day's issue of bread during the trip of 30 days. Yet they did not want, for sweet potatoes were very abundant, as well as cornmeal, and our soldiers took to them naturally. We started with about 5,000 head of cattle, and arrived with over 10,000, of course consuming mostly turkeys, chickens, sheep, hogs, and the cattle of the country. As to our mules and horses, we left Atlanta with about 2,500 wagons, many of which were drawn by mules which had not recovered from the Chattanooga starvation, all of which were replaced, the poor mules shot. And our transportation is now in superb condition. I have no doubt the state of Georgia has lost, by our operations, 15,000 first-rate mules. As to horses, Kilpatrick collected all his remounts, and it looks to me, in riding along our columns, as though every officer had 3 or 4 led horses, and each regiment seems to be followed by at least 50 Negroes and footsore soldiers riding on horses and mules. The custom was for each brigade to send out daily a foraging party of about 50 men on foot, who invariably returned mounted, with several wagons loaded with poultry, potatoes, etc. And as the army is composed of about 40 brigades, you can estimate approximately the number of horses collected. Great numbers of these were shot by my order, because of the disorganizing effect on our infantry of having too many idlers mounted. General Houston is now engaged in collecting statistics on this subject, but I know the government will never receive full accounts of our captures, although the result aimed at was fully attained, viz., to deprive our enemy of them. All these animals I will have sent to Port Royal, or collected behind Fort McAllister, to be used by General Saxton in his farming operations, or by the Quartermaster's Department, after they are systematically accounted for, while General Easton is collecting transportation from my troops to James River. I will throw to Port Royal Island all our means of transportation I can, and collect the rest near Fort McAllister, covered by the Ogeechee River, and entrenchments to be erected, and for which Captain Poe, my chief engineer, is now reconnoitering the ground, but in the meantime will act as I have begun, as though the city of Savannah were my objective, namely, the troops will continue to invest Savannah closely, making attacks and feints wherever we have fair ground to stand upon, and I will place some 30-pound Parrotts, which I have got from General Foster, in position near enough to reach the center of the city, and then will demand its surrender. If General Hardee is alarmed or fears starvation, he may surrender, otherwise I will bombard the city, but not risk the lives of our men by assaults across the narrow causeways, by which alone I can now reach it. If I had time, Savannah, with all its dependent fortifications, would surely fall into our possession, for we hold all its avenues of supply. The enemy has made 2 desperate efforts to get boats from above to the city, in both of which he has been foiled General Slocum, whose left flank rests on the river, capturing and burning the first boat, and in the second instance driving back 2 gunboats and capturing the steamer Resolute, with 7 naval officers and a crew of 25 seamen. General Slocum occupies Argyle Island and the upper end of Hutchinson Inland, and has a brigade on the South Carolina shore opposite, and is very urgent to pass one of his corps over to that shore. But, in view of the change of plan made necessary by your order of the 6th, I will maintain things in statu quo till I have got all my transportation to the rear and out of the way, and until I have sea transportation for the troops you require at James River, which I will accompany and command in person. Of course, I will leave Kilpatrick, with his cavalry, say 5,300, and, it may be, a division of the 15th Corps. But, before determining on this, I must see General Foster, and may arrange to shift his force, now over above the Charleston Railroad, at the head of Broad River, to the Ogeechee, where, in cooperation with Kilpatrick's cavalry, he can better threaten the state of Georgia than from the direction of Port Royal. Besides, I would much prefer not to detach from my regular corps any of its veteran divisions, and would even prefer that other less valuable troops should be sent to reinforce Foster from some other quarter. My 4 corps, full of experience and full of ardor, coming to you en masse, equal to 60,000 fighting men, will be a reinforcement that Lee cannot disregard. Indeed, with my present command, I had expected, after reducing Savannah, instantly to march to Columbia, South Carolina, thence to Raleigh, and thence to report to you. But this would consume, it may be, 6 weeks' time after the fall of Savannah. Whereas, by sea, I can probably reach you with my men and arms before the middle of January. I myself am somewhat astonished at the attitude of things in Tennessee. I purposely delayed at Kingston until General Thomas assured me that he was all ready, and my last dispatch from him of the 12th of November was full of confidence, in which he promised me that he would ruin Hood if he dared to advance from Florence, urging me to go ahead, and give myself no concern about Hood's army in Tennessee. Why he did not turn on him at Franklin, after checking and discomfiting him, surpasses my understanding. Indeed, I do not approve of his evacuating Decatur, but think he should have assumed the offensive against Hood from Pulaski, in the direction of Waynesburg. I know full well that General Thomas is slow in mind and in action, but he is judicious and brave, and the troops feel great confidence in him. I still hope he will outmaneuver and destroy Hood. As to matters in the southeast, I think Hardee, in Savannah, has good artillerists, some 5,000 or 6,000 good infantry, and, it may be, a mongrel mass of 8,000 to 10,000 militia. In all our marching through Georgia, he has not forced us to use anything but a skirmish line, though at several points he had erected fortifications and tried to alarm us by bombastic threats. In Savannah he has taken refuge in a line constructed behind swamps and overflowed rice fields, extending from a point on the Savannah River about 3 miles above the city, around by a branch of the Little Ogeechee, which stream is impassable from its salt marshes and boggy swamps, crossed only by narrow causeways or common corduroy roads. There must be 25,000 citizens, men, women, and children, in Savannah, that must also be fed, and how he is to feed them beyond a few days I cannot imagine. I know that his requisitions for corn on the interior counties were not filled, and We are in possession of the rice fields and mills, which could alone be of service to him in this neighborhood. He can draw nothing from South Carolina, save from a small corner down in the southeast, and that by a disused wagon road. I could easily get possession of this, but hardly deem it worth the risk of making a detachment, which would be in danger by its isolation from the main army. Our whole army is in fine condition as to health, and the weather is splendid. For that reason alone I feel a personal dislike to turning northward. I will keep Lieutenant Dunn here until I know the result of my demand for the surrender of Savannah. But, whether successful or not, shall not delay my execution of your order of the 6th, which will depend alone upon the time it will require to obtain transportation by sea. I am, with respect, etc., your obedient servant, W. T. Sherman, Major General, United States Army. Having concluded all needful preparations, I rode from my headquarters, on the Plank Road, over to General Slocum's headquarters, on the Macon Road, and thence dispatched, by flag of truce, into Savannah, by the hands of Colonel Ewing, Inspector General, a demand for the surrender of the place. The following letters give the result. General Hardee refused to surrender, and I then resolved to make the attempt to break his line of defense at several places, trusting that someone would succeed. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi, in the field near Savannah, December 17, 1864. General William J. Hardee, commanding Confederate forces in Savannah. General, you have doubtless observed, from your station at Rosedew, that seagoing vessels now come through Ossabaw Sound and up the Ogeechee to the rear of my army, giving me abundant supplies of all kinds, and more especially heavy ordnance necessary for the reduction of Savannah. I have already received guns that can cast heavy and destructive shot as far as the heart of your city. Also, I have for some days held and controlled every avenue by which the people and garrison of Savannah can be supplied, and I am therefore justified in demanding the surrender of the city of Savannah, and its dependent forts, and shall wait a reasonable time for your answer, before opening with heavy ordnance. Should you entertain the proposition, I am prepared to grant liberal terms to the inhabitants and garrison. But should I be forced to resort to assault, or the slower and surer process of starvation, I shall then feel justified in resorting to the harshest measures, and shall make little effort to restrain my army burning to avenge the national wrong which they attach to Savannah and other large cities, which have been so prominent in dragging our country into civil war. I enclose you a copy of General Hood's demand for the surrender of the town of Rizaoa, to be used by you for what it is worth. I have the honor to be your obedient servant, W. T. Sherman, Major General. Headquarters Department South Carolina, Georgia and Florida. Savannah, Georgia, December 17, 1864. Major General W. T. Sherman, commanding Federal forces near Savannah, Georgia. General, I have to acknowledge the receipt of a communication from you of this date, in which you demand the surrender of Savannah and its dependent forts, on the ground that you have received guns that can cast heavy and destructive shot into the heart of the city, and for the further reason that you have, for some days, held and controlled every avenue by which the people and garrison can be supplied. You add that, should you be forced to resort to assault, or to the slower and surer process of starvation, you will then feel justified in resorting to the harshest measures, and will make little effort to restrain your army, etc., etc. The position of your forces, a half-mile beyond the outer line for the land defense of Savannah, is, at the nearest point, at least 4 miles from the heart of the city. That and the interior line are both intact. Your statement that you have, for some days, held and controlled. Every avenue by which the people in garrison can be supplied is incorrect. I am in free and constant communication with my department. Your demand for the surrender of Savannah and its dependent forts is refused. With respect to the threats conveyed in the closing paragraphs of your letter, of what may be expected in case your demand is not complied with, I have to say that I have hitherto conducted the military operations entrusted to my direction in strict accordance with the rules of civilized warfare, and I should deeply regret the adoption of any course by you that may force me to deviate from them in future. I have the honor to be, very respectfully, your obedient servant, W. J. Hardee, Lieutenant General, Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi. In the field, near Savannah, December 18, 1864, 8 p.m. Lieutenant General U.S. Grant, City Point, Virginia. General, I wrote you at length, by Colonel Babcock, on the 16th instant. As I therein explained my purpose, yesterday I made a demand on General Hardee for the surrender of the city of Savannah, and today received his answer refusing. Copies of both letters are herewith enclosed. You will notice that I claim that my lines are within easy cannon range of the heart of Savannah, but General Hardee asserts that we are 4.5 miles distant. But I myself have been to the intersection of the Charleston and Georgia Central Railroads, and the 3-mile post is but a few yards beyond, within the line of our pickets. The enemy has no pickets outside of his fortified line, which is a full quarter of a mile within the 3-mile post, and I have the evidence of Mr. R. Coiler, president of the Georgia Central Railroad, who was a prisoner in our hands, that the mileposts are measured from the exchange, which is but 2 squares back from the river. By tomorrow morning I will have 6 30-pound Parrotts in position, and General Hardee will learn whether I am right or not. From the left of our line, which is on the Savannah River, the spires can be plainly seen. But the country is so densely wooded with pine and live oak, and lies so flat, that we can see nothing from any other portion of our lines. General Slocum feels confident that he can make a successful assault at 1 or 2 points in front of General Davis's 14th Corps. All of General Howard's troops, the right wing, lie behind the Little Ogeechee, and I doubt if it can be passed by troops in the face of an enemy. Still, we can make strong feints, and if I can get a sufficient number of boats, I shall make a cooperative demonstration up Vernon River or Wassaw Sound. I should like very much indeed to take Savannah before coming to you. But, as I wrote to you before, I will do nothing rash or hasty, and will embark for the James River as soon as General Easton, who is gone to Port Royal for that purpose, reports to me that he has an approximate number of vessels for the transportation of the contemplated force. I fear even this will cost more delay than you anticipate, for already the movement of our transports and the gunboats has required more time than I had expected. We have had dense fogs. There are more mud banks in the Ogeechee than were reported, and there are no pilots whatever. Admiral Dahlgren promised to have the channel buoyed and staked, but it is not done yet. We find only 6 feet of water up to King's Bridge at low tide, about 10 feet up to the rice mill, and 16 to Fort McAllister. All these points may be used by us, and we have a good, strong bridge across Ogeechee at King's, by which our wagons can go to Fort McAllister, to which point I am sending all wagons not absolutely necessary for daily use, the Negroes, prisoners of war, sick, etc., en route for Port Royal. In relation to Savannah, you will remark that General Hardee refers to his still being in communication with his department. This language he thought would deceive me. But I am confirmed in the belief that the route to which he refers, the Union Plank Road on the South Carolina shore, is inadequate to feed his army and the people of Savannah, and General Foster assures me that he has his force on that very road, near the head of Broad River, so that cars no longer run between Charleston and Savannah. We hold this end of the Charleston Railroad, and have destroyed it from the 3-mile post back to the bridge, about 12 miles. In anticipation of leaving this country, I am continuing the destruction of their railroads, and at this moment have 2 divisions and the cavalry at work, breaking up the Gulf Railroad from the Ogeechee to the Altamaha, so that, even if I do not take Savannah, I will leave it in a bad way. But I still hope that events will give me time to take Savannah, even if I have to assault with some loss. I am satisfied that, unless we take it, the gunboats never will, for they can make no impression upon the batteries which guard every approach from the sea. I have a faint belief that, when Colonel Babcock reaches you, you will delay operations long enough to enable me to succeed here. With Savannah in our possession, at some future time if not now, we can punish South Carolina as she deserves, and as thousands of the people in Georgia hoped we would do. I do sincerely believe that the whole United States, North and South, would rejoice to have this army turned loose on South Carolina, to devastate that state, in the manner we have done in Georgia. And it would have a direst and immediate bearing on your campaign in Virginia. I have the honor to be your obedient servant, W. T. Sherman, Major General, United States Army. As soon as the army had reached Savannah, and had opened communication with the fleet, I endeavored to ascertain what had transpired in Tennessee since our departure. We received our letters and files of newspapers, which contained full accounts of all the events there up to about the 1st of December. As before described, General Hood had 3 full corps of infantry S.D. Lee's, A.P. Stewart's, and Cheatham's, at Florence, Alabama, with Forrest's corps of cavalry, numbering in the aggregate about 45,000 men. General Thomas was in Nashville, Tennessee, quietly engaged in reorganizing his army out of the somewhat broken forces at his disposal. He had posted his only 2 regular corps, the 4th and 23rd, under the general command of Major General J.M. Schofield, at Pulaski, directly in front of Florence, with the 3 brigades of cavalry, Hatch, Croxton, and Capron, commanded by Major General Wilson, watching closely for Hood's initiative. This force, aggregated about 30,000 men, was therefore inferior to the enemy. And General Schofield was instructed, in case the enemy made a general advance, to fall back slowly toward Nashville, fighting, till he should be reinforced by General Thomas in person. Hood's movement was probably hurried by reason of my advance into Georgia, for on the 17th his infantry columns marched from Florence in the direction of Waynesboro, turning Schofield's position at Pulaski. The latter at once sent his trains to the rear, and on the 21st fell back to Columbia, Tennessee. General Hood followed up this movement, skirmished lightly with Schofield at Columbia, began the passage of Duck River, below the town, and Cheatham's corps reached the vicinity of Spring Hill, whither General Schofield had sent General Stanley, with 2 of his divisions, to cover the movement of his trains. During the night of November 29, General Schofield passed Spring Hill with his trains and army, and took post at Franklin, on the south aid of Harpeth River. General Hood now attaches serious blame to General Cheatham for not attacking General Schofield in flank while in motion at Spring Hill, for he was bivouacked within 800 yards of the road at the time of the passage of our army. General Schofield reached Franklin on the morning of November 30th, and posted his army in front of the town, where some rifle entrenchments had been constructed in advance. He had the 2 corps of Stanley and Cox, 4th and 23rd, with Wilson's cavalry on his flanks, and sent his trains behind the Harpeth. General Hood closed upon him the same day, and assaulted his position with vehemence, at one time breaking the line and wounding General Stanley seriously, but our men were veterans, cool and determined, and fought magnificently. The rebel officers led their men in person to the several persistent assaults, continuing the battle far into the night, when they drew off, beaten and discomfited. Their loss was very severe, especially in general officers. Among them Generals Kleben and Adams, division commanders. Hood's loss on that day was afterward ascertained to be, Thomas's report buried on the field, 1,750, left in hospital at Franklin, 3,800. And 702 prisoners captured and held, aggregate, 6,252. General Schofield's lose, reported officially, was 189 killed, 1,033 wounded, and 1,104 prisoners are missing, aggregate, 2,326. The next day General Schofield crossed the Harpeth without trouble, and fell back to the defenses of Nashville. Meantime General Thomas had organized the employees of the Quartermaster's Department into a corps, commanded by the Chief Quartermaster, General J.Z. Donaldson, and placed them in the fortifications of Nashville, under the general direction of Major General Z.B. Tower, now of the United States Engineers. He had also received the 2 veteran divisions of the 16th Corps, under General A.J. Smith, long absent and long expected, and he had drawn from Chattanooga and Decatur, Alabama, the divisions of Steedman and of R.S. Granger. These, with General Schofield's army and about 10,000 good cavalry, under General J.H. Wilson, constituted a strong army, capable not only of defending Nashville, but of beating Hood in the open field. Yet Thomas remained inside of Nashville, seemingly passive, until General Hood had closed upon him and had entrenched his position. General Thomas had furthermore held fast to the railroad leading from Nashville to Chattanooga, leaving strong guards at its principal points, as at Murfreesboro, Deckard, Stevenson, Bridgeport, Whitesides, and Chattanooga. At Murfreesboro, the division of Rousseau was reinforced and strengthened up to about 8,000 men. At that time the weather was cold and sleety, the ground was covered with ice and snow, and both parties for a time rested on the defensive. Those matters stood at Nashville, while we were closing down on Savannah, in the early part of December, 1864, and the country, as well as General Grant, was alarmed at the seeming passive conduct of General Thomas. And General Grant at one time considered the situation so dangerous that he thought of going to Nashville in person, but General John Logan, happening to be at City Point, was sent out to supersede General Thomas. Luckily for the latter, he acted in time, gained a magnificent victory, and thus escaped so terrible a fate. On the 18th of December, at my camp by the side of the Plank Road, 8 miles back of Savannah, I received General Hardee's letter declining to surrender, when nothing remained but to assault. The ground was difficult, and, as all former assaults had proved so bloody, I concluded to make one more effort to completely surround Savannah on all aids, so as further to excite Hardee's fears, and, in case of success, to capture the whole of his army. We had already completely invested the place on the north, west, and south, but there remained to the enemy, on the east, the use of the old dike or plank road leading into South Carolina. And I knew that Hardee would have a pontoon bridge across the river. On examining my maps, I thought that the division of John P. Hatch, belonging to General Foster's command, might be moved from its then position at Broad River, by water, down to Bluffton, from which it could reach this plank road, fortify and hold it at some risk, of course. Because Hardee could avail himself of his central position to fall on this detachment with his whole army. I did not want to make a mistake like Ball's Bluff at that period of the war. So, taking 1 or 2 of my personal staff, I rode back to Grog's Bridge, leaving with Generals Howard and Slocum orders to make all possible preparations, but not to attack, during my 2 or 3 days' absence. And there I took a boat for Wassaw Sound, whence Admiral Dahlgren conveyed me in his own boat, the Harvest Moon, to Hilton Head, where I represented the matter to General Foster, and he promptly agreed to give his personal attention to it. During the night of the 20th we started back, the wind blowing strong. Admiral Dahlgren ordered the pilot of the Harvest Moon to run into Tybee, and to work his way through to Wassaw Sound and the Ogeechee River by the Romney Marshes. We were caught by a low tide and stuck in the mud. After laboring some time, the Admiral ordered out his barge. In it we pulled through this intricate and shallow channel, and toward evening of December 21st we discovered, coming toward us, a tug, called the Red Legs, belonging to the quartermaster's department, with a staff officer on board, bearing letters from Colonel Dayton to myself and the Admiral, reporting that the city of Savannah had been found evacuated on the morning of December 21st, and was then in our possession. General Hardee had crossed the Savannah River by a pontoon bridge, carrying off his men and light artillery, blowing up his ironclads and navy yard, but leaving for us all the heavy guns, stores, cotton, railway cars, steamboats, and an immense amount of public and private property. Admiral Dahlgren concluded to go toward a vessel, the Sonoma, of his blockading fleet, which lay at anchor near Beaulieu, and I transferred to the Red Legs, and hastened up the Ogeechee River to Grog's Bridge, whence I rode to my camp that same night. I there learned that, early on the morning of December 21st, the skirmishers had detected the absence of the enemy, and had occupied his lines simultaneously along their whole extent. But the left flank, Slocum, especially Geary's division of the 20th Corps, claimed to have been the first to reach the heart of the city. Generals Slocum and Howard moved their headquarters at once into the city, leaving the bulk of their troops in camps outside. On the morning of December 22d I followed with my own headquarters, and rode down Bull Street to the Custom House, from the roof of which we had an extensive view over the city, the river, and the vast extent of marsh and rice fields on the South Carolina side. The Navy Yard, and the wreck of the ironclad ram Savannah, were still smoldering, but all else looked quiet enough. Turning back, we rode to the Pulaski Hotel, which I had known in years long gone, and found it kept by a Vermont man with a lame leg, who used to be a clerk in the St. Louis Hotel, New Orleans, and I inquired about the capacity of his hotel for headquarters. He was very anxious to have us for boarders, but I soon explained to him that we had a full mess equipment along, and that we were not in the habit of paying board. That one wing of the building would suffice for our use, while I would allow him to keep an hotel for the accommodation of officers and gentlemen in the remainder. I then dispatched an officer to look around for a livery stable that could accommodate our horses, and, while waiting there, an English gentleman, Mr. Charles Green, came and said that he had a fine house completely furnished, for which he had no use, and offered it as headquarters. He explained, moreover, that General Howard had informed him, the day before, that I would want his house for headquarters. At first I felt strongly disinclined to make use of any private dwelling, lest complaints should arise of damage and loss of furniture, and so expressed myself to Mr. Green. But, after riding about the city, and finding his house so spacious, so convenient, with large yard and stabling, I accepted his offer, and occupied that house during our stay in Savannah. He only reserved for himself the use of a couple of rooms above the dining room, and we had all else, and a most excellent house it was in all respects. I was disappointed that Hardee had escaped with his army, but on the whole we had reason to be content with the substantial fruits of victory. The Savannah River was found to be badly obstructed by torpedoes, and by log piers stretched across the channel below the city, which piers were filled with the cobble stones that formerly paved the streets. Admiral Dahlgren was extremely active, visited me repeatedly in the city, while his fleet still watched Charleston, and all the avenues, for the blockade runners that infested the coast, which were notoriously owned and managed by Englishmen, who used the island of New Providence, Nassau, as a sort of entrepot. One of these small blockade runners came into Savannah after we were in full possession, and the master did not discover his mistake till he came ashore to visit the custom house. Of course his vessel fell a prize to the Navy. A heavy force was at once set to work to remove the torpedoes and obstructions in the main channel of the river, and, from that time forth, Savannah became the great depot of supply for the troops operating in that quarter. Meantime, on the 15th and 16th of December, were fought, in front of Nashville, the great battles in which General Thomas so nobly fulfilled his promise to ruin Hood, the details of which are fully given in his own official reports, long since published. Rumors of these great victories reached us at Savannah by piecemeal, but his official report came on the 24th of December, with a letter from General Grant, giving in general terms the events up to the 18th. And I wrote at once through my Chief of Staff, General Webster, to General Thomas, complimenting him in the highest terms. His brilliant victory at Nashville was necessary to mine at Savannah to make a complete whole, and this fact was perfectly comprehended by Mr. Lincoln, who recognized it fully in his personal letter of December 26, hereinbefore quoted at length, and which is also claimed at the time, in my Special Field Order No. 6, of January 8, 1865, here given. Special Field Order No. 6. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi. In the field, near Savannah, Georgia, January 8, 1864. The General Commanding announces to the troops composing the Military Division of the Mississippi that he has received from the President of the United States, and from Lieutenant General Grant, letters conveying their high sense and appreciation of the campaign just closed, resulting in the capture of Savannah and the defeat of Hood's army in Tennessee. In order that all may understand the importance of events, it is proper to revert to the situation of affairs in September last. We held Atlanta, a city of little value to us, but so important to the enemy that Mr. Davis, the head of the rebellious faction in the South, visited his army near Palmetto, and commanded it to regain the place and also to ruin and destroy us, by a series of measures which he thought would be effectual. That army, by a rapid march, gained our railroad near Big Shanty, and afterward about Dalton. We pursued it, but it moved so rapidly that we could not overtake it, and General Hood led his army successfully far over toward Mississippi, in hope to decoy us out of Georgia. But we were not thus to be led away by him, and preferred to lead and control events ourselves. Generals Thomas and Schofield, commanding the departments to our rear, returned to their posts and prepared to decoy General Hood into their meshes, while we came on to complete the original journey. We quietly and deliberately destroyed Atlanta, and all the railroads which the enemy had used to carry on war against us, occupied his state capital, and then captured his commercial capital, which had been so strongly fortified from the sea as to defy approach from that quarter. Almost at the moment of our victorious entry into Savannah came the welcome and expected news that our comrades in Tennessee had also fulfilled nobly and well their part, had decoyed General Hood to Nashville and then turned on him, defeating his army thoroughly, capturing all his artillery, great numbers of prisoners, and were still pursuing the fragments down in Alabama. So complete success in military operations, extending over half a continent, is an achievement that entitles it to a place in the military history of the world. The armies serving in Georgia and Tennessee, as well as the local garrisons of Decatur, Bridgeport, Chattanooga, and Murfreesboro, are alike entitled to the common honors, and each regiment may inscribe on its colors, at pleasure, the word Savannah or Nashville. The general commanding embraces, in the same general success, the operations of the cavalry under General Stoneman, Burbridge, and Gillem, that penetrated into southwest Virginia and paralyzed the efforts of the enemy to disturb the peace and safety of East Tennessee. Instead of being put on the defensive, we have at all points assumed the bold offensive, and have completely thwarted the designs of the enemies of our country. By order of Major General W. T. Sherman, L. M. Dayton, aide-de-camp. Here terminated the march to the sea, and I only add a few letters, selected out of many, to illustrate the general feeling of rejoicing throughout the country at the time. I only regarded the march from Atlanta to Savannah as a shift of base, as the transfer of a strong army, which had no opponent, and had finished its then work, from the interior to a point on the seacoast, from which it could achieve other important results. I considered this march as a means to an end, and not as an essential act of war. Still, then, as now, the march to the sea was generally regarded as something extraordinary, something anomalous, something out of the usual order of events. Whereas, in fact, I simply moved from Atlanta to Savannah, as one step in the direction of Richmond, a movement that had to be met and defeated, or the war was necessarily at an end. Were I to express my measure of the relative importance of the march to the sea, and of that from Savannah northward, I would place the former at 1, and the latter at 10, or the maximum. I now close this long chapter by giving a tabular statement of the losses during the march, and the number of prisoners captured. The property captured consisted of horses and mules by the thousand, and of quantities of subsistence stores that aggregate very large, but may be measured with sufficient accuracy by assuming that 65,000 men obtained abundant food for about 40 days, and 35,000 animals were fed for a like period, so as to reach Savannah in splendid flesh and condition. I also add a few of the more important letters that passed between Generals Grant, Halleck, and myself, which illustrate our opinions at that stage of the war. Statement of casualties and prisoners captured by the Army in the field. Campaign of Georgia. Killed, wounded, missing, captured. Officers, men, officers, men, officers, men, officers, men. 93. 404. 277. 1261. Headquarters of the Army. Washington, December 16, 1864. Major General Sherman, via Hilton Head. General, Lieutenant General Grant informs me that, in his last dispatch sent to you, he suggested the transfer of your infantry to Richmond. He now wishes me to say that you will retain your entire force, at least for the present, and, with such assistance as may be given you by General Foster and Admiral Dahlgren, operate from such base as you may establish on the coast. General Foster will obey such instructions as may be given by you. Should you have captured Savannah, it is thought that by transferring the water batteries to the land side that place may be made a good depot and base of operations on Augusta, Branchville, or Charleston. If Savannah should not be captured, or if captured and not deemed suitable for this purpose, perhaps Beaufort would serve as a depot, as the rebels have probably removed their most valuable property from Augusta. Perhaps Branchville would be the most important point at which to strike in order to sever all connection between Virginia and the Southwestern Railroad. General Grant's wishes, however, are that this whole matter of your future actions should be entirely left to your discretion. We can send you from here a number of complete batteries of field artillery, with or without horses, as you may desire, also, as soon as General Thomas can spare them, all the fragments, convalescents, and furloughed men of your army. It is reported that Thomas defeated Hood yesterday, near Nashville, but we have no particulars nor official reports, telegraphic communication being interrupted by a heavy storm. Our last advices from you was General Howard's note, announcing his approach to Savannah. Yours truly, H. W. Halleck, Major General, Chief of Staff. Headquarters of the Army. Washington, December 18, 1864. Major General W. T. Sherman, Savannah, via Hilton Head. My dear General, yours of the 13th, by Major Anderson, is just received. I congratulate you on your splendid success, and shall very soon expect to hear of the crowning work of your campaign, the capture of Savannah. Your march will stand out prominently as the great one of this great war. When Savannah falls, then for another wide swath through the center of the Confederacy. But I will not anticipate. General Grant is expected here this morning, and will probably write you his own views. I do not learn from your letter, or from Major Anderson, that you are in want of anything which we have not provided at Hilton Head. Thinking it probable that you might want more field artillery, I had prepared several batteries, but the great difficulty of foraging horses on the sea coast will prevent our sending any, unless you actually need them. The hay crop this year is short, and the quartermaster's department has great difficulty in procuring a Supply for our animals. General Thomas has defeated Hood, near Nashville, and it is hoped that he will completely crush his army. Breckinridge, at last. Accounts, was trying to form a junction near Murfreesboro, but, as Thomas is between them, Breckinridge must either retreat or be defeated. General Rosecrans made very bad work of it in Missouri, allowing Price with a small force to overrun the state and destroy millions of property. Orders have been issued for all officers and detachments having 3 months or more to serve, to rejoin your army via Savannah. Those having less than 3 months to serve, will be retained by General Thomas. Should you capture Charleston, I hope that by some accident the place may be destroyed, and, if a little salt should be sown upon its site, it may prevent the growth of future crops of nullification and secession. Yours truly, H. W. Halleck, Major General, Chief of Staff. Headquarters of the Army. Washington, December 18, 1864. To Major General W. T. Sherman, Commanding Military Division of the Mississippi. My dear General, I have just received and read, I need not tell you with how much gratification, your letter to General Halleck. I congratulate you and the brave officers and men under your command on the successful termination of your most brilliant campaign. I never had a doubt of the result. When apprehensions for your safety were expressed by the President, I assured him with the army you had, and you in command of it, there was no danger but you would strike bottom on salt water someplace. That I would not feel the same security, in fact, would not have entrusted the expedition to any other living commander. It has been very hard work to get Thomas to attack Hood. I gave him the most peremptory order, and had started to go there myself before he got off. He has done magnificently, however, since he started. Up to last night, 5,000 prisoners and 49 pieces of captured artillery, besides many wagons and innumerable small arms, had been received in Nashville. This is exclusive of the enemy's loss at Franklin, which amounted to 13 general officers killed, wounded, and captured. The enemy probably lost 5,000 men at Franklin, and 10,000 in the last 3 days' operations. Breckinridge is said to be making for Murfreesboro. I think he is in a most excellent place. Stoneman has nearly wiped out John Morgan's old command, and 5 days ago entered Bristol. I did think the best thing to do was to bring the greater part of your army here, and wipe out Lee. The turn affairs now seem to be taking has shaken me in that opinion. I doubt whether you may not accomplish more toward that result where you are than if brought here, especially as I am informed, since my arrival in the city, that it would take about 2 months to get you here with all the other calls there are for ocean transportation. I want to get your views about what ought to be done, and what can be done. If you capture the garrison of Savannah, it certainly will compel Lee to detach from Richmond, or give us nearly the whole South. My own opinion is that Lee is averse to going out of Virginia, and if the cause of the South is lost, he wants Richmond to be the last place surrendered. If he has such views, it may be well to indulge him until we get everything else in our hands. Congratulating you and the army again upon the splendid results of your campaign, the like of which is not read of in past history, I subscribe myself, more than ever, if possible, your friend. U. S. Grant, Lieutenant General. Headquarters of the Army. City Point, Virginia, December 26, 1864. Major General W. T. Sherman, Savannah, Georgia. General, your very interesting letter of the 22d Inst., brought by Major Gray of General Foster's staff, is fast at hand. As the Major Starts back at once. I can do no more at present than simply acknowledge its receipt. The capture of Savannah, with all its immense stores, must tell upon the people of the South. All well. Here. Yours truly. U.S. Grant, Lieutenant General. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi. Savannah, Georgia, December 24, 1864. Lieutenant General U.S. Grant, City Point, Virginia. General, your letter of December 18th is just received. I feel very much gratified at receiving the handsome commendation you pay my army. I will, in general orders, convey to the officers and men the substance of your note. I am also pleased that you have modified your former orders, for I feared that the transportation by sea would very much disturb the unity and morale of my army, now so perfect. The occupation of Savannah, which I have heretofore reported, completes the first part of our game, and fulfills a great part of your instructions. And we are now engaged in dismantling the rebel forts which bear upon the sea channels, and transferring the heavy ordnance and ammunition to Fort Pulaski and Hilton Head, where they can be more easily guarded than if left in the city. The rebel inner lines are well adapted to our purpose, and with slight modifications can be held by a comparatively small force. And in about 10 days I expect to be ready to sally forth again. I feel no doubt whatever as to our future plans. I have thought them over so long and well that they appear as clear as daylight. I left Augusta untouched on purpose, because the enemy will be in doubt as to my objective point, after we cross the Savannah River, whether it be Augusta or Charleston, and will naturally divide his forces. I will then move either on Branchville or Columbia, by any curved line that gives us the best supplies, breaking up in our course as much railroad as possible. Then, ignoring Charleston and Augusta, both, I would occupy Columbia and Camden, pausing there long enough to observe the effect. I would then strike for the Charleston and Wilmington Railroad, somewhere between the Santee and Cape Fear rivers, and, if possible, communicate with the fleet under Admiral Dahlgren, whom I find a most agreeable gentleman, accommodating himself to our wishes and plans. Then I would favor an attack on Wilmington, in the belief that Porter and Butler will fail in their present undertaking. Charleston is now a mere desolated wreck, and is hardly worth the time it would take to starve it out. Still, I am aware that, historically and politically, much importance is attached to the place, and it may be that, apart from its military importance, both you and the administration may prefer I should give it more attention. And it would be well for you to give me some general idea on that subject, for otherwise I would treat it, as I have expressed, as a point of little importance. After all, its railroads leading into the interior have been destroyed or occupied by us. But, on the hypothesis of ignoring Charleston and taking Wilmington, I would then favor a movement direct on Raleigh. The game is then up with Lee, unless he comes out of Richmond, avoids you and fights me. In which case I should reckon on your being on his heels. Now that Hood is used up by Thomas, I feel disposed to bring the matter to an issue as quick as possible. I feel confident that I can break up the whole railroad system of South Carolina and North Carolina, and be on the Roanoke either at Raleigh or Weldon by the time spring fairly opens. And, if you feel confident that you can whip Lee outside of his entrenchments, I feel equally confident that I can handle him in the open country. One reason why I would ignore Charleston is this, that I believe Hardee will reduce the garrison to a small force, with plenty of provisions. I know that the neck back of Charleston can be made impregnable to assault, and we will hardly have time for siege operations. I will have to leave in Savannah a garrison, and, if Thomas can spare them, I would like to have all detachments, convalescents, etc., belonging to these 4 corps, sent forward at once. I do not want to cripple Thomas, because I regard his operations as all-important, and I have ordered him to pursue Hood down into Alabama, trusting to the country for supplies. I reviewed one of my corps today, and shall continue to review the whole army. I do not like to boast, but believe this army has a confidence in itself that makes it almost invincible. I wish you could run down and see us. It would have a good effect, and show to both armies that they are acting on a common plan. The weather is now cool and pleasant, and the general health very good. Your true friend, W. T. Sherman, Major General. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi. In the field, Savannah, Georgia, December 24, 1864. Major General H. W. Halleck, Chief of Staff, Washington, D.C. General, I had the pleasure of receiving your 2 letters of the 16th and 18th instant today, and feel more than usually flattered by the high encomiums you have passed on our recent campaign, which is now complete by the occupation of Savannah. I am also very glad that General Grant has changed his mind about embarking my troops for James River, leaving me free to make the broad swath you described through South and North Carolina. And still more gratified at the news from Thomas, in Tennessee, because it fulfills my plans, which contemplated his being able to dispose of Hood, in case he ventured north of the Tennessee River. So, I think, on the whole, I can chuckle over Jeff Davis's disappointment in not turning my Atlanta campaign into a Moscow disaster. I have just finished a long letter to General Grant, and have explained to him that we are engaged in shifting our base from the Ogeechee to the Savannah River, dismantling all the forts made by the enemy to bear upon the saltwater channels, transferring the heavy ordnance, etc., to Fort Pulaski and Hilton Head, and in remodeling the enemy's interior lines to suit our future plans and purposes. I have also laid down the program for a campaign which I can make this winter, and which will put me in the spring on the Roanoke, in direct communication with General Grant on James River. In general terms, my plan is to turn over to General Foster the city of Savannah, to sally forth with my army resupplied, cross the Savannah, feign on Charleston and Augusta, but strike between, breaking en route the Charleston and Augusta Railroad. Also a large part of that from Branchville and Camden toward North Carolina, and then rapidly to move for some point of the railroad from Charleston to Wilmington, between the Santee and Cape Fear rivers. Then, communicating with the fleet in the neighborhood of Georgetown, would turn upon Wilmington or Charleston, according to the importance of either. I rather prefer Wilmington, as a live place, over Charleston, which is dead and unimportant when its railroad communications are broken. I take it for granted that the present movement on Wilmington will fail. If I should determine to take Charleston, I would turn across the country, which I have hunted over many a time, from Santee to Mount Pleasant, throwing one wing on the peninsula between the Ashley and Cooper. After accomplishing one or other of these ends, would make a beeline for Raleigh or Weldon, when Lee World be forced to come out of Richmond, or acknowledge himself beaten. He would, I think, by the use of the Danville Railroad, throw himself rapidly between me and Grant, leaving Richmond in the hands of the latter. This would not alarm me, for I have an army which I think can maneuver, and I world force him to attack me at a disadvantage, always under the supposition that Grant would be on his heels. And, if the worst come to the worst, I can fight my way down to Albemarle Sound, or Newbern. I think the time has come now when we should attempt the boldest moves, and my experience is that they are easier of execution than more timid ones, because the enemy is disconcerted by them, as, for instance, my recent campaign. I also doubt the wisdom of concentration beyond a certain extent. For the roads of this country limit the amount of men that can be brought to bear in any one battle. And I do not believe that any one general can handle more than 60,000 men in battle. I think our campaign of the last month, as well as every step I take from this point northward, is as much a direct attack upon Lee's army as though we were operating within the sound of his artillery. I am very anxious that Thomas should follow up his success to the very utmost point. My orders to him before I left Kingston were, after beating Hood, to follow him as far as Columbus, Mississippi, or Selma, Alabama, both of which lie in districts of country which are rich in corn and meat. I attach more importance to these deep incisions into the enemy's country, because this war differs from European wars in this particular: we are not only fighting hostile armies, but a hostile people, and must make old and young, rich and poor, feel the hard hand of war, as well as their organized armies. I know that this recent movement of mine through Georgia has had a wonderful effect. In this respect, thousands who had been deceived by their lying newspapers to believe that we were being whipped all the time now realize the truth, and have no appetite for a repetition of the same experience. To be sure, Jeff Davis has his people under pretty good discipline, but I think faith in him is much shaken in Georgia, and before we have done with her South Carolina will not be quite so tempestuous. I will bear in mind your hint as to Charleston, and do not think salt will be necessary. When I move, the 15th Corps will be on the right of the right wing, and their position will naturally bring them into Charleston first. And, if you have watched the history of that corps, you will have remarked that they generally do their work pretty well. The truth is, the whole army is burning with an insatiable desire to wreak vengeance upon South Carolina. I almost tremble at her fate, but feel that she deserves all that seems in store for her. Many and many a person in Georgia asked me why we did not go to South Carolina. And, when I answered that we were en route for that state, the invariable reply was, well, if you will make those people feel the utmost severities of war, we will pardon you for your desolation of Georgia. I look upon Columbia as quite as bad as Charleston, and I doubt if we shall spare the public buildings there as we did at Milledgeville. I have been so busy lately that I have not yet made my official report, and I think I had better wait until I get my subordinate reports before attempting it, as I am anxious to explain clearly not only the reasons for every step, but the amount of execution done, and this I cannot do until I get the subordinate reports. 4. We marched the whole distance in 4 or more columns, and, of course, I could only be present with one, and generally that one engaged in destroying railroads. This work of destruction was performed better than usual, because I had an engineer regiment provided with claws to twist the bars after being heated. Such bars can never be used again, and the only way in which a railroad line can be reconstructed across Georgia is to make a new road from Fairburn Station, 24 miles southwest of Atlanta, to Madison, a distance of 100 miles. And, before that can be done, I propose to be on the road from Augusta to Charleston, which is a continuation of the same. I felt somewhat disappointed at Hardee's escape, but really am not to blame. I moved as quickly as possible to close up the Union Causeway, but intervening Obstacles were such that, before I could get troops on the road, Hardee had slipped out. Still, I know that the men that were in Savannah will be lost in a measure to Jeff Davis, for the Georgia troops, under G. W. Smith, declared they would not fight in South Carolina, and they have gone north, en route for Augusta, and I have reason to believe the North Carolina troops have gone to Wilmington. In other words, they are scattered. I have reason to believe that Beauregard was present in Savannah at the time of its evacuation, and think that he and Hardee are now in Charleston, making preparations for what they suppose will be my next step. Please say to the President that I have received his kind message through Colonel Markland, and feel thankful for his high favor. If I disappoint him in the future, it shall not be from want of zeal or love to the cause. From you I expect a full and frank criticism of my plans for the future, which may enable me to correct errors before it is too late. I do not wish to be rash, but want to give my rebel friends no chance to accuse us of want of enterprise or courage. Assuring you of my high personal respect, I remain, as ever, your friend, W. T. Sherman, Major General. General Order No. 3. War Department, Adjutant General's Office. Washington, January 14, 1865. The following resolution of the Senate and House of Representatives is published to the Army. Public Resolution No. 4. Joint Resolution tendering the thanks of the people and of Congress to Major General William T. Sherman and the officers and soldiers of his command, for their gallant conduct in their late brilliant movement through Georgia. Be it resolved by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled, that the thanks of the people and of the Congress of the United States are due and are hereby tendered to Major General William T. Sherman, and through him to the officers and men under his command, for their gallantry and good conduct in their late campaign from Chattanooga to Atlanta, and the triumphal march thence through Georgia to Savannah, terminating in the capture and occupation of that city. And that the President cause a copy of this joint resolution to be engrossed and forwarded to Major General Sherman. Approved, January 10, 1865. By order of the Secretary of War. W. A. Nichols, Assistant Adjutant General. Chapter 22. Savannah and Pocataligo. December, 1884, and January, 1885. The city of Savannah was an old place, and usually accounted a handsome one. Its houses were of brick or frame, with large yards, ornamented with shrubbery and flowers. Its streets perfectly regular, crossing each other at right angles, and at many of the intersections were small enclosures in the nature of parks. These streets and parks were lined with the handsomest shade trees of which I have knowledge, viz. the willow leaf live oak, evergreens of exquisite beauty. And these certainly entitled Savannah to its reputation as a handsome town more than the houses, which, though comfortable, would hardly make a display on Fifth Avenue or the Boulevard Haussmann of Paris. The city was built on a plateau of sand about 40 feet above the level of the sea, abutting against the river, leaving room along its margin for a street of stores and warehouses. The custom house, courthouse, post office, etc. were on the plateau above. In rear of Savannah was a large park, with a fountain, and between it and the courthouse was a handsome monument, erected to the memory of Count Pulaski, who fell in 1779 in the assault made on the city at the time it was held by the English during the Revolutionary War. Outside of Savannah there was very little to interest a stranger, except the cemetery of Bonaventura, and the ride along the Wilmington Channel by way of Thunderbolt, where might be seen some groves of the majestic live oak trees, covered with gray and funereal moss, which were truly sublime in grandeur, but gloomy after a few days camping under them. Within an hour of taking up my quarters in Mr. Green's house, Mr. A. G. Brown, of Salem, Massachusetts, United States Treasury agent for the Department of the South, made his appearance to claim possession, in the name of the Treasury Department, of all captured cotton, rice, buildings, etc. Having use for these articles ourselves, and having fairly earned them, I did not feel inclined to surrender possession, and explained to him that the quartermaster and commissary could manage them more to my liking than he. But I agreed, after the proper inventories had been prepared, if there remained anything for which we had no special use, I would turn it over to him. It was then known that in the warehouses were stored at least 25,000 bales of cotton, and in the forts 150 large, heavy seacoast guns, although afterward, on a more careful count, there proved to be more than 250 seacoast or siege guns, and 31,000 bales of cotton. At that interview Mr. Brown, who was a shrewd, clever Yankee, told me that a vessel was on the point of starting for Old Point Comfort, and, if she had good weather off Cape Hatteras, would reach Fortress Monroe by Christmas Day. And he suggested that I might make it the occasion of sending a welcome Christmas gift to the President, Mr. Lincoln, who peculiarly enjoyed such pleasantry. I accordingly sat down and wrote on a slip of paper, to be left at the telegraph office at Fortress Monroe for transmission, the following. Savannah, Georgia, December 22, 1884. To His Excellency President Lincoln, Washington, D.C. I beg to present you as a Christmas gift the city of Savannah, with 150 heavy guns and plenty of ammunition, also about 25,000 bales of cotton. W. T. Sherman, Major General. This message actually reached him on Christmas Eve, was extensively published in the newspapers, and made many a household unusually happy on that festive day, and it was in the answer to this dispatch that Mr. Lincoln wrote me the letter of December 28, already given, beginning with the words, "Many, many thanks," etc., which he sent at the hands of General John A. Logan, who happened to be in Washington, and was coming to Savannah, to rejoin his command. On the 23d of December were made the following general orders for the disposition of the troops in and about Savannah. Special Field Order No. 139. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi. In the field, near Savannah, Georgia, December 23, 1864. Savannah, being now in our possession, the river partially cleared out, and measures having been taken to remove all obstructions, will at once be made a grand depot for future operations. 1. The Chief Quartermaster, General Houston, will, after giving the necessary orders touching the transports in Ogeechee River and Ossabaw Sound, come in person to Savannah, and take possession of all public buildings, vacant storerooms, warehouses, etc. that may be now or hereafter needed for any department of the Army. No rents will be paid by the government of the United States during the war, and all buildings must be distributed according to the accustomed rates of the Quartermaster's Department, as though they were public property. 2. The Chief Commissary of Subsistence, Colonel A. Beckwith, will transfer the Grand Depot of the Army to the city of Savannah, secure possession of the needful buildings and offices, and give the necessary orders, to the end that the Army may be supplied abundantly and well. S. The Chief Engineer, Captain Poe, will at once direct which of the enemy's forts are to be retained for our use, and which dismantled and destroyed. The Chief Ordnance Officer, Captain Baylor, will in like manner take possession of all property pertaining to his department captured from the enemy, and cause the same to be collected and conveyed to points of security. All the heavy coast guns will be dismounted and carried to Fort Pulaski. 4. The troops, for the present, will be grouped about the city of Savannah, looking to convenience of camps. General Slocum taking from the Savannah River around to the 7-mile post on the canal, and General Howard thence to the sea. General Kilpatrick will hold King's Bridge until Fort McAllister is dismantled, and the troops withdrawn from the south side of the Ogeechee, when he will take post about Anderson's plantation, on the Plank Road, and picket all the roads leading from the north and west. 5. General Howard will keep a small guard at Forts Rosedale, Beaulieu, Wimberley, Thunderbolt, and Bonaventura, and he will cause that shore and Skidaway Island to be examined very closely, with a view to finding many and convenient points for the embarkation of troops and wagons on sea-going vessels. By order of Major General W. T. Sherman. L. M. Dayton, Aide-de-camp. Special Field Order No. 143. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi. In the field, near Savannah, Georgia, December 26, 1864. The city of Savannah and surrounding country will be held as a military post, and adapted to future military uses, but, as it contains a population of some 20,000 people, who must be provided for, and as other citizens may come, it is proper to lay down certain general principles, that all within its military jurisdiction may understand their relative duties and obligations. 1. During war, the military is superior to civil authority, and where interests clash, the civil must give way. Yet, where there is no conflict, every encouragement should be given to well-disposed and peaceful inhabitants to resume their usual pursuits. Families should be disturbed as little as possible in their residences, and tradesmen allowed the free use of their shops, tools, etc. Churches, schools, and all places of amusement and recreation should be encouraged, and streets and roads made perfectly safe to persons in their pursuits. Passes should not be exacted within the line of outer pickets, but if any person shall abuse these privileges by communicating with the enemy, or doing any act of hostility to the government of the United States, he or she will be punished with the utmost rigor of the law. Commerce with the outer world will be resumed to an extent commensurate with the wants of the citizens, governed by the restrictions and rules of the Treasury Department. 2. The chief quartermaster and commissary of the army may give suitable employment to the people, white and black, or transport them to such points as they may choose where employment can be had, and may extend temporary relief in the way of provisions and vacant houses to the worthy and needy, until such time as they can help themselves. They will select first the buildings for the necessary uses of the army. Next, a sufficient number of stores, to be turned over to the Treasury agent for trade stores. All vacant storehouses or dwellings, and all buildings belonging to absent rebels, will be construed and used as belonging to the United States, until such time as their titles can be settled by the courts of the United States. 3. The mayor and city council of Savannah will continue to exercise their functions, and will, in concert with the commanding officer of the post and the chief quartermaster, see that the fire companies are kept in organization, the streets cleaned and lighted, and keep up a good understanding between the citizens and soldiers. They will ascertain and report to the chief commissary of subsistence, as soon as possible, the names and number of worthy families that need assistance and support. The mayor will forthwith give public notice that the time has come when all must choose their course, viz., remain within our lines, and conduct themselves as good citizens, or depart in peace. He will ascertain the names of all who choose to leave Savannah, and report their names and residence to the chief quartermaster, that measures may be taken to transport them beyond our lines. 4. Not more than 2 newspapers will be published in Savannah. Their editors and proprietors will be held to the strictest accountability, and will be punished severely, in person and property, for any libelous publication, mischievous matter, premature news, exaggerated statements, or any comments whatever upon the acts of the constituted authorities. They will be held accountable for such articles, even though copied from other papers. By order of Major General W. T. Sherman. L. M. Dayton, aide-de-camp. It was estimated that there were about 20,000 inhabitants in Savannah, all of whom had participated more or less in the war, and had no special claims to our favor, but I regarded the war as rapidly drawing to a close. And it was becoming a political question as to what was to be done with the people of the South, both white and black, when the war was actually over. I concluded to give them the option to remain or to join their friends in Charleston or Augusta, and so announced in general orders. The mayor, Dr. Arnold, was completely subjugated, and, after consulting with him, I authorized him to assemble his city council to take charge generally of the interests of the people, but warned all who remained that they must be strictly subordinate to the military law, and to the interests of the general government. About 200 persona, mostly the families of men in the Confederate Army, prepared to follow the fortunes of their husbands and fathers, and these were sent in a steamboat under a flag of truce, in charge of my aide Captain Audenried, to Charleston Harbor, and there delivered to an officer of the Confederate Army. But the great bulk of the inhabitants chose to remain in Savannah, generally behaved with propriety, and good social relations at once arose between them and the army. Shortly after our occupation of Savannah, a lady was announced at my headquarters by the orderly or sentinel at the front door, who was ushered into the parlor, and proved to be the wife of General G. W. Smith, whom I had known about 1850, when Smith was on duty at West Point. She was a native of New London, Connecticut, and very handsome. She began her interview by presenting me a letter from her husband, who then commanded a division of the Georgia militia in the rebel army, which had just quitted Savannah, which letter began, "Dear Sherman, the fortunes of war, etc. Compel me to leave my wife in Savannah, and I beg for her your courteous protection, etc., etc." I inquired where she lived, and if anybody was troubling her. She said she was boarding with a lady whose husband had, in like manner with her own, gone off with Hardee's army, that a part of the house had been taken for the use of Major General Ward, of Kentucky. That her landlady was approaching her confinement, and was nervous at the noise which the younger staff officers made at night, etc. I explained to her that I could give but little personal attention to such matters, and referred her to General Slocum, whose troops occupied the city. I afterward visited her house, and saw, personally, that she had no reason to complain. Shortly afterward Mr. Hardee, a merchant of Savannah, came to me and presented a letter from his brother, the general, to the same effect, alleging that his brother was a civilian, had never taken up arms, and asked of me protection for his family, his cotton, etc. To him I gave the general assurance that no harm was designed to any of the people of Savannah who would remain quiet and peaceable, but that I could give him no guarantee as to his cotton, for over it I had no absolute control. And yet still later I received a note from the wife of General A. P. Stewart, who commanded a corps in Hood's army, asking me to come to see her. This I did, and found her to be a native of Cincinnati, Ohio, wanting protection, and who was naturally anxious about the fate of her husband, known to be with General Hood, in Tennessee, retreating before General Thomas. I remember that I was able to assure her that he had not been killed or captured, up to that date, and think that I advised her, instead of attempting to go in pursuit of her husband, to go to Cincinnati, to her uncle, Judge Storer. There await the issue of events. Before I had reached Savannah, and during our stay there, the rebel officers and newspapers represented the conduct of the men of our army as simply infamous, that we respected neither age nor sex. That we burned everything we came across, barns, stables, cotton gins, and even dwelling houses, that we ravished the women and killed the men, and perpetrated all manner of outrages on the inhabitants. Therefore it struck me as strange that Generals Hardee and Smith should commit their families to our custody, and even bespeak our personal care and attention. These officers knew well that these reports were exaggerated in the extreme, and yet tacitly assented to these publications, to arouse the drooping energies of the people of the South. As the division of Major General John W. Geary, of the 20th Corps, was the first to enter Savannah, that officer was appointed to command the place, or to act as a sort of governor. He very soon established a good police, maintained admirable order, and I doubt if Savannah, either before or since, has had a better government than during our stay. The guard mountings and parades, as well as the greater reviews, became the daily resorts of the ladies, to hear the music of our excellent bands. Schools were opened, and the churches every Sunday were well filled with most devout and respectful congregations. Stores were reopened, and markets for provisions, meat, wood, etc. were established so that each family, regardless of race, color, or opinion, could procure all the necessaries and even luxuries of life, provided they had money. Of course, many families were actually destitute of this, and to these were issued stores from our own stock of supplies. I remember to have given to Dr. Arnold, the mayor, an order for the contents of a large warehouse of rice, which he confided to a committee of gentlemen, who went north, to Boston, and soon returned with one or more cargoes of flour, hams, sugar, coffee, etc. for gratuitous distribution, which relieved the most pressing wants until the revival of trade and business enabled the people to provide for themselves. A lady, whom I had known in former years as Miss Josephine Goodwin, told me that, with a barrel of flour and some sugar which she had received gratuitously from the commissary, she had baked cakes and pies, in the sale of which she realized a profit of $56. Meantime Colonel Poe had reconnoitered and laid off new lines of parapet, which would enable a comparatively small garrison to hold the place, and a heavy detail of soldiers was put to work thereon. Generals Easton and Beckwith had organized a complete depot of supplies, and, though vessels arrived almost daily with mails and provisions, we were hardly ready to initiate a new and hazardous campaign. I had not yet received from General Grant or General Halleck any modification of the orders of December 6, 1864, to embark my command for Virginia by sea, but on the 2d of January, 1865, General J.G. Barnard, United States Engineers, arrived direct from General Grant's headquarters, bearing the following letter, in the General's own handwriting, which, with my answer, is here given. Headquarters Armies of the United States. City Point, Virginia, December 27, 1864. Major General W. T. Sherman, Commanding Military Division of the Mississippi. General, before writing you definite instructions for the next campaign, I wanted to receive your answer to my letter written from Washington. Your confidence in being able to march up and join this army pleases me, and I believe it can be done. The effect of such a campaign will be to disorganize the South, and prevent the organization of new armies from their broken fragments. Hood is now retreating, with his army broken and demoralized. His loss in men has probably not been far from 20,000, besides deserters. If time is given, the fragments may be collected together and many of the deserters reassembled. If we can, we should act to prevent this. Your spare army, as it were, moving as proposed, will do it. In addition to holding Savannah, it looks to me that an entrenched camp ought to be held on the railroad between Savannah and Charleston. Your movement toward Branchville will probably enable Foster to reach this with his own force. This will give us a position in the South from which we can threaten the interior without marching over long, narrow causeways, easily defended, as we have heretofore been compelled to do. Could not such a camp be established about Pocataligo or Coosawhatchee? I have thought that, Hood being so completely wiped out for present harm, I might bring A. J. Smith here, with 14 to 15,000 men. With this increase I could hold my lines, and move out with a greater force than Lee has. It would compel Lee to retain all his present force in the defenses of Richmond or abandon them entirely. This latter contingency is probably the only danger to the easy success of your expedition. In the event you should meet Lee's army, you would be compelled to beat it or find the seacoast. Of course, I shall not let Lee's army escape if I can help it, and will not let it go without following to the best of my ability. Without waiting further directions, then, you may make your preparations to start on your northern expedition without delay. Break up the railroads in South and North Carolina, and join the armies operating against Richmond as soon as you can. I will leave out all suggestions about the route you should take, knowing that your information, gained daily in the course of events, will be better than any that can be obtained now. It may not be possible for you to march to the rear of Petersburg. But, failing in this, you could strike either of the seacoast ports in North Carolina held by us. From there you could take shipping. It would be decidedly preferable, however, if you could march the whole distance. From the best information I have, you will find no difficulty in supplying your army until you cross the Roanoke. From there here is but a few days' march, and supplies could be collected south of the river to bring you through. I shall establish communication with you there, by steamboat and gunboat. By this means your wants can be partially supplied. I shall hope to hear from you soon, and to hear your plan, and about the time of starting. Please instruct Foster to hold on to all the property in Savannah, and especially the cotton. Do not turn it over to citizens or Treasury agents, without orders of the War Department. Very respectfully, your obedient servant. U.S. Grant, Lieutenant General. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi. In the field, near Savannah, Georgia, January 2, 1865. Lieutenant General U.S. Grant, City Point. General, I have received, by the hands of General Barnard, your note of 26th and letter of December 27th. I herewith enclose to you a copy of a projet which I have this morning, in strict confidence, discussed with my immediate commanders. I shall need, however, larger supplies of stores, especially grain. I will enclose to you, with this, letters from General Easton, Quartermaster, and Colonel Beckwith, Commissary of Subsistence, setting forth what will be required, and trust you will forward them to Washington with your sanction, so that the necessary steps may be taken at once to enable me to carry out this plan on time. I wrote you very fully on the 24th, and have nothing to add. Every thing here is quiet, and if I can get the necessary supplies in our wagons, shall be ready to start at the time indicated in my projet. January 15th. But, until those supplies are in hand, I can do nothing. After they are, I shall be ready to move with great rapidity. I have heard of the affair at Cape Fear. It has turned out as you will remember I expected. I have furnished General Easton a copy of the dispatch from the Secretary of War. He will retain possession of all cotton here, and ship it as fast as vessels can be had to New York. I shall immediately send the 17th Corps over to Port Royal by boats, to be furnished by Admiral Dahlgren and General Foster, without interfering with General Easton's vessels, to make a lodgment on the railroad at Pocataligo. General Barnard will remain with me a few days, and I send this by a staff officer, who can return on one of the vessels of the supply fleet. I suppose that, now that General Butler has got through with them, you can spare them to us. My report of recent operations is nearly ready, and will be sent you in a day or two, as soon as some farther subordinate reports come in. I am, with great respect, very truly, your friend, W. T. Sherman, Major General. Entirely confidential. Projet for January 1. Right wing to move men and artillery by transports to head of Broad River and Beaufort, re-establish Port Royal Ferry, and mass the wing at or in the neighborhood of Pocataligo. Left wing and cavalry to work slowly across the causeway toward Hardeeville, to open a road by which wagons can reach their corps about Broad River. Also, by a rapid movement of the left, to secure Sisters Ferry, and Augusta Road out to Robertsville. In the meantime, all guns, shot, shell, cotton, etc. to be moved to a safe place, easy to guard, and provisions and wagons got ready for another swath, aiming to have our army in hand about the head of Broad River, say Pocataligo, Robertsville, and Coosawhatchee, by the January 15th. 2. The whole army to move with loaded wagons by the roads leading in the direction of Columbia, which afford the best chance of forage and provisions. Howard to be at Pocataligo by the 15th January, and Slocum to be at Robertsville, and Kilpatrick at or near Coosawhatchee about the same date. General Foster's troops to occupy Savannah, and gunboats to protect the rivers as soon as Howard gets Pocataligo. W. T. Sherman, Major General. Therefore, on the 2d of January, I was authorized to march with my entire army north by land, and concluded at once to secure a foothold or starting point on the South Carolina side, selecting Pocataligo and Hardeeville as the points of rendezvous for the two wings. But I still remained in doubt as to the wishes of the administration, whether I should take Charleston en route, or confine my whole attention to the incidental advantages of breaking up the railways of South and North Carolina, and the greater object of uniting my army with that of General Grant before Richmond. General Barnard remained with me several days, and was regarded then, as now, one of the first engineers of the age, perfectly competent to advise me on the strategy and objects of the new campaign. He expressed himself delighted with the high spirit of the army, the steps already taken, by which we had captured Savannah, and he personally inspected some of the forts, such as Thunderbolt and Causon's Bluff, by which the enemy had so long held at bay the whole of our navy, and had defeated the previous attempts made in April, 1862, by the army of General Gillmore, which had bombarded and captured Fort Pulaski, but had failed to reach the city of Savannah. I think General Barnard expected me to invite him to accompany us northward in his official capacity. But Colonel Poe, of my staff, had done so well, and was so perfectly competent, that I thought it unjust to supersede him by a senior in his own corps. I therefore said nothing of this to General Barnard, and soon after he returned to his post with General Grant, at City Point, bearing letters and full personal messages of our situation and wants. We were very much in want of light draft steamers for navigating the shallow waters of the coast, so that it took the 17th Corps more than a week to transfer from Thunderbolt to Beaufort, South Carolina. Admiral Dahlgren had supplied the Harvest Moon and the Pontiac, and General Foster gave us a couple of hired steamers. I was really amused at the effect this short sea voyage had on our men, most of whom had never before looked upon the ocean. Of course, they were fit subjects for seasickness, and afterward they begged me never again to send them to sea, saying they would rather march 1,000 miles on the worst roads of the South than to spend a single night on the ocean. By the 10th General Howard had collected the bulk of the 17th Corps, General Blair, on Beaufort Island, and began his march for Pocataligo, 25 miles inland. They crossed the channel between the island and mainland during Saturday, the 14th of January, by a pontoon bridge, and marched out to Garden's Corners, where there was some light skirmishing. The next day, Sunday, they continued on to Pocataligo, finding the strong fort there abandoned, and accordingly made a lodgment on the railroad, having lost only 2 officers and 8 men. About the same time General Slocum crossed 2 divisions of the 20th Corps over the Savannah River, above the city, occupied Hardeeville by 1 division and Purysburg by another. Thus, by the middle of January, we had effected a lodgment in South Carolina, and were ready to resume the march northward. But we had not yet accumulated enough provisions and forage to fill the wagons, and other causes of delay occurred, of which I will make mention in due order. On the last day of December, 1864, Captain Breeze, United States Navy, flag officer to Admiral Porter, reached Savannah, bringing the first news of General Butler's failure at Fort Fisher, and that the general had returned to James River with his land forces, leaving Admiral Porter's fleet anchored off Cape Fear, in that tempestuous season. Captain Breeze brought me a letter from the Admiral, dated December 29th, asking me to send him from Savannah one of my old divisions, with which he said he would make short work of Fort Fisher. That he had already bombarded and silenced its guns, and that General Butler had failed because he was afraid to attack, or even give the order to attack, after, as Porter insisted, the guns of Fort Fisher had been actually silenced by the Navy. I answered him promptly on the 31st of December, that I proposed to march north inland, and that I would prefer to leave the rebel garrisons on the coast, instead of dislodging and piling them up in my front as we progressed. From the chances, as I then understood them, I supposed that Fort Fisher was garrisoned by a comparatively small force, while the whole division of General Hoke remained about the city of Wilmington. And that, if Fort Fisher were captured, it would leave General Hoke free to join the larger force that would naturally be collected to oppose my progress northward. I accordingly answered Admiral Porter to this effect, declining to loan him the use of one of my divisions. It subsequently transpired, however, that, as soon as General Butler reached City Point, General Grant was unwilling to rest under a sense of failure, and accordingly dispatched back the same troops, reinforced and commanded by General A.H. Terry, who, on the 15th day of January, successfully assaulted and captured Fort Fisher, with its entire garrison. After the war was over, about the 20th of May, when I was giving my testimony before the Congressional Committee on the Conduct of the War, the chairman of the committee, Senator B.F. Wade, of Ohio, told me that General Butler had been summoned before that committee during the previous January, and had just finished his demonstration to their entire satisfaction that Fort Fisher could not be carried by assault. When they heard the newsboy in the hall crying out an extra, calling him in, they inquired the news, and he answered, "Fort Fisher done took." Of course, they all laughed, and none more heartily than General Butler himself. On the 11th of January there arrived at Savannah a revenue cutter, having on board Simeon Draper, Esq., of New York City, the Honorable E.M. Stanton, Secretary of War, Quartermaster General Meigs, Adjutant General Townsend, and a retinue of civilians, who had come down from the north to regulate the civil affairs of Savannah. I was instructed by Mr. Stanton to transfer to Mr. Draper the custom house, post office, and such other public buildings as these civilians needed in the execution of their office, and to cause to be delivered into their custody the captured cotton. This was accomplished by Special Field Orders, No. 10. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi. In the field, near Savannah, Georgia, January 12, 1865. 1. Brevet Brigadier General Houston, Chief Quartermaster, will turn over to Simeon Draper, Esq., Agent of the United States Treasury Department, all cotton now in the city of Savannah, prize of war. Taking his receipt for the same in gross, and returning for it to the Quartermaster General. He will also afford Mr. Draper all the facilities in his power in the way of transportation, labor, etc., to enable him to handle the cotton with expedition. 2. General Houston will also turn over to Mr. Draper the Custom House, and such other buildings in the city of Savannah as he may need in the execution of his office. By order of General W. T. Sherman. L. M. Dayton, aide-de-camp. Up to this time all the cotton had been carefully guarded, with orders to General Houston to ship it by the return vessels to New York, for the adjudication of the nearest prize court, accompanied with invoices and all evidence of title to ownership. Marks, numbers, and other figures were carefully preserved on the bales, so that the court might know the history of each bale. But Mr. Stanton, who surely was an able lawyer, changed all this, and ordered the obliteration of all the marks, so that no man, friend or foe, could trace his identical cotton. I thought it strange at the time, and think it more so now. For I am assured that claims, real and fictitious, have been proved up against this identical cotton of 3 times the quantity actually captured, and that reclamations on the Treasury have been allowed for more than the actual quantity captured, viz. 31,000 bales. Mr. Stanton stayed in Savannah several days, and seemed very curious about matters and things in general. I walked with him through the city, especially the bivouacs of the several regiments that occupied the vacant squares, and he seemed particularly pleased at the ingenuity of the men in constructing their temporary huts. 4 of the dog tents, or tents d'abri, buttoned together, served for a roof, and the sides were made of clapboards, or rough boards brought from demolished houses or fences. I remember his marked admiration for the hut of a soldier who had made his door out of a handsome parlor mirror, the glass gone and its gilt frame serving for his door. He talked to me a great deal about the Negroes, the former slaves, and I told him of many interesting incidents, illustrating their simple character and faith in our arms and progress. He inquired particularly about General Jeff C. Davis, who, he said, was a Democrat and hostile to the Negro. I assured him that General Davis was an excellent soldier, and I did not believe he had any hostility to the Negro. That in our army we had no Negro soldiers, and, as a rule, we preferred white soldiers, but that we employed a large force of them as servants, teamsters, and pioneers, who had rendered admirable service. He then showed me a newspaper account of General Davis taking up his pontoon bridge across Ebenezer Creek, leaving sleeping Negro men, women, and children, on the other side, to be slaughtered by Wheeler's cavalry. I had heard such a rumor, and advised Mr. Stanton, before becoming prejudiced, to allow me to send for General Davis, which he did, and General Davis explained the matter to his entire satisfaction. The truth was, that, as we approached the seaboard, the freedmen in droves, old and young, followed the several columns to reach a place of safety. It so happened that General Davis's route into Savannah followed what was known as the River Road, and he had to make constant use of his pontoon train the head of his column reaching some deep, impassable creek before the rear was fairly over another. He had occasionally to use the pontoons both day and night. On the occasion referred to, the bridge was taken up from Ebenezer Creek while some of the camp followers remained asleep on the farther side, and these were picked up by Wheeler's cavalry. Some of them, in their fright, were drowned in trying to swim over, and others may have been cruelly killed by Wheeler's men, but this was a mere supposition. At all events, the same thing might have resulted to General Howard, or to any other of the many most humane commanders who filled the army. General Jeff C. Davis was strictly a soldier, and doubtless hated to have his wagons and columns encumbered by these poor Negroes, for whom we all felt sympathy, but a sympathy of a different sort from that of Mr. Stanton, which was not of pure humanity, but of politics. The Negro question was beginning to loom up among the political eventualities of the day, and many foresaw that not only would the slaves secure their freedom, but that they would also have votes. I did not dream of such a result then, but knew that slavery, as such, was dead forever, and did not suppose that the former slaves would be suddenly, without preparation, manufactured into voters, equal to all others, politically and socially. Mr. Stanton seemed desirous of coming into contact with the Negroes to confer with them, and he asked me to arrange an interview for him. I accordingly sent out and invited the most intelligent of the Negroes, mostly Baptist and Methodist preachers, to come to my rooms to meet the Secretary of War. 20 responded, and were received in my room upstairs in Mr. Green's house, where Mr. Stanton and Adjutant General Townsend took down the conversation in the form of questions and answers. Each of the 20 gave his name and partial history, and then selected Garrison Frazier as their spokesman. First question. State what your understanding is in regard to the acts of Congress and President Lincoln's proclamation touching the colored people in the rebel states. Answer. So far as I understand President Lincoln's proclamation to the rebel states, it is, that if they will lay down their arms and submit to the laws of the United States, before the 1st of January 1863, all should be well. But if they did not, then all the slaves in the southern states should be free, henceforth and forever. That is what I understood. Second question. State what you understand by slavery, and the freedom that was to be given by the President's proclamation. Answer. Slavery is receiving by irresistible power the work of another man, and not by his consent. The freedom, as I understand it, promised by the proclamation, is taking us from under the yoke of bondage and placing us where we can reap the fruit of our own labor, and take care of ourselves and assist the government in maintaining our freedom. Fourth question. State in what manner you would rather live, whether scattered among the whites, or in colonies by yourselves. Answer. I would prefer to live by ourselves, for there is a prejudice against us in the South that will take years to get over, but I do not know that I can answer for my brethren. All but Mr. Lynch, a missionary from the North, agreed with Frazier, but he thought they ought to live together, along with the whites. Eighth question. If the rebel leaders were to arm the slaves, what would be its effect? Answer. I think they would fight as long as they were before the bayonet, and just as soon as they could get away they would desert, in my opinion. 10th question. Do you understand the mode of enlistment of colored persons in the rebel states by state agents, under the Act of Congress? If yeah, what is your understanding? Answer. My understanding is that colored persons enlisted by state agents are enlisted as substitutes, and give credit to the state and do not swell the army, because every black man enlisted by a state agent leaves a white man at home. And also that larger bounties are given, or promised, by the state agents than are given by the United States. The great object should be to push through this rebellion the shortest way. And there seems to be something wanting in the enlistment by state agents, for it don't strengthen the army, but takes one away for every colored man enlisted. 11th question. State what, in your opinion, is the best way to enlist colored men as soldiers? Answer. I think, sir, that all compulsory operations should be put a stop to. The ministers would talk to them, and the young men would enlist. It is my opinion that it would be far better for the state agents to stay at home and the enlistments be made for the United States under the direction of General Sherman. Up to this time I was present, and, on Mr. Stanton's intimating that he wanted to ask some questions affecting me, I withdrew, and then he put the 12th and last question. 12th question. State what is the feeling of the colored people toward General Sherman, and how far do they regard his sentiments and actions as friendly to their rights and interests, or otherwise? Answer. We looked upon General Sherman, prior to his arrival, as a man, in the providence of God, specially set apart to accomplish this work, and we unanimously felt inexpressible gratitude to him. Looking upon him as a man who should be honored for the faithful performance of his duty. Some of us called upon him immediately upon his arrival, and it is probable he did not meet the secretary with more courtesy than he did us. His conduct and deportment toward us characterized him as a friend and gentleman. We have confidence in General Sherman, and think what concerns us could not be in better hands. This is our opinion now, from the short acquaintance and intercourse we have had. It certainly was a strange fact that the Great War Secretary should have catechized Negroes concerning the character of a general who had commanded 100,000 men in battle, had captured cities, conducted 65,000 men successfully across 400 miles of hostile territory, and had just brought tens of thousands of freedmen to a place of security. But because I had not loaded down my army by other hundreds of thousands of poor Negroes, I was construed by others as hostile to the black race. I had received from General Halleck, at Washington, a letter warning me that there were certain influential parties near the President who were torturing him with suspicions of my fidelity to him and his Negro policy. But I shall always believe that Mr. Lincoln, though a civilian, knew better, and appreciated my motives and character. Though this letter of General Halleck has always been treated by me as confidential, I now insert it here at length. Headquarters of the Army. Washington, D.C., December 30, 1864. Major General W. T. Sherman, Savannah. My dear General, I take the liberty of calling your attention, in this private and friendly way, to a matter which may possibly hereafter be of more importance to you than either of us may now anticipate. While almost every one is praising your great march through Georgia, and the capture of Savannah, there is a certain class having now great influence with the President, and very probably anticipating still more on a change of cabinet, who are decidedly disposed to make a point against you. I mean in regard to inevitable Sambo. They say that you have manifested an almost criminal dislike to the Negro, and that you are not willing to carry out the wishes of the government in regard to him, but repulse him with contempt. They say you might have brought with you to Savannah more than 50,000, thus stripping Georgia of that number of laborers, and opening a road by which as many more could have escaped from their masters. But that, instead of this, you drove them from your ranks, prevented their following you by cutting the bridges in your rear, and thus caused the massacre of large numbers by Wheeler's cavalry. To those who know you as I do, such accusation will pass as the idle winds, for we presume that you discouraged the Negroes from following you because you had not the means of supporting them, and feared they might seriously embarrass your march. But there are others, and among them some in high authority, who think or pretend to think otherwise, and they are decidedly disposed to make a point against you. I do not write this to induce you to conciliate this class of men by doing anything which you do not deem right and proper, and for the interest of the government and the country, but simply to call your attention to certain things which are viewed here somewhat differently than from your standpoint. I will explain as briefly as possible. Some here think that, in view of the scarcity of labor in the South, and the probability that a part, at least, of the able-bodied slaves will be called into the military service of the rebels, it is of the greatest importance to open outlets by which these slaves can escape into our lines, and they say that the route you have passed over should be made the route of escape, and Savannah the great place of refuge. These, I know, are the views of some of the leading men in the administration, and they now express dissatisfaction that you did not carry them out in your great raid. Now that you are in possession of Savannah, and there can be no further fears about supplies, would it not be possible for you to reopen these avenues of escape for the Negroes, without interfering with your military operations? Could not such escaped slaves find at least a partial supply of food in the rice fields about Savannah, and cotton plantations on the coast? I merely throw out these suggestions. I know that such a course would be approved by the government, and I believe that a manifestation on your part of a desire to bring the slaves within our lines will do much to silence your opponents. You will appreciate my motives in writing this private letter. Yours truly, H. W. Halleck. There is no doubt that Mr. Stanton, when he reached Savannah, shared these thoughts, but luckily the Negroes themselves convinced him that he was in error, and that they understood their own interests far better than did the men in Washington, who tried to make political capital out of this Negro question. The idea that such men should have been permitted to hang around Mr. Lincoln, to torture his life by suspicions of the officers who were toiling with the single purpose to bring the war to a successful end, and thereby to liberate all slaves, is a fair illustration of the influences that poison a political capital. My aim then was, to whip the rebels, to humble their pride, to follow them to their inmost recesses, and make them fear and dread us. Fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. I did not want them to cast in our teeth what General Hood had once done in Atlanta, that we had to call on their slaves to help us to subdue them. But, as regards kindness to the race, encouraging them to patience and forbearance, procuring them food and clothing, and providing them with land whereon to labor, I assert that no army ever did more for that race than the one I commanded in Savannah. When we reached Savannah, we were beset by ravenous state agents from Hilton Head, who enticed and carried away our servants, and the corps of pioneers which we had organized, and which had done such excellent service. On one occasion, my own aide-de-camp, Colonel Audenried, found at least 100 poor Negroes shut up in a house and pen, waiting for the night, to be conveyed stealthily to Hilton Head. They appealed to him for protection, alleging that they had been told that they must be soldiers, that Massa Lincoln wanted them, etc. I never denied the slaves a full opportunity for voluntary enlistment, but I did prohibit force to be used. For I knew that the state agents were more influenced by the profit they derived from the large bounties than being paid than by any love of country or of the colored race. In the language of Mr. Fraser, the enlistment of every black man did not strengthen the army, but took away one white man from the ranks. During Mr. Stanton's stay in Savannah we discussed this Negro question very fully. He asked me to draft an order on the subject, in accordance with my own views, that would meet the pressing necessities of the case, and I did so. We went over this order, number 15, of January 16, 1865, very carefully. The Secretary made some verbal modifications. When it was approved by him in all its details, I published it, and it went into operation at once. It provided fully for the enlistment of colored troops, and gave the freedmen certain possessory rights to land, which afterward became matters of judicial inquiry and decision. Of course, the military authorities at that day, when war prevailed, had a perfect right to grant the possession of any vacant land to which they could extend military protection, but we did not undertake to give a fee simple title. And all that was designed by these special field orders was to make temporary provisions for the freedmen and their families during the rest of the war, or until Congress should take action in the premises. All that I now propose to assert is, that Mr. Stanton, Secretary of War, saw these orders in the rough, and approved every paragraph thereof, before they were made public. Special Field Orders, No. 15. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi. In the field, near Savannah, Georgia, January 16, 1865. 1. The islands from Charleston south, the abandoned rice fields. Along the rivers for 30 miles back from the sea, and the country bordering the St. Johns River, Florida, are reserved and set apart for the settlement of the Negroes now made free by the acts of war and the proclamation of the President of the United States. 2. At Beaufort, Hilton Head, Savannah, Fernandina, St. Augustine, and Jacksonville, the blacks may remain in their chosen or accustomed vocations, but on the islands, and in the settlements hereafter to be established, no white person whatever, unless military officers and soldiers detailed for duty, will be permitted to reside, and the sole and exclusive management of affairs will be left to the freed people themselves, subject only to the United States military authority, and the acts of Congress. By the laws of war, and orders of the President of the United States, the Negro is free, and must be dealt with as such. He cannot be subjected to conscription, or forced military service, save by the written orders of the highest military authority of the department, under such regulations as the President or Congress may prescribe. Domestic servants, blacksmiths, carpenters, and other mechanics will be free to select their own work and residence, but the young and able-bodied Negroes must be encouraged to enlist as soldiery in the service of the United States, to contribute their share toward maintaining their own freedom and securing their rights as citizens of the United States. Negroes so enlisted will be organized into companies, battalions, and regiments, under the orders of the United States military authorities, and will be paid, fed, and clothed, according to law. The bounties paid on enlistment may, with the consent of the recruit, go to assist his family and settlement in procuring agricultural implements, seed, tools, boots, clothing, and other articles necessary for their livelihood. 8. Whenever 3 respectable Negroes, heads of families, shall desire to settle on land, and shall have selected for that purpose an island or a locality clearly defined within the limits above designated, the Inspector of Settlements and Plantations will himself, or by such subordinate officer as he may appoint, give them a license to settle such island or district, and afford them such assistance as he can to enable them to establish a peaceable agricultural settlement. The 3 parties named will subdivide the land, under the supervision of the inspector, among themselves, and such others as may choose to settle near them, so that each family shall have a plot of not more than 40 acres of tillable ground, and when it borders on some water channel, with not more than 800 feet waterfront, in the possession of which land the military authorities will afford them protection until such time as they can protect themselves, or until Congress shall regulate their title. The quartermaster may, on the requisition of the Inspector of Settlements and Plantations, place at the disposal of the inspector one or more of the captured steamers to ply between the settlements and one or more of the commercial points heretofore named, in order to afford the settlers the opportunity to supply their necessary wants, and to sell the products of their land and labor. 4. Whenever a Negro has enlisted in the military service of the United States, he may locate his family in any one of the settlements at pleasure, and acquire a homestead, and all other rights and privileges of a settler, as though present in person. In like manner, Negroes may settle their families and engage on board the gunboats, or in fishing, or in the navigation of the inland waters, without losing any claim to land or other advantages derived from this system. But no one, unless an actual settler as above defined, or unless absent on government service, will be entitled to claim any right to land or property in any settlement by virtue of these orders. 5. In order to carry out this system of settlement, a general officer will be detailed as inspector of settlements and plantations, whose duty it shall be to visit the settlements, to regulate their police and general arrangement, and who will furnish personally to each head of a family, subject to the approval of the President of the United States, a possessory title in writing, giving as near as possible the description of boundaries, and who shall adjust all claims or conflicts that may arise under the same, subject to the like approval, treating such titles altogether as possessory. The same general officer will also be charged with the enlistment and organization of the Negro recruits, and protecting their interests while absent from their settlements, and will be governed by the rules and regulations prescribed by the War Department for such purposes. 6. Brigadier General R. Saxton is hereby appointed Inspector of Settlements and Plantations, and will at once enter on the performance of his duties. No change is intended or desired in the settlement now on Beaufort Island, nor will any rights to property heretofore acquired be affected thereby. By order of Major General W. T. Sherman, L.M. Dayton, Assistant Adjutant General. I saw a good deal of the Secretary socially, during the time of his visit to Savannah. He kept his quarters on the revenue cutter with Simeon Draper, Esq., which cutter lay at a wharf in the river, but he came very often to my quarters at Mr. Green's house. Though appearing robust and strong, he complained a good deal of internal pains, which he said threatened his life, and would compel him soon to quit public office. He professed to have come from Washington purposely for rest and recreation, and he spoke unreservedly of the bickerings and jealousies at the national capital, of the interminable quarrels of the state governors about their quotas, and more particularly of the financial troubles that threatened the very existence of the government itself. He said that the price of everything had so risen in comparison with the depreciated money, that there was danger of national bankruptcy, and he appealed to me, as a soldier and patriot, to hurry up matters so as to bring the war to a close. He left for Port Royal about the 15th of January, and promised to go north without delay, so as to hurry back to me the supplies I had called for, as indispensable for the prosecution of the next stage of the campaign. I was quite impatient to get off myself, for a city life had become dull and tame, and we were all anxious to get into the pine woods again, free from the importunities of rebel women asking for protection, and of the civilians from the north who were coming to Savannah for cotton and all sorts of profit. On the 18th of January General Slocum was ordered to turn over the city of Savannah to General J. G. Foster, commanding the Department of the South, who proposed to retain his own headquarters at Hilton Head, and to occupy Savannah by General Grover's division of the 19th Corps, just arrived from James River, and on the next day, viz. January 19th, I made the first general orders for the move. These were substantially to group the right wing of the army at Pocataligo, already held by the 17th Corps, and the left wing and cavalry at or near Robertsville, in South Carolina. The army remained substantially the same as during the march from Atlanta, with the exception of a few changes in the commanders of brigades and divisions, the addition of some men who had joined from furlough, and the loss of others from the expiration of their term of service. My own personal staff remained the same, with the exception that General W. F. Berry had rejoined us at Savannah, perfectly recovered from his attack of erysipelas, and continued with us to the end of the war. Generals Easton and Beckwith remained at Savannah, in charge of their respective depots, with orders to follow and meet us by sea with supplies when we should reach the coast at Wilmington or New Bern, North Carolina. Of course, I gave out with some ostentation, especially among the rebels, that we were going to Charleston or Augusta. But I had long before made up my mind to waste no time on either, further than to play off on their fears, thus to retain for their protection a force of the enemy which would otherwise concentrate in our front, and make the passage of some of the great rivers that crossed our route more difficult and bloody. Having accomplished all that seemed necessary, on the 21st of January, with my entire headquarters, officers, clerks, orderlies, etc., with wagons and horses, I embarked in a steamer for Beaufort, South Carolina, touching at Hilton Head, to see General Foster. The weather was rainy and bad, but we reached Beaufort safely on the 23d, and found some of General Blair's troops there. The pink of his corps, 17th, was, however, up on the railroad about Pocataligo, near the head of Broad River, to which their supplies were carried from Hilton Head by steamboats. General Hatch's division, of General Foster's command, was still at Coosawhatchee or Tullafinny, where the Charleston and Savannah Railroad crosses the river of that name. All the country between Beaufort and Pocataligo was low alluvial land, cut up by an infinite number of saltwater sloughs and freshwater creeks, easily susceptible of defense by a small force. And why the enemy had allowed us to make a lodgment at Pocataligo so easily I did not understand, unless it resulted from fear or ignorance. It seemed to me then that the terrible energy they had displayed in the earlier stages of the war was beginning to yield to the slower but more certain industry and discipline of our northern men. It was to me manifest that the soldiers and people of the South entertained an undue fear of our Western men, and, like children, they had invented such ghost-like stories of our prowess in Georgia, that they were scared by their own inventions. Still, this was a power, and I intended to utilize it. Somehow, our men had got the idea that South Carolina was the cause of all our troubles. Her people were the first to fire on Fort Sumter, had been in a great hurry to precipitate the country into civil war, and therefore on them should fall the scourge of war in its worst form. Taunting messages had also come to us, when in Georgia, to the effect that, when we should reach South Carolina, we would find a people less passive, who would fight us to the bitter end, daring us to come over, etc. So that I saw and felt that we would not be able longer to restrain our men as we had done in Georgia. Personally, I had many friends in Charleston, to whom I would gladly have extended protection and mercy, but they were beyond my personal reach, and I would not restrain the army lest its vigor and energy should be impaired. And I had every reason to expect bold and strong resistance at the many broad and deep rivers that lay across our path. General Foster's Department of the South had been enlarged to embrace the coast of North Carolina, so that the few troops serving there, under the command of General Innes and Palmer, at New Bern, became subject to my command. General A.H. Terry held Fort Fisher, and a rumor came that he had taken the city of Wilmington, but this was premature. He had about 8,000 men. General Schofield was also known to be en route from Nashville for North Carolina, with the entire 23rd Corps, so that I had every reason to be satisfied that I would receive additional strength as we progressed northward. And before I should need it. General W. J. Hardee commanded the Confederate forces in Charleston, with the Salkehatchie River as his line of defense. It was also known that General Beauregard had come from the direction of Tennessee, and had assumed the general command of all the troops designed to resist our progress. The heavy winter rains had begun early in January, rendered the roads execrable, and the Savannah River became so swollen that it filled its many channels, overflowing the vast extent of rice fields that lay on the east bank. This flood delayed our departure 2 weeks, for it swept away our pontoon bridge at Savannah, and came near drowning John E. Smith's division of the 15th Corps, with several heavy trains of wagons that were en route from Savannah to Pocataligo by the old causeway. General Slocum had already ferried 2 of his divisions across the river, when Sisters Ferry, about 40 miles above Savannah, was selected for the passage of the rest of his wing and of Kilpatrick's cavalry. The troops were in motion for that point before I quitted Savannah, and Captain S.B. Luce, United States Navy, had reported to me with a gunboat, the Pontiac, and a couple of transports, which I requested him to use in protecting Sisters Ferry during the passage of Slocum's wing, and to facilitate the passage of the troops all he could. The utmost activity prevailed at all points, but it was manifest we could not get off much before the first day of February, so I determined to go in person to Pocataligo, and there act as though we were bound for Charleston. On the 24th of January I started from Beaufort with a part of my staff, leaving the rest to follow at leisure, rowed across the island to a pontoon bridge that spanned the channel between it and the mainland. And thence rowed by Garden's Corners to a plantation not far from Pocataligo, occupied by General Blair. There we found a house, with a majestic avenue of live oaks, whose limbs had been cut away by the troops for firewood. And desolation marked one of those splendid South Carolina estates where the proprietors formerly had dispensed a hospitality that distinguished the old regime of that proud state. I slept on the floor of the house, but the night was so bitter cold that I got up by the fire several times. And when it burned low I rekindled it with an old mantel clock and the wreck of a bedstead which stood in a corner of the room, the only act of vandalism that I recall done by myself personally during the war. The next morning I rode to Pocataligo, and thence reconnoitered our entire line down to Coosawhatchee. Pocataligo Fort was on low, alluvial ground, and near it began the sandy pine land which connected with the firm ground extending inland, constituting the chief reason for its capture at the very first stage of the campaign. Hatch's division was ordered to that point from Coosawhatchee, and the whole of Howard's right wing was brought nearby, ready to start by the 1st of February. I also reconnoitered the point of the Salkehatchie River, where the Charleston Railroad crossed it, found the bridge protected by a rebel battery on the farther side, and could see a few men about it. But the stream itself was absolutely impassable, for the whole bottom was overflowed by its swollen waters to the breadth of a full mile. Nevertheless, forces and MEMOIRS divisions of the 17th Corps were kept active, seemingly with the intention to cross over in the direction of Charleston, and thus to keep up the delusion that that city was our immediate objective. Meantime, I had reports from General Slocum of the terrible difficulties he had encountered about Sisters Ferry, where the Savannah River was reported nearly 3 miles wide. And it seemed for a time almost impossible for him to span it at all with his frail pontoons. About this time, January 25th, the weather cleared away bright and cold, and I inferred that the river would soon run down, and enable Slocum to pass the river before February 1st. One of the divisions of the 15th Corps, Courses, had also been cut off by the loss of the pontoon bridge at Savannah, so that General Slocum had with him, not only his own 2 corps, but Courses' division and Kilpatrick's cavalry. Without which it was not prudent for me to inaugurate the campaign. We therefore rested quietly about Pocataligo, collecting stores and making final preparations, until the 1st of February, when I learned that the cavalry and 2 divisions of the 20th Corps were fairly across the river. And then gave the necessary orders for the march northward. Before closing this chapter, I will add a few original letters that bear directly on the subject, and tend to illustrate it. Headquarters Armies of the United States. Washington, D.C., January 21, 1866. Major General W. T. Sherman, Commanding Military Division of the Mississippi. General, your letters brought by General Barnard were received at City Point, and read with interest. Not having them with me, however, I cannot say that in this I will be able to satisfy you on all points of recommendation. As I arrived here at 1 p.m., and must leave at 6 p.m., having in the meantime spent over 3 hours with the Secretary and General Halleck, I must be brief. Before your last request to have Thomas make a campaign into the heart of Alabama, I had ordered Schofield to Annapolis, Maryland, with his corps. The advance, 6,000, will reach the seaboard by the 23d, the remainder following as rapidly as railroad transportation can be procured from Cincinnati. The corps numbers over 21,000 men. Thomas is still left with a sufficient force, surplus to go to Selma under an energetic leader. He has been telegraphed to know whether he could go, and, if so, by which of several routes he would select. No reply is yet received. Canby has been ordered to set offensively from the seacoast to the interior, toward Montgomery and Selma. Thomas's forces will move from the north at an early day, or some of his troops will be sent to Canby. Without further reinforcement Canby will have a moving column of 20,000 men. Fort Fisher, you are aware, has been captured. We have a force there of 8,000 effective. At Newbern about half the number. It is rumored, through deserters, that Wilmington also has fallen. I am inclined to believe the rumor, because on the 17th we knew the enemy were blowing up their works about Fort Caswell, and that on the 18th Terry moved on Wilmington. If Wilmington is captured, Schofield will go there. If not, he will be sent to Newbern. In either event, all the surplus forces at the 2 points will move to the interior, toward Goldsboro, in cooperation with your movements. From either point, railroad communications can be run out, there being here abundance of rolling stock suited to the gauge of those roads. There have been about 16,000 men sent from Lee's army south. Of these, you will have 14,000 against you, if Wilmington is not held by the enemy, casualties at Fort Fisher having overtaken about 2,000. All other troops are subject to your orders as you come in communication with them. They will be so instructed. From about Richmond I will watch Lee closely, and if he detaches many men, or attempts to evacuate, will pitch in. In the meantime, should you be brought to a halt anywhere, I can send 2 corps of 30,000 effective men to your support, from the troops about Richmond. To resume, Canby is ordered to operate to the interior from the Gulf. A. J. Smith may go from the north, but I think it doubtful. A force of 28 or 30,000 will cooperate with you. From Newbern or Wilmington, or both. You can call for reinforcements. This will be handed you by Captain Hudson, of my staff, who will return with any message you may have for me. If there is anything I can do for you in the way of having supplies on shipboard, at any point on the seacoast, ready for you, let me know it. Yours truly. U. S. Grant, Lieutenant General. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi. In the field, Pocataligo, South Carolina, January 29, 1885. Lieutenant General U. S. Grant, City Point, Virginia. Dear General, Captain Hudson has this moment arrived with your letter of January 21st, which I have read with interest. The capture of Fort Fisher has a most important bearing on my campaign, and I rejoice in it for many reasons, because of its intrinsic importance, and because it gives me another point of security on the seaboard. I hope General Terry will follow it up by the capture of Wilmington, although I do not look for it, from Admiral Porter's dispatch to me. I rejoice that Terry was not a West Pointer, that he belonged to your army, and that he had the same troops with which Butler feared to make the attempt. Admiral Dahlgren, whose fleet is reinforced by some more ironclads, wants to make an assault a la Fisher on Fort Moultrie, but I withhold my consent, for the reason that the capture of all Sullivan's Island is not conclusive as to Charleston. The capture of James Island would be, but all pronounce that impossible at this time. Therefore, I am moving, as hitherto designed, for the railroad west of Branchville, then will swing across to Orangeburg, which will interpose my army between Charleston and the interior. Contemporaneous with this, Foster will demonstrate up the Edisto, and afterward make a lodgment at Bull's Bay, and occupy the common road which leads from Mount Pleasant toward Georgetown. When I get to Columbia, I think I shall move straight for Goldsboro, via Fayetteville. By this circuit I cut all roads, and devastate the land. And the forces along the coast, commanded by Foster, will follow my movement, taking anything the enemy lets go, or so occupy his attention that he cannot detach all his forces against me. I feel sure of getting Wilmington, and maybe Charleston, and being at Goldsboro, with its railroads finished back to Morehead City and Wilmington. I can easily take Raleigh, when it seems that Lee must come out. If Schofield comes to Beaufort, he should be pushed out to Kinston, on the Neuse, and maybe Goldsboro, or rather, a point on the Wilmington Road, south of Goldsboro. It is not necessary to storm Goldsboro, because it is in a distant region, of no importance in itself, and, if its garrison is forced to draw supplies from its north, it will be eating up the same stores on which Lee depends for his command. I have no doubt Hood will bring his army to Augusta. Canby and Thomas should penetrate Alabama as far as possible, to keep employed at least a part of Hood's army. Or, what would accomplish the same thing, Thomas might reoccupy the railroad from Chattanooga forward to the Etowah, viz., Rome, Kingston, and Allatoona, thereby threatening Georgia. I know that the Georgia troops are disaffected. At Savannah I met delegates from several counties of the Southwest, who manifested a decidedly hostile spirit to the Confederate cause. I nursed the feeling as far as possible, and instructed Grower to keep it up. My left wing must now be at Sisters Ferry, crossing the Savannah River to the east bank. Slocum has orders to be at Robertsville tomorrow, prepared to move on Barnwell. Howard is here, all ready to start for the Augusta Railroad at Midway. We find the enemy on the east aid of the Salkehatchie, and cavalry in our front, but all give ground on our approach, and seem to be merely watching us. If we start on Tuesday, in 1 week we shall be near Orangeburg, having broken up the Augusta road from the Edisto westward 20 or 25 miles. I will be sure that every rail is twisted, should we encounter too much opposition near Orangeburg. Then I will for a time neglect that branch, and rapidly move on Columbia, and fill up the triangle formed by the Congaree and Wateree, tributaries of the Santee, breaking up that great center of the Carolina roads. Up to that point I feel full confidence, but from there may have to maneuver some, and will be guided by the questions of weather and supplies. You remember we had fine weather last February for our Meridian trip, and my memory of the weather at Charleston is, that February is usually a fine month. Before the March storms come we should be within striking distance of the coast. The months of April and May will be the best for operations from Goldsboro to Raleigh and the Roanoke. You may rest assured that I will keep my troops well in hand, and, if I get worsted, will aim to make the enemy pay so dearly that you will have less to do. I know that this trip is necessary, it must be made sooner or later. I am on time, and in the right position for it. My army is large enough for the purpose, and I ask no reinforcement, but simply wish the utmost activity to be kept up at all other points, so that concentration against me may not be universal. I suspect that Jeff Davis will move heaven and earth to catch me. For success to this column is fatal to his dream of empire. Richmond is not more vital to his cause than Columbia and the heart of South Carolina. If Thomas will not move on Selma, order him to occupy Rome, Kingston, and Allatoona, and again threaten Georgia in the direction of Athena. I think the poor white trash of the South are falling out of their ranks by sickness, desertion, and every available means, but there is a large class of vindictive Southerners who will fight to the last. The squabbles in Richmond, the howls in Charleston, and the disintegration elsewhere, are all good omens for us. We must not relax one iota, but, on the contrary, pile up our efforts. World, ere this, have been off, but we had terrific rains, which caught us in motion, and nearly drowned some of the troops in the rice fields of the savannah. Swept away our causeway, which had been carefully corduroyed, and made the swamps hereabout mere lakes of slimy mud. The weather is now good, and I have the army on terra firma. Supplies, too, came for a long time by daily driblets. Instead of in bulk, this is now all remedied, and I hope to start on Tuesday. I will issue instructions to General Foster, based on the reinforcements of North Carolina, but if Schofield comes, you had better relieve Foster, who cannot take the field, and needs an operation on his leg. Let Schofield take command, with his headquarters at Beaufort, North Carolina, and with orders to secure Goldsboro, with its railroad communication back to Beaufort and Wilmington. If Lee lets us get that position, he is gone up. I will start with my Atlanta army, 60,000, supplied as before, depending on the country for all food in excess of 30 days. I will have less cattle on the hoof, but I hear of hogs, cows, and calves in Barnwell and the Columbia districts. Even here, we have found some forage. Of course, the enemy will carry off and destroy some forage, but I will burn the houses where the people burn their forage, and they will get tired of it. I must risk Hood, and trust to you to hold Lee or be on his heels if he comes south. I observe that the enemy has some respect for my name, for they gave up Pocataligo without a fight when they heard that the attacking force belonged to my army. I will try and keep up that feeling, which is a real power. With respect, your friend, W. T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. P.S. I leave my chief quartermaster and commissary behind to follow coastwise. W.T.S. Dispatch Number 6. Flag Steamer Philadelphia. Savannah River, January 4, 1865. H. Owen, Gideon Wells, Secretary of the Navy. SIR, I have already apprised the Department that the Army of General Sherman occupied the city of Savannah on the 21st of December. The rebel army, hardly respectable in numbers or condition, escaped by crossing the river and taking the Union Causeway toward the railroad. I have walked about the city several times, and can affirm that its tranquility is undisturbed. The Union soldiers who are stationed within its limits are as orderly as if they were in New York or Boston. One effect of the march of General Sherman through Georgia has been to satisfy the people that their credulity has been imposed upon by the lying assertions of the rebel government, affirming the inability of the United States government to withstand the armies of rebeldom. They have seen the old flag of the United States carried by its victorious legions through their state, almost unopposed, and placed in their principal city without a blow. Since the occupation of the city, General Sherman has been occupied in making arrangements for its security after he leaves it for the march that he meditates. My attention has been directed to such measures of cooperation as the number and quality of my force permit. On the 2d I arrived here from Charleston, whither, as I stated in my dispatch of the 29th of December, I had gone in consequence of information from the senior officer there that the rebels contemplated issuing from the harbor, and his request for my presence. Having placed a force there of 7 monitors, sufficient to meet each an emergency, and not perceiving any sign of the expected raid, I returned to Savannah to keep in communication with General Sherman and be ready to render any assistance that might be desired. General Sherman has fully informed me of his plans, and, so far as my means permit, they shall not lack assistance by water. On the 3d the transfer of the right wing to Beaufort was began, and the only suitable vessel I had at hand, the Harvest Moon, was sent to Thunderbolt to receive the first embarkation. This took place about 3 p.m. and was witnessed by General Sherman and General Bernard, United States Engineers, and myself. The Pontiac is ordered around to assist, and the Army transports also followed the first move by the harvest moon. I could not help remarking the unbroken silence that prevailed in the large array of troops. Not a voice was to be heard, as they gathered in masses on the bluff to look at the vessels. The notes of a solitary bugle alone came from their midst. General Barnard made a brief visit to one of the rebel works, Canson's Bluff, that dominated this watercourse the best approach of the kind to Savannah. I am collecting data that will fully exhibit to the department the powerful character of the defenses of the city and its approaches. General Sherman will not retain the extended limits they embrace, but will contract the line very much. General Foster still holds the position near the Tullafinny. With his concurrence I have detached the Fleet Brigade, and the men belonging to it have returned to their vessels. The excellent service performed by this detachment has fully realized my wishes, and exemplified the efficiency of the organization infantry and light artillery handled as skirmishers. The howitzers were always landed as quickly as the men, and were brought into action before the light pieces of the land service could be got ashore. I regret very much that the reduced complements of the vessels prevent me from maintaining the force in constant organization. With 300 more Marines and 500 seamen I could frequently operate to great advantage at the present time, when the attention of the rebels is so engrossed by General Sherman. It is said that they have a force at Hardeeville, the pickets of which were retained on the Union Causeway until a few days since, when some of our troops crossed the river and pushed them back. Concurrently with this, I caused the Sonoma to anchor so as to sweep the ground in the direction of the causeway. The transfer of the right wing, 30,000 men, to Beaufort will so imperil the rebel force at Hardeeville that it will be cut off or dispersed, if not moved in season. Meanwhile I will send the Daiching to St. Helena, to meet any want that may arise in that quarter, while the Mingo and Pontiac will be ready to act from Broad River. The general route of the army will be northward, but the exact direction must be decided more or less by circumstances which it may not be possible to foresee. My cooperation will be confined to assistance in attacking Charleston, or in establishing communication at Georgetown, in case the army pushes on without attacking Charleston, and time alone will show which of these will eventuate. The weather of the winter first, and the condition of the ground in spring, would permit little advantage to be derived from the presence of the army at Richmond until the middle of May. So that General Sherman has no reason to move in haste, but can choose such objects as he prefers, and take as much time as their attainment may demand. The department will learn the objects in view of General Sherman more precisely from a letter addressed by him to General Halleck, which he read to me a few days since. I have the honor to be, very respectfully, your obedient servant, J. A. Dahlgren, Rear Admiral, commanding South Atlantic Blockading Squadron, Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi. In the field, Pocataligo, South Carolina, January 29, 1885. Major General J. G. Foster, commanding Department of the South. General, I have just received dispatches from General Grant, stating that Schofield's Corps, the 23rd, 21,000 strong, is ordered east from Tennessee, and will be sent to Beaufort, North Carolina. That is well. I want that force to secure a point on the railroad about Goldsboro, and then to build the railroad out to that point. If Goldsboro be too strong to carry by a rapid movement, then a point near the Neuse, south of Goldsboro will answer, but the bridge and position about Kinston should be held and fortified strong. The movement should be masked by the troops already at Newbern. Please notify General Palmer that these troops are coming, and to be prepared to receive them. Major General Schofield will command in person, and is admirably adapted for the work. If it is possible, I want him to secure Goldsboro, with the railroad back to Morehead City and Wilmington. As soon as General Schofield reaches Fort Macon, have him to meet someone of your staff, to explain in full the details of the situation of affairs with me, and you can give him the chief command of all troops at Cape Fear and in North Carolina. If he finds the enemy has all turned south against me, he need not follow, but turn his attention against Raleigh. If he can secure Goldsboro and Wilmington, it will be as much as I expect before I have passed the Santee. Send him all detachments of men that have come to join my army. They can be so organized and officered as to be efficient, for they are nearly all old soldiers who have been detached or on furlough. Until I pass the Santee, you can better use these detachments at Bull's Bay, Georgetown, etc. I will instruct General McCallum, of the Railroad Department, to take his men up to Beaufort, North Carolina, and employ them on the road out. I do not know that he can use them on any road here. I did instruct him, while awaiting information from North Carolina, to have them build a good trestle bridge across Port Royal Ferry. But I now suppose the pontoon bridge will do. If you move the pontoons, be sure to make a good road out to Garden's Corners, and mark it with signboards obstructing the old road, so that, should I send back any detachments, they would not be misled. I prefer that Hatch's force should not be materially weakened until I am near Columbia, when you may be governed by the situation of affairs about Charleston. If you can break the railroad between this and Charleston, then this force could be reduced. I am, with respect, etc. W. T. Sherman, Major General Commanding Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi. In the field, Pocataligo, South Carolina, January 18, 1865. Honorable Edwin M. Stanton, Secretary of War, Washington, D.C. SIR, when you left Savannah a few days ago, you forgot the map which General Geary had prepared for you, showing the route by which his division entered the city of Savannah, being the first troops to occupy that city. I now send it to you. I avail myself of the opportunity also to enclose you copies of all my official orders touching trade and intercourse with the people of Georgia, as well as for the establishment of the Negro settlements. Delegations of the people of Georgia continue to come in, and I am satisfied that, by judicious handling and by a little respect shown to their prejudices, we can create a schism in Jeff Davis's dominions. All that I have conversed with realize the truth that slavery as an institution is defunct, and the only questions that remain are what disposition shall be made of the Negroes themselves. I confess myself unable to offer a complete solution for these questions, and prefer to leave it to the slower operations of time. We have given the initiative, and can afford to await the working of the experiment. As to trade matters, I also think it is to our interest to keep the Southern people somewhat dependent on the articles of commerce to which they have hitherto been accustomed. General Grover is now here, and will, I think, be able to handle this matter judiciously, and may gradually relax, and invite cotton to come in large quantities. But at first we should manifest no undue anxiety on that score, for the rebels would at once make use of it as a power against us. We should assume a tone of perfect contempt for cotton and everything else in comparison with the great object of the war, the restoration of the Union, with all its rights and power. If the rebels burn cotton as a war measure, they simply play into our hands by taking away the only product of value they have to exchange in foreign ports for warships and munitions. By such a course, also, they alienate the feelings of a large class of small farmers who look to their little parcels of cotton to exchange for food and clothing for their families. I hope the government will not manifest too much anxiety to obtain cotton in large quantities, and especially that the President will not endorse the contracts for the purchase of large quantities of cotton. Several contracts involving from 6 to 10,000 bales, endorsed by Mr. Lincoln, have been shown me, but were not in such a form as to amount to an order to compel me to facilitate their execution. As to Treasury agents and agents to take charge of confiscated and abandoned property, whose salaries depend on their fees, I can only say that, as a general rule, they are mischievous and disturbing elements to a military government. And it is almost impossible for us to study the law and regulations so as to understand fully their powers and duties. I rather think the Quartermaster's Department of the Army could better fulfill all their duties and accomplish all that is aimed at by the law. Yet on this subject I will leave Generals Foster and Grover to do the best they can. I am, with great respect, your obedient servant, W. T. Sherman, Major General Commanding Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi. In the field, Pocataligo, South Carolina, January 2, 1865. Honorable Edwin M. Stanton, Secretary of War, Washington, D.C. SIR, I have just received from Lieutenant General Grant a copy of that part of your telegram to him of December 26 relating to cotton, a copy of which has been immediately furnished to General Easton, Chief Quartermaster, who will be strictly governed by it. I had already been approached by all the consuls and half the people of Savannah on this cotton question, and my invariable answer was that all the cotton in Savannah was prize of war, belonged to the United States, and nobody should recover a bale of it with my consent. That, as cotton had been one of the chief causes of this war, it should help to pay its expenses. That all cotton became tainted with treason from the hour the first act of hostility was committed against the United States sometime in December, 1860, and that no bill of sale subsequent to that date could convey title. My orders were that an officer of the Quartermaster's Department, United States Army, might furnish the holder, agent, or attorney, a mere certificate of the fact of seizure, with description of the bales marks, etc. The cotton then to be turned over to the agent of the Treasury Department, to be shipped to New York for sale. But, since the receipt of your dispatch, I have ordered General Easton to make the shipment himself to the Quartermaster at New York, where you can dispose of it at pleasure. I do not think the Treasury Department ought to bother itself with the prizes or captures of war. Mr. Barclay, former consul at New York, representing Mr. Molyneux, former consul here, but absent a long time, called on me with reference to cotton claimed by English subjects. He seemed amazed when I told him I should pay no respect to consular certificates, that in no event would I treat an English subject with more favor than one of our own deluded citizens, and that for my part one was unwilling to fight for cotton for the benefit of Englishmen openly engaged in smuggling arms and instruments of war to kill us. That, on the contrary, it would afford me great satisfaction to conduct my army to Nassau, and wipe out that nest of pirates. I explained to him, however, that I was not a diplomatic agent of the general government of the United States, but that my opinion, so frankly expressed, was that of a soldier, which it would be well for him to heed. It appeared, also, that he owned a plantation on the line of investment of Savannah, which, of course, was pillaged, and for which he expected me to give some certificate entitling him to indemnification, which I declined emphatically. I have adopted in Savannah rules concerning property severe but just founded upon the laws of nations and the practice of civilized governments, and am clearly of opinion that we should claim all the belligerent rights over conquered countries, that the people may realize the truth that war is no child's play. I embrace in this a copy of a letter, dated December 31, 1864, in answer to one from Solomon Cohen, a rich lawyer, to General Blair, his personal friend, as follows. Major General F. P. Blair, commanding 17th Army Corps. General, your note, enclosing Mr. Cohen's of this date, is received, and I answer frankly through you his inquiries. 1. No one can practice law as an attorney in the United States without acknowledging the supremacy of our government. If I am not in error, an attorney is as much an officer of the court as the clerk, and it would be a novel thing in a government to have a court to administer law which denied the supremacy of the government itself. 2. No one will be allowed the privileges of a merchant, or, rather, to trade is a privilege which no one should seek of the government without in like manner acknowledging its supremacy. 3. If Mr. Cohen remains in Savannah as a denizen, his property, real and personal, will not be disturbed unless its temporary use be necessary for the military authorities of the city. The title to property will not be disturbed in any event, until adjudicated by the courts of the United States. 4. If Mr. Cohen leaves Savannah under my special order No. 148, it is a public acknowledgement that he adheres to the enemies of the United States, and all his property becomes forfeited to the United States. But, as a matter of favor, he will be allowed to carry with him clothing and furniture for the use of himself, his family, and servants, and will be transported within the enemy's lines, but not by way of Port Royal. These rules will apply to all parties, and from them no exception will be made. I have the honor to be, General, your obedient servant, W. T. Sherman, Major General. This letter was in answer to specific inquiries. It is clear, and covers all the points, and, should I leave before my orders are executed, I will endeavor to impress upon my successor, General Foster, their wisdom and propriety. I hope the course I have taken in these matters will meet your approbation, and that the President will not refund to parties claiming cotton or other property, without the strongest evidence of loyalty and friendship on the part of the claimant, or unless some other positive end is to be gained. I am, with great respect, your obedient servant, W. T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. Chapter 23. Campaign of the Carolinas. February and March, 1865. On the first day of February, as before explained, the army designed for the active campaign from Savannah northward was composed of 2 wings, commanded respectively by Major Generals Howard and Slocum, and was substantially the same that had marched from Atlanta to Savannah. The same general orders were in force, and this campaign may properly be classed as a continuance of the former. The right wing, Les Corse's division, 15th Corps, was grouped at or near Pocataligo, South Carolina, with its wagons filled with food, ammunition, and forage, all ready to start, and only waiting for the left wing, which was detained by the flood in the Savannah River. It was composed as follows. 15th Corps, Major General John A. Logan. 1st Division, Brigadier General Charles R. Woods. 2nd Division, Major General W. B. Hazen. 3rd Division, Brigadier General John E. Smith. 4th Division, Brigadier General John M. Corse. Artillery Brigade, 18 guns, Lieutenant Colonel W. H. Ross, 1st Michigan Artillery. 17th Corps, Major General Frank P. Blair, Jr. 1st Division, Major General Joseph A. Mower. 2nd Division, Brigadier General M. F. Force. 4th Division, Brigadier General Giles Smith. Artillery Brigade, 14 guns, Major A. C. Waterhouse, 1st Illinois Artillery. The left wing, with Corse's division and Kilpatrick's cavalry, was at and near Sisters Ferry, 40 miles above the city of Savannah, engaged in crossing the river, then much swollen. It was composed as follows. 14th Corps, Major General Jeff C. Davis. 1st Division, Brigadier General W. P. Carlin. 2nd Division, Brigadier General John D. Morgan. 3rd Division, Brigadier General A. Baird. Artillery Brigade, 16 guns, Major Charles Hoftailing, 1st Illinois Artillery. 20th Corps, Brigadier General A. S. Williams. 1st Division, Brigadier General N. I. Jackson. 2nd Division, Brigadier General J. W. Geary. 3rd Division, Brigadier General W. T. Ward. Artillery Brigade, 16 News, Major J. Reynolds, 1st New York Artillery. Cavalry Division, Brigadier General Judson Kilpatrick. 1st Brigade, Colonel T. J. Jordan, 9th Pennsylvania Cavalry. 2nd Brigade, Colonel S. D. Atkins, 92nd Illinois Volume. 3rd Brigade, Colonel George E. Spencer, 1st Alabama Cavalry. 1 battery of 4 guns. The actual strength of the Army, as given in the following official tabular statements, was at the time 60,079 men, and 68 guns. The trains were made up of about 2,500 wagons, with 6 mules to each wagon, and about 600 ambulances, with 2 horses each. The contents of the wagons embraced an ample supply of ammunition for a great battle. Forage for about 7 days, and provisions for 20 days, mostly of bread, sugar, coffee, and salt, depending largely for fresh meat on beeves driven on the hoof and such cattle, hogs, and poultry, as we expected to gather along our line of march. Recapitulation, Campaign of the Carolinas. February 1st. March 1st. April 1st. April 10th. 60,079. 57,676. 81,150. 88,948. The enemy occupied the cities of Charleston and Augusta, with garrisons capable of making a respectable if not successful defense, but utterly unable to meet our veteran columns in the open field. To resist or delay our progress north, General Wheeler had his division of cavalry, reduced to the size of a brigade by his hard and persistent fighting ever since the beginning of the Atlanta campaign. And General Wade Hampton had been dispatched from the Army of Virginia to his native state of South Carolina, with a great flourish of trumpets, and extraordinary powers to raise men, money, and horses, with which to stay the progress of the invader, and to punish us for our insolent attempt to invade the glorious state of South Carolina. He was supposed at the time to have, at and near Columbia, 2 small divisions of cavalry commanded by himself and General Butler. Of course, I had a species of contempt for these scattered and inconsiderable forces, knew that they could hardly delay us an hour. And the only serious question that occurred to me was, would General Lee sit down in Richmond, besieged by General Grant, and permit us, almost unopposed, to pass through the states of South and North Carolina, cutting off and consuming the very supplies on which he depended to feed his army in Virginia, or would he make an effort to escape from General Grant, and endeavor to catch us inland somewhere between Columbia and Raleigh? I knew full well at the time that the broken fragments of Hood's army, which had escaped from Tennessee, were being hurried rapidly across Georgia, by Augusta, to make junction in my front. Estimating them at the maximum 25,000 men, and Hardee's, Wheeler's, and Hampton's forces at 15,000, made 40,000. Which, if handled with spirit and energy, would constitute a formidable force, and might make the passage of such rivers as the Santee and Cape Fear a difficult undertaking. Therefore, I took all possible precautions, and arranged with Admiral Dahlgren and General Foster to watch our progress inland by all the means possible, and to provide for us points of security along the coast, as at Bull's Bay, Georgetown, and the mouth of Cape Fear River. Still, It was extremely desirable in one march to reach Goldsboro, in the state of North Carolina, distant 425 miles, a point of great convenience for ulterior operations, by reason of the two railroads which meet there, coming from the seacoast at Wilmington and Newbern. Before leaving Savannah I had sent to Newbern Colonel W. Wright, of the engineers, with orders to look to these railroads, to collect rolling stock, and to have the roads repaired out as far as possible in 6 weeks, the time estimated as necessary for us to march that distance. The question of supplies remained still the one of vital importance, and I reasoned that we might safely rely on the country for a considerable quantity of forage and provisions, and that, if the worst came to the worst, we could live several months on the mules and horses of our trains. Nevertheless, time was equally material, and the moment I heard that General Slocum had finished his pontoon bridge at Sisters Ferry, and that Kilpatrick's cavalry was over the river, I gave the general orders to march, and instructed all the columns to aim for the South Carolina Railroad to the west of Branchville, about Blackville and Midway. The right wing moved up the Salkehatchie, the 17th Corps on the right, with orders on reaching Rivers's Bridge to cross over, and the 15th Corps by Hickory Hill to Beaufort's Bridge. Kilpatrick was instructed to march by way of Barnwell, Corse's division, and the 20th Corps to take such roads as would bring them into communication with the 15th Corps about Beaufort's Bridge. All these columns started promptly on the 1st of February. We encountered Wheeler's cavalry, which had obstructed the road by felling trees, but our men picked these up and threw them aside, so that this obstruction hardly delayed us an hour. In person I accompanied the 15th Corps, General Logan, by McPhersonville and Hickory Hill, and kept couriers going to and fro to General Slocum with instructions to hurry as much as possible, so as to make a junction of the whole army on the South Carolina Railroad about Blackville. I spent the night of February 1st at Hickory Hill Post Office, and that of the 2D at Duck Branch Post Office, 31 miles out from Pocataligo. On the 3D the 17th Corps was opposite Rivers's Bridge, and the 15th approached Beaufort's Bridge. The Salkehatchie was still over its banks, and presented a most formidable obstacle. The enemy appeared in some force on the opposite bank, had cut away all the bridges which spanned the many deep channels of the swollen river, and the only available passage seemed to be along the narrow causeways which constituted the common roads. At Rivers's Bridge Generals Mower and Giles A. Smith led their heads of column through this swamp, the water up to their shoulders, crossed over to the Pineland, turned upon the rebel brigade which defended the passage, and routed it in utter disorder. It was in this attack that General Wager Swain lost his leg, and he had to be conveyed back to Pocataligo. Still, the loss of life was very small, in proportion to the advantages gained, for the enemy at once abandoned the whole line of the Salkehatchie, and the 15th Corps passed over at Beaufort's Bridge, without opposition. On the 5th of February I was at Beaufort's Bridge, by which time General A. S. Williams had got up with 5 brigades of the 20th Corps. I also heard of General Kilpatrick's being abreast of us, at Barnwell, and then gave orders for the march straight for the railroad at Midway. I still remained with the 15th Corps, which, on the 6th of February, was 5 miles from Bamberg. As a matter of course, I expected severe resistance at this railroad, for its loss would sever all the communications of the enemy in Charleston with those in Augusta. Early on the 7th, in the midst of a rainstorm, we reached the railroad, almost unopposed, striking it at several points. General Howard told me a good story concerning this, which will bear repeating. He was with the 17th Corps, marching straight for Midway, and when about 5 miles distant he began to deploy the leading division, so as to be ready for battle. Sitting on his horse by the roadside, while the deployment was making, he saw a man coming down the road, riding as hard as he could, and as he approached he recognized him as one of his own foragers, mounted on a white horse, with a rope bridle and a blanket for saddle. As he came near he called out, "Hurry up, General, we have got the railroad." So, while we, the generals, were proceeding deliberately to prepare for a serious battle, a parcel of our foragers, in search of plunder, had got ahead and actually captured the South Carolina Railroad, a line of vital importance to the rebel government. As soon as we struck the railroad, details of men were set to work to tear up the rails, to burn the ties and twist the bars. This was a most important railroad, and I proposed to destroy it completely for 50 miles, partly to prevent a possibility of its restoration and partly to utilize the time necessary for General Slocum to get up. The country thereabouts was very poor, but the inhabitants mostly remained at home. Indeed, they knew not where to go. The enemy's cavalry had retreated before us, but his infantry was reported in some strength at Branchville, on the farther side of the Edisto. Yet on the appearance of a mere squad of our men they burned their own bridges, the very thing I wanted, for we had no use for them, and they had. We all remained strung along this railroad till the 9th of February, the 17th Corps on the right, then the 15th, 20th, and Cavalry, at Blackville. General Slocum reached Blackville that day, with Geary's division of the 20th Corps, and reported the 14th Corps, General Jeff C. Davis's, to be following by way of Barnwell. On the 10th I rode up to Blackville, where I conferred with General Slocum and Kilpatrick, became satisfied that the whole army would be ready within a day, and accordingly made orders for the next movement north to Columbia. The right wing to strike Orangeburg en route. Kilpatrick was ordered to demonstrate strongly toward Aiken, to keep up the delusion that we might turn to Augusta. But he was notified that Columbia was the next objective, and that he should cover the left flank against Wheeler, who hung around it. I wanted to reach Columbia before any part of Hood's army could possibly get there. Some of them were reported as having reached Augusta, under the command of General Dick Taylor. Having sufficiently damaged the railroad, and effected the junction of the entire army, the general march was resumed on the 11th, each corps crossing the South Edisto by separate bridges. With orders to pause on the road leading from Orangeburg to Augusta, till it was certain that the 17th Corps had got possession of Orangeburg. This place was simply important as its occupation would sever the communications between Charleston and Columbia. All the heads of column reached this road, known as the Edgefield Road, during the 12th, and the 17th Corps turned to the right, against Orangeburg. When I reached the head of column opposite Orangeburg, I found Giles A. Smith's division halted, with a battery unlimbered, exchanging shots with a party on the opposite side of the Edisto. He reported that the bridge was gone, and that the river was deep and impassable. I then directed General Blair to send a strong division below the town, some 4 or 5 miles, to effect a crossing there. He laid his pontoon bridge, but the bottom on the other side was overflowed, and the men had to wade through it, in places as deep as their waists. I was with this division at the time, on foot, trying to pick my way across the overflowed bottom. But, as soon as the head of column reached the sand hills, I knew that the enemy would not long remain in Orangeburg, and accordingly returned to my horse, on the west bank, and rode rapidly up to where I had left Giles Smith. I found him in possession of the broken bridge, abreast of the town, which he was repairing, and I was among the first to cross over and enter the town. By and before the time either forces or Giles A. Smith's skirmishers entered the place, several stores were on fire, and I am sure that some of the townspeople told me that a Jew merchant had set fire to his own cotton and store, and from this the fire had spread. This, however, was soon put out, and the 17th Corps, General Blair, occupied the place during that night. I remember to have visited a large hospital, on the hill near the railroad depot, which was occupied by the orphan children who had been removed from the asylum in Charleston. We gave them protection, and, I think, some provisions. The railroad and depot were destroyed by order, and no doubt a good deal of cotton was burned, for we all regarded cotton as hostile property, a thing to be destroyed. General Blair was ordered to break up this railroad, forward to the point where it crossed the Santee, and then to turn for Columbia. On the morning of the 13th I again joined the 15th Corps, which crossed the North Edisto by Snilling's Bridge, and moved straight for Columbia, around the head of Caw Swamp. Orders were sent to all the columns to turn for Columbia, where it was supposed the enemy had concentrated all the men they could from Charleston, Augusta, and even from Virginia. That night I was with the 15th Corps, 21 miles from Columbia, where my aide, Colonel Audenried, picked up a rebel officer on the road, supposing him to be of the same service with himself, answered all his questions frankly, and revealed the truth that there was nothing in Columbia except Hampton's cavalry. The fact was, that General Hardee, in Charleston, took it for granted that we were after Charleston. The rebel troops in Augusta supposed they were our objective. So they abandoned poor Columbia to the care of Hampton's cavalry, which was confused by the rumors that poured in on it, so that both Beauregard and Wade Hampton, who were in Columbia, seemed to have lost their heads. On the 14th, the head of the 15th Corps, Charles R. Woods's division, approached the Little Congaree, a broad, deep stream, tributary to the main Congaree, 6 or 8 miles below Columbia. On the opposite side of this stream was a newly constructed fort, and on our side a wide extent of old cotton fields, which had been overflowed, and was covered with a deep slime. General Woods had deployed his leading brigade, which was skirmishing forward, but he reported that the bridge was gone, and that a considerable force of the enemy was on the other side. I directed General Howard or Logan to send a brigade by a circuit to the left, to see if this stream could not be crossed higher up, but at the same time knew that General Slocum's route would bring him to Columbia behind this stream, and that his approach would uncover it. Therefore, there was no need of exposing much life. The brigade, however, found means to cross the Little Congaree, and thus uncovered the passage by the main road, so that General Woods's skirmishers at once passed over, and a party was set to work to repair the bridge, which occupied less than an hour, when I passed over with my whole staff. I found the new fort unfinished and unoccupied, but from its parapet could see over some old fields bounded to the north and west by hills skirted with timber. There was a plantation to our left, about half a mile, and on the edge of the timber was drawn up a force of rebel cavalry of about a regiment, which advanced and charged upon some of our foragers, who were plundering the plantation. My aide, Colonel Audenried, who had ridden forward, came back somewhat hurt and bruised, for, observing this charge of cavalry, he had turned for us, and his horse fell with him in attempting to leap a ditch. General Woods's skirmish line met this charge of cavalry, and drove it back into the woods and beyond. We remained on that ground during the night of the 15th, and I camped on the nearest dry ground behind the Little Congaree, where on the next morning were made the written orders for the government of the troops while occupying Columbia. These are dated February 16, 1865, in these words: General Howard will cross the Saluda and Broad rivers as near their mouths as possible, occupy Columbia, destroy the public buildings, railroad property, manufacturing and machine shops, but will spare libraries, asylums, and private dwellings. He will then move to Winnsboro, destroying en route utterly that section of the railroad. He will also cause all bridges, trestles, water tanks, and depots on the railroad back to the watery to be burned, switches broken, and such other destruction as he can find time to accomplish consistent with proper celerity. These instructions were embraced in General Order No. 26, which prescribed the routes of march for the several columns as far as Fayetteville, North Carolina, and is conclusive that I then regarded Columbia as simply one point on our general route of march, and not as an important conquest. During the 16th of February the 15th Corps reached the point opposite Columbia, and pushed on for the Saluda factory 3 miles above, crossed that stream, and the head of column reached Broad River just in time to find its bridge in flames, Butler's cavalry having just passed over into Columbia. The head of Slocum's column also reached the point opposite Columbia the same morning, but the bulk of his army was back at Lexington. I reached this place early in the morning of the 16th, met General Slocum there, and explained to him the purport of General Order No. 26, which contemplated the passage of his army across Broad River at Alston, 15 miles above Columbia. Riding down to the river bank, I saw the wreck of the large bridge which had been burned by the enemy, with its many stone piers still standing, but the superstructure gone. Across the Congaree River lay the city of Columbia, in plain, easy view. I could see the unfinished State House, a handsome granite structure, and the ruins of the railroad depot, which were still smoldering. Occasionally a few citizens or cavalry could be seen running across the streets, and quite a number of Negroes were seemingly busy in carrying off bags of grain or meal, which were piled up near the burned depot. Captain de Grasse had a section of his 20-pound Parrott guns unlimbered, firing into the town. I asked him what he was firing for. He said he could see some rebel cavalry occasionally at the intersections of the streets, and he had an idea that there was a large force of infantry concealed on the opposite bank, lying low, in case we should attempt to cross over directly into the town. I instructed him not to fire any more into the town, but consented to his bursting a few shells near the depot, to scare away the Negroes who were appropriating the bags of corn and meal which we wanted. Also to fire 3 shots at the unoccupied State House. I stood by and saw these fired, and then all firing ceased. Although this matter of firing into Columbia has been the subject of much abuse and investigation, I have yet to hear of any single person having been killed in Columbia by our cannon. On the other hand, the night before, when Woods's division was in camp in the open fields at Little Congaree, it was shelled all night by a rebel battery from the other aid of the river. This provoked me much at the time, for it was wanton mischief, as Generals Beauregard and Hampton must have been convinced that they could not prevent our entrance into Columbia. I have always contended that I would have been justified in retaliating for this unnecessary act of war, but did not, though I always characterized it as it deserved. The night of the 16th I camped near an old prison bivouac opposite Columbia, known to our prisoners of war as Camp Sorghum, where remained the mud hovels and holes in the ground which our prisoners had made to shelter themselves from the winter's cold and the summer's heat. The 15th Corps was then ahead, reaching to Broad River, about 4 miles above Columbia. The 17th Corps was behind, on the riverbank opposite Columbia, and the left wing and cavalry had turned north toward Alston. The next morning, viz. February 17th, I rode to the head of General Howard's column, and found that during the night he had ferried Stone's brigade of Woods's division of the 15th Corps across by rafts made of the pontoons. And that brigade was then deployed on the opposite bank to cover the construction of a pontoon bridge nearly finished. I sat with General Howard on a log, watching the men lay this bridge, and about 9 or 10 a.m. a messenger came from Colonel Stone on the other aide, saying that the mayor of Columbia had come out of the city to surrender the place, and asking for orders. I simply remarked to General Howard that he had his orders, to let Colonel Stone go on into the city, and that we would follow as soon as the bridge was ready. By this same messenger I received a note in pencil from the Lady Superioress of a convent or school in Columbia, in which she claimed to have been a teacher in a convent in Brown County, Ohio, at the time my daughter Minnie was a pupil there, and therefore asking special protection. My recollection is, that I gave the note to my brother-in-law, Colonel Ewing, then Inspector General on my staff, with instructions to see this lady, and assure her that we contemplated no destruction of any private property in Columbia at all. As soon as the bridge was done, I led my horse over it, followed by my whole staff. General Howard accompanied me with his, and General Logan was next in order, followed by General C. R. Woods, and the whole of the 15th Corps. Ascending the hill, we soon emerged into a broad road leading into Columbia, between old fields of corn and cotton, and, entering the city, we found seemingly all its population, white and black, in the streets. A high and boisterous wind was prevailing from the north, and flakes of cotton were flying about in the air and lodging in the limbs of the trees, reminding us of a northern snowstorm. Near the market square we found Stone's brigade halted, with arms stacked, and a large detail of his men, along with some citizens, engaged with an old fire engine, trying to put out the fire in a long pile of burning cotton bales, which I was told had been fired by the rebel cavalry on withdrawing from the city that morning. I know that, to avoid this row of burning cotton bales, I had to ride my horse on the sidewalk. In the market square had collected a large crowd of whites and blacks, among whom was the mayor of the city, Dr. Goodwin, quite a respectable old gentleman, who was extremely anxious to protect the interests of the citizens. He was on foot, and I on horseback, and it is probable I told him then not to be uneasy, that we did not intend to stay long, and had no purpose to injure the private citizens or private property. About this time I noticed several men trying to get through the crowd to speak with me, and called to some black people to make room for them. When they reached me, they explained that they were officers of our army, who had been prisoners, had escaped from the rebel prison and guard, and were of course overjoyed to find themselves safe with us. I told them that, as soon as things settled down, they should report to General Howard, who would provide for their safety, and enable them to travel with us. One of them handed me a paper, asking me to read it at my leisure. I put it in my breast pocket and rode on. General Howard was still with me, and, riding down the street which led by the right to the Charleston depot, we found it and a large storehouse burned to the ground, but there were, on the platform and ground nearby, piles of cotton bags filled with corn and cornmeal, partially burned. A detachment of Stone's brigade was guarding this, and separating the good from the bad. We rode along the railroad track, some 300 or 400 yards, to a large foundry, when some man rode up and said the rebel cavalry were close by, and he warned us that we might get shot. We accordingly turned back to the market square, and en route noticed that several of the men were evidently in liquor, when I called General Howard's attention to it. He left me and rode toward General Woods's head of column, which was defiling through the town. On reaching the market square, I again met Dr. Goodwin, and inquired where he proposed to quarter me, and he said that he had selected the house of Blanton Duncan, Esq., a citizen of Louisville, Kentucky, then a resident there, who had the contract for manufacturing the Confederate money, and had fled with Hampton's cavalry. We all rode some 6 or 8 squares back from the new State House, and found a very good modern house, completely furnished, with stabling and a large yard, took it as our headquarters, and occupied it during our stay. I considered General Howard as in command of the place, and referred the many applicants for guards and protection to him. Before our headquarters wagons had got up, I strolled through the streets of Columbia, found sentinels posted at the principal intersections, and generally good order prevailing, but did not again return to the main street, because it was filled with a crowd of citizens watching the soldiers marching by. During the afternoon of that day, February 17th, the whole of the 15th Corps passed through the town and out on the Camden and Winnsboro roads. The 17th Corps did not enter the city at all, but crossed directly over to the Winnsboro road from the pontoon bridge at Broad River, which was about 4 miles above the city. After we had got, as it were, settled in Blanton Duncan's house, say about 2 p.m., I overhauled my pocket according to custom, to read more carefully the various notes and memoranda received during the day, and found the paper which had been given me, as described, by one of our escaped prisoners. It proved to be the song of Sherman's March to the Sea, which had been composed by Adjutant S.H.M. Byers, of the 5th Iowa Infantry, when a prisoner in the asylum at Columbia, which had been beautifully written off by a fellow prisoner, and handed to me in person. This appeared to me so good that I at once sent for Byers, attached him to my staff, provided him with horse and equipment, and took him as far as Fayetteville, North Carolina, whence he was sent to Washington as bearer of dispatches. He is now United States Consul at Zurich, Switzerland, where I have since been his guest. I insert the song here for convenient reference and preservation. Byers said that there was an excellent glee club among the prisoners in Columbia, who used to sing it well, with an audience often of rebel ladies. Sherman's March to the Sea. Composed by Adjutant Byers, 5th Iowa Infantry. Arranged and sung by the prisoners in Columbia Prison. Our campfires shone bright on the mountain that frowned on the river below, as we stood by our guns in the morning, and eagerly watched for the foe, when a rider came out of the darkness that hung over mountain and tree, and shouted, "Boys, up and be ready, for Sherman will march to the sea." Chorus. Then sang we a song of our chieftain, that echoed over river and lea, and the stars of our banner shone brighter, when Sherman marched down to the sea. 2. Then cheer upon cheer for bold Sherman went up from each valley and glen, and the bugles re-echoed the music that came from the lips of the men. For we knew that the stars in our banner more bright in their splendor would be, and that blessings from Northland world greet us, when Sherman marched down to the sea. Then sang we a song, etc. 3. Then forward, boys. Forward to battle. We marched on our wearisome way. We stormed the wild hills of Rezacar. God bless those who fell on that day. Then Kennesaw frowned in its glory, frowned down on the flag of the free. But the east and the west bore our standard, and Sherman marched on to the sea. Then sang we a song, etc. 4. Still onward we pressed, till our banners swept out from Atlanta's grim walls, and the blood of the patriot dampened the soil where the traitor flag falls. But we paused not to weep for the fallen, who slept by each river and tree, yet we twined them a wreath of the laurel, as Sherman marched down to the sea. Then sang we a song, etc. V. Oh, proud was our army that morning, that stood where the pine darkly towers, when Sherman said, "Boys, you are weary, but today fair Savannah is ours." Then sang we the song of our chieftain, that echoed over river and lea, and the stars in our banner shone brighter, when Sherman camped down by the sea. Toward evening of February 17th, the mayor, Dr. Goodwin, came to my quarters at Duncan's house, and remarked that there was a lady in Columbia who professed to be a special friend of mine. On his giving her name, I could not recall it, but inquired as to her maiden or family name. He answered Poyes. It so happened that, when I was a lieutenant at Fort Moultrie, in 1842-46, I used very often to visit a family of that name on the east branch of Cooper River, about 40 miles from Fort Moultrie, and to hunt with the son, Mr. James Poyes, an elegant young fellow and a fine sportsman. His father, mother, and several sisters composed the family, and were extremely hospitable. One of the ladies was very fond of painting in watercolors, which was one of my weaknesses, and on one occasion I had presented her with a volume treating of watercolors. Of course, I was glad to renew the acquaintance, and proposed to Dr. Goodwin that we should walk to her house and visit this lady, which we did. The house stood beyond the Charlotte Depot, in a large lot, was of frame, with a high porch, which was reached by a set of steps outside. Entering this yard, I noticed ducks and chickens, and a general air of peace and comfort that was really pleasant to behold at that time of universal desolation. The lady in question met us at the head of the steps and invited us into a parlor which was perfectly neat and well furnished. After inquiring about her father, mother, sisters, and especially her brother James, my special friend, I could not help saying that I was pleased to notice that our men had not handled her house and premises as roughly as was their wont. "I owe it to you, General," she answered. "Not at all. I did not know you were here till a few minutes ago." She reiterated that she was indebted to me for the perfect safety of her house and property, and added, "You remember, when you were at our house on Cooper River in 1845, you gave me a book." And she handed me the book in question, on the fly leaf of which was written, "To Miss Poyes, with the compliments of W. T. Sherman, 1st Lieutenant 3rd Artillery." She then explained that, as our army approached Columbia, there was a doubt in her mind whether the terrible Sherman who was devastating the land were W. T. Sherman or T. W. Sherman, both known to be generals in the Northern Army. But, on the supposition that he was her old acquaintance, when Wade Hampton's cavalry drew out of the city, calling out that the Yankees were coming, she armed herself with this book, and awaited the crisis. Soon the shouts about the market house announced that the Yankees had come. Very soon men were seen running up and down the streets. A parcel of them poured over the fence, began to chase the chickens and ducks, and to enter her house. She observed one large man, with full beard, who exercised some authority, and to him she appealed in the name of his general. "What do you know of Uncle Billy?" "Why," she said, "when he was a young man he used to be our friend in Charleston, and here is a book he gave me." The officer or soldier took the book, looked at the inscription, and, turning to his fellows, said, "Boys, that's so. That's Uncle Billy's writing, for I have seen it often before." He at once commanded the party to stop pillaging, and left a man in charge of the house, to protect her until the regular provost guard should be established. I then asked her if the regular guard or sentinel had been as good to her. She assured me that he was a very nice young man, that he had been telling her all about his family in Iowa, and that at that very instant of time he was in another room minding her baby. Now, this lady had good sense and tact, and had thus turned aside a party who, in 5 minutes more, would have rifled her premises of all that was good to eat or wear. I made her a long social visit, and, before leaving Columbia, gave her a half-tierce of rice and about 100 pounds of ham from our own mess stores. In like manner, that same evening I found in Mrs. Simons another acquaintance, the wife of the brother of Honorable James Simons, of Charleston, who had been Miss Ragg. When Columbia was on fire that night, and her house in danger, I had her family and effects carried to my own headquarters, gave them my own room and bed, and, on leaving Columbia the next day, supplied her with a half-barrel of hams and a half-tierce of rice. I mention these specific facts to show that, personally, I had no malice or desire to destroy that city or its inhabitants, as is generally believed at the South. Having walked over much of the suburbs of Columbia in the afternoon, and being tired, I lay down on a bed in Blanton Duncan's house to rest. Soon after dark I became conscious that a bright light was shining on the walls. And, calling someone of my staff, Major Nichols, I think, to inquire the cause, he said there seemed to be a house on fire down about the market house. The same high wind still prevailed, and, fearing the consequences, I bade him go in person to see if the provost guard were doing its duty. He soon returned, and reported that the block of buildings directly opposite the burning cotton of that morning was on fire, and that it was spreading. But he had found General Woods on the ground, with plenty of men trying to put the fire out, or, at least, to prevent its extension. The fire continued to increase, and the whole heavens became lurid. I dispatched messenger after messenger to Generals Howard, Logan, and Woods, and received from them repeated assurances that all was being done that could be done, but that the high wind was spreading the flames beyond all control. These general officers were on the ground all night, and Hazen's division had been brought into the city to assist Woods's division, already there. About 11 o'clock at night I went downtown myself, Colonel Dayton with me. We walked to Mr. Simons's house, from which I could see the flames rising high in the air, and could hear the roaring of the fire. I advised the ladies to move to my headquarters, had our own headquarter wagons hitched up, and their effects carried there, as a place of greater safety. The whole air was full of sparks and of flying masses of cotton, shingles, etc., some of which were carried 4 or 5 blocks, and started new fires. The men seemed generally under good control, and certainly labored hard to girdle the fire, to prevent it spreading. But, so long as the high wind prevailed, it was simply beyond human possibility. Fortunately, about 3 or 4 a.m., the wind moderated, and gradually the fire was got under control. But it had burned out the very heart of the city, embracing several churches, the old State House, and the school or asylum of that very Sister of Charity who had appealed for my personal protection. Nickerson's Hotel, in which several of my staff were quartered, was burned down, but the houses occupied by myself, Generals Howard and Logan, were not burned at all. Many of the people thought that this fire was deliberately planned and executed. This is not true. It was accidental, and in my judgment began with the cotton which General Hampton's men had set fire to on leaving the city, whether by his orders or not is not material, which fire was partially subdued early in the day by our men. But, when night came, the high wind fanned it again into full blaze, carried it against the frame houses, which caught like tinder, and soon spread beyond our control. This whole subject has since been thoroughly and judicially investigated, in some cotton cases, by the Mixed Commission on American and British Claims, under the Treaty of Washington. Which commission failed to award a verdict in favor of the English claimants, and thereby settled the fact that the destruction of property in Columbia, during that night, did not result from the acts of the General Government of the United States, that is to say, from my army. In my official report of this conflagration, I distinctly charged it to General Wade Hampton, and confess I did so pointedly, to shake the faith of his people in him, for he was in my opinion boastful, and professed to be the special champion of South Carolina. The morning sun of February 18th rose bright and clear over a ruined city. About half of it was in ashes and in smoldering heaps. Many of the people were houseless, and gathered in groups in the suburbs, or in the open parks and spaces, around their scanty piles of furniture. General Howard, in concert with the mayor, did all that was possible to provide other houses for them. And by my authority he turned over to the Sisters of Charity the Methodist College, and to the mayor 500 beef cattle, to help feed the people. I also gave the mayor, Dr. Goodwin, 100 muskets, with which to arm a guard to maintain order after we should leave the neighborhood. During the 18th and 19th we remained in Columbia, General Howard's troops engaged in tearing up and destroying the railroad, back toward the Watery, while a strong detail, under the immediate supervision of Colonel O.M. Poe, United States Engineers, destroyed the state arsenal, which was found to be well supplied with shot, shell, and ammunition. These were hauled in wagons to the Saluda River, under the supervision of Colonel Baylor, Chief of Ordnance, and emptied into deep water, causing a very serious accident by the bursting of a percussion shell, as it struck another on the margin of the water. The flame followed back a train of powder which had sifted out, reached the wagons, still partially loaded, and exploded them, killing 16 men and destroying several wagons and teams of mules. We also destroyed several valuable foundries and the factory of Confederate money. The dies had been carried away, but about 60 hand presses remained. There was also found an immense quantity of money, in various stages of manufacture, which our men spent and gambled with in the most lavish manner. Having utterly ruined Columbia, the right wing began its march northward, toward Winnsboro, on the 20th, which we reached on the 21st, and found General Slocum, with the left wing, who had come by the way of Alston. Thence the right wing was turned eastward, toward Cheraw, and Fayetteville, North Carolina, to cross the Catawba River at Pease Ferry. The cavalry was ordered to follow the railroad north as far as Chester, and then to turn east to Rocky Mount, the point indicated for the passage of the left wing. In person I reached Rocky Mount on the 22d, with the 20th Corps, which laid its pontoon bridge and crossed over during the 23d. Kilpatrick arrived the next day, in the midst of heavy rain, and was instructed to cross the Catawba at once, by night, and to move up to Lancaster, to make believe we were bound for Charlotte. To which point I heard that Beauregard had directed all his detachments, including a corps of Hood's old army, which had been marching parallel with us, but had failed to make junction with the forces immediately opposing us. Of course, I had no purpose of going to Charlotte, for the right wing was already moving rapidly toward Fayetteville, North Carolina. The rain was so heavy and persistent that the Catawba River rose fast, and soon after I had crossed the pontoon bridge at Rocky Mount it was carried away, leaving General Davis, with the 14th Corps, on the west bank. The roads were infamous, so I halted the 20th Corps at Hanging Rock for some days, to allow time for the 14th to get over. General Davis had infinite difficulty in reconstructing his bridge, and was compelled to use the 5th chains of his wagons for anchor chains, so that we were delayed nearly a week in that neighborhood. While in camp at Hanging Rock 2 prisoners were brought to me, one a chaplain, the other a boy, son of Richard Backett, of Charleston, whom I had known as a cadet at West Point. They were just from Charleston, and had been sent away by General Hardee in advance, because he was, they said, evacuating Charleston. Rumors to the same effect had reached me through the Negroes, and it was, moreover, reported that Wilmington, North Carolina, was in possession of the Yankee troops. So that I had every reason to be satisfied that our march was fully reaping all the fruits we could possibly ask for. Charleston was, in fact, evacuated by General Hardee on the 18th of February, and was taken possession of by a brigade of General Foster's troops, commanded by General Schmelpfennig, the same day. Hardee had availed himself of his only remaining railroad, by Florence to Cheraw, had sent there much of his ammunition and stores, and reached it with the effective part of the garrison in time to escape across the Petty River before our arrival. Wilmington was captured by General Terry on the 22d of February, but of this important event we only knew by the vague rumors which reached us through rebel sources. General Jeff C. Davis got across the Catawba during the 27th, and the general march was resumed on Cheraw. Kilpatrick remained near Lancaster, skirmishing with Wheeler's and Hampton's cavalry, keeping up the delusion that we proposed to move on Charlotte and Salisbury, but with orders to watch the progress of the 14th Corps, and to act in concert with it, on its left rear. On the 1st of March I was at Finley's Bridge across Lynch's Creek, the road so bad that we had to corduroy nearly every foot of the way, but I was in communication with all parts of the army, which had met no serious opposition from the enemy. On the 2d of March we entered the village of Chesterfield, skirmishing with Butler's cavalry, which gave ground rapidly. There I received a message from General Howard, who reported that he was already in Cheraw with the 17th Corps, and that the 15th was near at hand. General Hardee had retreated eastward across the Petty, burning the bridge. I therefore directed the left wing to march for Sneedsboro, about 10 miles above Cheraw, to cross the Petty there, while I in person proposed to cross over and join the right wing in Cheraw. Early in the morning of the 3d of March I rode out of Chesterfield along with the 20th Corps, which filled the road, forded Thompson's Creek, and, at the top of the hill beyond, found a road branching off to the right. which corresponded with the one on my map leading to Cheraw. Seeing a Negro standing by the roadside, looking at the troops passing, I inquired of him what road that was. "Him lead to Cheraw, master." "Is it a good road, and how far?" "A very good road, and 8 or 10 miles. "Any guerrillas?" "Oh, no, master, day is gone 2 days ago. You could have played cards on der coattails, day was in sich a hurry." I was on my Lexington horse, who was very handsome and restive, so I made signal to my staff to follow, as I proposed to go without escort. I turned my horse down the road, and the rest of the staff followed. General Barry took up the questions about the road, and asked the same Negro what he was doing there. He answered, "Dey say Massa Sherman will be along soon." "Why," said General Barry, "that was General Sherman you were talking to." The poor Negro, almost in the attitude of prayer, exclaimed, "The great God! Just look at his horse." He ran up and trotted by my side for a mile or so, and gave me all the information he possessed, but he seemed to admire the horse more than the rider. We reached Cheraw in a couple of hours in a drizzling rain, and, while waiting for our wagons to come up, I stayed with General Blair in a large house, the property of a blockade runner, whose family remained. General Howard occupied another house farther downtown. He had already ordered his pontoon bridge to be laid across the Petty, there a large, deep, navigable stream, and Mower's division was already across, skirmishing with the enemy about 2 miles out. Cheraw was found to be full of stores which had been sent up from Charleston prior to its evacuation, and which could not be removed. I was satisfied, from inquiries, that General Hardee had with him only the Charleston garrison, that the enemy had not divined our movements, and that consequently they were still scattered from Charlotte around to Florence, then behind us. Having thus secured the passage of the Petty, I felt no uneasiness about the future, because there remained no further great impediment between us and Cape Fear River, which I felt assured was by that time in possession of our friends. The day was so wet that we all kept indoors, and about noon General Blair invited us to take lunch with him. We passed down into the basement dining room, where the regular family table was spread with an excellent meal. And during its progress I was asked to take some wine, which stood upon the table in venerable bottles. It was so very good that I inquired where it came from. General Blair simply asked, "Do you like it?" But I insisted upon knowing where he had got it. He only replied by asking if I liked it, and wanted some. He afterwards sent to my bivouac a case containing a dozen bottles of the finest Madeira I ever tasted. And I learned that he had captured, in Cheraw, the wine of some of the old aristocratic families of Charleston, who had sent it up to Cheraw for safety, and heard afterward that Blair had found about 8 wagon loads of this wine, which he distributed to the army generally, in very fair proportions. After finishing our lunch, as we passed out of the dining room, General Blair asked me if I did not want some saddle blankets, or a rug for my tent, and, leading me into the hall to a space under the stairway, he pointed out a pile of carpets which had also been sent up from Charleston for safety. After our headquarter wagons got up, and our bivouac was established in a field nearby, I sent my orderly, Walter, over to General Blair, and he came back staggering under a load of carpets, out of which the officers and escort made excellent tent rugs, saddle cloths, and blankets. There was an immense amount of stores in Cheraw, which were used or destroyed, among them 24 guns, 2,000 muskets, and 3,600 barrels of gunpowder. By the carelessness of a soldier, an immense pile of this powder was exploded, which shook the town badly, and killed and maimed several of our men. We remained in or near Cheraw till the 6th of March, by which time the army was mostly across the Petty River, and was prepared to resume the march on Fayetteville. In a house where General Hardee had been, I found a late New York Tribune, of fully a month later date than any I had seen. It contained a mass of news of great interest to us, and one short paragraph which I thought extremely mischievous. I think it was an editorial, to the effect that at last the editor had the satisfaction to inform his readers that General Sherman would next be heard from about Goldsboro, because his supply vessels from Savannah were known to be rendezvousing at Morehead City. Now, I knew that General Hardee had read that same paper, and that he would be perfectly able to draw his own inferences. Up to that moment I had endeavored so to feign to our left that we had completely misled our antagonists. But this was no longer possible, and I concluded that we must be ready for the concentration in our front of all the force subject to General Johnston's orders, for I was there also informed that he had been restored to the full command of the Confederate forces in South and North Carolina. On the 6th of March I crossed the Petty, and all the army marched for Fayetteville. The 17th Corps kept well to the right, to make room. The 15th Corps marched by a direct road. The 14th Corps also followed a direct road from Sneedsboro, where it had crossed the Petty. And the 20th Corps, which had come into Cheraw for the convenience of the pontoon bridge, diverged to the left, so as to enter Fayetteville next after the 14th Corps, which was appointed to lead into Fayetteville. Kilpatrick held his cavalry still farther to the left rear on the roads from Lancaster, by way of Wadesboro and New Gilead, so as to cover our trains from Hampton's and Wheeler's cavalry, who had first retreated toward the north. I traveled with the 15th Corps, and on the 8th of March reached Laurel Hill, North Carolina. Satisfied that our troops must be at Wilmington, I determined to send a message there. I called for my man, Corporal Pike, whom I had rescued as before described, at Columbia, who was then traveling with our escort, and instructed him in disguise to work his way to the Cape Fear River, secure a boat, and float down to Wilmington to convey a letter, and to report our approach. I also called on General Howard for another volunteer, and he brought me a very clever young sergeant, who is now a commissioned officer in the regular army. Each of these got off during the night by separate routes, bearing the following message, reduced to the same cipher we used in telegraphic messages. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi. In the field, Laurel Hill, Wednesday, March 8, 1865. Commanding Officer, Wilmington, North Carolina. We are marching for Fayetteville, will be there Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, and will then march for Goldsboro. If possible, send a boat up Cape Fear River, and have word conveyed to General Schofield that I expect to meet him about Goldsboro. We are all well and have done finely. The rains make our roads difficult, and may delay us about Fayetteville, in which case I would like to have some bread, sugar, and coffee. We have abundance of all else. I expect to reach Goldsboro by the 20th instant. W. T. Sherman, Major General. On the 9th I was with the 15th Corps, and toward evening reached a little church called Bethel, in the woods, in which we took refuge in a terrible storm of rain, which poured all night, making the roads awful. All the men were at work corduroying the roads, using fence rails and split saplings, and every foot of the way had thus to be corduroyed to enable the artillery and wagons to pass. On the 10th we made some little progress. On the 11th I reached Fayetteville, and found that General Hardee, followed by Wade Hampton's cavalry, had barely escaped across Cape Fear River, burning the bridge which I had hoped to save. On reaching Fayetteville I found General Slocum already in possession with the 14th Corps, and all the rest of the army was near at hand. A day or two before, General Kilpatrick, to our left rear, had divided his force into two parts, occupying roads behind the 20th Corps, interposing between our infantry columns and Wade Hampton's cavalry. The latter, doubtless to make junction with General Hardee, in Fayetteville, broke across this line, captured the house in which General Kilpatrick and the brigade commander, General Spencer, were, and for a time held possession of the camp and artillery of the brigade. However, General Kilpatrick and most of his men escaped into a swamp with their arms, reorganized and returned, catching Hampton's men in turn, scattered and drove them away, recovering most of his camp and artillery. But Hampton got off with Kilpatrick's private horses and a couple hundred prisoners, of which he boasted much in passing through Fayetteville. It was also reported that, in the morning after Hardee's army was all across the bridge at Cape Fear River, Hampton, with a small bodyguard, had remained in town, ready to retreat and burn the bridge as soon as our forces made their appearance. He was getting breakfast at the hotel when the alarm was given, when he and his escort took saddle, but soon realized that the alarm came from a set of our foragers, who, as usual, were extremely bold and rash. On these he turned, scattered them, killing some and making others prisoners, among them General Howard's favorite scout, Captain Duncan. Hampton then crossed the bridge and burned it. I took up my quarters at the old United States Arsenal, which was in fine order, and had been much enlarged by the Confederate authorities, who never dreamed that an invading army would reach it from the west. And I also found in Fayetteville the widow and daughter of my first captain, General Childs, of the 3rd Artillery, learned that her son Fred had been the ordnance officer in charge of the arsenal, and had of course fled with Hardee's army. During the 11th, the whole army closed down upon Fayetteville, and immediate preparations were made to lay 2 pontoon bridges, one near the burned bridge, and another about 4 miles lower down. Sunday, March 12th, was a day of Sabbath stillness in Fayetteville. The people generally attended their churches, for they were a very pious people, descended in a large measure from the old Scotch Covenanters. And our men too were resting from the toils and labors of 6 weeks of as hard marching as ever fell to the lot of soldiers. Shortly after noon was heard in the distance the shrill whistle of a steamboat, which came nearer and nearer, and soon a shout, long and continuous, was raised down by the river, which spread farther and farther. And we all felt that it meant a messenger from home. The effect was electric, and no one can realize the feeling unless, like us, he has been for months cut off from all communication with friends, and compelled to listen to the croakings and prognostications of open enemies. But in a very few minutes came up through the town to the arsenal on the plateau behind a group of officers, among whom was a large, florid seafaring man, named Ainsworth, bearing a small mail bag from General Terry, at Wilmington. Having left at 2 p.m. the day before. Our couriers had got through safe from Laurel Hill, and this was the prompt reply. As in the case of our former march from Atlanta, intense anxiety had been felt for our safety, and General Terry had been prompt to open communication. After a few minutes' conference with Captain Ainsworth about the capacity of his boat, and the state of facts along the river, I instructed him to be ready to start back at 6 p.m. and ordered Captain Byers to get ready to carry dispatches to Washington. I also authorized General Howard to send back by this opportunity some of the fugitives who had traveled with his army all the way from Columbia, among whom were Mrs. Feaster and her 2 beautiful daughters. I immediately prepared letters for Secretary Stanton, Generals Halleck and Grant, and Generals Schofield, Foster, Easton, and Beckwith, all of which have been published, but I include here only those to the Secretary of War. And Generals Grant and Terry, as samples of the whole. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi, in the field. Fayetteville, North Carolina, Sunday, March 12, 1885. Honorable E. M. Stanton, Secretary of War. Dear Sir, I know you will be pleased to hear that my army has reached this point, and has opened communication with Wilmington. A tugboat came up this morning, and will start back at 6 p.m. I have written a letter to General Grant, the substance of which he will doubtless communicate, and it must suffice for me to tell you what I know will give you pleasure, that I have done all that I proposed, and the fruits seem to me ample for the time employed. Charleston, Georgetown, and Wilmington are incidents, while the utter demolition of the railroad system of South Carolina, and the utter destruction of the enemy's arsenals of Columbia, Cheraw, and Fayetteville, are the principles of the movement. These points were regarded as inaccessible to us, and now no place in the Confederacy is safe against the Army of the West. Let Lee hold on to Richmond, and we will destroy his country, and then of what use is Richmond? He must come out and fight us on open ground, and for that we must ever be ready. Let him stick behind his parapets, and he will perish. I remember well what you asked me, and think I am on the right road, though a long one. My army is as united and cheerful as ever, and as full of confidence in itself and its leaders. It is utterly impossible for me to enumerate what we have done, but I enclose a slip just handed me, which is but partial. At Columbia and Cheraw, we destroyed nearly all the gunpowder and cartridges which the Confederacy had in this part of the country. This arsenal is in fine order, and has been much enlarged. I cannot leave a detachment to hold it, therefore shall burn it, blow it up with gunpowder, and then with rams knock down its walls. I take it for granted the United States will never again trust North Carolina with an arsenal to appropriate at her pleasure. Hoping that good fortune may still attend my army, I remain your servant, W. T. Sherman, Major General. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi, in the field. Fayetteville, North Carolina, Sunday, March 12, 1885. Lieutenant General U. S. Grant, Commanding United States Army, City Point, Virginia. Dear General, we reached this place yesterday at noon, Hardee, as usual, retreating across the Cape Fear, burning his bridges, but our pontoons will be up today, and, with as little delay as possible, I will be after him toward Goldsboro. A tug has just come up from Wilmington, and before I get off from here, I hope to get from Wilmington some shoes and stockings, sugar, coffee, and flour. We are abundantly supplied with all else, having in a measure lived off the country. The army is in splendid health, condition, and spirits, though we have had foul weather, and roads that would have stopped travel to almost any other body of men I ever heard of. Our march was substantially what I designed, straight on Columbia, feigning on Branchville and Augusta. We destroyed, in passing, the railroad from the Edisto nearly up to Aiken, again, from Orangeburg to the Congaree, again, from Columbia down to Kingsville on the Wateree, and up towards Charlotte as far as the Chester line. Thence we turned east on Cheraw and Fayetteville. At Columbia we destroyed immense arsenals and railroad establishments, among which were 43 cannon. At Cheraw we found also machinery and material of war sent from Charleston, among which were 25 guns and 3,600 barrels of powder, and here we find about 20 guns and a magnificent United States arsenal. We cannot afford to leave detachments, and I shall therefore destroy this valuable arsenal, so the enemy shall not have its use, and the United States should never again confide such valuable property to a people who have betrayed a trust. I could leave here tomorrow, but want to clear my columns of the vast crowd of refugees and Negroes that encumber us. Some I will send down the river in boats, and the rest to Wilmington by land, under small escort, as soon as we are across Cape Fear River. I hope you have not been uneasy about us, and that the fruits of this march will be appreciated. It had to be made not only to destroy the valuable depots by the way, but for its incidence in the necessary fall of Charleston, Georgetown, and Wilmington. If I can now add Goldsboro without too much cost, I will be in a position to aid you materially in the spring campaign. Joss Johnston may try to interpose between me here and Schofield about Newbern, but I think he will not try that, but concentrate his scattered armies at Raleigh, and I will go straight at him as soon as I get our men reclothed and our wagons reloaded. Keep everybody busy, and let Stoneman push toward Greensboro or Charlotte from Knoxville. Even a feint in that quarter will be most important. The railroad from Charlotte to Danville is all that is left to the enemy, and it will not do for me to go there, on account of the red clay hills which are impassable to wheels in wet weather. I expect to make a junction with General Schofield in 10 days. Yours truly, W. T. Sherman, Major General. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi, in the field. Fayetteville, North Carolina, Sunday, March 12, 1885. Major General Terry, Commanding United States Forces, Wilmington, North Carolina. General, I have just received your message by the tug which left Wilmington at 2 p.m. yesterday, which arrived here without trouble. The scout who brought me your cipher message started back last night with my answers, which are superseded by the fact of your opening the river. General Howard just reports that he has secured one of the enemy's steamboats below the city, General Slocum will try to secure 2 others known to be above, and we will load them with refugees, white and black, who have clung to our skirts, impeded our movements, and consumed our food. We have swept the country well from Savannah to here, and the men and animals are in fine condition. Had it not been for the foul weather, I would have caught Hardy at Cheraw or here. But at Columbia, Cheraw, and here, we have captured immense stores, and destroyed machinery, guns, ammunition, and property, of inestimable value to our enemy. At all points he has fled from us, standing not on the order of his going. The people of South Carolina, instead of feeding Lee's army, will now call on Lee to feed them. I want you to send me all the shoes, stockings, drawers, sugar, coffee, and flour you can spare. Finish the loads with oats or corn, have the boats escorted, and let them run at night at any risk. We must not give time for Josh Johnston to concentrate at Goldsboro. We cannot prevent his concentrating at Raleigh, but he shall have no rest. I want General Schofield to go on with his railroad from New Bern as far as he can, and you should do the same from Wilmington. If we can get the roads to and secure Goldsboro by April 10th, it will be soon enough. But every day now is worth $1 million. I can whip Josh Johnston provided he does not catch one of my corps in flank, and I will see that the army marches hence to Goldsboro in compact form. I must rid our army of from 20 to 30,000 useless mouths, as many to go down Cape Fear as possible, and the rest to go in vehicles or on captured horses via Clinton to Wilmington. I thank you for the energetic action that has marked your course, and shall be most happy to meet you. I am, truly your friend, W. T. Sherman, Major General. In quick succession I received other messages from General Terry, of older date, and therefore superseded by that brought by the tug Davidson, viz., by 2 naval officers, who had come up partly by canoes and partly by land. General Terry had also sent the 13th Pennsylvania Cavalry to search for us, under Colonel Kerwin, who had dispatched Major Burks with 50 men, who reached us at Fayetteville. So that, by March 12, I was in full communication with General Terry and the outside world. Still, I was anxious to reach Goldsboro, there to make junction with General Schofield, so as to be ready for the next and last stage of the war. I then knew that my special antagonist, General Josh E. Johnston, was back, with part of his old army, that he would not be misled by feints and false reports, and would somehow compel me to exercise more caution than I had hitherto done. I then overestimated his force at 37,000 infantry, supposed to be made up of S. D. Lee's corps, 4,000, Cheatham's, 5,000, Hoke's, 8,000, Hardee's, 10,000, and other detachments, 10,000. With Hampton's, Wheeler's, and Butler's cavalry, about 8,000. Of these, only Hardee and the cavalry were immediately in our front, while the bulk of Johnston's army was supposed to be collecting at or near Raleigh. I was determined, however, to give him as little time for organization as possible, and accordingly crossed Cape Fear River, with all the army, during the 13th and 14th, leaving 1 division as a rear guard, until the arsenal could be completely destroyed. This was deliberately and completely leveled on the 14th, when fire was applied to the wreck. Little other damage was done at Fayetteville. On the 14th the tug Davidson again arrived from Wilmington, with General Dodge, quartermaster, on board, reporting that there was no clothing to be had at Wilmington, but he brought up some sugar and coffee, which were most welcome, and some oats. He was followed by a couple of gunboats, under command of Captain Young, United States Navy, who reached Fayetteville after I had left, and undertook to patrol the river as long as the stage of water would permit. And General Dodge also promised to use the captured steamboats for a like purpose. Meantime, also, I had sent orders to General Schofield, at New Bern, and to General Terry, at Wilmington, to move with their effective forces straight for Goldsboro, where I expected to meet them by the 20th of March. On the 15th of March the whole army was across Cape Fear River, and at once began its march for Goldsboro, the 17th Corps still on the right, the 15th next in order, then the 14th and 20th on the extreme left. The cavalry, acting in close concert with the left flank. With almost a certainty of being attacked on this flank, I had instructed General Slocum to send his corps trains under strong escort by an interior road, holding 4 divisions ready for immediate battle. General Howard was in like manner ordered to keep his trains well to his right, and to have 4 divisions unencumbered, about 6 miles ahead of General Slocum, within easy support. In the meantime, I had dispatched by land to Wilmington a train of refugees who had followed the army all the way from Columbia, South Carolina, under an escort of 200 men, commanded by Major John A. Winson, 116th Illinois Infantry, so that we were disencumbered, and prepared for instant battle on our left and exposed flank. In person I accompanied General Slocum, and during the night of March 15 was 13 miles out on the Raleigh Road. This flank followed substantially a road along Cape Fear River north, encountered pretty stubborn resistance by Hardee's infantry, artillery, and cavalry, and the ground favored our enemy. For the deep river, Cape Fear, was on his right, and North River on his left, forcing us to attack him square in front. I proposed to drive Hardee well beyond Averasboro, and then to turn to the right by Bentonville for Goldsboro. During the day it rained very hard, and I had taken refuge in an old cooper shop, where a prisoner of war was brought to me, sent back from the skirmish line by General Kilpatrick, who proved to be Colonel Albert Rhett, former commander of Fort Sumter. He was a tall, slender, and handsome young man, dressed in the most approved rebel uniform, with high jackboots beautifully stitched, and was dreadfully mortified to find himself a prisoner in our hands. General Frank Blair happened to be with me at the moment, and we were much amused at Rhett's outspoken disgust at having been captured without a fight. He said he was a brigade commander, and that his brigade that day was Hardee's rearguard. That his command was composed mostly of the recent garrisons of the batteries of Charleston Harbor, and had little experience in woodcraft. That he was giving ground to us as fast as Hardee's army to his rear moved back, and during this operation he was with a single aide in the woods, and was captured by 2 men of Kilpatrick's skirmish line that was following up his retrograde movement. These men called on him to surrender, and ordered him, in language more forcible than polite, to turn and ride back. He first supposed these men to be of Hampton's cavalry, and threatened to report them to General Hampton for disrespectful language. But he was soon undeceived, and was conducted to Kilpatrick, who sent him back to General Slocum's guard. The rain was falling heavily, and, our wagons coming up, we went into camp there, and had Rhett and General Blair to take supper with us, and our conversation was full and quite interesting. In due time, however, Rhett was passed over by General Slocum to his provost guard, with orders to be treated with due respect, and was furnished with a horse to ride. The next day, the 16th, the opposition continued stubborn, and near Averasboro, Hardee had taken up a strong position, before which General Slocum deployed Jackson's division, of the 20th Corps, with part of Ward's. Kilpatrick was on his right front. Coming up, I advised that a brigade should make a wide circuit by the left, and, if possible, catch this line in flank. The movement was completely successful, the first line of the enemy was swept away, and we captured the larger part of Rhett's brigade, 217 men, including Captain Macbeth's battery of 3 guns, and buried 108 dead. The deployed lines, Ward's and Jackson's, pressed on, and found Hardee again entrenched, but the next morning he was gone, in full retreat toward Smithfield. In this action, called the Battle of Averasboro, we lost 12 officers and 65 men killed, and 477 men wounded, a serious loss, because every wounded man had to be carried in an ambulance. The rebel wounded, 68, were carried to a house nearby. All surgical operations necessary were performed by our surgeons, and then these wounded men were left in care of an officer and 4 men of the rebel prisoners, with a scanty supply of food, which was the best we could do for them. In person I visited this house while the surgeons were at work, with arms and legs lying around loose, in the yard and on the porch, and in a room on a bed lay a pale, handsome young fellow, whose left arm had just been cut off near the shoulder. Someone used my name, when he asked, in a feeble voice, if I were General Sherman. He then announced himself as Captain Macbeth, whose battery had just been captured. and said that he remembered me when I used to visit his father's house, in Charleston. I inquired about his family, and enabled him to write a note to his mother, which was sent her afterward from Goldsboro. I have seen that same young gentleman since in St. Louis, where he was a clerk in an insurance office. While the Battle of Averasboro was in progress, and I was sitting on my horse, I was approached by a man on foot, without shoes or coat, and his head bandaged by a handkerchief. He announced himself as the Captain Duncan who had been captured by Wade Hampton in Fayetteville, but had escaped. And, on my inquiring how he happened to be in that plight, he explained that when he was a prisoner Wade Hampton's men had made him get out of his coat, hat, and shoes, which they appropriated to themselves. He said Wade Hampton had seen them do it, and he had appealed to him personally for protection, as an officer, but Hampton answered him with a curse. I sent Duncan to General Kilpatrick, and heard afterward that Kilpatrick had applied to General Slocum for his prisoner, Colonel Rhett, whom he made march on foot the rest of the way to Goldsboro, in retaliation. There was a story afloat that Kilpatrick made him get out of those fine boots, but restored them because none of his own officers had feet delicate enough to wear them. Of course, I know nothing of this personally, and have never seen Rhett since that night by the Cooper shop, and suppose that he is the editor who recently fought a duel in New Orleans. From Averasboro, the left wing turned east, toward Goldsboro, the 14th Corps leading. I remained with this wing until the night of the 18th, when we were within 27 miles of Goldsboro and 5 from Bentonsville. And, supposing that all danger was over, I crossed over to join Howard's column, to the right, so as to be nearer to General Schofield and Terry, known to be approaching Goldsboro. I overtook General Howard at Falling Creek Church, and found his column well drawn out, by reason of the bad roads. I had heard some cannonading over about Slocum's head of column, and supposed it to indicate about the same measure of opposition by Hardee's troops and Hampton's cavalry before experienced. But during the day a messenger overtook me, and notified me that near Bentonsville General Slocum had run up against Johnston's whole army. I sent back orders for him to fight defensively to save time, and that I would come up with reinforcements from the direction of Cogg's Bridge, by the road which we had reached near Falling Creek Church. The country was very obscure, and the maps extremely defective. By this movement I hoped General Slocum would hold Johnston's army facing west, while I would come on his rear from the east. The 15th Corps, less one division, Hazen's, still well to the rear, was turned at once toward Bentonsville. Hazen's division was ordered to Slocum's flank, and orders were also sent for General Blair, with the 17th Corps, to come to the same destination. Meantime the sound of cannon came from the direction of Bentonsville. The night of the 19th caught us near Falling Creek Church, but early the next morning the 15th Corps, General C.R. Woods's division leading, closed down on Bentonsville, near which it was brought up by encountering a line of fresh parapet, crossing the road and extending north, toward Mill Creek. After deploying, I ordered General Howard to proceed with due caution, using skirmishers alone, till he had made junction with General Slocum, on his left. These deployments occupied all day, during which 2 divisions of the 17th Corps also got up. At that time General Johnston's army occupied the form of AV, the angle reaching the road leading from Averasboro to Goldsboro, and the flanks resting on Mill Creek, his lines embracing the village of Bentonsville. General Slocum's wing faced one of these lines and General Howard's the other. And, in the uncertainty of General Johnston's strength, I did not feel disposed to invite a general battle, for we had been out from Savannah since the latter part of January, and our wagon trains contained but little food. I had also received messages during the day from General Schofield, at Kinston, and General Terry, at Faison's Depot, approaching Goldsboro, both expecting to reach it by March 21st. During the 20th we simply held our ground and started our trains back to Kinston for provisions, which would be needed in the event of being forced to fight a general battle at Bentonsville. The next day, 21st, it began to rain again, and we remained quiet till about noon, when General Mower, ever rash, broke through the rebel line on his extreme left flank, and was pushing straight for Bentonsville and the bridge across Mill Creek. I ordered him back to connect with his own corps, and, lest the enemy should concentrate on him, ordered the whole rebel line to be engaged with a strong skirmish fire. I think I made a mistake there, and should rapidly have followed Mower's lead with the whole of the right wing, which would have brought on a general battle, and it could not have resulted otherwise than successfully to us. by reason of our vastly superior numbers. But at the moment, for the reasons given, I preferred to make junction with Generals Terry and Schofield, before engaging Johnston's army, the strength of which was utterly unknown. The next day he was gone, and had retreated on Smithfield. And, the roads all being clear, our army moved to Goldsboro. The heaviest fighting at Bentonsville was on the first day, viz., the 19th, when Johnston's army struck the head of Slocum's columns, knocking back Carlin's division. But, as soon as General Slocum had brought up the rest of the 14th Corps into line, and afterward the 20th on its left, he received and repulsed all attacks, and held his ground as ordered, to await the coming back of the right wing. His loss, as reported, was 9 officers and 145 men killed, 816 wounded, and 226 missing. He reported having buried of the rebel dead 167, and captured 338 prisoners. The loss of the right wing was 2 officers and 35 men killed, 12 officers and 289 men wounded, and 70 missing. General Howard reported that he had buried 100 of the rebel dead, and had captured 1,287 prisoners. Our total loss, therefore, at Bentonsville was 1,604. General Johnston, in his narrative, p. 392, asserts that his entire force at Bentonsville, omitting Wheeler's and Butler's cavalry, only amounted to 14,100 infantry and artillery, and, p. 393, states his losses as 2,343. Wide discrepancies exist in these figures. For instance, General Slocum accounts for 338 prisoners captured, and General Howard for 1,287. Making 1,625 in all, to Johnston's 653, a difference of 872. I have always accorded to General Johnston due credit for boldness in his attack on our exposed flank at Bentonville, but I think he understates his strength, and doubt whether at the time he had accurate returns from his miscellaneous army, collected from Hoke, Bragg, Hardee, Lee, etc. After the first attack on Carlin's division, I doubt if the fighting was as desperate as described by him, e.seq. I was close up with the 15th Corps, on the 20th and 21st, considered the fighting as mere skirmishing, and know that my orders were to avoid a general battle, till we could be sure of Goldsboro, and of opening up a new base of supply. With the knowledge now possessed of his small force, of course I committed an error in not overwhelming Johnston's army on the 21st of March 1865. But I was content then to let him go, and on the 22d of March rode to Cogg's Bridge, where I met General Terry, with his 2 divisions of the 10th Corps. And the next day we rode into Goldsboro, where I found General Schofield with the 23rd Corps, thus effecting a perfect junction of all the army at that point, as originally contemplated. During the 23d and 24th the whole army was assembled at Goldsboro. General Terry's 2 divisions encamped at Faison's Depot to the south, and General Kilpatrick's cavalry at Mount Olive Station, near him, and there we all rested, while I directed my special attention to replenishing the army for the next and last stage of the campaign. Colonel W. Wright had been so indefatigable, that the New Bern Railroad was done, and a locomotive arrived in Goldsboro on the 25th of March. Thus was concluded one of the longest and most important marches ever made by an organized army in a civilized country. The distance from Savannah to Goldsboro is 425 miles, and the route traversed embraced 5 large navigable rivers, viz. the Edisto, Broad, Catawba, Petty, and Cape Fear, at either of which a comparatively small force, well handled, should have made the passage most difficult, if not impossible. The country generally was in a state of nature, with innumerable swamps, with simply mud roads, nearly every mile of which had to be corduroyed. In our route we had captured Columbia, Cheraw, and Fayetteville, important cities and depots of supplies, had compelled the evacuation of Charleston City and Harbor, had utterly broken up all the railroads of South Carolina, and had consumed a vast amount of food and forage, essential to the enemy for the support of his own armies. We had in midwinter accomplished the whole journey of 425 miles in 50 days, averaging 10 miles per day, allowing 10 lay days, and had reached Goldsboro with the army in superb order, and the trains almost as fresh as when we had started from Atlanta. It was manifest to me that we could resume our march, and come within the theater of General Grant's field of operations in all April, and that there was no force in existence that could delay our progress. Unless General Lee should succeed in eluding General Grant at Petersburg, make junction with General Johnston, and thus united meet me alone. And now that we had effected a junction with Generals Terry and Schofield, I had no fear even of that event. On reaching Goldsboro, I learned from General Schofield all the details of his operations about Wilmington and Newbern. Also of the fight of the 23rd Corps about Kinston, with General Bragg. I also found Lieutenant Dunn, of General Grant's staff, awaiting me, with the General's letter of February 7th, covering instructions to Generals Schofield and Thomas. And his letter of March 16th, in answer to mine of the 12th, from Fayetteville. These are all given here to explain the full reasons for the events of the war then in progress, with 2 or 3 letters from myself, to fill out the picture. Headquarters of the Armies of the United States. City Point, Virginia, February 7, 1865. Major General W. T. Sherman, commanding Military Division of the Mississippi. General, without much expectation of it reaching you in time to be of any service, I have mailed to you copies of instructions to Schofield and Thomas. I had informed Schofield by telegraph of the departure of Mahone's division, south from the Petersburg front. These troops marched down the Weldon Road, and, as they apparently went without baggage, it is doubtful whether they have not returned. I was absent from here when they left. Just returned yesterday morning from Cape Fear River. I went there to determine where Schofield's corps had better go to operate against Wilmington and Goldsboro. The instructions with this will inform you of the conclusion arrived at. Schofield was with me, and the plan of the movement against Wilmington fully determined before we started back, hence the absence of more detailed instructions to him. He will land one division at Smithville, and move rapidly up the south side of the river, and secure the Wilmington and Charlotte Railroad, and with his pontoon train cross over to the island south of the city, if he can. With the aid of the gunboats, there is no doubt but this move will drive the enemy from their position 8 miles east of the city, either back to their line or away altogether. There will be a large force on the north bank of Cape Fear River, ready to follow up and invest the garrison, if they should go inside. The railroads of North Carolina are 4 feet 8 1/2 inches gauge. I have sent large parties of railroad men there to build them up, and have ordered stock to run them. We have abundance of it idle from the non-use of the Virginia roads. I have taken every precaution to have supplies ready for you wherever you may turn up. I did this before when you left Atlanta, and regret that they did not reach you promptly when you reached Saltwater. Alexander Stevens, R.M.T. Hunter, and Judge Campbell, are now at my headquarters, very desirous of going to Washington to see Mr. Lincoln, informally, on the subject of peace. The peace feeling within the rebel lines is gaining ground rapidly. This, however, should not relax our energies in the least, but should stimulate us to greater activity. I have received your very kind letters, in which you say you would decline, or are opposed to, promotion. No one world be more pleased at your advancement than I, and if you should be placed in my position, and I put subordinate, it would not change our personal relations in the least. I would make the same exertions to support you that you have ever done to support me, and would do all in my power to make our cause win. Yours truly, U.S. Grant, Lieutenant General. Headquarters of the Armies of the United States. City Point, Virginia, January 81, 1865. Major General G. H. Thomas, Commanding Army of the Cumberland. General, with this I send you a letter from General Sherman. At the time of writing it, General Sherman was not informed of the Depletion of your command by my orders. It will be impossible at present for you to move south as he contemplated, with the force of infantry indicated. General Slocum is advised before this of the changes made, and that for the winter you will be on the defensive. I think, however, an expedition from East Tennessee, under General Stoneman might penetrate South Carolina, well down toward Columbia, destroying the railroad and military resources of the country, thus visiting a portion of the state which will not be reached by Sherman's forces. He might also be able to return to East Tennessee by way of Salisbury, North Carolina, thus releasing home our prisoners of war in rebel hands. Of the practicability of doing this, General Stoneman will have to be the judge, making up his mind from information obtained while executing the first part of his instructions. Sherman's movements will attract the attention of all the force the enemy can collect, thus facilitating the execution of this. 3,000 cavalry would be a sufficient force to take. This probably can be raised in the old Department of the Ohio, without taking any now under General Wilson. It would require, though, the reorganization of the 2 regiments of Kentucky cavalry, which Stoneman had in his very successful raid into southwestern Virginia. It will be necessary, probably, for you to send, in addition to the force now in East Tennessee, a small division of infantry, to enable General Gillem to hold the upper end of Holston Valley, and the mountain passes in rear of Stevenson. You may order such an expedition. To save time, I will send a copy of this to General Stoneman, so that he can begin his preparations without loss of time, and can commence his correspondence with you. As to these preparations, as this expedition goes to destroy and not to fight battles, but to avoid them when practicable, particularly against anything like equal forces, or where a great object is to be gained, it should go as light as possible. Stoneman's experience in raiding will teach him in this matter better than he can be directed. Let there be no delay in the preparations for this expedition, and keep me advised of its progress. Very respectfully, your obedient servant, U.S. Grant, Lieutenant General. Headquarters of the Armies of the United States. City Point, Virginia, January 81, 1865. Major General J. M. Schofield, Commanding Army of the Ohio. General, I have requested by telegraph that, for present purposes, North Carolina be erected into a department, and that you be placed in command of it, subject to Major General Sherman's orders. Of course, you will receive orders from me direct until such time as General Sherman gets within communicating distance of you. This obviates the necessity of my publishing the order which I informed you would meet you at Fortress Monroe. If the order referred to should not be published from the Adjutant General's office, you will read these instructions as your authority to assume command of all the troops in North Carolina, dating all official communications. Headquarters Army of the Ohio. Your headquarters will be in the field, and with the portion of the army where you feel yourself most needed. In the first move you will go to Cape Fear River. Your movements are intended as cooperative with Sherman's movement through the states of South and North Carolina. The first point to be obtained is to secure Wilmington. Goldsboro will then be your objective point, moving either from Wilmington or Newbern, or both, as you may deem best. Should you not be able to reach Goldsboro, you will advance on the line or lines of railway connecting that place with the seacoast, as near to it as you can, building the road behind you. The enterprise under you has 2 objects. The first is to give General Sherman material aid, if needed, in his march north. The second, to open a base of supplies for him on the line of his march. As soon, therefore, as you can determine which of the 2 points, Wilmington or Newbern, you can best use for throwing supplies from to the interior, you will commence the accumulation of 20 days' rations and forage for 60,000 men and 20,000 animals. You will get of these as many as you can house and protect, to such point in the interior as you may be able to occupy. I believe General Innes N. Palmer has received some instructions directly from General Sherman on the subject of securing supplies for his army. You can learn what steps he has taken and be governed in your requisitions accordingly. A supply of ordnance stores will also be necessary. Make all your requisitions upon the chiefs of their respective departments in the field, with me at City Point. Communicate with me by every opportunity, and, should you deem it necessary at any time, send a special boat to Fortress Monroe, from which point you can communicate by telegraph. The supplies referred to in these instructions are exclusive of those required by your own command. The movements of the enemy may justify you, or even make it your imperative duty, to cut loose from your base and strike for the interior, to aid Sherman. In such case you will act on your own judgment, without waiting for instructions. You will report, however, what you propose doing. The details for carrying out these instructions are necessarily left to you. I would urge, however, if I did not know that you are already fully alive to the importance of it, prompt action. Sherman may be looked for in the neighborhood of Goldsboro any time from the 22d to the 28th of February. This limits your time very materially. If rolling stock is not secured in the capture of Wilmington, it can be supplied from Washington. A large force of railroad men has already been sent to Beaufort, and other mechanics will go to Fort Fisher in a day or 2. On this point I have informed you by telegraph. Very respectfully, your obedient servant. U.S. Grant, Lieutenant General. Headquarters of the Armies of the United States. City Point, Virginia, March 16, 1865. Major General W. T. Sherman, Commanding Military Division of the Mississippi. General, your interesting letter of the 12th INST is just received. I have never felt any uneasiness for your safety, but I have felt great anxiety to know just how you were progressing. I knew, or thought I did, that, with the magnificent army with you, you would come out safely somewhere. To secure certain success, I deemed the capture of Wilmington of the greatest importance. Butler came near losing that prize to us. But Terry and Schofield have since retrieved his blunders, and I do not know but the first failure has been as valuable a success for the country as the capture of Fort Fisher. Butler may not see it in that light. Ever since you started on the last campaign, and before, I have been attempting to get something done in the West, both to cooperate with you and to take advantage of the enemy's weakness, there to accomplish results favorable to us. Knowing Thomas to be slow beyond excuse, I depleted his army to reinforce Canby, so that he might act from Mobile Bay on the interior. With all I have said, he has not moved at last advices. Canby was sending a cavalry force of about 7,000 from Vicksburg toward Selma. I ordered Thomas to send Wilson from Eastport toward the same point, and to get him off as soon after the 20th of February as possible. He telegraphed me that he would be off by that date. He has not yet started, or had not at last advices. I ordered him to send Stoneman from East Tennessee into Northwest South Carolina, to be there about the time you would reach Columbia. He would either have drawn off the enemy's cavalry from you, or would have succeeded in destroying railroads, supplies, and other material, which you could not reach. At that time the Richmond papers were full of the accounts of your movements, and gave daily accounts of movements in West North Carolina. I supposed all the time it was Stoneman. You may judge my surprise when I afterward learned that Stoneman was still in Louisville, Kentucky, and that the troops in North Carolina were Kirk's forces. In order that Stoneman might get off without delay, I told Thomas that 3,000 men would be sufficient for him to take. In the meantime I had directed Sheridan to get his cavalry ready, and, as soon as the snow in the mountains melted sufficiently, to start for Staunton, and go on and destroy the Virginia Central Railroad and Canal. Time advanced until he set the 28th of February for starting. I informed Thomas and directed him to change the course of Stoneman toward Lynchburg, to destroy the road in Virginia up as near to that place as possible. Not hearing from Thomas, I telegraphed to him about the 12th, to know if Stoneman was yet off. He replied not, but that he, Thomas, would start that day for Knoxville, to get him off as soon as possible. Sheridan has made his raid, and with splendid success, so far as heard. I am looking for him at White House today. Since about the 20th of last month the Richmond papers have been prohibited from publishing accounts of army movements. We are left to our own resources, therefore, for information. You will see from the papers what Sheridan has done. If you do not, the officer who bears this will tell you all. Lee has depleted his army but very little recently, and I learn of none going south. Some regiments may have been detached, but I think no division or brigade. The determination seems to be to hold Richmond as long as possible. I have a force sufficient to leave enough to hold our lines, all that is necessary of them, and move out with plenty to whip his whole army. But the roads are entirely impassable. Until they improve, I shall content myself with watching Lee, and be prepared to pitch into him if he attempts to evacuate the place. I may bring Sheridan over, think I will, and break up the Danville and South Side railroads. These are the last avenues left to the enemy. Recruits have come in so rapidly at the west that Thomas has now about as much force as he had when he attacked Hood. I have stopped all who, under previous orders, would go to him, except those from Illinois. Fearing the possibility of the enemy falling back to Lynchburg, and afterward attempting to go into East Tennessee or Kentucky, I have ordered Thomas to move the 4th Corps to Bull's Gap, and to fortify there, and to hold out to the Virginia line, if he can. He has accumulated a large amount of supplies in Knoxville, and has been ordered not to destroy any of the railroad west of the Virginia Hugh. I told him to get ready for a campaign toward Lynchburg, if it became necessary. He never can make one there or elsewhere, but the steps taken will prepare for anyone else to take his troops and come east or go toward Rome, whichever may be necessary. I do not believe either will. When I hear that you and Schofield are together, with your back upon the coast, I shall feel that you are entirely safe against any thing the enemy can do. Lee may evacuate Richmond, but he cannot get there with force enough to touch you. His army is now demoralized and deserting very fast, both to us and to their homes. A retrograde movement would cost him thousands of men, even if we did not follow. 5,000 men, belonging to the Corps with you, are now on their way to join you. If more reinforcements are necessary, I will send them. My notion is that you should get Raleigh as soon as possible, and hold the railroad from their back. This may take more force than you now have. From that point all North Carolina roads can be made useless to the Enemy, without keeping up communications with the rear. Hoping to hear soon of your junction with the forces from Wilmington and Newborn, I remain, very respectfully, your obedient servant. U.S. Grant, Lieutenant General. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi in the field. Cox's Brigade, Neuse River, North Carolina, March 22, 1865. Lieutenant General U.S. Grant, Commander-in-Chief, City Point, Virginia. General, I wrote you from Fayetteville, North Carolina, on Tuesday, the 14th instant, that I was all ready to start for Goldsboro, to which point I had also ordered General Schofield, from Newborn, and General Terry, from Wilmington. I knew that General Joss Johnston was supreme in command against me, and that he would have time to concentrate a respectable army to oppose the last stage of this march. Accordingly, General Slocum was ordered to send his main supply train, under escort of 2 divisions, straight for Bentonsville, while he, with his other 4 divisions, disencumbered of all unnecessary wagons, should march toward Raleigh, by way of threat, as far as Averasboro. General Howard, in like manner, sent his trains with the 17th Corps, well to the right, and, with the 4 divisions of the 15th Corps, took roads which would enable him to come promptly to the exposed left flank. We started on the 16th, but again the rains set in, and the roads, already bad enough, became horrible. On Tuesday, the 16th, General Slocum found Hardee's army, from Charleston, which had retreated before us from Cheraw, in position across the narrow, swampy neck between Cape Fear and North Rivers, where the road branches off to Goldsboro. There a pretty severe fight occurred, in which General Slocum's troops carried handsomely the advanced line, held by a South Carolina brigade, commanded by a Colonel Butler. Its commander, Colonel Rhett, of Fort Sumter. Notoriety, with one of his staff, had the night before been captured by Kilpatrick scouts from his very skirmish line. The next morning Hardee was found gone, and was pursued through and beyond Averasboro. General Slocum buried 108 dead rebels, and captured and destroyed 3 guns. Some 80 wounded rebels were left in our hands, and, after dressing their wounds, we left them in a house, attended by a Confederate officer and 4 privates, detailed out of our prisoners and paroled for the purpose. We resumed the march toward Goldsboro. I was with the left wing until I supposed all danger had passed. But, when General Slocum's head of column was within 4 miles of Bentonsville, after skirmishing as usual with cavalry, he became aware that there was infantry in his front. He deployed a couple of brigades, which, on advancing, sustained a partial repulse, but soon rallied, when he formed a line of the 2 leading divisions, Morgan's and Carlin's, of Jeff C. Davis's corps. The enemy attacked these with violence, but was repulsed. This was in the forenoon of Sunday, the 19th. General Slocum brought forward the 2 divisions of the 20th Corps, hastily disposed of them for defense, and General Kilpatrick massed his cavalry on the left. General Joss Johnston had, the night before, marched his whole army. Bragg, Cheatham, S.D. Lee, Hardee, and all the troops he had drawn from every quarter, determined, as he told his men, to crash one of our corps, and then defeat us in detail. He attacked General Slocum in position from 3 p.m. on the 19th till dark, but was everywhere repulsed, and lost heavily. At the time, I was with the 15th Corps, marching on a road more to the right. But, on hearing of General Slocum's danger, directed that corps toward Cox's Bridge, in the night brought Blair's corps over, and on the 20th marched rapidly on Johnston's flank and rear. We struck him. About noon, forced him to assume the defensive, and to fortify. Yesterday we pushed him hard, and came very near crushing him, the right division of the 17th Corps, MEMOIRS, having broken in to within 100 yards of where Johnston himself was, at the bridge across Mill Creek. Last night he retreated, leaving us in possession of the field, dead and wounded. We have over 2,000 prisoners from this affair and the one at Averasboro, and I am satisfied that Johnston's army was so roughly handled yesterday that we could march right on to Raleigh. But we have now been out 6 weeks, living precariously upon the collections of our foragers, our men dirty, ragged, and saucy, and we must rest and fix up a little. Our entire losses thus far, killed, wounded, and prisoners, will be covered by 2,500, a great part of which are, as usual, slight wounds. The enemy has lost more than double as many, and we have in prisoners alone full 2,000. I limited the pursuit, this morning, to Mill Creek, and will forthwith march the army to Goldsboro, there to rest, reclothe, and get some rations. Our combinations were such that General Schofield entered Goldsboro from Newborn. General Terry got Cox's Bridge, with pontoons laid, and a brigade across Neuse River entrenched, and we whipped Johnston all on the same day. After riding over the field of battle today, near Bentonsville, and making the necessary orders, I have ridden down to this place, Cox's Bridge, to see General Terry, and tomorrow shall ride into Goldsboro. I propose to collect there my army proper. Shall post General Terry about Faison's Depot, and General Schofield about Kinston, partly to protect the road, but more to collect such food and forage as the country affords, until the railroads are repaired leading into Goldsboro. I fear these have not been pushed with the vigor I had expected. But I will soon have them both going. I shall proceed at once to organize 3 armies of 25,000 men each, and will try and be all ready to march to Raleigh or Weldon, as we may determine, by or before April 10th. I enclose you a copy of my orders of today. I would like to be more specific, but have not the data. We have lost no general officers nor any organization. General Slocum took 3 guns at Averasboro, and lost 3 others at the first dash on him at Bentonsville. We have all our wagons and trains in good order. Yours truly, W. T. Sherman, Major General. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi in the field. Cox's Brigade, Goldsboro, North Carolina, March 23, 1865. Lieutenant General U. S. Grant, commanding the armies of the United States, City Point, Virginia. General, on reaching Goldsboro, this morning, I found Lieutenant Dunn awaiting me with your letter of March 18th and dispatch of the 17th. I wrote you fully from Cox's Bridge yesterday, and since reaching Goldsboro, have learned that my letter was sent punctually to Newborn, whence it will be dispatched to you. I am very glad to hear that General Sheridan did such good service between Richmond and Lynchburg, and hope he will keep the ball moving. I know that these raids and dashes disconcert our enemy and discourage him much. General Slocum's 2 corps, 14th and 20th, are now coming in. I will dispose of them north of Goldsboro, between the Weldon Road and Little River. General Howard today is marching south of the Nene, and tomorrow will come in and occupy ground north of Goldsboro, extending from the Weldon Railroad to that leading to Kinston. I have ordered all the provisional divisions, made up of troops belonging to the regular corps, to be broken up, and the men to join their proper regiments and organizations. And have ordered General Schofield to guard the railroads back to Newborn and Wilmington, and to make up a movable column equal to 25,000 men, with which to take the field. His army will be the center, as on the Atlanta campaign. I do not think I want any more troops, other than absentees and recruits, to fill up the present regiments, and I can make up an army of 80,000 men by April 10th. I will post General Kilpatrick at Mount Olive Station on the Wilmington Road, and then allow the army some rest. We have sent all our empty wagons, under escort, with the proper staff officers, to bring up from Kinston clothing and provisions. As long as we move we can gather food and forage, but, the moment we stop, trouble begins. I feel sadly disappointed that our railroads are not done. I do not like to say there has been any neglect until I make inquiries. But it does seem to me the repairs should have been made ere this, and the road properly stocked. I can only hear of one locomotive, besides the 4 old ones, on the Newbern Road, and 2 damaged locomotives, found by General Terry, on the Wilmington Road. I left Generals Easton and Beckwith purposely to make arrangements in anticipation of my arrival, and have heard from neither, though I suppose them both to be at Morehead City. At all events, we have now made a junction of all the armies, and, if we can maintain them, will, in a short time, be in a position to march against Raleigh, Gaston, Weldon, or even Richmond, as you may determine. If I get the troops all well planed, and the supplies working well, I may run up to see you for a day or 2 before diving again into the bowels of the country. I will make, in a very short time, accurate reports of our operations for the past 2 months. Yours truly, W. T. Sherman, Major General Commanding Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi in the field. Cox's Brigade, Goldsboro, North Carolina, March 24, 1865. Lieutenant General U. S. Grant, City Point, Virginia. General, I have kept Lieutenant Dunn over today that I might report farther. All the army is now in, save the cavalry, which I have posted at Mount Olive Station, south of the Nene, and General Terry's command, which tomorrow will move from Cogg's Ferry to Faison's Depot, also on the Wilmington Road. I send you a copy of my orders of this morning, the operation of which will, I think, soon complete our roads. The telegraph is now done to Morehead City, and by it I learn that stores have been sent to Kinston in boats, and that our wagons are loading with rations and clothing. By using the Neuse as high up as Kinston, hauling from there 26 miles, and by equipping the 2 roads to Morehead City and Wilmington, I feel certain we can not only feed and equip the army, but in a short time fill our wagons for another start. I feel certain, from the character of the fighting, that we have got Johnston's army afraid of us. He himself acts with timidity and caution. His cavalry alone manifests spirit, but limits its operations to our stragglers and foraging parties. My marching columns of infantry do not pay the cavalry any attention, but walk right through it. I think I see pretty clearly how, in one more move, we can checkmate Lee, forcing him to unite Johnston with him in the defense of Richmond, or to abandon the cause. I feel certain, if he leaves Richmond, Virginia leaves the Confederacy. I will study my maps a little more before giving my positive views. I want all possible information of the Roanoke as to navigability, how far up, and with what draft. We find the country sandy, dry, with good roads, and more corn and forage than I had expected. The families remain, but I will gradually push them all out to Raleigh or Wilmington. We will need every house in the town. Lieutenant Dunn can tell you of many things of which I need not write. Yours truly, W. T. Sherman, Major General. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi in the field. Cox's Brigade, Goldsboro, North Carolina, April 5, 1865. Major General George H. Thomas, Commanding Department of the Cumberland. Dear General, I can hardly help smiling when I contemplate my command. It is decidedly mixed. I believe, but am not certain, that you are in my jurisdiction, but I certainly cannot help you in the way of orders or men. Nor do I think you need either. General Cruft has just arrived with his provisional division, which will at once be broken up and the men sent to their proper regiments, as that of Mar was on my arrival here. You may have some feeling about my asking that General Slocum should have command of the two corps that properly belong to you, viz. the 14th and 20th, but you can recall that he was but a corps commander, and could not legally make orders of discharge, transfer, etc., which was imperatively necessary. I therefore asked that General Slocum should be assigned to command an army in the field, called the Army of Georgia, composed of the 14th and 20th Corps. The order is not yet made by the President, though I have recognized it because both General Grant and the President have sanctioned it, and promised to have the order made. My army is now here, pretty well clad and provided, divided into 3 parts, of 2 corps each, much as our old Atlanta army was. I expect to move on in a few days, and propose, if Lee remains in Richmond, to pass the Roanoke, and open communication with the Chowan and Norfolk. This will bring me in direct communication with General Grant. This is an admirable point, country open, and the 2 railroads in good order back to Wilmington and Beaufort. We have already brought up stores enough to fill our wagons, and only await some few articles, and the arrival of some men who are marching up from the coast, to be off. General Grant explained to me his orders to you, which, of course, are all right. You can make reports direct to Washington or to General Grant, but keep me advised occasionally of the general state of affairs, that I may know what is happening. I must give my undivided attention to matters here. You will hear from 1,000 sources pretty fair accounts of our next march. Yours truly, W. T. Sherman, Major General. Letter from Admiral Dahlgren. South Atlantic Squadron. Flagship Philadelphia, Charleston, April 20, 1865. Major General W. T. Sherman, commanding armies of the Tennessee, Georgia, and Mississippi. Mr. Dear General, I was much gratified by a sight of your handwriting, which has just reached me from Goldsboro. It was very suggestive of a past to me, when these regions were the scene of your operations. As you progressed through South Carolina, there was no manifestation of weakness or of an intention to abandon Charleston, until within a few hours of the fact. On the 11th of February I was at Stono, and a spirited demonstration was made by General Schimmelpfennig and the vessels. He drove the rebels from their rifle pits in front of the lines, extending from Fort Pringle, and pushed them vigorously. The next day I was at Bull's Bay, with a dozen steamers, among them the finest of the squadron. General Potter had 12 to 1,500 men, the object being to carry out your views. We made as much fuss as possible, and with better success than I anticipated, for it seems that the Rebs conceived Stono to be a feint, and the real object at Bull's Bay, supposing, from the number of steamers and boats, that we had several thousand men. Now came an aide from General Gilmore, at Port Royal, with your cipher dispatch from Midway, so I steamed down to Port Royal to see him. Next day was spent in vain efforts to decipher finally. It was accomplished. You thought that the state of the roads might force you to turn upon Charleston, so I went there on the 15th, but there was no sign yet of flinching. Then I went to Bull's Bay next day, 16th, and found that the troops were not yet ashore, owing to the difficulties of shoal water. One of the gunboats had contrived to get up to within shelling range, and both soldiers and sailors were working hard. On the evening of the 18th I steamed down to Stono to see how matters were going there. Passing Charleston, I noticed 2 large fires, well inside, probably preparing to leave. On the 17th, in Stono, rumors were flying about loose of evacuation. In course of the morning, General Schmelpfennig telegraphed me, from Morris Island, that there were symptoms of leaving, that he would again make a push at Stono, and asked for monitors. General Schmelpfennig came down in the afternoon, and we met in the Folly Branch, near Secessionville. He was sore that the Rebs would be off that night, so he was to assault them in front, while a monitor and gunboats stung their flanks both sides. I also sent an aide to order my battery of 5 11-inch guns at Cummings Point, to fire steadily all night on Sullivan's Island, and 2 monitors to close up to the island for the same object. Next morning, 18th, the rascals were found to be off, and we broke in from all directions, by land and water. The main bodies had left at 8 or 9 in the evening, leaving detachments to keep up a fire from the batteries. I steamed round quickly, and soon got into the city, threading the streets with a large group of naval captains who had joined me. All was silent as the grave. No one to be seen but a few firemen. No one can question the excellence of your judgment in taking the track you did, and I never had any misgivings, but it was natural to desire to go into the place with a strong hand, for, if any one spot in the land was foremost in the trouble, it was Charleston. Your campaign was the final blow, grand in conception, complete in execution, and now it is yours to secure the last army which rebeldom possesses. I hear of your being in motion by the 9th, and hope that the result may be all that you wish. Tidings of the murder of the President have just come, and shocked every mind. Can it be that such a resort finds root in any stratum of American opinion? Evidently it has not been the act of one man, nor of a madman. Who have prompted him? I am grateful for your remembrance of my boy. The thought of him is ever nearest to my heart. Generous, brave, and noble, as I ever knew him to be, that he should close his young life so early, even under the accepted conditions of a soldier's life, as a son of the Union, would have been grief sufficient for me to bear. But that his precious remains should have been so treated by the brutes into whose hands they fell, adds even to the bitterness of death. I am now awaiting the hour when I can pay my last duties to his memory. With my best and sincere wishes, my dear General, for your success and happiness, I am, most truly, your friend, J. A. Dahlgren. General Order No. 50. War Department, Adjutant General's Office. Washington, March 27, 1865. Ordered 1. That at the hour of noon, on the 14th day of April, 1885, Brevet Major General Anderson will raise and plant upon the ruins of Fort Sumter, in Charleston Harbor, the same United States flag which floated over the battlements of that fort during the rebel assault, and which was lowered and saluted by him and the small force of his command when the works were evacuated on the 14th day of April, 1861. 2. That the flag, when raised, be saluted by 100 guns from Fort Sumter, and by a national salute from every fort and rebel battery that fired upon Fort Sumter. 3. That suitable ceremonies be had upon the occasion, under the Direction of Major General William T. Sherman, whose military operations compelled the rebels to evacuate Charleston, or, in his absence, under the charge of Major General Q. A. Gilmore, commanding the department. Among the ceremonies will be the delivery of a public address by the Reverend Henry Ward Beecher. 4. That the naval forces at Charleston, and their commander on that station, be invited to participate in the ceremonies of the occasion. By order of the President of the United States. Edwin M. Stanton, Secretary of War. General Order No. 41. Headquarters Department of the South. Hilton Head, South Carolina, April 10, 1865. Friday next, the 14th INST, will be the 4th anniversary of the capture of Fort Sumter by the rebels. A befitting celebration on that day, in honor of its reoccupation by the national forces, has been ordered by the President, in pursuance of which brevet Major General Robert Anderson, United States Army, will restore to its original place on the fort the identical flag which, after an honorable and gallant defense, he was compelled to lower to the insurgents in South Carolina, in April, 1861. The ceremonies for the occasion will commence with prayer, at 30 minutes past 11 o'clock a.m. At noon precisely, the flag will be raised and saluted with 100 guns from Fort Sumter, and with a national salute from Fort Moultrie and Battery B on Sullivan's Island, Fort Putnam on Morris Island, and Fort Johnson on James's Island. It being eminently appropriate that the places which were so conspicuous in the inauguration of the rebellion should take a part not less prominent in this national rejoicing over the restoration of the national authority. After the salutes, the Reverend Henry Ward Beecher will deliver an address. The ceremonies will close with prayer and a benediction. Colonel Stuart L. Woodford, Chief of Staff, under such verbal instructions as he may receive, is hereby charged with the details of the celebration, comprising all the arrangements that it may be necessary to make for the accommodation of the orator of the day, and the comfort and safety of the invited guests from the Army and Navy, and from civil life. By command of Major General Q. A. Gilmore. W. L. M. Berger, Assistant Adjutant General. Copy of Major Anderson's dispatch, announcing the surrender of Fort Sumter, April 14, 1861. Steamship Baltic, off Sandy Hook. April 10, 1861, 10:30 a.m. via New York. Honorable S. Cameron, Secretary of War, Washington. Having defended Fort Sumter for 34 hours, until the quarters were entirely burned, the main gates destroyed by fire, the gorge walls seriously injured, the magazine surrounded by flames, and its door closed from the effect of heat, 4 barrels and 3 cartridges of powder only being available, and no provisions remaining but pork, I accepted terms of evacuation offered by General Beauregard, being the same offered by him on the 11th inst. Prior to the commencement of hostilities, and marched out of the fort, Sunday afternoon, the 14th INST, with colors flying and drums beating, bringing away company and private property, and saluting my flag with 50 guns. Robert Anderson, Major 1st Artillery, commanding. Chapter 24. End of the WR from Goldsboro to Raleigh and Washington. April and May, 1865. As before described, the armies commanded respectively by Generals J. M. Schofield, A. H. Terry, and myself, effected a junction in and about Goldsboro, North Carolina, during the 22d and 23d of March, 1865, but it required a few days for all the troops and trains of wagons to reach their respective camps. In person I reached Goldsboro on the 23d, and met General Schofield, who described fully his operations in North Carolina up to that date. And I also found Lieutenant Dunn, aide-de-camp to General Grant, with a letter from him of March 16, giving a general description of the state of facts about City Point. The next day I received another letter, more full, dated the 22d, which I give herewith. Nevertheless, I deemed it of great importance that I should have a personal interview with the general, and determined to go in person to City Point as soon as the repairs of the railroad, then in progress under the personal direction of Colonel W. Wright, would permit. Headquarters of the Armies of the United States of City Point, Virginia, March 22, 1865. Major General Sherman, commanding Military Division of the Mississippi. General, although the Richmond papers do not communicate the fact, yet I saw enough in them to satisfy me that you occupied Goldsboro on the 19th inst. I congratulate you and the Army on what may be regarded as the successful termination of the third campaign since leaving the Tennessee River, less than 1 year ago. Since Sheridan's very successful raid north of the James, the enemy are left dependent on the South Side and Danville roads for all their supplies. These I hope to cut next week. Sheridan is at White House, shoeing up and resting his cavalry. I expect him to finish by Friday night and to start the following morning, raid Long Bridge, Newmarket, Bermuda Hundred, and the extreme left of the army around Petersburg. He will make no halt with the armies operating here, but will be joined by a division of cavalry, 5,500 strong, from the Army of the Potomac, and will proceed directly to the South Side and Danville roads. His instructions will be to strike the South Side road as near Petersburg as he can, and destroy it so that it cannot be repaired for 3 or 4 days, and push on to the Danville road, as near to the Appomattox as he can get. Then I want him to destroy the road toward Bucksville as far as he can, then push on to the South Side road, west of Bucksville, and destroy it effectually. From that point I shall probably leave it to his discretion either to return to this army, crossing the Danville road south of Bucksville, or go and join you, passing between Danville and Greensboro. When this movement commences I shall move out by my left, with all the force I can, holding present entrenched lines. I shall start with no distinct view, further than holding Lee's forces from following Sheridan. But I shall be along myself, and will take advantage of anything that turns up. If Lee detaches, I will attack, or if he comes out of his lines I will endeavor to repulse him, and follow it up to the best advantage. It is most difficult to understand what the rebels intend to do, so far but few troops have been detached from Lee's army. Much machinery has been removed, and material has been sent to Lynchburg, showing a disposition to go there. Points, too, have been fortified on the Danville road. Lee's army is much demoralized, and great numbers are deserting. Probably from returned prisoners, and such conscripts as can be picked up, his numbers may be kept up. I estimate his force now at about 65,000 men. Wilson started on Monday, with 12,000 cavalry, from Eastport. Stoneman started on the same day, from East Tennessee, toward Lynchburg. Thomas is moving the 4th Corps to Bull's Gap. Canby is moving with a formidable force on Mobile and the interior of Alabama. I ordered Gilmore, as soon as the fall of Charleston was known, to hold all important posts on the seacoast, and to send to Wilmington all surplus forces. Thomas was also directed to forward to New Bern all troops belonging to the Corps with you. I understand. This will give you about 5,000 men, besides those brought east by Marr. I have been telegraphing General Meigs to hasten up locomotives and cars for you. General McCallum, he informs me, is attending to it. I fear they are not going forward as fast as I would like. Let me know if you want more troops, or anything else. Very respectfully, your obedient servant. U.S. Grant, Lieutenant General. The railroad was repaired to Goldsboro by the evening of March 25, when, leaving General Schofield in chief command, with a couple of staff officers I started for City Point, Virginia, in a locomotive, in company with Colonel Wright, the constructing engineer. We reached New Bern that evening, which was passed in the company of General Palmer and his accomplished lady, and early the next morning we continued on to Morehead City, where General Easton had provided for us the small captured steamer Russia. Captain Smith. We put to sea at once and steamed up the coast, reaching Fortress Monroe on the morning of the 27th, where I landed and telegraphed to my brother, Senator Sherman, at Washington, inviting him to come down and return with me to Goldsboro. We proceeded on up James River to City Point, which we reached the same afternoon. I found General Grant, with his family and staff, occupying a pretty group of huts on the bank of James River, overlooking the harbor, which was full of vessels of all classes, both war and merchant, with wharves and warehouses on an extensive scale. The general received me most heartily, and we talked over matters very fully. After I had been with him an hour or so, he remarked that the President, Mr. Lincoln, was then on board the steamer River Queen, lying at the wharf, and he proposed that we should call and see him. We walked down to the wharf, went on board, and found Mr. Lincoln alone, in the after cabin. He remembered me perfectly, and at once engaged in a most interesting conversation. He was full of curiosity about the many incidents of our great march, which had reached him officially and through the newspapers, and seemed to enjoy very much the more ludicrous parts about the bummers and their devices to collect food and forage when the outside world supposed us to be starving. But at the same time he expressed a good deal of anxiety lest some accident might happen to the army in North Carolina during my absence. I explained to him that that army was snug and comfortable, in good camps, at Goldsboro. That it would require some days to collect forage and food for another march, and that General Schofield was fully competent to command it in my absence. Having made a good, long, social visit, we took our leave and returned to General Grant's quarters, where Mrs. Grant had provided tea. While at the table, Mrs. Grant inquired if we had seen Mrs. Lincoln. No, said the general, I did not ask for her, and I added that I did not even know that she was on board. Mrs. Grant then exclaimed, well, you are a pretty pair, and added that our neglect was unpardonable. When the general said we would call again the next day, and make amends for the unintended slight. Early the next day, March 28, all the principal officers of the Army and Navy called to see me, Generals Meade, Ord, Ingalls, etc., and Admiral Porter. At this time the River Queen was at anchor out in the river, abreast of the wharf, and we again started to visit Mr. and Mrs. Lincoln. Admiral Porter accompanied us. We took a small tug at the wharf, which conveyed us on board, where we were again received most courteously by the President, who conducted us to the after cabin. After the general compliments, General Grant inquired after Mrs. Lincoln, when the President went to her stateroom, returned, and begged us to excuse her, as she was not well. We then again entered upon a general conversation, during which General Grant explained to the President that at that very instant of time General Sheridan was crossing James River from the north, by a pontoon bridge below City Point. That he had a large, well-appointed force of cavalry, with which he proposed to strike the South Side and Danville railroads, by which alone General Lee, in Richmond, supplied his army. And that, in his judgment, matters were drawing to a crisis, his only apprehension being that General Lee would not wait long enough. I also explained that my army at Goldsboro was strong enough to fight Lee's army and Johnston's combined, provided that General Grant could come up within a day or so. That if Lee would only remain in Richmond another fortnight, I could march up to Bucksville, when Lee would have to starve inside of his lines, or come out from his entrenchments and fight us on equal terms. Both General Grant and myself supposed that one or the other of us would have to fight one more bloody battle, and that it would be the last. Mr. Lincoln exclaimed, more than once, that there had been blood enough shed, and asked us if another battle could not be avoided. I remember well to have said that we could not control that event, that this necessarily rested with our enemy. And I inferred that both Jeff. Davis and General Lee would be forced to fight one more desperate and bloody battle. I rather supposed it would fall on me, somewhere near Raleigh. And General Grant added that, if Lee would only wait a few more days, he would have his army so disposed that if the enemy should abandon Richmond, and attempt to make junction with General Johnston in North Carolina, he, General Grant, would be on his heels. Mr. Lincoln more than once expressed uneasiness that I was not with my army at Goldsboro, when I again assured him that General Schofield was fully competent to command in my absence. That I was going to start back that very day, and that Admiral Porter had kindly provided for me the steamer Bat, which he said was much swifter than my own vessel, the Russia. During this interview I inquired of the President if he was all ready for the end of the war. What was to be done with the rebel armies when defeated? And what should be done with the political leaders, such as Jeff Davis, etc.? Should we allow them to escape, etc.? He said he was all ready. All he wanted of us was to defeat the opposing armies, and to get the men composing the Confederate armies back to their homes, at work on their farms and in their shops. As to Jeff Davis, he was hardly at liberty to speak his mind fully, but intimated that he ought to clear out, escape the country, only it would not do for him to say so openly. As usual, he illustrated his meaning by a story. A man once had taken the total abstinence pledge. When visiting a friend, he was invited to take a drink, but declined, on the score of his pledge. When his friend suggested lemonade, which was accepted. In preparing the lemonade, the friend pointed to the brandy bottle, and said the lemonade would be more palatable if he were to pour in a little brandy. When his guest said, if he could do so, unbeknown to him, he would not object. From which illustration I inferred that Mr. Lincoln wanted Davis to escape, unbeknown to him. I made no notes of this conversation at the time, but Admiral Porter, who was present, did, and in 1866 he furnished me an account thereof, which I insert below, but the Admiral describes the first visit, of the 27th. Whereas my memory puts Admiral Porter's presence on the following day. Still he may be right, and he may have been with us the day before, as I write this chiefly from memory. There were two distinct interviews. The first was late in the afternoon of March 27th, and the other about noon of the 28th, both in the after cabin of the steamer River Queen. On both occasions Mr. Lincoln was full and frank in his conversation, assuring me that in his mind he was all ready for the civil reorganization of affairs at the South as soon as the war was over. And he distinctly authorized me to assure Governor Vance and the people of North Carolina that, as soon as the rebel armies laid down their arms, and resumed their civil pursuits, they would at once be guaranteed all their rights as citizens of a common country. And that to avoid anarchy the state governments then in existence, with their civil functionaries, would be recognized by him as the government de facto till Congress could provide others. I know, when I left him, that I was more than ever impressed by his kindly nature, his deep and earnest sympathy with the afflictions of the whole people, resulting from the war, and by the march of hostile armies through the South. And that his earnest desire seemed to be to end the war speedily, without more bloodshed or devastation, and to restore all the men of both sections to their homes. In the language of his second inaugural address, he seemed to have charity for all, malice toward none, and, above all, an absolute faith in the courage, manliness, and integrity of the armies in the field. When at rest or listening, his legs and arms seemed to hang almost lifeless, and his face was careworn and haggard. But, the moment he began to talk, his face lightened up, his tall form, as it were, unfolded, and he was the very impersonation of good humor and fellowship. The last words I recall as addressed to me were that he would feel better when I was back at Goldsboro. We parted at the gangway of the River Queen, about noon of March 28th, and I never saw him again. Of all the men I ever met, he seemed to possess more of the elements of greatness, combined with goodness, than any other. Admiral Porter's account of the interview with Mr. Lincoln. The day of General Sherman's arrival at City Point, I think the 27th of March 1866, I accompanied him and General Grant on board the President's flagship, the Queen, where the President received us in the upper saloon. No one but ourselves being present. The President was in an exceedingly pleasant mood, and delighted to meet General Sherman, whom he cordially greeted. It seems that this was the first time he had met Sherman, to remember him, since the beginning of the war, and did not remember when he had seen him before, until the general reminded him of the circumstances of their first meeting. This was rather singular on the part of Mr. Lincoln, who was, I think, remarkable for remembering people, having that kingly quality in an eminent degree. Indeed, such was the power of his memory, that he seemed never to forget the most minute circumstance. The conversation soon turned on the events of Sherman's campaign through the South, with every movement of which the President seemed familiar. He laughed over some of the stories Sherman told of his bummers, and told others in return, which illustrated in a striking manner the ideas he wanted to convey. For example, he would often express his wishes by telling an apt story, which was quite a habit with him, and one that I think he adopted to prevent his committing himself seriously. The interview between the two generals and the President lasted about an hour and a half, and, as it was a remarkable one, I jotted down what I remembered of the conversation, as I have made a practice of doing during the rebellion. When anything interesting occurred, I don't regret having done so, as circumstances afterward occurred. Stanton's ill conduct toward Sherman, which tended to cast odium on General Sherman for allowing such liberal terms to Johnston. Could the conversation that occurred on board the Queen, between the President and General Sherman, have been known, Sherman would not, and could not, have been censored. Mr. Lincoln, had he lived, would have acquitted the general of any blame, for he was only carrying out the President's wishes. My opinion is, that Mr. Lincoln came down to City Point with the most liberal views toward the rebels. He felt confident that we would be successful, and was willing that the enemy should capitulate on the most favorable terms. I don't know what the President would have done had he been left to himself, and had our army been unsuccessful, but he was then wrought up to a high state of excitement. He wanted peace on almost any terms, and there is no knowing what proposals he might have been willing to listen to. His heart was tenderness throughout, and, as long as the rebels laid down their arms, he did not care how it was done. I do not know how far he was influenced by General Grant, but I presume, from their long conferences, that they must have understood each other perfectly, and that the terms given to Lee after his surrender were authorized by Mr. Lincoln. I know that the latter was delighted when he heard that they had been given, and exclaimed, a dozen times, "Good! All right! Exactly the thing," and other similar expressions. Indeed, the President more than once told me what he supposed the terms would be, if Lee and Johnston surrendered. He considered the war ended, and that all the other rebel forces world lay down their arms at once. In this he proved to be right. Grant and Sherman were both of the same opinion, and so was everyone else who knew anything about the matter. What signified the terms to them, so long as we obtained the actual surrender of people who only wanted a good opportunity to give up gracefully? The rebels had fought to the last ditch, and all that they had left them was the hope of being handed down in history as having received honorable terms. After hearing General Sherman's account of his own position, and that of Johnston at that time, the President expressed fears that the rebel general would escape south again by the railroads, and that General Sherman would have to chase him anew, over the same ground. But the general pronounced this to be impracticable. He remarked, "I have him where he cannot move without breaking up his army, which, once disbanded, can never again be got together. And I have destroyed the southern railroads, so that they cannot be used again for a long time." General Grant remarked, "What is to prevent They're laying the rails again? Why, said General Sherman, my bummers don't do things by halves. Every rail, after having been placed over a hot fire, has been twisted as crooked as a ram's horn, and they never can be used again. This was the only remark made by General Grant during the interview, as he sat smoking a short distance from the president. Intent, no doubt, on his own plans, which were being brought to a successful termination. The conversation between the president and General Sherman, about the terms of surrender to be allowed Johnston, continued. Sherman energetically insisted that he could command his own terms, and that Johnston would have to yield to his demands. But the president was very decided about the matter, and insisted that the surrender of Johnston's army must be obtained on any terms. General Grant was evidently of the same way of thinking, for although he did not join in the conversation to any extent, yet he made no objections, and I presume had made up his mind to allow the best terms himself. He was also anxious that Johnston should not be driven into Richmond to reinforce the rebels there, who, from behind their strong entrenchments, would have given us incalculable trouble. Sherman, as a subordinate officer, yielded his views to those of the president, and the terms of capitulation between himself and Johnston were exactly in accordance with Mr. Lincoln's wishes. He could not have done anything which would have pleased the president better. Mr. Lincoln did, in fact, arrange the, so considered, liberal terms offered General Johnston, and, whatever may have been General Sherman's private views, I feel sure that he yielded to the wishes of the president in every respect. It was Mr. Lincoln's policy that was carried out, and, had he lived long enough, he would have been but too glad to have acknowledged it. Had Mr. Lincoln lived, Secretary Stanton would have issued no false telegraphic dispatches, in the hope of killing off another general in the regular army, one who by his success had placed himself in the way of his own succession. The disbanding of Johnston's army was so complete that the pens and ink used in the discussion of the matter were all wasted. It was asserted, by the rabid ones, that General Sherman had given up all that we had been fighting for, had conceded everything to Johnston, and had, as the boys say, knocked the fat into the fire, but sober reflection soon overruled these harsh expressions. And, with those who knew General Sherman, and appreciated him, he was still the great soldier, patriot, and gentleman. In future times this matter will be looked at more calmly and dispassionately. The bitter animosities that have been engendered during the rebellion will have died out for want of food on which to live, and the very course Grant, Sherman, and others pursued, in granting liberal terms to the defeated rebels, will be applauded. The fact is, they met an old beggar in the road, whose crutches had broken from under him. They let him have only the broken crutches to get home with. I sent General Sherman back to New Bern, North Carolina, in the steamer Bat. While he was absent from his command, he was losing no time, for he was getting his army fully equipped with stores and clothing, and when he returned, he had a rested and regenerated army, ready to swallow up Johnston and all his ragamuffins. Johnston was cornered, could not move without leaving everything behind him, and could not go to Richmond without bringing on a famine in that destitute city. I was with Mr. Lincoln all the time he was at City Point, and until he left for Washington. He was more than delighted with the surrender of Lee, and with the terms Grant gave the rebel general, and would have given Johnston twice as much, had the latter asked for it, and could he have been certain that the rebel world have surrendered without a fight. I again repeat that, had Mr. Lincoln lived, he would have shouldered all the Responsibility. One thing is certain, had Joss Johnston escaped and got into Richmond, and caused a larger list of killed and wounded than we had, General Sherman would have been blamed. Then why not give him the full credit of capturing on the best terms the enemy's last important army and its best general, and putting an end to the rebellion? It was a finale worthy of Sherman's great march through the swamps and deserts of the South, a march not excelled by anything we read of in modern military history. D. D. Porter, Vice Admiral. Written by the Admiral in 1866, at the United States Naval Academy at Annapolis, Maryland, and mailed to General Sherman at St. Louis. M.O. As soon as possible, I arranged with General Grant for certain changes in the organization of my army. And the general also undertook to send to North Carolina some tugboat and barges to carry stores from New Bern up as far as Kinston, whence they could be hauled in wagons to our camps, thus relieving our railroads to that extent. I undertook to be ready to march north by April 10th, and then embarked on the steamer Bat, Captain Barnes, for North Carolina. We steamed down James River, and at Old Point Comfort took on board my brother, Senator Sherman, and Mr. Edwin Stanton, son of the Secretary of War, and proceeded at once to our destination. On our way down the river, Captain Barnes expressed himself extremely obliged to me for taking his vessel, as it had relieved him of a most painful dilemma. He explained that he had been detailed by Admiral Porter to escort the President's unarmed boat, the River Queen, in which capacity it became his special duty to look after Mrs. Lincoln. The day before my arrival at City Point, there had been a grand review of a part of the Army of the James, then commanded by General Ord. The President rode out from City Point with General Grant on horseback, accompanied by a numerous staff, including Captain Barnes and Mrs. Ord, but Mrs. Lincoln and Mrs. Grant had followed in a carriage. The cavalcade reached the review ground some 5 or 6 miles out from City Point, found the troops all ready, drawn up in line, and after the usual presentation of arms, the President and party, followed by Mrs. Ord and Captain Barnes on horseback, rode the lines, and returned to the reviewing stand, which meantime had been reached by Mrs. Lincoln and Mrs. Grant in their carriage, which had been delayed by the driver taking a wrong road. Mrs. Lincoln, seeing Mrs. Ord and Captain Barnes riding with the retinue, and supposing that Mrs. Ord had personated her, turned on Captain Barnes and gave him a fearful scolding, and even indulged in some pretty sharp upbraidings to Mrs. Ord. This made Barnes' position very unpleasant, so that he felt much relieved when he was sent with me to North Carolina. The Bat was very fast, and on the morning of the 29th we were near Cape Hatteras. Captain Barnes, noticing a propeller coming out of Hatteras Inlet, made her turn back and pilot us in. We entered safely, steamed up Pamlico Sound into Neuse River, and the next morning, by reason of some derangement of machinery, we anchored about 7 miles below New Bern, whence we went up in Captain Barnes's barge. As soon as we arrived at New Bern, I telegraphed up to General Schofield at Goldsboro the fact of my return, and that I had arranged with General Grant for the changes made necessary in the reorganization of the army, and for the boats necessary to carry up the provisions and stores we needed, prior to the renewal of our march northward. These changes amounted to constituting the left wing a distinct army, under the title of the Army of Georgia, under command of General Slocum, with his 2 corps commanded by General Jeff C. Davis and General Joseph A. Mower. The 10th and 23rd Corps already constituted another army, of the Ohio, under the command of Major General Schofield, and his 2 corps were commanded by Generals J. D. Cox and A. H. Terry. These changes were necessary, because army commanders only could order courts-martial, grant discharges, and perform many other matters of discipline and administration which were indispensable. But my chief purpose was to prepare the whole army for what seemed among the probabilities of the time to fight both Lee's and Johnston's armies combined. In case their junction could be formed before General Grant could possibly follow Lee to North Carolina. General George H. Thomas, who still remained at Nashville, was not pleased with these changes, for the 2 corps with General Slocum, viz. The 14th and 20th, up to that time, had remained technically a part of his Army of the Cumberland, but he was so far away, that I had to act to the best advantage with the troops and general officers actually present. I had specially asked for General Mower to command the 20th Corps, because I regarded him as one of the boldest and best fighting generals in the whole army. His predecessor, General A.S. Williams, the senior division commander present, had commanded the Corps well from Atlanta to Goldsboro, and it may have seemed unjust to replace him at that precise moment. But I was resolved to be prepared for a most desperate and, as then expected, a final battle, should it fall on me. I returned to Goldsboro from New Bern by rail the evening of March 30th, and at once addressed myself to the task of reorganization and replenishment of stores, so as to be ready to march by April 10th, the day agreed on with General Grant. The army was divided into the usual three parts, right and left wings, and center. The tabular statements herewith will give the exact composition of these separate armies, which by the 10th of April gave the following effective strength. Infantry 80,968. Artillery 2,448. Cavalry 5,587. Aggregate 88,948. Total number of guns. The railroads to our rear had also been repaired, so that stores were arriving very fast, both from Morehead City and Wilmington. The country was so level that a single locomotive could haul 25 and 30 cars to a train, instead of only 10, as was the case in Tennessee and Upper Georgia. By the 5th of April such progress had been made, that I issued the following special field orders, number 48, prescribing the time and manner of the next march. Special Field Orders, number 48. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi in the field. Goldsboro, North Carolina, April 5, 1865. Confidential to Army Commanders, Corps Commanders, and Chiefs of Staff Departments. The next grand objective is to place this army, with its full equipment, north of Roanoke River, facing west, with a base for supplies at Norfolk, and at Winton or Murfreesboro on the Chowan, and in full communication with the Army of the Potomac, about Petersburg, and also to do the enemy as much harm as possible en route. 1. To accomplish this result the following general plan will be followed, or modified only by written orders from these headquarters, should events require a change. 1. On Monday, the 10th of April, all preparations are presumed to be complete, and the outlying detachments will be called in, or given directions to meet on the next march. All preparations will also be complete to place the railroad stock back of Kinston on the one road, and below the northeast branch on the other. 2. On Tuesday, the 11th, the columns will draw out on their lines of march, say, about 7 miles, and close up. 3. On Wednesday the march will begin in earnest, and will be kept up at the rate, say, of about 12 miles a day, or according to the amount of resistance. All the columns will dress to the left, which is the exposed flank, and commanders will study always to find roads by which they can, if necessary, perform a general left wheel. The wagons to be escorted to some place of security on the direct route of march. Foraging and other details may continue as heretofore, only more caution and prudence should be observed, and foragers should not go in advance of the advance guard, but look more to our right rear for corn, bacon, and meal. 2. The left wing, Major General Slocum commanding, will aim straight for the railroad bridge near Smithfield, thence along up the Neuse River to the railroad bridge over Neuse River, northeast of Raleigh, Powell's, thence to Warrenton, the general point of concentration. The center, Major General Schofield commanding, will move to Whitley's Mill, ready to support the left until it is past Smithfield, when it will follow up, substantially, Little River to about Rollsville, ready at all times to move to the support of the left. After passing Tar River, to move to Warrenton. The right wing, Major General Howard commanding, preceded by the Cavalry will move rapidly on Pikeville and Nahunta, then swing across to Bula to Folks Bridge, ready to make junction with the other armies in case the enemy offers battle this side of Neuse River, about Smithfield. Thence, in case of no serious opposition, on the left, will work up toward Uxborough, Andrews, B. and Warrenton. The cavalry, General Kilpatrick commanding, leaving its encumbrances with the right wing, will push as though straight for Weldon, until the enemy is across Tar River, and that bridge burned. Then it will deflect toward Nashville and Warrenton, keeping up communication with General Headquarters. 3. As soon as the army starts, the chief quartermaster and commissary will prepare a resupply of stores at some point on Pamlico or Albemarle Sounds, ready to be conveyed to Kinston or Winton and Murfreesboro, according to developments. As soon as they have satisfactory information that the army is north of the Roanoke, they will forthwith establish a depot at Winton, with a sub-depot at Murfreesboro. Major General Schofield will hold, as heretofore, Wilmington, with the bridge across Northern Branch as an outpost, Newborn and Kinston as its outpost, and will be prepared to hold Winton and Murfreesboro as soon as the time arrives for that move. The Navy has instructions from Admiral Porter to cooperate, and any commanding officer is authorized to call on the Navy for assistance and cooperation, always in writing, setting forth the reasons, of which necessarily the naval commander must be the judge. 4. The General-in-Chief will be with the center habitually, but may in person shift to either flank where his presence may be needed, leaving a staff officer to receive reports. He requires absolutely a report of each army or grand detachment each night, whether anything material has occurred or not, for often the absence of an enemy is a very important fact in military prognostication. By order of Major General W. T. Sherman, L. M. Dayton, Assistant Adjutant General. But the whole problem became suddenly changed by the news of the fall of Richmond and Petersburg, which reached us at Goldsboro, on the 6th of April. The Confederate government, with Lee's army, had hastily abandoned Richmond, fled in great disorder toward Danville, and General Grant's whole army was in close pursuit. Of course, I inferred that General Lee would succeed in making junction with General Johnston, with at least a fraction of his army, somewhere to my front. I at once altered the foregoing orders, and prepared on the day appointed, viz. April 10th, to move straight on Raleigh, against the army of General Johnston, known to be at Smithfield, and supposed to have about 35,000 men. Wade Hampton's cavalry was on his left front and Wheeler's on his right front, simply watching us and awaiting our initiative. Meantime the details of the great victories in Virginia came thick and fast, and on the 8th I received from General Grant this communication, in the form of a cipher dispatch. Headquarters Armies of the United States. Wilson Station. April 5, 1865. Major General Sherman, Goldsboro, North Carolina. All indications now are that Lee will attempt to reach Danville with the remnant of his force. Sheridan, who was up with him last night, reports all that is left with him horse, foot, and dragoons at 20,000, much demoralized. We hope to reduce this number one half. I will push on to Bucksville, and, if a stand is made at Danville, will, in a very few days, go there. If you can possibly do so, push on from where you are, and let us see if we cannot finish the job with Lee's and Johnston's armies. Whether it will be better for you to strike for Greensboro or nearer to Danville, you will be better able to judge when you receive this. Rebel armies now are the only strategic points to strike at. U.S. Grant, Lieutenant General. I answered immediately that we would move on the 10th, prepared to follow Johnston wherever he might go. Promptly on Monday morning, April 10th, the army moved straight on Smithfield. The right wing making a circuit by the right and the left wing, supported by the center, moving on the two direct roads toward Raleigh, distant 50 miles. General Terry's and General Kilpatrick's troops moved from their positions on the south or west bank of the Neuse River in the same general direction, by Cox's Bridge. On the 11th we reached Smithfield, and found it abandoned by Johnston's army, which had retreated hastily on Raleigh, burning the bridges. To restore these consumed the remainder of the day, and during that night I received a message from General Grant, at Appomattox, that General Lee had surrendered to him his whole army, which I at once announced to the troops in orders. Special Field Orders, No. 54. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi. In the field, Smithfield, North Carolina, April 12, 1865. The General Commanding announces to the Army that he has official notice from General Grant that General Lee surrendered to him his entire army, on the 9th inst, at Appomattox Courthouse, Virginia. Glory to God and our country, and all honor to our comrades in arms, toward whom we are marching. A little more labor, a little more toil on our part, the great race is won, and our government stands regenerated, after 4 long years of war. W. T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. Of course, this created a perfect furor of rejoicing, and we all regarded the war as over, for I knew well that General Johnston had no army with which to oppose mine. So that the only questions that remained were, would he surrender at Raleigh? Or would he allow his army to disperse into guerrilla bands, to die in the last ditch, and entail on his country an indefinite and prolonged military occupation, and of consequent desolation? I knew well that Johnston's army could not be caught. The country was too open, and, without wagons, the men could escape us, disperse, and assemble again at some place agreed on, and thus the war might be prolonged indefinitely. I then remembered Mr. Lincoln's repeated expression that he wanted the rebel soldiers not only defeated, but back at their homes, engaged in their civil pursuits. On the evening of the 12th I was with the head of Slocum's column, at Gully's, and General Kilpatrick's cavalry was still ahead, fighting Wade Hampton's rearguard, with orders to push it through Raleigh, while I would give a more southerly course to the infantry columns, so as, if possible, to prevent a retreat southward. On the 13th, early, I entered Raleigh, and ordered the several heads of column toward Asheville in the direction of Salisbury or Charlotte. Before reaching Raleigh, a locomotive came down the road to meet me, passing through both Wade Hampton's and Kilpatrick's cavalry, bringing 4 gentlemen, with a letter from Governor Vance to me, asking protection for the citizens of Raleigh. These gentlemen were, of course, dreadfully excited at the dangers through which they had passed. Among them were ex-Senator Graham, Mr. Swain, president of Chapel Hill University, and a Surgeon Warren, of the Confederate Army. They had come with a flag of truce, to which they were not entitled. Still, in the interest of peace, I respected it, and permitted them to return to Raleigh with their locomotive, to assure the governor and the people that the war was substantially over, and that I wanted the civil authorities to remain in the execution of their office till the pleasure of the President could be ascertained. On reaching Raleigh I found these same gentlemen, with Messrs. Badger, Bragg, Holden, and others, but Governor Vance had fled, and could not be prevailed on to return, because he feared an arrest and imprisonment. From the Raleigh newspapers of the 10th I learned that General Stoneman, with his division of cavalry, had come across the mountains from East Tennessee, had destroyed the railroad at Salisbury, and was then supposed to be approaching Greensboro. I also learned that General Wilson's cavalry corps was smashing things down about Selma and Montgomery, Alabama, and was pushing for Columbus and Macon, Georgia. And I also had reason to expect that General Sheridan would come down from Appomattox to join us at Raleigh with his superb cavalry corps. I needed more cavalry to check Johnston's retreat, so that I could come up to him with my infantry, and therefore had good reason to delay. I ordered the railroad to be finished up to Raleigh, so that I could operate from it as a base, and then made Special Field Orders, No. 55. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi in the field. Raleigh, North Carolina, April 14, 1865. The next movement will be on Asheboro, to turn the position of the Enemy at the company's shops, in rear of Whole River Bridge, and at Greensboro, and to cut off his only available line of retreat by Salisbury and Charlotte. 1. General Kilpatrick will keep up a show of pursuit in the direction of Hillsborough and Graham, but be ready to cross Whole River on General Howard's Bridge, near Pittsburgh, and thence will operate toward Greensboro on the right front of the right wing. 2. The right wing, Major General Howard commanding, will move out on the Chapel Hill Road, and send a light division up in the direction of Chapel Hill University to act in connection with the cavalry. But the main columns and trains will move via Hackney's Crossroads, and Trader's Hill, Pittsburgh, St. Lawrence, etc., to be followed by the cavalry and light division, as soon as the bridge is laid over Whole River. 8. The center, Major General Schofield commanding, will move via Holly Springs, New Hill, Haywood, and Moffat's Mills. 4. The left wing, Major General Slocum commanding, will move rapidly by the Avon's Ferry Road, Carthage, Caledonia, and Cox's Mills. 5. All the troops will draw well out on the roads designated during today and tomorrow, and on the following day will move with all possible rapidity for Ashboro. No further destruction of railroads, mills, cotton, and produce will be made without the specific orders of an army commander, and the inhabitants will be dealt with kindly, looking to an early reconciliation. The troops will be permitted, however, to gather forage and provisions as heretofore, only more care should be taken not to strip the poorer classes too closely. By order of General W. T. Sherman. L. M. Dayton, Assistant Adjutant General. Thus matters stood, when on the morning of the 14th General Kilpatrick reported from Durham Station, 26 miles up the railroad toward Hillsborough, that a flag of truce had come in from the enemy with a package from General Johnston addressed to me. Taking it for granted that this was preliminary to a surrender, I ordered the message to be sent me at Raleigh, and on the 14th received from General Johnston a letter dated April 13, 1865. In these words: the results of the recent campaign in Virginia have changed the relative military condition of the belligerents. I am, therefore, induced to address you in this form the inquiry whether, to stop the further effusion of blood and devastation of property, you are willing to make a temporary suspension of active operations, and to communicate to Lieutenant General Grant, commanding the armies of the United States, the request that he will take like action in regard to other armies. The object being to permit the civil authorities to enter into the needful arrangements to terminate the existing war. To which I replied as follows: Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi. In the Field, Raleigh, North Carolina, April 14, 1865. General J. E. Johnston, Commanding Confederate Army. General, I have this moment received your communication of this date. I am fully empowered to arrange with you any terms for the suspension of farther hostilities between the armies commanded by you and those commanded by myself, and will be willing to confer with you to that end. I will limit the advance of my main column tomorrow to Morrisville, and the cavalry to the University, and expect that you will also maintain the present position of your forces until each has notice of a failure to agree. That a basis of action may be had, I undertake to abide by the same terms and conditions as were made by Generals Grant and Lee at Appomattox Courthouse, on the 9th instant, relative to our two armies. And, furthermore, to obtain from General Grant an order to suspend the movements of any troops from the direction of Virginia. General Stoneman is under my command, and my order will suspend any devastation or destruction contemplated by him. I will add that I really desire to save the people of North Carolina the damage they would sustain by the march of this army through the central or western parts of the state. I am, with respect, your obedient servant. W. T. Sherman, Major General. I sent my aide-de-camp, Colonel McCoy, up to Durham Station with this letter, with instructions to receive the answer, to telegraph its contents back to me at Raleigh, and to arrange for an interview. On the 16th I received a reply from General Johnston, agreeing to meet me the next day at a point midway between our advance at Durham and his rear at Hillsborough. I ordered a car and locomotive to be prepared to convey me up to Durham's at 8 o'clock of the morning of April 17th. Just as we were entering the car, the telegraph operator, whose office was upstairs in the depot building, ran down to me and said that he was at that instant of time receiving a most important dispatch in cipher from Morehead City, which I ought to see. I held the train for nearly half an hour, when he returned with the message translated and written out. It was from Mr. Stanton, announcing the assassination of Mr. Lincoln, the attempt on the life of Mr. Seward and Son, and a suspicion that a like fate was designed for General Grant and all the principal officers of the government. Dreading the effect of such a message at that critical instant of time, I asked the operator if anyone besides himself had seen it. He answered no. I then bade him not to reveal the contents by word or look till I came back, which I proposed to do the same afternoon. The train then started, and, as we passed Morris's station, General Logan, commanding the 15th Corps, came into my car, and I told him I wanted to see him on my return, as I had something very important to communicate. He knew I was going to meet General Johnston, and volunteered to say that he hoped I would succeed in obtaining his surrender, as the whole army dreaded the long march to Charlotte, 175 miles, already begun, but which had been interrupted by the receipt of General Johnston's letter of the 13th. We reached Durham's, 26 miles, about 10 a.m., where General Kilpatrick had a squadron of cavalry drawn up to receive me. We passed into the house in which he had his headquarters, and soon after mounted some led horses, which he had prepared for myself and staff. General Kilpatrick sent a man ahead with a white flag, followed by a small platoon, behind which we rode, and were followed by the rest of the escort. We rode up the Hillsborough road for about 5 miles, when our flag-bearer discovered another coming to meet him. They met, and word was passed back to us that General Johnston was near at hand. When we rode forward and met General Johnston on horseback, riding side by side with General Wade Hampton, we shook hands, and introduced our respective attendants. I asked if there was a place convenient where we could be private, and General Johnston said he had passed a small farmhouse a short distance back, when we rode back to it together side by side, our staff officers and escorts following. We had never met before, though we had been in the regular army together for 13 years, but it so happened that we had never before come together. He was some 12 or more years my senior, but we knew enough of each other to be well acquainted at once. We soon reached the house of a Mr. Bennett, dismounted, and left our horses with orderlies in the road. Our officers, on foot, passed into the yard, and General Johnston and I entered the small frame house. We asked the farmer if we could have the use of his house for a few minutes, and he and his wife withdrew into a smaller log house, which stood close by. As soon as we were alone together I showed him the dispatch announcing Mr. Lincoln's assassination, and watched him closely. The perspiration came out in large drops on his forehead, and he did not attempt to conceal his distress. He denounced the act as a disgrace to the age, and hoped I did not charge it to the Confederate government. I told him I could not believe that he or General Lee, or the officers of the Confederate Army, could possibly be privy to acts of assassination, but I would not say as much for Jeff Davis, George Sanders, and men of that stripe. We talked about the effect of this act on the country at large and on the armies, and he realized that it made my situation extremely delicate. I explained to him that I had not yet revealed the news to my own personal staff or to the army, and that I dreaded the effect when made known in Raleigh. Mr. Lincoln was peculiarly endeared to the soldiers, and I feared that some foolish woman or man in Raleigh might say something or do something that would madden our men, and that a fate worse than that of Columbia would befall the place. I then told Johnston that he must be convinced that he could not oppose my army, and that, since Lee had surrendered, he could do the same with honor and propriety. He plainly and repeatedly admitted this, and added that any further fighting would be murder, but he thought that, instead of surrendering piecemeal, we might arrange terms that would embrace all the Confederate armies. I asked him if he could control other armies than his own. He said, not then, but intimated that he could procure authority from Mr. Davis. I then told him that I had recently had an interview with General Grant and President Lincoln, and that I was possessed of their views. That with them and the people North there seemed to be no vindictive feeling against the Confederate armies, but there was against Davis and his political adherents. And that the terms that General Grant had given to General Lee's army were certainly most generous and liberal. All this he admitted, but always recurred to the idea of a universal surrender, embracing his own army, that of Dick Taylor in Louisiana and Texas, and of Maury, Forrest, and others, in Alabama and Georgia. General Johnston's account of our interview in his narrative, page 402, seq., is quite accurate and correct, only I do not recall his naming the capitulation of Logan, to which he refers. Our conversation was very general and extremely cordial, satisfying me that it could have but one result, and that which we all desired, viz., to end the war as quickly as possible, and, being anxious to return to Raleigh before the news of Mr. Lincoln's assassination could be divulged, on General Johnston saying that he thought that, during the night, he could procure authority to act in the name of all the Confederate armies in existence. We agreed to meet again the next day at noon at the same place, and parted, he for Hillsborough, and I for Raleigh. We rode back to Durham Station in the order we had come, and then I showed the dispatch announcing Mr. Lincoln's death. I cautioned the officers to watch the soldiers closely, to prevent any violent retaliation by them, leaving that to the government at Washington. And on our way back to Raleigh in the cars I showed the same dispatch to General Logan and to several of the officers of the 15th Corps that were posted at Morrisville and Jones's Station, all of whom were deeply impressed by it. But all gave their opinion that this sad news should not change our general course of action. As soon as I reached Raleigh I published the following orders to the army, announcing the assassination of the President, and I doubt if, in the whole land, there were more sincere mourners over his sad fate than were then in and about Raleigh. I watched the effect closely, and was gratified that there was no single act of retaliation. Though I saw and felt that one single word by me would have laid the city in ashes, and turned its whole population houseless upon the country, if not worse. Special Field Orders, No. 56. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi in the Field. Raleigh, North Carolina, April 17, 1865. The General Commanding announces, with pain and sorrow, that on the evening of the 14th instant, at the theater in Washington City, His Excellency the President of the United States, Mr. Lincoln, was assassinated by one who uttered the state motto of Virginia. At the same time, the Secretary of State, Mr. Seward, while suffering from a broken arm, was also stabbed by another murderer in his own house, but still survives, and his son was wounded, supposed fatally. It is believed, by persons capable of judging, that other high officers were designed to share the same fate. Thus it seems that our enemy, despairing of meeting us in open, manly warfare, begins to resort to the assassin's tools. Your general does not wish you to infer that this is universal, for he knows that the great mass of the Confederate Army world scorn to sanction each act, but he believes it the legitimate consequence of rebellion against rightful authority. We have met every phase which this war has assumed, and must now be prepared for it in its last and worst shape, that of assassins and guerrillas. But woe unto the people who seek to expend their wild passions in such a manner, for there is but one dread result. By order of Major General W. T. Sherman, L. M. Dayton, Assistant Adjutant General. During the evening of the 17th and morning of the 18th I saw nearly all the general officers of the Army, Schofield, Slocum, Howard, Logan, Blair, and we talked over the matter of the conference at Bennett's house of the day before, and, without exception, all advised me to agree to some terms, for they all dreaded the long and harassing march in pursuit of a dissolving and fleeing army, a march that might carry us back again over the 1,000 miles that we had just accomplished. We all knew that if we could bring Johnston's army to bay, we could destroy it in an hour, but that was simply impossible in the country in which we found ourselves. We discussed all the probabilities, among which was, whether, if Johnston made a point of it, I should assent to the escape from the country of Jeff Davis and his fugitive cabinet. And some one of my general officers, either Logan or Blair, insisted that, if asked for, we should even provide a vessel to carry them to Nassau from Charleston. The next morning I again started in the cars to Durham Station, accompanied by most of my personal staff, and by Generals Blair, Berry, Howard, etc. And, reaching General Kilpatrick's headquarters at Durham's, we again mounted, and rode, with the same escort of the day before, to Bennett's house, reaching there punctually at noon. General Johnston had not yet arrived, but a courier shortly came, and reported him as on the way. It must have been nearly 2 p.m. when he arrived, as before, with General Wade Hampton. He had halted his escort out of sight, and we again entered Bennett's house, and I closed the door. General Johnston then assured me that he had authority over all the Confederate armies, so that they would obey his orders to surrender on the same terms with his own, but he argued that, to obtain so cheaply this desirable result, I ought to give his men and officers some assurance of their political rights after their surrender. I explained to him that Mr. Lincoln's proclamation of amnesty, of December 8, 1863, still in force, enabled every Confederate soldier and officer, below the rank of colonel, to obtain an absolute pardon, by simply laying down his arms, and taking the common oath of allegiance, and that General Grant, in accepting the surrender of General Lee's army, had extended the same principle to all the officers, General Lee included. Such a pardon, I understood, would restore to them all their rights of citizenship. But he insisted that the officers and men of the Confederate Army were unnecessarily alarmed about this matter, as a sort of bugbear. He then said that Mr. Breckinridge was near at hand, and he thought that it would be well for him to be present. I objected, on the score that he was then in Davis's cabinet, and our negotiations should be confined strictly to belligerents. He then said Breckinridge was a major general in the Confederate Army, and might sink his character of Secretary of War. I consented, and he sent one of his staff officers back, who soon returned with Breckinridge, and he entered the room. General Johnston and I then again went over the whole ground, and Breckinridge confirmed what he had said as to the uneasiness of the Southern officers and soldiers about their political rights in case of surrender. While we were in consultation, a messenger came with a parcel of papers, which General Johnston said were from Mr. Reagan, Postmaster General. He and Breckinridge looked over them, and, after some side conversation, he handed one of the papers to me. It was in Reagan's handwriting, and began with a long preamble and terms, so general and verbose, that I said they were inadmissible. Then recalling the conversation of Mr. Lincoln, at City Point, I sat down at the table, and wrote off the terms, which I thought concisely expressed his views and wishes, and explained that I was willing to submit these terms to the new President, Mr. Johnson, provided that both armies should remain in statu quo until the truce therein declared should expire. I had full faith that General Johnston would religiously respect the truce, which he did. And that I would be the gainer, for in the few days it would take to send the papers to Washington, and receive an answer, I could finish the railroad up to Raleigh, and be the better prepared for a long chase. Neither Mr. Breckinridge nor General Johnston wrote one word of that paper. I wrote it myself, and announced it as the best I could do, and they readily assented. While copies of this paper were being made for signature, the officers of our staffs commingled in the yard at Bennett's house, and were all presented to Generals Johnston and Breckinridge. All without exception were rejoiced that the war was over, and that in a very few days we could turn our faces toward home. I remember telling Breckinridge that he had better get away, as the feeling of our people was utterly hostile to the political element of the South, and to him especially, because he was the Vice President of the United States, who had as such announced Mr. Lincoln, of Illinois, duly and properly elected the President of the United States, and yet that he had afterward openly rebelled and taken up arms against the government. He answered me that he surely would give us no more trouble, and intimated that he would speedily leave the country forever. I may have also advised him that Mr. Davis too should get abroad as soon as possible. The papers were duly signed. We parted about dark, and my party returned to Raleigh. Early the next morning, April 19th, I dispatched by telegraph to Morehead City to prepare a fleet steamer to carry a messenger to Washington, and sent Major Henry Hitchcock down by rail, bearing the following letters. An agreement with General Johnston, with instructions to be very careful to let nothing escape him to the greedy newspaper correspondents, but to submit his papers to General Halleck, General Grant, or the Secretary of War. And to bring me back with all expedition their orders and instructions. On their face they recited that I had no authority to make final terms involving civil or political questions, but that I submitted them to the proper quarter in Washington for their action. And the letters fully explained that the military situation was such that the delay was an advantage to us. I cared little whether they were approved, modified, or disapproved in toto, only I wanted instructions. Many of my general officers, among whom, I am almost positive, were Generals Logan and Blair, urged me to accept the terms, without reference at all to Washington. But I preferred the latter course. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi, in the Field. Raleigh, North Carolina, April 18, 1886. General H. W. Halleck, Chief of Staff, Washington, D.C. General, I received your dispatch describing the man Clark, detailed to assassinate me. He had better be in a hurry, or he will be too late. The news of Mr. Lincoln's death produced a most intense effect on our troops. At first I feared it would lead to excesses, but now it has softened down, and can easily be guided. None evinced more feeling than General Johnston, who admitted that the act was calculated to stain his cause with a dark hue, and he contended that the loss was most serious to the South, who had begun to realize that Mr. Lincoln was the best friend they had. I cannot believe that even Mr. Davis was privy to the diabolical plot, but think it the emanation of a set of young men of the South, who are very devils. I want to throw upon the South the care of this class of men, who will soon be as obnoxious to their industrial classes as to us. Had I pushed Johnston's army to an extremity, it would have dispersed, and done infinite mischief. Johnston informed me that General Stoneman had been at Salisbury, and was now at Statesville. I have sent him orders to come to me. General Johnston also informed me that General Wilson was at Columbia, Georgia, and he wanted me to arrest his progress. I leave that to you. Indeed, if the President sanctions my agreement with Johnston, our interest is to cease all destruction. Please give all orders necessary according to the views the executive may take, and influence him, if possible, not to vary the terms at all, for I have considered everything, and believe that the Confederate armies once dispersed, we can adjust all else fairly and well. I am, yours, etc. W. T. Sherman, Major General Commanding Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi. In the Field, Raleigh, North Carolina, April 18, 1865. Lieutenant General U.S. Grant, or Major General Halleck. Washington, D.C. General, I enclose here with a copy of an agreement made this day between General Joseph E. Johnston and myself, which, if approved by the President of the United States, will produce peace from the Potomac to the Rio Grande. Mr. Breckinridge was present at our conference, in the capacity of Major General, and satisfied me of the ability of General Johnston to carry out to their full extent the terms of this agreement. And if you will get the President to simply endorse the copy, and commission me to carry out the terms, I will follow them to the conclusion. You will observe that it is an absolute submission of the enemy to the lawful authority of the United States, and disperses his armies. Absolutely. And the point to which I attach most importance is that the dispersion and disbandment of these armies is done in such a manner as to prevent their breaking up into guerrilla bands. On the other hand, we can retain just as much of an army as we please. I agreed to the mode and manner of the surrender of arms set forth, as it gives the states the means of repressing guerrillas, which we could not expect them to do if we stripped them of all arms. Both Generals Johnston and Breckinridge admitted that slavery was dead, and I could not insist on embracing it in such a paper, because it can be made with the states in detail. I know that all the men of substance South sincerely want peace, and I do not believe they will resort to war again during this century. I have no doubt that they will in the future be perfectly subordinate to the laws of the United States. The moment my action in this matter is approved, I can spare 5 corps, and will ask for orders to leave General Schofield here with the 10th Corps, and to march myself with the 14th, 15th, 17th, 20th, and 23rd Corps via Bucksville and Gordonsville to Frederick or Hagerstown, Maryland, there to be paid and mustered out. The question of finance is now the chief one, and every soldier and officer not needed should be got home at work. I would like to be able to begin the march north by May 1st. I urge, on the part of the President, speedy action, as it is important to get the Confederate armies to their homes as well as our own. I am, with great respect, your obedient servant, W. T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. Memorandum, or Basis of Agreement, made this 18th day of April, A.D. 1865, near Durham Station, in the state of North Carolina, by and between General Joseph E. Johnston, commanding the Confederate Army, and Major General William T. Sherman, commanding the Army of the United States in North Carolina, both present. 1. The contending armies now in the field to maintain the statu quo, until notice is given by the commanding general of any one to its opponent, and reasonable time, say, 48 hours allowed. 2. The Confederate armies now in existence to be disbanded and conducted to their several state capitals, there to deposit their arms and public property in the state arsenal, and each officer and man to execute and file an agreement to cease from acts of war, and to abide the action of the state and federal authority. The number of arms and munitions of war to be reported to the Chief of Ordnance at Washington City, subject to the future action of the Congress of the United States, and, in the meantime, to be needed solely to maintain peace and order within the borders of the states, respectively. 3. The recognition, by the Executive of the United States, of the several state governments, on their officers and legislatures, taking the oaths prescribed by the Constitution of the United States, and, where conflicting state governments have resulted from the war, the legitimacy of all shall be submitted to the Supreme Court of the United States. 4. The re-establishment of all the federal courts in the several states, with powers as defined by the Constitution of the United States and of the states respectively. 5. The people and inhabitants of all the states to be guaranteed, so far as the executive can, their political rights and franchises, as well as their rights of persons sad property, as defined by the Constitution of the United States and of the states, respectively. 6. The executive authority of the government of the United States, not to disturb any of the people by reason of the late war, so long as they live in peace and quiet, abstain from acts of armed hostility, and obey the laws in existence at the place of their residence. 7. In general terms, the war to cease. A general amnesty, so far as the Executive of the United States can command, on condition of the disbandment of the Confederate armies, the distribution of the arms, and the resumption of peaceful pursuits by the officers and men hitherto composing said armies, not being fully empowered by our respective principals to fulfill These terms, we individually and officially pledge ourselves to promptly obtain the necessary authority, and to carry out the above program. W. T. Sherman, Major General, Commanding Army of the United States. In North Carolina. J. E. Johnston, General, Commanding Confederate States Army in North Carolina. Major Hitchcock got off on the morning of the 20th, and I reckoned that it would take him 4 or 5 days to go to Washington and back. During that time the repairs on all the railroads and telegraph lines were pushed with energy, and we also got possession of the railroad and telegraph from Raleigh to Weldon, in the direction of Norfolk. Meantime the troops remained statu quo, our cavalry occupying Durham Station and Chapel Hill. General Slocum's head of column was at Avon's Ferry on Cape Fear River, and General Howard's was strung along the railroad toward Hillsborough. The rest of the army was in and about Raleigh. On the 20th I reviewed the 10th Corps, and was much pleased at the appearance of General Paines's division of black troops, the first I had ever seen as a part of an organized army. And on the 21st I reviewed the 23rd Corps, which had been with me to Atlanta, but had returned to Nashville, had formed an essential part of the army which fought at Franklin, and with which General Thomas had defeated General Hood in Tennessee. It had then been transferred rapidly by rail to Baltimore and Washington by General Grant's orders, and thence by sea to North Carolina. Nothing of interest happened at Raleigh till the evening of April 23d, when Major Hitchcock reported by telegraph his return to Morehead City, and that he would come up by rail during the night. He arrived at 6 a.m. April 24th, accompanied by General Grant and 1 or 2 officers of his staff, who had not telegraphed the fact of their being on the train, for prudential reasons. Of course, I was both surprised and pleased to see the general, soon learned that my terms with Johnston had been disapproved, was instructed by him to give the 48 hours notice required by the terms of the truce, and afterward to proceed to attack or follow him. I immediately telegraphed to General Kilpatrick, at Durham's, to have a mounted courier ready to carry the following message, then on its way up by rail, to the rebel lines. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi in the field. Raleigh, North Carolina, April 24, 1865, 6 a.m. General Johnston, Commanding Confederate Army, Greensboro. You will take notice that the truce or suspension of hostilities agreed to between us will cease in 48 hours after this is received at your lines, under the first of the Articles of Agreement. W. T. Sherman, Major General. At the same time I wrote another short note to General Johnston, of the same date. I have replies from Washington to my communications of April 18th. I am instructed to limit my operations to your immediate command, and not to attempt civil negotiations. I therefore demand the surrender of your army on the same terms as were given to General Lee at Appomattox, April 9th instant, purely and simply. Of course, both these papers were shown to General Grant at the time, before they were sent, and he approved of them. At the same time orders were sent to all parts of the army to be ready to resume the pursuit of the enemy on the expiration of the 48 hours truce, and messages were sent to General Gillmore, at Hilton Head, to the same effect, with instructions to get a similar message through to General Wilson, at Macon, by some means. General Grant had brought with him, from Washington, written answers from the Secretary of War, and of himself, to my communications of the 18th, which I still possess, and here give the originals. They embrace the copy of a dispatch made by Mr. Stanton to General Grant, when he was pressing Lee at Appomattox, which dispatch, if sent me at the same time, as should have been done, would have saved a world of trouble. I did not understand that General Grant had come down to supersede me in command, nor did he intimate it, nor did I receive these communications as a serious reproof, but promptly acted on them, as is already shown. And in this connection I give my answer made to General Grant, at Raleigh, before I had received any answer from General Johnston to the demand for the surrender of his own army, as well as my answer to Mr. Stanton's letter, of the same date, both written on the supposition that I might have to start suddenly in pursuit of Johnston, and have no other chance to explain. War Department, Washington City, April 21, 1865. Lieutenant General Grant. General, the memorandum or basis agreed upon between General Sherman and General Johnston having been submitted to the President, they are disapproved. You will give notice of the disapproval to General Sherman, and direct him to resume hostilities at the earliest moment. The instructions given to you by the late President, Abraham Lincoln, on the 3d of March, by my telegraph of that date, addressed to you, express substantially the views of President Andrew Johnson, and will be observed by General Sherman. A copy is herewith appended. The President desires that you proceed immediately to the headquarters of Major General Sherman and direct operations against the enemy. Yours truly, Edwin M. Stanton, Secretary of War. The following telegram was received 2 p.m., City Point, March 4, 1865, from Washington, 12 m. March 3, 1865. Cipher. Office United States Military Telegraph. Headquarters Armies of the United States. Lieutenant General Grant. The President directs me to say to you that he wishes you to have no conference with General Lee, unless it be for the capitulation of Lee's army or on solely minor and purely military matters. He instructs me to say that you are not to decide, discuss, or confer upon any political question. Such questions the President holds in his own hands, and will submit them to no military conferences or conventions. Meantime you are to press to the utmost your military advantages. Edwin M. Stanton, Secretary of War. Headquarters Armies of the United States. Washington, D.C., April 21, 1865. Major General W. T. Sherman, Commanding Military Division of the Mississippi. General, the basis of agreement entered into between yourself and General J. E. Johnston for the disbandment of the Southern Army and the extension of the authority of the general government over all the territory belonging to it, sent for the approval of the President, is received. I read it carefully myself before submitting it to the President and Secretary of War, and felt satisfied that it could not possibly be approved. My reason for these views I will give you at another time, in a more extended letter. Your agreement touches upon questions of such vital importance that, as soon as read, I addressed a note to the Secretary of War, notifying him of their receipt, and the importance of immediate action by the President, and suggested, in view of their importance, that the entire Cabinet be called together, that all might give an expression of their opinions upon the matter. The result was a disapproval by the President of the basis laid down. A disapproval of the negotiations altogether except for the surrender of the army commanded by General Johnston, and directions to me to notify you of this decision. I cannot do no better than by sending you the enclosed copy of a dispatch, penned by the late President, though signed by the Secretary of War, in answer to me, on sending a letter received from General Lee, proposing to meet me for the purpose of submitting the question of peace to a convention of officers. Please notify General Johnston, immediately on receipt of this, of the termination of the truce, and resume hostilities against his army at the earliest moment you can, acting in good faith. Very respectfully your obedient servant, U.S. Grant, Lieutenant General. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi. In the Field, Raleigh, North Carolina, April 25, 1865. Lieutenant General U.S. Grant, present. General, I had the honor to receive your letter of April 21st, with enclosures, yesterday, and was well pleased that you came along, as you must have observed that I held the military control so as to adapt it to any phase the case might assume. It is but just I should record the fact that I made my terms with General Johnston under the influence of the liberal terms you extended to the army of General Lee at Appomattox Courthouse on The ninth, and the seeming policy of our government. As evinced by the call of the Virginia legislature and governor back to Richmond, under yours and President Lincoln's very eyes. It now appears this last act was done without any consultation with you or any knowledge of Mr. Lincoln, but rather in opposition to a previous policy well considered. I have not the least desire to interfere in the civil policy of our government, but would shun it as something not to my liking. But occasions do arise when a prompt seizure of results is forced on military commanders not in immediate communication with the proper authority. It is probable that the terms signed by General Johnston and myself were not clear enough on the point, well understood between us, that our negotiations did not apply to any parties outside the officers and men of the Confederate armies, which could easily have been remedied. No surrender of any army not actually at the mercy of an antagonist was ever made without terms, and these always define the military status of the surrendered. Thus you stipulated that the officers and men of Lee's army should not be molested at their homes so long as they obeyed the laws at the place of their residence. I do not wish to discuss these points involved in our recognition of the state governments in actual existence, but will merely state my conclusions, to await the solution of the future. Such action on our part in no manner recognizes for a moment the so-called Confederate government, or makes us liable for its debts or acts. The laws and acts done by the several states during the period of rebellion are void, because done without the oath prescribed by our Constitution of the United States, which is a condition precedent. We have a right to use any sort of machinery to produce military results, and it is the commonest thing for military commanders to use the civil governments in actual existence as a means to an end. I do believe we could and can use the present state governments lawfully, constitutionally, and as the very best possible means to produce the object desired, viz., entire and complete submission to the lawful authority of the United States. As to punishment for past crimes, that is for the judiciary, and can in no manner of way be disturbed by our acts. And, so far as I can, I will use my influence that rebels shall suffer all the personal punishment prescribed by law, as also the civil liabilities arising from their past acts. What we now want is the new form of law by which common men may regain the positions of industry, so long disturbed by the war. I now apprehend that the rebel armies will disperse, and, instead of dealing with 6 or 7 states, we will have to deal with numberless bands of desperadoes, headed by such men as Mosby, Forrest, Red Jackson, and others, who know not and care not for danger and its consequences. I am, with great respect, your obedient servant, W. T. Sherman, Major General Commanding Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi. In the field, Raleigh, North Carolina, April 25, 1865. Honorable E. M. Stanton, Secretary of War, Washington. Dear Sir, I have been furnished a copy of your letter of April 21. To General Grant, signifying your disapproval of the terms on which General Johnston proposed to disarm and disperse the insurgents, on condition of amnesty, etc. I admit my folly in embracing in a military convention any civil matters. But, unfortunately, such is the nature of our situation that they seem inextricably united, and I understood from you at Savannah that the financial state of the country demanded military success, and would warrant a little bending to policy. When I had my conference with General Johnston, I had the public examples before me of General Grant's terms to Lee's army, and General Weitzel's invitation to the Virginia legislature to assemble at Richmond. I still believe the general government of the United States has made a mistake, but that is none of my business. Mine is a different task. And I had flattered myself that, by 4 years of patient, unremitting, and successful labor, I deserved no reminder, such as is contained in the last paragraph of your letter to General Grant. You may assure the President that I heed his suggestion. I am truly, etc. W. T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. On the same day, but later, I received an answer from General Johnston, agreeing to meet me again at Bennett's house the next day, April 26, at noon. He did not even know that General Grant was in Raleigh. General Grant advised me to meet him, and to accept his surrender on the same terms as his with General Lee. And on the 26th I again went up to Durham Station by rail, and rode out to Bennett's house, where we again met, and General Johnston, without hesitation, agreed to, and we executed, the following final terms. Terms of a military convention. Entered into this 26th day of April, 1865, at Bennett's house, near Durham Station, North Carolina, between General Joseph E. Johnston, commanding the Confederate Army, and Major General W. T. Sherman, commanding the United States Army in North Carolina. 1. All acts of war on the part of the troops under General Johnston's command to cease from this date. 2. All arms and public property to be deposited at Greensboro, and delivered to an ordnance officer of the United States Army. 3. Rolls of all the officers and men to be made in duplicate, 1. Copy to be retained by the commander of the troops, and the other to be given to an officer to be designated by General Sherman. Each officer and man to give his individual obligation in writing not to take up arms against the government of the United States, until properly released from this obligation. 4. The sidearms of officers, and their private horses and baggage, to be retained by them. 5. This being done, all the officers and men will be permitted to return to their homes, not to be disturbed by the United States authorities, so long as they observe their obligation and the laws in force where they may reside. W. T. Sherman, Major General, commanding United States forces in North Carolina. J. E. Johnston, General, commanding Confederate States forces in North Carolina. Approved. U. S. Grant, Lieutenant General. I returned to Raleigh the same evening, and, at my request, General Grant wrote on these terms his approval, and then I thought the matter was surely at an end. He took the original copy, on the 27th returned to New Bern, and thence went back to Washington. I immediately made all the orders necessary to carry into effect the terms of this convention, devolving on General Schofield the details of granting the parole and making the muster rolls of prisoners, inventories of property, etc. of General Johnston's army at and about Greensboro, North Carolina, and on General Wilson the same duties in Georgia. But, thus far, I had been compelled to communicate with the latter through rebel sources, and General Wilson was necessarily confused by the conflict of orders and information. I deemed it of the utmost importance to establish for him a more reliable base of information and supply, and accordingly resolved to go in person to Savannah for that purpose. But, before starting, I received a New York Times, of April 24, containing the following extraordinary communications. First Bulletin. War Department, Washington, April 22, 1885. Yesterday evening a bearer of dispatches arrived from General Sherman. An agreement for a suspension of hostilities, and a memorandum of what is called a basis for peace, had been entered into on the 18th inst. By General Sherman, with the rebel General Johnston. Brigadier General Breckinridge was present at the conference. A cabinet meeting was held at 8 o'clock in the evening, at which the action of General Sherman was disapproved by the President, by the Secretary of War, by General Grant, and by every member of the cabinet. General Sherman was ordered to resume hostilities immediately, and was directed that the instructions given by the late President, in the following telegram, which was penned by Mr. Lincoln himself, at the Capitol, on the night of the 3d of March, were approved by President Andrew Johnson, and were reiterated to govern the action of military commanders. On the night of the 3d of March, while President Lincoln and his cabinet were at the Capitol, a telegram from General Grant was brought to the Secretary of War, informing him that General Lee had requested an interview or conference to make an arrangement for terms of peace. The letter of General Lee was published in a letter to Davis and to the rebel Congress. General Grant's telegram was submitted to Mr. Lincoln, who, after pondering a few minutes, took up his pen and wrote with his own hand the following reply, which he submitted to the Secretary of State and Secretary of War. It was then dated, addressed, and signed by the Secretary of War, and telegraphed to General Grant. Washington, March 3, 1865 to 12 p.m. Lieutenant General Grant. The President directs me to say to you that he wishes you to have no conference with General Lee, unless it be for the capitulation of General Lee's army, or on some minor or purely military matter. He instructs me to say that you are not to decide, discuss, or confer upon any political questions. Such questions the President holds in his own hands, and will submit them to no military conferences or conventions. Meantime you are to press to the utmost your military advantages. Edwin M. Stanton, Secretary of War. The orders of General Sherman to General Stoneman to withdraw from Salisbury and join him will probably open the way for Davis to escape to Mexico or Europe with his plunder, which is reported to be very large, including not only the plunder of the Richmond banks, but previous accumulations. A dispatch received by this department from Richmond says, it is stated here, by respectable parties, that the amount of specie taken south by Jeff Davis and his partisans is very large, including not only the plunder of the Richmond banks, but previous accumulations. They hope, it is said, to make terms with General Sherman or some other commander, by which they will be permitted, with their effects, including this gold plunder, to go to Mexico or Europe. Johnston's negotiations look to this end. After the cabinet meeting last night, General Grant started for North Carolina to direct operations against Johnston's army. Edwin M. Stanton, Secretary of War. Here followed the terms, and Mr. Stanton's 10 reasons for rejecting them. The publication of this bulletin by authority was an outrage on me, for Mr. Stanton had failed to communicate to me in advance, as was his duty, the purpose of the administration to limit our negotiations to purely military matters. But, on the contrary, at Savannah he had authorized me to control all matters, civil and military. By this bulletin, he implied that I had previously been furnished with a copy of his dispatch of March 3d to General Grant, which was not so. And he gave warrant to the impression, which was sown broadcast, that I might be bribed by bankers' gold to permit Davis to escape. Under the influence of this, I wrote General Grant the following letter of April 28, which has been published in the Proceedings of the Committee on the Conduct of the War. I regarded this bulletin of Mr. Stanton as a personal and official insult, which I afterward publicly resented. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi. In the Field, Raleigh, North Carolina, April 28, 1865. Lieutenant General U.S. Grant, General-in-Chief, Washington, D.C. General, since you left me yesterday, I have seen the New York Times of the 24th, containing a budget of military news, authenticated by the signature of the Secretary of War, Honorable E.M. Stanton, which is grouped in such a way as to give the public very erroneous impressions. It embraces a copy of the basis of agreement between myself and General Johnston, of April 18, with comments, which it will be time enough to discuss 2 or 3 years hence, after the government has experimented a little more in the machinery by which power reaches the scattered people of the vast country known as the South. In the meantime, however, I did think that my rank, if not past services, entitled me at least to trust that the Secretary of War would keep secret what was communicated for the use of none but the Cabinet, until further inquiry could be made. Instead of giving publicity to it along with documents which I never saw, and drawing therefrom inferences wide of the truth I never saw or had furnished me a copy of President Lincoln's dispatch to you of the 3d of March, nor did Mr. Stanton or any human being ever convey to me its substance, or anything like it. On the contrary, I had seen General Weitzel's invitation to the Virginia legislature, made in Mr. Lincoln's very presence, and failed to discover any other official hint of a plan of reconstruction, or any ideas calculated to allay the fears of the people of the South. After the destruction of their armies and civil authorities would leave them without any government whatever. We should not drive a people into anarchy, and it is simply impossible for our military power to reach all the masses of their unhappy country. I confess I did not desire to drive General Johnston's army into bands of armed men, going about without purpose, and capable only of infinite mischief. But you saw, on your arrival here, that I had my army so disposed that his escape was only possible in a disorganized shape. And as you did not choose to direct military operations in this quarter, I inferred that you were satisfied with the military situation. At all events, the instant I learned what was proper enough, the disapproval of the President, I acted in such a manner as to compel the surrender of General Johnston's whole army on the same terms which you had prescribed to General Lee's army, when you had it surrounded and in your absolute power. Mr. Stanton, in stating that my orders to General Stoneman were likely to result in the escape of Mr. Davis to Mexico or Europe, is in deep error. General Stoneman was not at Salisbury but had gone back to Statesville. Davis was between us, and therefore Stoneman was beyond him. By turning toward me he was approaching Davis, and, had he joined me as ordered, would have had a mounted force greatly needed for Davis's capture, and for other purposes. Even now I don't know that Mr. Stanton wants Davis caught, and as my official papers, deemed sacred, are hastily published to the world, it will be imprudent for me to state what has been done in that regard. As the editor of the Times has, it may be, logically and fairly drawn from this singular document the conclusion that I am insubordinate, I can only deny the intention. I have never in my life questioned or disobeyed an order, though many and many a time have I risked my life, health, and reputation in obeying orders, or even hints to execute plans and purposes, not to my liking. It is not fair to withhold from me the plans and policy of government, if any there be, and expect me to guess at them, for facts and events appear quite different from different standpoints. For 4 years I have been in camp dealing with soldiers, and I can assure you that the conclusion at which the Cabinet arrived with such singular unanimity differs from mine. I conferred freely with the best officers in this army as to the points involved in this controversy, and, strange to say, they were singularly unanimous in the other conclusion. They will learn with pain and amazement that I am deemed insubordinate, and wanting in common sense. That I, who for 4 years have labored day and night, winter and summer, who have brought an army of 70,000 men in magnificent condition across a country hitherto deemed impassable, and placed it just where it was wanted on the day appointed, have brought discredit on our government. I do not wish to boast of this, but I do say that it entitled me to the courtesy of being consulted, before publishing to the world a proposition rightfully submitted to higher authority for adjudication. And then, accompanied by statements which invited the dogs of the press to be let loose upon me. It is true that non-combatants, men who sleep in comfort and security while we watch on the distant lines, are better able to judge than we poor soldiers, who rarely see a newspaper, hardly hear from our families, or stop long enough to draw our pay. I envy not the task of reconstruction, and am delighted that the Secretary of War has relieved me of it. As you did not undertake to assume the management of the affairs of this army, I infer that, on personal inspection, your mind arrived at a different conclusion from that of the Secretary of War. I will therefore go on to execute your orders to the conclusion, and, when done, will with intense satisfaction leave to the civil authorities the execution of the task of which they seem so jealous. But, as an honest man and soldier, I invite them to go back to Nashville and follow my path, for they will see some things and hear some things that may disturb their philosophy. With sincere respect. W. T. Sherman, Major General Commanding. P.S. As Mr. Stanton's most singular paper has been published, I demand that this also be made public, though I am in no manner responsible to the press, but to the law, and my proper superiors. W. T. S., Major General. On the 28th I summoned all the Army and Corps commanders together at my quarters in the Governor's Mansion at Raleigh, where everything was explained to them, and all orders for the future were completed. General Schofield, Terry, and Kilpatrick were to remain on duty in the Department of North Carolina, already commanded by General Schofield. And the right and left wings were ordered to march under their respective commanding generals north by easy stages to Richmond, Virginia, there to await my return from the South. On the 29th of April, with a part of my personal staff, I proceeded by rail to Wilmington, North Carolina, where I found Generals Hawley and Potter, and the little steamer Russia, Captain Smith, awaiting me. After a short pause in Wilmington, we embarked, and proceeded down the coast to Port Royal and the Savannah River, which we reached on the 1st of May. There Captain Hoses, who had just come from General Wilson at Macon, met us, bearing letters for me and General Grant, in which General Wilson gave a brief summary of his operations up to date. He had marched from Eastport, Mississippi, 500 miles in 30 days, took 6,300 prisoners, 23 colors, and 156 guns, defeating Forrest, scattering the militia, and destroying every railroad, iron establishment, and factory, in North Alabama and Georgia. He spoke in the highest terms of his cavalry, as cavalry, claiming that it could not be excelled, and he regarded his corps as a model for modern cavalry in organization, armament, and discipline. Its strength was given at 13,500 men and horses on reaching Macon. Of course I was extremely gratified at his just confidence, and saw that all he wanted for efficient action was a sure base of supply, so that he need no longer depend for clothing, ammunition, food, and forage, on the country, which, now that war had ceased, it was our solemn duty to protect, instead of plunder. I accordingly ordered the captured steamer Jeff Davis to be loaded with stores, to proceed at once up the Savannah River to Augusta, with a small detachment of troops to occupy the arsenal, and to open communication with General Wilson at Macon. And on the next day, May 2d, this steamer was followed by another with a fall cargo of clothing, sugar, coffee, and bread, sent from Hilton Head by the department commander, General Gilmore, with a stronger guard commanded by General Molyneux. Leaving to General Gilmore, who was present, and in whose department General Wilson was, to keep up the supplies at Augusta, and to facilitate as far as possible General Wilson's operations inland, I began my return on the 2d of May. We went into Charleston Harbor, passing the ruins of old Forts Moultrie and Sumter without landing. We reached the city of Charleston, which was held by part of the division of General John P. Hatch, the same that we had left at Pocataligo. We walked the old familiar streets Broad, King, Meeting, etc., but desolation and ruin were everywhere. The heart of the city had been burned during the bombardment, and the rebel garrison at the time of its final evacuation had fired the railroad depots, which fire had spread, and was only subdued by our troops after they had reached the city. I inquired for many of my old friends, but they were dead or gone, and of them all I only saw a part of the family of Mrs. Pettigrew. I doubt whether any city was ever more terribly punished than Charleston, but, as her people had for years been agitating for war and discord, and had finally inaugurated the Civil War by an attack on the small and devoted garrison of Major Anderson, sent there by the general government to defend them, the judgment of the world will be, that Charleston deserved the fate that befell her. Resuming our voyage, we passed into Cape Fear River by its mouth at Fort Caswell and Smithville, and out by the new channel at Fort Fisher, and reached Morehead City on the 4th of May. We found there the revenue cutter Wayanda, on board of which were the Chief Justice, Mr. Chase, and his daughter Nettie, now Mrs. Hoyt. The Chief Justice at that moment was absent on a visit to Newbern, but came back the next day. Meantime, by means of the telegraph, I was again in correspondence with General Schofield at Raleigh. He had made great progress in paroling the officers and men of Johnston's army at Greensboro, but was embarrassed by the utter confusion and anarchy that had resulted from a want of understanding on many minor points, and on the political questions that had to be met at the instant. In order to facilitate the return to their homes of the Confederate officers and men, he had been forced to make with General Johnston the following supplemental terms, which were of course ratified and approved. Military Convention of April 26, 1865. Supplemental terms. 1. The field transportation to be loaned to the troops for their march to their homes, and for subsequent use in their industrial pursuits. Artillery horses may be used in field transportation, if necessary. 2. Each brigade or separate body to retain a number of arms equal to 1/7 of its effective strength, which, when the troops reach the capitals of their states, will be disposed of as the general commanding the department may direct. 3. Private horses, and other private property of both officers and men, to be retained by them. 4. The commanding general of the Military Division of West Mississippi, Major General Canby, will be requested to give transportation by water, from Mobile or New Orleans, to the troops from Arkansas and Texas. 5. The obligations of officers and soldiers to be signed by their immediate commanders. 6. Naval forces within the limits of General Johnston's command to be included in the terms of this convention. J. M. Schofield, Major General, commanding United States forces in North Carolina. J. E. Johnston, General, commanding Confederate States forces in North Carolina. The total number of prisoners of war paroled by General Schofield, at Greensboro, North Carolina, as afterward officially reported, amounted to 38,817. And the total number who surrendered in Georgia and Florida, as reported by General J. H. Wilson, was 52,458. Aggregate surrendered under the capitulation of General J. E. Johnston, 89,270. On the morning of the 5th I also received from General Schofield this dispatch. Raleigh, North Carolina, May 5, 1866. To Major General W. T. Sherman, Morehead City. When General Grant was here, as you doubtless recollect, he said, the lines, for trade and intercourse, had been extended to embrace this and other states south. The order, it seems, has been modified so as to include only Virginia and Tennessee. I think it would be an act of wisdom to open this state to trade at once. I hope the government will make known its policy as to the organs of state government without delay. Affairs must necessarily be in a very unsettled state until that is done. The people are now in a mood to accept almost anything which promises a definite settlement. What is to be done with the freedmen, is the question of all, and it is the all-important question. It requires prompt and wise notion to prevent the Negroes from becoming a huge elephant on our hands. If I am to govern this state, it is important for me to know it at once. If another is to be sent here, it cannot be done too soon, for he probably will undo the most that I shall have done. I shall be glad to hear from you fully, when you have time to write. I will send your message to General Wilson at once. J. M. Schofield, Major General. I was utterly without instructions from any source on the points of General Schofield's inquiry, and under the existing state of facts could not even advise him, for by this time I was in possession of the second bulletin of Mr. Stanton, published in all the Northern papers, with comments that assumed that I was a common traitor and a public enemy, and high officials had even instructed my own subordinates to disobey my lawful orders. General Halleck, who had so long been in Washington as the Chief of Staff, had been sent on the 21st of April to Richmond, to command the armies of the Potomac and James, in place of General Grant, who had transferred his headquarters to the national capital, and he, General Halleck, was therefore in supreme command in Virginia, while my command over North Carolina had never been revoked or modified. Second Bulletin. War Department, Washington, April 27, 9:30 a.m. To Major General D.X. The department has received the following dispatch from Major General Halleck, commanding the military division of the James. Generals Canby and Thomas were instructed some days ago that Sherman's arrangements with Johnston were disapproved by the President, and they were ordered to disregard it and push the enemy in every direction. E. M. Stanton, Secretary of War. Richmond, Virginia, April-September 26, 30 p.m. Hahn, E. M. Stanton, Secretary of War. Generals Meade, Sheridan, and Wright are acting under orders to pay no regard to any truce or orders of General Sherman respecting hostilities, on the ground that Sherman's agreement could bind his command only, and no other. They are directed to push forward, regardless of orders from any one except from General Grant, and cut off Johnston's retreat. Beauregard has telegraphed to Danville that a new arrangement has been made with Sherman, and that the advance of the Sixth Corps was to be suspended until further orders. I have telegraphed back to obey no orders of Sherman, but to push forward as rapidly as possible. The bankers here have information today that Jeff Davis's specie is moving south from Goldsboro, in wagons, as fast as possible. I suggest that orders be telegraphed, through General Thomas, that Wilson obey no orders from Sherman, and notifying him and Canby and all commanders on the Mississippi, to take measures to intercept the rebel chiefs and their plunder. The specie taken with them is estimated here at from $6 to $13 million. H. W. Halleck, Major General Commanding. Subsequently, before the Committee on the Conduct of the War, in Washington, on the 22d of May, I testified fully on this whole matter, and will abide the judgment of the country on the patriotism and wisdom of my public conduct in this connection. General Halleck's measures to capture General Johnston's army, actually surrendered to me at the time, at Greensboro, on the 26th of April, simply excited my contempt for a judgment such as he was supposed to possess. The assertion that Jeff Davis's specie train, of $6 to $13 million, was reported to be moving south from Goldsboro, in wagons as fast as possible, found plenty of willing ears. Though my army of 80,000 men had been at Goldsboro from March 22d to the date of his dispatch, April 26. And such a train would have been composed of from 15 to 32 six-mule teams to have hauled this specie, even if it all were in gold. I suppose the exact amount of treasure which Davis had with him is now known to a cent. Some of it was paid to his escort, when it disbanded at and near Washington, Georgia, and at the time of his capture he had a small parcel of gold and silver coin, not to exceed $10,000. Which is now retained in the United States Treasury Vault at Washington, and shown to the curious. The 13 millions of treasure, with which Jeff Davis was to corrupt our armies and by his escape, dwindled down to the contents of a hand valise. To say that I was merely angry at the tone and substance of these published bulletins of the War Department would hardly express the state of my feelings. I was outraged beyond measure, and was resolved to resent the insult, cost what it might. I went to the Wayanda and showed them to Mr. Chase, with whom I had a long and frank conversation, during which he explained to me the confusion caused in Washington by the assassination of Mr. Lincoln, the sudden accession to power of Mr. Johnson, who was then supposed to be bitter and vindictive in his feelings toward the South, and the wild pressure of every class of politicians to enforce on the new president their pet schemes. He showed me a letter of his own, which was in print, dated Baltimore, April 11th, and another of April 12th, addressed to the president, urging him to recognize the freedmen as equal in all respects to the whites. He was the first man, of any authority or station, who ever informed me that the government of the United States would insist on extending to the former slaves of the South the elective franchise, and he gave as a reason the fact that the slaves, grateful for their freedom, for which they were indebted to the armies and government of the North, would, by their votes, offset the disaffected and rebel element of the white population of the South. At that time quite a storm was prevailing at sea, outside, and our two vessels lay snug at the wharf at Morehead City. I saw a good deal of Mr. Chase, and several notes passed between us, of which I have the originals yet. Always claiming that the South had herself freed all her slaves by rebellion, and that Mr. Lincoln's proclamation of freedom, of September 22, 1862, was binding on all officers of the general government, I doubted the wisdom of at once clothing them with the elective franchise, without some previous preparation and qualification. And then realized the national loss in the death at that critical moment of Mr. Lincoln, who had long pondered over the difficult questions involved, who, at all events, would have been honest and frank, and would not have withheld from his army commanders at least a hint that would have been to them a guide. It was plain to me, therefore, that the manner of his assassination had stampeded the civil authorities in Washington, had unnerved them, and that they were then undecided as to the measures indispensably necessary to prevent anarchy at the South. On the 7th of May the storm subsided, and we put to sea, Mr. Chase to the south, on his proposed tour as far as New Orleans, and I for James River. I reached Fortress Monroe on the 8th, and thence telegraphed my arrival to General Grant, asking for orders. I found at Fortress Monroe a dispatch from General Halleck, professing great friendship, and inviting me to accept his hospitality at Richmond. I answered by a cipher dispatch that I had seen his dispatch to Mr. Stanton, of April 26, embraced in the second bulletin, which I regarded as insulting, declined his hospitality, and added that I preferred we should not meet as I passed through Richmond. I thence proceeded to City Point in the Russia, and on to Manchester, opposite Richmond, via Petersburg, by rail. I found that both wings of the army had arrived from Raleigh, and were in camp in and around Manchester, whence I again telegraphed General Grant, on the 9th of May, for orders, and also reported my arrival to General Halleck by letter. I found that General Halleck had ordered General Davis's corps, the 14th, for review by himself. This I forbade. All the army knew of the insult that had been made me by the Secretary of War and General Halleck, and watched me closely to see if I would tamely submit. During the 9th I made a full and complete report of all these events, from the last report made at Goldsboro up to date, and the next day received orders to continue the march to Alexandria, near Washington. On the morning of the 11th we crossed the pontoon bridge at Richmond, marched through that city, and out on the Hanover Courthouse Road, General Slocum's left wing leading. The right wing, General Logan, followed the next day, viz., the 12th. Meantime, General O. Howard had been summoned to Washington to take charge of the new Bureau of Refugees, Freedmen, and Abandoned Lands, and, from that time till the army was finally disbanded, General John A. Logan was in command of the right wing, and of the Army of the Tennessee. The left wing marched through Hanover Courthouse, and thence took roads well to the left by Chilesburg, the 14th Corps by New Market and Culpeper, Manassas, etc. The 20th Corps by Spotsylvania Courthouse and Chancellorsville. The right wing followed the more direct road by Fredericksburg. On my way north I endeavored to see as much of the battlefields of the Army of the Potomac as I could, and therefore shifted from one column to the other, visiting en route Hanover Courthouse, Spotsylvania, Fredericksburg, Dumfries, etc. Reaching Alexandria during the afternoon of May 19, and pitched my camp by the roadside, about halfway between Alexandria and the Long Bridge. During the same and next day the whole army reached Alexandria, and camped round about it. General Meade's Army of the Potomac had possession of the camps above, opposite Washington and Georgetown. The next day, by invitation, I went over to Washington and met many friends, among them General Grant and President Johnson. The latter occupied rooms in the house on the corner of 15th and H Streets, belonging to Mr. Hooper. He was extremely cordial to me, and knowing that I was chafing under the censures of the War Department, especially of the 2 war bulletins of Mr. Stanton, he volunteered to say that he knew of neither of them till seen in the newspapers, and that Mr. Stanton had shown neither to him nor to any of his associates in the cabinet till they were published. Nearly all the members of the cabinet made similar assurances to me afterward, and, as Mr. Stanton made no friendly advances, and offered no word of explanation or apology, I declined General Grant's friendly offices for a reconciliation, but, on the contrary, resolved to resent what I considered an insult, as publicly as it was made. My brother, Senator Sherman, who was Mr. Stanton's neighbor, always insisted that Mr. Stanton had been frightened by the intended assassination of himself, and had become embittered thereby. At all events, I found strong military guards around his house, as well as all the houses occupied by the cabinet and by the principal officers of government, and a sense of insecurity pervaded Washington, for which no reason existed. On the 19th I received a copy of War Department Special Order No. 239, Adjutant General's Office, of May 18, ordering a grand review, by the President and Cabinet, of all the armies then near Washington. General Meade's to occur on Tuesday, May 23d, mine on Wednesday, the 24th, and on the 20th I made the necessary orders for my part. Meantime I had also arranged, with General Grant's approval, to remove after the review, my armies from the south side of the Potomac to the north. Both for convenience and because our men had found that the grounds assigned them had been used so long for camps that they were foul and unfit. By invitation I was on the reviewing stand, and witnessed the review of the Army of the Potomac, on the 23d, commanded by General Meade in person. The day was beautiful, and the pageant was superb. Washington was full of strangers, who filled the streets in holiday dress, and every house was decorated with flags. The army marched by divisions in close column around the Capitol, down Pennsylvania Avenue, past the President and Cabinet, who occupied a large stand prepared for the occasion, directly in front of the White House. I had telegraphed to Lancaster for Mrs. Sherman, who arrived that day, accompanied by her father, the Honorable Thomas Ewing, and my son Tom, then 8 years old. During the afternoon and night of the 23d, the 15th, 17th, and 20th Corps crossed Long Bridge, bivouacked in the streets about the Capitol, and the 14th Corps closed up to the bridge. The morning of the 24th was extremely beautiful, and the ground was in splendid order for our review. The streets were filled with people to see the pageant, armed with bouquets of flowers for their favorite regiments or heroes, and everything was propitious. Punctually at 9 a.m. the signal gun was fired, when in person, attended by General Howard and all my staff, I rode slowly down Pennsylvania Avenue, the crowds of men, women, and children, densely lining the sidewalks, and almost obstructing the way. We were followed close by General Logan and the head of the 15th Corps. When I reached the Treasury Building, and looked back, the sight was simply magnificent. The column was compact, and the glittering muskets looked like a solid mass of steel, moving with the regularity of a pendulum. We passed the Treasury Building, in front of which and of the White House was an immense throng of people, for whom extensive stands had been prepared on both sides of the avenue. As I neared the brick house opposite the lower corner of Lafayette Square, someone asked me to notice Mr. Seward, still feeble and bandaged for his wounds, had been removed there that he might behold the troops. I moved in that direction and took off my hat to Mr. Seward, who sat at an upper window. He recognized the salute, returned it, and then we rode on steadily past the President, saluting with our swords. All on his stand arose and acknowledged the salute. Then, turning into the gate of the presidential grounds, we left our horses with orderlies, and went upon the stand, where I found Mrs. Sherman, with her father and son. Passing them, I shook hands with the President, General Grant, and each member of the cabinet. As I approached Mr. Stanton, he offered me his hand, but I declined it publicly, and the fact was universally noticed. I then took my post on the left of the President, and for 6 hours and a half stood, while the army passed in the order of the 15th, 17th, 20th, and 14th Corps. It was, in my judgment, the most magnificent army in existence. 65,000 men, in splendid physique, who had just completed a march of nearly 2,000 miles in a hostile country, in good drill. And who realized that they were being closely scrutinized by thousands of their fellow countrymen and by foreigners. Division after division passed, each commander of an army corps or division coming on the stand during the passage of his command, to be presented to the President, Cabinet, and spectators. The steadiness and firmness of the tread, the careful dress on the guides, the uniform intervals between the companies, all eyes directly to the front, and the tattered and bullet-ridden flags, festooned with flowers, all attracted universal notice. Many good people, up to that time, had looked upon our Western Army as a sort of mob, but the world then saw, and recognized the fact, that it was an army in the proper sense, well organized, well commanded and disciplined. And there was no wonder that it had swept through the South like a tornado. For 6 hours and a half that strong tread of the Army of the West resounded along Pennsylvania Avenue. Not a soul of that vast crowd of spectators left his place. And, when the rear of the column had passed by, thousands of the spectators still lingered to express their sense of confidence in the strength of a government which could claim such an army. Some little scenes enlivened the day, and called for the laughter and cheers of the crowd. Each division was followed by 6 ambulances, as a representative of its baggage train. Some of the division commanders had added, by way of variety, goats, milch cows, and pack mules, whose loads consisted of gamecocks, poultry, hams, etc. And some of them had the families of freed slaves along, with the women leading their children. Each division was preceded by its corps of black pioneers, armed with picks and spades. These marched abreast in double ranks, keeping perfect dress and step, and added much to the interest of the occasion. On the whole, the Grand Review was a splendid success, and was a fitting conclusion to the campaign and the war. I will now conclude by a copy of my general orders taking leave of the army, which ended my connection with the war, though I afterward visited and took a more formal leave of the officers and men on July 4, 1865, at Louisville, Kentucky. Special Field Orders No. 76. Headquarters Military Division of the Mississippi, in the field. Washington, D.C., May 30, 1865. The General Commanding announces to the armies of the Tennessee and Georgia that the time has come for us to part. Our work is done, and armed enemies no longer defy us. Some of you will go to your homes, and others will be retained in military service till further orders. And now that we are all about to separate, to mingle with the civil world, it becomes a pleasing duty to recall to mind the situation of national affairs when, but little more than a year ago, we were gathered about the cliffs of Lookout Mountain, and all the future was wrapped in doubt and uncertainty. 3 armies had come together from distant fields, with separate histories, yet bound by one common cause: the union of our country and the perpetuation of the government of our inheritance. There is no need to recall to your memories Tunnel Hill, with Rocky Face Mountain and Buzzard Roost Gap, and the ugly forts of Dalton behind. We were in earnest, and paused, and not for danger and difficulty, but dashed through Snake Creek Gap and fell on Resaca, then on to the Etowah, to Dallas, Kennesaw. And the heats of summer found us on the banks of the Chattahoochee, far from home, and dependent on a single road for supplies. Again we were not to be held back by any obstacle, and crossed over and fought 4 hard battles for the possession of the citadel of Atlanta. That was the crisis of our history. A doubt still clouded our future, but we solved the problem, destroyed Atlanta, struck boldly across the state of Georgia, severed all the main arteries of life to our enemy, and Christmas found us at Savannah. Waiting there only long enough to fill our wagons, we again began a march which, for peril, labor, and results, will compare with any ever made by an organized army. The floods of the savannah, the swamps of the Combahee and Edisto, the high hills and rocks of the Santee, the flat quagmires of the Petty and Cape Fear rivers, were all passed in midwinter, with its floods and rains, in the face of an accumulating enemy. And, after the battles of Aversboro and Bentonsville, we once more came out of the wilderness, to meet our friends at Goldsboro. Even then we paused only long enough to get new clothing, to reload our wagons, again pushed on to Raleigh and beyond, until we met our enemy suing for peace, instead of war, and offering to submit to the injured laws of his and our country. As long as that enemy was defiant, nor mountains nor rivers, nor swamps, nor hunger, nor cold, had checked us. But when he, who had fought us hard and persistently, offered submission, your general thought it wrong to pursue him farther. And negotiations followed, which resulted, as you all know, in his surrender. How far the operations of this army contributed to the final overthrow of the Confederacy and the peace which now dawns upon us must be judged by others, not by us. But that you have done all that men could do has been admitted by those in authority, and we have a right to join in the universal joy that fills our land. Because the war is over, and our government stands vindicated before the world by the joint action of the volunteer armies and Navy of the United States. To such as remain in the service, your general need only remind you that success in the past was due to hard work and discipline, and that the same work and discipline are equally important in the future. To such as go home, he will only say that our favored country is so grand, so extensive, so diversified in climate, soil, and productions, that every man may find a home and occupation suited to his taste. None should yield to the natural impatience sure to result from our past life of excitement and adventure. You will be invited to seek new adventures abroad. Do not yield to the temptation, for it will lead only to death and disappointment. Your general now bids you farewell, with the full belief that, as in war you have been good soldiers, so in peace you will make good citizens. And if, unfortunately, new war should arise in our country, Sherman's army will be the first to buckle on its old armor, and come forth to defend and maintain the government of our inheritance. By order of Major General W. T. Sherman. L.M. Dayton, Assistant Adjutant General. List of the average number of miles marched by the different Army Corps of the United States forces under command of Major General W. T. Sherman, United States Army, during his campaigns, 1863-64-65. 4th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 20th. Corps, 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 Corps. 1,586. 2,289. 2,076. 1,525. Chapter 25. Conclusion. Military lessons of the war. Having thus recorded a summary of events, mostly under my own personal supervision, during the years from 1846 to 1865, it seems proper that I should add an opinion of some of the useful military lessons to be derived therefrom. That Civil War, by reason of the existence of slavery, was apprehended by most of the leading statesmen of the half-century preceding its outbreak, is a matter of notoriety. General Scott told me on my arrival at New York, as early as 1850, that the country was on the eve of civil war. And the Southern politicians openly asserted that it was their purpose to accept as a casus belli the election of General Fremont in 1856, but, fortunately or unfortunately, he was beaten by Mr. Buchanan, which simply postponed its occurrence for 4 years. Mr. Seward had also publicly declared that no government could possibly exist half slave and half free. Yet the government made no military preparation, and the northern people generally paid no attention, took no warning of its coming, and would not realize its existence till Fort Sumter was fired on by batteries of artillery, handled by declared enemies, from the surrounding islands and from the city of Charleston. General Bragg, who certainly was a man of intelligence, and who, in early life, ridiculed 1,000 times, in my hearing, the threats of the people of South Carolina to secede from the Federal Union, said to me in New Orleans, in February, 1861, that he was convinced that the feeling between the slave and free states had become so embittered that it was better to part in peace. Better to part anyhow. And, as a separation was inevitable, that the South should begin at once, because the possibility of a successful effort was yearly lessened by the rapid and increasing inequality between the two sections. From the fact that all the European immigrants were coming to the northern states and territories, and none to the southern. The slave population (1860) was near 4 millions, and the money value thereof not far from $2,500 million. Now, ignoring the moral side of the question, a cause that endangered so vast a moneyed interest was an adequate cause of anxiety and preparation, and the northern leaders surely ought to have foreseen the danger and prepared for it. After the election of Mr. Lincoln in 1860, there was no concealment of the declaration and preparation for war in the South. In Louisiana, as I have related, men were openly enlisted, officers were appointed, and war was actually begun, in January, 1861. The forts at the mouth of the Mississippi were seized, and occupied by garrisons that hauled down the United States flag and hoisted that of the state. The United States arsenal at Baton Rouge was captured by New Orleans militia, its garrison ignominiously sent off, and the contents of the arsenal distributed. These were as much acts of war as was the subsequent firing on Fort Sumter, yet no public notice was taken thereof, and when, months afterward, I came north, I found not one single sign of preparation. It was for this reason, somewhat, that the people of the South became convinced that those of the North were pusillanimous and cowardly, and the Southern leaders were thereby enabled to commit their people to the war, nominally in defense of their slave property. Up to the hour of the firing on Fort Sumter, in April, 1861, it does seem to me that our public men, our politicians, were blamable for not sounding the note of alarm. Then, when war was actually begun, it was by a call for 75,000 90-day men, I suppose to fulfill Mr. Seward's prophecy that the war would last but 90 days. The earlier steps by our political government were extremely wavering and weak, for which an excuse can be found in the fact that many of the Southern representatives remained in Congress, sharing in the public councils, and influencing legislation. But as soon as Mr. Lincoln was installed, there was no longer any reason why Congress and the Cabinet should have hesitated. They should have measured the cause, provided the means, and left the executive to apply the remedy. At the time of Mr. Lincoln's inauguration, viz. March 4, 1861, the regular army, by law, consisted of 2 regiments of dragoons, 2 regiments of cavalry, 1 regiment of mounted rifles, 4 regiments of artillery, and 10 regiments of infantry, admitting of an aggregate strength of 13,024 officers and men. On the subsequent 4th of May the President, by his own orders, afterwards sanctioned by Congress, added a regiment of cavalry, a regiment of artillery, and 8 regiments of infantry, which, with the former army, admitted of a strength of 39,973. But at no time during the war did the regular army attain a strength of 25,000 men. To the new regiments of infantry was given an organization differing from any that had heretofore prevailed in this country of 3 battalions of 8 companies each, but at no time did more than one of these regiments attain its full standard. Nor in the vast army of volunteers that was raised during the war were any of the regiments of infantry formed on the 3-battalion system, but these were universally single battalions of 10 companies. So that, on the reorganization of the regular army at the close of the war, Congress adopted the form of 12 companies for the regiments of cavalry and artillery, and that of 10 companies for the infantry, which is the present standard. Inasmuch as the regular army will naturally form the standard of organization for any increase or for new regiments of volunteers, it becomes important to study this subject in the light of past experience, and to select that form which is best for peace as well as war. A cavalry regiment is now composed of 12 companies, usually divided into 6 squadrons, of 2 companies each, or better subdivided into 3 battalions of 4 companies each. This is an excellent form, easily admitting of subdivision as well as union into larger masses. A single battalion of 4 companies, with a field officer, will compose a good body for a garrison, for a separate expedition, or for a detachment. And, in war, 3 regiments would compose a good brigade, 3 brigades a division, and 3 divisions a strong cavalry corps, such as was formed and fought by Generals Sheridan and Wilson during the war. In the artillery arm, the officers differ widely in their opinion of the true organization. A single company forms a battery, and habitually each battery acts separately, though sometimes several are united or massed. But these always act in concert with cavalry or infantry. Nevertheless, the regimental organization for artillery has always been maintained in this country for classification and promotion. 12 companies compose a regiment, and, though probably no colonel ever commanded his full regiment in the form of 12 batteries, yet in peace they occupy our heavy seacoast forts or act as infantry. Then the regimental organization is both necessary and convenient. But the infantry composes the great mass of all armies, and the true form of the regiment or unit has been the subject of infinite discussion. And, as I have stated, during the Civil War the regiment was a single battalion of 10 companies. In olden times the regiment was composed of 8 battalion companies and 2 flank companies. The 1st and 10th companies were armed with rifles, and were styled and used as skirmishers. But during the war they were never used exclusively for that special purpose, and in fact no distinction existed between them and the other 8 companies. The 10-company organization is awkward in practice, and I am satisfied that the infantry regiment should have the same identical organization as exists for the cavalry and artillery, viz. 12 companies, so as to be susceptible of division into 3 battalions of 4 companies each. These companies should habitually be about 101 men strong, giving 1,200 to a regiment, which in practice would settle down to about 1,000 men. 3 such regiments would compose a brigade, 3 brigades a division, and 3 divisions a corps. Then, by allowing to an infantry corps a brigade of cavalry and 6 batteries of field artillery, we would have an efficient corps d'armée of 30,000 men, whose organization would be simple and most efficient, and whose strength should never be allowed to fall below 25,000 men. The corps is the true unit for grand campaigns and battle, should have a full and perfect staff, and everything requisite for separate action, ready at all times to be detached and sent off for any nature of service. The general in command should have the rank of lieutenant general, and should be, by experience and education, equal to anything in war. Habitually with us he was a major general, specially selected and assigned to the command by an order of the President, constituting, in fact, a separate grade. The division is the unit of administration, and is the legitimate command of a major general. The brigade is the next subdivision, and is commanded by a brigadier general. The regiment is the family. The colonel, as the father, should have a personal acquaintance with every officer and man, and should instill a feeling of pride and affection for himself, so that his officers and men would naturally look to him for personal advice and instruction. In war the regiment should never be subdivided, but should always be maintained entire. In peace this is impossible. The company is the true unit of discipline, and the captain is the company. A good captain makes a good company, and he should have the power to reward as well as punish. The fact that soldiers world naturally like to have a good fellow for their captain is the best reason why he should be appointed by the colonel, or by some superior authority, instead of being elected by the men. In the United States the people are the sovereign, all power originally proceeds from them, and therefore the election of officers by the men is the common rule. This is wrong, because an army is not a popular organization, but an animated machine, an instrument in the hands of the executive for enforcing the law, and maintaining the honor and dignity of the nation. And the President, as the constitutional commander-in-chief of the Army and Navy, should exercise the power of appointment, subject to the confirmation of the Senate, of the officers of volunteers, as well as of regulars. No army can be efficient unless it be a unit for action. And the power must come from above, not from below. The president usually delegates his power to the commander-in-chief, and he to the next, and so on down to the lowest actual commander of troops, however small the detachment. No matter how troops come together, when once united, the highest officer in rank is held responsible, and should be consequently armed with the fullest power of the executive, subject only to law and existing orders. The more simple the principle, the greater the likelihood of determined action. And the less a commanding officer is circumscribed by bounds or by precedent, the greater is the probability that he will make the best use of his command and achieve the best results. The regular army and the military academy at West Point have in the past provided, and doubtless will in the future provide an ample supply of good officers for future wars. But, should their numbers be insufficient, we can always safely rely on the great number of young men of education and force of character throughout the country, to supplement them. At the close of our Civil War, lasting 4 years, some of our best corps and division generals, as well as staff officers, were from civil life. But I cannot recall any of the most successful who did not express a regret that he had not received an early life instruction in the elementary principles of the art of war. Instead of being forced to acquire this knowledge in the dangerous and expensive school of actual war. But the vital difficulty was, and will be again, to obtain an adequate number of good soldiers. We tried almost every system known to modern nations, all with more or less success: voluntary enlistments, the draft, and bought substitutes, and I think that all officers of experience will confirm my assertion that the men who voluntarily enlisted at the outbreak of the war were the best, better than the conscript, and far better than the bought substitute. When a regiment is once organized in a state, and mustered into the service of the United States, the officers and men become subject to the same laws of discipline and government as the regular troops. They are in no sense militia, but compose a part of the Army of the United States, only retain their state title for convenience, and yet may be principally recruited from the neighborhood of their original organization, once organized. The regiment should be kept full by recruits, and when it becomes difficult to obtain more recruits, the pay should be raised by Congress, instead of tempting new men by exaggerated bounties. I believe it would have been more economical to have raised the pay of the soldier to $30 or even $50 a month than to have held out the promise of $300 and even $600 in the form of bounty. Toward the close of the war, I have often heard the soldiers complain that the stay-at-home men got better pay, bounties, and food, than they who were exposed to all the dangers and vicissitudes of the battles and marches at the front. The feeling of the soldier should be that, in every event, the sympathy and preference of his government is for him who fights, rather than for him who is on provost or guard duty to the rear, and, like most men, he measures this by the amount of pay. Of course, the soldier must be trained to obedience, and should be content with his wages, but whoever has commanded an army in the field knows the difference between a willing, contented mass of men, and one that feels a cause of grievance. There is a soul to an army as well as to the individual man, and no general can accomplish the full work of his army unless he commands the soul of his men, as well as their bodies and legs. The greatest mistake made in our Civil War was in the mode of recruitment and promotion. When a regiment became reduced by the necessary wear and tear of service, instead of being filled up at the bottom, and the vacancies among the officers filled from the best non-commissioned officers and men, the habit was to raise new regiments, with new colonels, captains, and men, leaving the old and experienced battalions to dwindle away into mere skeleton organizations. I believe with the volunteers this matter was left to the states exclusively, and I remember that Wisconsin kept her regiments filled with recruits, whereas other states generally filled their quotas by new regiments. And the result was that we estimated a Wisconsin regiment equal to an ordinary brigade. I believe that 500 new men added to an old and experienced regiment were more valuable than 1,000 men in the form of a new regiment, for the former by association with good, experienced captains, lieutenants, and non-commissioned officers, soon became veterans, whereas the latter were generally unavailable for a year. The German method of recruitment is simply perfect, and there is no good reason why we should not follow it substantially. On a road, marching by the flank, it would be considered good order to have 5,000 men to a mile, so that a full corps of 30,000 men would extend 6 miles. But with the average trains and batteries of artillery, the probabilities are that it would draw out to 10 miles. On a long and regular march, the divisions and brigades should alternate in the lead. The leading division should be on the road by the earliest dawn, and march at the rate of about 2 miles, or, at most, 2.5 miles an hour, so as to reach camp by noon. Even then the rear divisions and trains will hardly reach camp much before night. Theoretically, a marching column should preserve such order that by simply halting and facing to the right or left, it would be in line of battle. But this is rarely the case, and generally deployments are made forward, by conducting each brigade by the flank obliquely to the right or left to its approximate position in line of battle, and there deployed. In such a line of battle, a brigade of 3,000 infantry would occupy a mile of front. But for a strong line of battle 5,000 men with 2 batteries should be allowed to each mile, or a division would habitually constitute a double line with skirmishers and a reserve on a mile of front. The feeding of an army is a matter of the most vital importance, and demands the earliest attention of the general entrusted with a campaign. To be strong, healthy, and capable of the largest measure of physical effort, the soldier needs about 3 pounds gross of food per day, and the horse or mule about 20 pounds. When a general first estimates the quantity of food and forage needed for an army of 50 or 100,000 men, he is apt to be dismayed, and here a good staff is indispensable, though the general cannot throw off on them the responsibility. He must give the subject his personal attention, for the army reposes in him alone, and should never doubt the fact that their existence overrides in importance all other considerations. Once satisfied of this, and that all has been done that can be, the soldiers are always willing to bear the largest measure of privation. Probably no army ever had a more varied experience in this regard than the one I commanded in 1864 feet 65 inches. Our base of supply was at Nashville, supplied by railways in the Cumberland River, thence by rail to Chattanooga, a secondary base, and thenceforward a single-track railroad. The stores came forward daily, but I endeavored to have on hand a full supply for 20 days in advance. These stores were habitually in the wagon trains, distributed to corps, divisions, and regiments, in charge of experienced quartermasters and commissaries, and became subject to the orders of the generals commanding these bodies. They were generally issued on provision returns, but these had to be closely scrutinized, for too often the colonels would make requisitions for provisions for more men than they reported for battle. Of course, there are always a good many non-combatants with an army, but, after careful study, I limited their amount to 25% of the effective strength, and that was found to be liberal. An ordinary army wagon drawn by 6 mules may be counted on to carry 3,000 pounds net, equal to the food of a full regiment for one day, but, by driving along beef cattle, a commissary may safely count the contents of one wagon as sufficient for 2 days' food for a regiment of 1,000 men. And as a corps should have food on hand for 20 days ready for detachment, it should have 300 such wagons, as a provision train. And for forage, ammunition, clothing, and other necessary stores, it was found necessary to have 300 more wagons, or 600 wagons in all, for a corps d'armée. These should be absolutely under the immediate control of the corps commander, who will, however, find it economical to distribute them in due proportion to his divisions, brigades, and even regiments. Each regiment ought usually to have at least 1 wagon for convenience to distribute stores, and each company 2 pack mules, so that the regiment may always be certain of a meal on reaching camp without waiting for the larger trains. On long marches the artillery and wagon trains should always have the right of way, and the troops should improvise roads to one side, unless forced to use a bridge in common, and all trains should have escorts to protect them, and to assist them in bad places. To this end there is nothing like actual experience, only, unless the officers in command give the subject their personal attention, they will find their wagon trains loaded down with tents, personal baggage, and even the arms and knapsacks of the escort. Each soldier should, if not actually sick or wounded, carry his musket and equipments containing from 40 to 60 rounds of ammunition, his shelter tent, a blanket or overcoat, and an extra pair of pants, socks, and drawers, in the form of a scarf, worn from the left shoulder to the right side in lieu of knapsack, and in his haversack he should carry some bread, cooked meat, salt, and coffee. I do not believe a soldier should be loaded down too much, but, including his clothing, arms, and equipment, he can carry about 50 pounds without impairing his health or activity. A simple calculation will show that by such a distribution a corps will thus carry the equivalent of 500 wagon loads, an immense relief to the trains. Where an army is near one of our many large navigable rivers, or has the safe use of a railway, it can usually be supplied with the full army ration, which is by far the best furnished to any army in America or Europe. But when it is compelled to operate away from such a base, and is dependent on its own train of wagons, the commanding officer must exercise a wise discretion in the selection of his stores. In my opinion, there is no better food for man than beef cattle driven on the hoof, issued liberally, with salt, bacon, and bread. Coffee has also become almost indispensable, though many substitutes were found for it, such as Indian corn, roasted, ground, and boiled as coffee, the sweet potato, and the seed of the okra plant prepared in the same way. All these were used by the people of the South, who for years could procure no coffee, but I noticed that the women always begged of us some real coffee, which seems to satisfy a natural yearning or craving more powerful than can be accounted for on the theory of habit. Therefore I would always advise that the coffee-sugar ration be carried along, even at the expense of bread, for which there are many substitutes. Of these, Indian corn is the best and most abundant. Parched in a frying pan, it is excellent food, or if ground, or pounded and boiled with meat of any sort, it makes a most nutritious meal. The potato, both Irish and sweet, forms an excellent substitute for bread, and at Savannah we found that rice was also suitable, both for men and animals. For the former it should be cleaned of its husk in a hominy block easily prepared out of a log, and sifted with a coarse corn bag, but for horses it should be fed in the straw. During the Atlanta campaign we were supplied by our regular commissaries with all sorts of patent compounds, such as desiccated vegetables, and concentrated milk, meat biscuit, and sausages. But somehow the men preferred the simpler and more familiar forms of food, and usually styled these desecrated vegetables and consecrated milk. We were also supplied liberally with lime juice, sauerkraut, and pickles, as an antidote to scurvy, and I now recall the extreme anxiety of my medical director, Dr. Kiddo, about the scurvy, which he reported at one time as spreading and imperiling the army. This occurred at a crisis about Kennesaw, when the railroad was taxed to its utmost capacity to provide the necessary ammunition, food, and forage, and could not possibly bring us an adequate supply of potatoes and cabbage, the usual antiscorbutics. When providentially the blackberries ripened and proved an admirable antidote, and I have known the skirmish line, without orders, to fight a respectable battle for the possession of some old fields that were full of blackberries. Soon, thereafter, the green corn or roasting ear came into season, and I heard no more of the scurvy. Our country abounds with plants which can be utilized for a prevention to the scurvy. Besides the above are the persimmon, the sassafras root and bud, the wild mustard, the agave, turnip tops, the dandelion cooked as greens, and a decoction of the ordinary pine leaf. For the more delicate and costly articles of food for the sick we relied mostly on the agents of the Sanitary Commission. I do not wish to doubt the value of these organizations, which gained so much applause during our Civil War, for no one can question the motives of these charitable and generous people. But to be honest, I must record an opinion that the Sanitary Commission should limit its operations to the hospitals at the rear, and should never appear at the front. They were generally local in feeling, aimed to furnish their personal friends and neighbors with a better class of food than the government supplied, and the consequence was that one regiment of a brigade would receive potatoes and fruit which would be denied another regiment close by. Jealousy would be the inevitable result, and in an army all parts should be equal. There should be no partiality, favor, or affection. The government should supply all essential wants, and in the hospitals to the rear will be found abundant opportunities for the exercise of all possible charity and generosity. During the war I several times gained the ill will of the agents of the Sanitary Commission because I forbade their coming to the front unless they would consent to distribute their stores equally among all, regardless of the parties who had contributed them. The sick, wounded, and dead of an army are the subjects of the greatest possible anxiety, and add an immense amount of labor to the well men. Each regiment in an active campaign should have a surgeon and 2 assistants always close at hand, and each brigade and division should have an experienced surgeon as a medical director. The great majority of wounds and of sickness should be treated by the regimental surgeon, on the ground, under the eye of the colonel. As few should be sent to the brigade or division hospital as possible, for the men always receive better care with their own regiment than with strangers, and as a rule the cure is more certain. But when men receive disabling wounds, or have sickness likely to become permanent, the sooner they go far to the rear the better for all. The tent or the shelter of a tree is a better hospital than a house, whose walls absorb fetid and poisonous emanations, and then give them back to the atmosphere. To men accustomed to the open air, who live on the plainest food, wounds seem to give less pain, and are attended with less danger to life than to ordinary soldiers in barracks. Wounds which, in 1861, would have sent a man to the hospital for months, in 1865 were regarded as mere scratches, rather the subject of a joke than of sorrow. To new soldiers the sight of blood and death always has a sickening effect, but soon men become accustomed to it, and I have heard them exclaim on seeing a dead comrade borne to the rear, "Well, Bill has turned up his toes to the daisies." Of course, during a skirmish or battle, armed men should never leave their ranks to attend a dead or wounded comrade. This should be seen to in advance by the colonel, who should designate his musicians or company cooks as hospital attendants, with a white rag on their arm to indicate their office. A wounded man should go himself, if able, to the surgeon near at hand, or, if he need help, he should receive it from one of the attendants and not a comrade. It is wonderful how soon the men accustom themselves to these simple rules. In great battles these matters call for a more enlarged attention, and then it becomes the duty of the division general to see that proper stretchers and field hospitals are ready for the wounded, and trenches are dug for the dead. There should be no real neglect of the dead, because it has a bad effect on the living, for each soldier values himself and comrade as highly as though he were living in a good house at home. The regimental chaplain, if any, usually attends the burials from the hospital, should make notes and communicate details to the captain of the company, and to the family at home. Of course it is usually impossible to mark the grave with names, dates, etc., and consequently the names of the unknown in our national cemeteries equal about 1/2 of all the dead. Very few of the battles in which I have participated were fought as described in European textbooks, viz., in great masses, in perfect order, maneuvering by corps, divisions, and brigades. We were generally in a wooded country, and, though our lines were deployed according to tactics, the men generally fought in strong skirmish lines, taking advantage of the shape of ground, and of every cover. We were generally the assailants, and in wooded and broken countries that the defensive had a positive advantage over us, for they were always ready, had cover, and always knew the ground to their immediate front. Whereas we, their assailants, had to grope our way over unknown ground, and generally found a cleared field or prepared entanglements that held us for a time under a close and withering fire. Rarely did the opposing lines in compact order come into actual contact, but when, as at Peachtree Creek and Atlanta, the lines did become commingled, the men fought individually in every possible style. More frequently with the musket clubbed than with the bayonet, and in some instances the men clinched like wrestlers, and went to the ground together. Europeans frequently criticized our war, because we did not always take full advantage of a victory. The true reason was, that habitually the woods served as a screen, and we often did not realize the fact that our enemy had retreated till he was already miles away and was again entrenched, having left a mere skirmish line to cover the movement, in turn to fall back to the new position. Our war was fought with the muzzle-loading rifle. Toward the close I had one brigade, Walcutt's, armed with breech-loading Spencers. The cavalry generally had breech-loading carbines, Spencers, and Sharps, both of which were good arms. The only change that breech-loading arms will probably make in the art and practice of war will be to increase the amount of ammunition to be expended, and necessarily to be carried along. To still further thin out the lines of attack, and to reduce battles to short, quick, decisive conflicts. It does not in the least affect the grand strategy, or the necessity for perfect organization, drill, and discipline. The companies and battalions will be more dispersed, and the men will be less under the immediate eye of their officers, and therefore a higher order of intelligence and courage on the part of the individual soldier will be an element of strength. When a regiment is deployed as skirmishers, and crosses an open field or woods, under heavy fire, if each man runs forward from tree to tree, or stump to stump, and yet preserves a good general alignment, it gives great confidence to the men themselves, for they always keep their eyes well to the right and left, and watch their comrades. But when some few hold back, stick too close or too long to a comfortable log, it often stops the line and defeats the whole object. Therefore, the more we improve the firearm, the more will be the necessity for good organization, good discipline and intelligence on the part of the individual soldier and officer. There is, of course, such a thing as individual courage, which has a value in war, but familiarity with danger, experience in war and its common attendants, and personal habit, are equally valuable traits. And these are the qualities with which we usually have to deal in war. All men naturally shrink from pain and danger, and only incur their risk from some higher motive, or from habit. So that I would define true courage to be a perfect sensibility of the measure of danger, and a mental willingness to incur it, rather than that insensibility to danger of which I have heard far more than I have seen. The most courageous men are generally unconscious of possessing the quality, therefore, when one professes it too openly, by words or bearing, there is reason to mistrust it. I would further illustrate my meaning by describing a man of true courage to be one who possesses all his faculties and senses perfectly when serious danger is actually present. Modern wars have not materially changed the relative values or proportions of the several arms of service: infantry, artillery, cavalry, and engineers. If anything, the infantry has been increased in value. The danger of cavalry attempting to charge infantry armed with breech-loading rifles was fully illustrated at Sedan, and with us very frequently. So improbable has such a thing become that we have omitted the infantry square from our recent tactics. Still, cavalry against cavalry, and as auxiliary to infantry, will always be valuable, while all great wars will, as heretofore, depend chiefly on the infantry. Artillery is more valuable with new and inexperienced troops than with veterans. In the early stages of the war, the field guns often bore the proportion of 6 to 1,000 men, but toward the close of the war 1 gun, or at most 2, to 1,000 men, was deemed enough. Sieges, such as characterized the wars of the last century, are too slow for this period of the world, and the Prussians recently almost ignored them altogether, penetrated France between the forts, and left a superior force in observation to watch the garrison and accept its surrender when the greater events of the war ahead made further resistance useless. But earth forts, and especially field works, will hereafter play an important part in war, because they enable a minor force to hold a superior one in check for a time, and time is a most valuable element in all wars. It was one of Prof. Mahan's maxims that the spade was as useful in war as the musket, and to this I will add the axe. The habit of entrenching certainly does have the effect of making new troops timid. When a line of battle is once covered by a good parapet, made by the engineers or by the labor of the men themselves, it does require an effort to make them leave it in the face of danger. But when the enemy is entrenched, it becomes absolutely necessary to permit each brigade and division of the troops immediately opposed to throw up a corresponding trench for their own protection in case of a sudden sally. We invariably did this in all our recent campaigns, and it had no ill effect, though sometimes our troops were a little too slow in leaving their well-covered lines to assail the enemy in position or on retreat. Even our skirmishers were in the habit of rolling logs together, or of making a lunette of rails, with dirt in front, to cover their bodies, and, though it revealed their position, I cannot say that it worked a bad effect. So that, as a rule, it may safely be left to the men themselves, on the defensive. There is no doubt of the propriety of fortifying. But in the assailing army the general must watch closely to see that his men do not neglect an opportunity to drop his precautionary defenses, and act promptly on the offensive at every chance. I have many a time crept forward to the skirmish line to avail myself of the cover of the picket's little fort, to observe more closely some expected result. And always talked familiarly with the men, and was astonished to see how well they comprehended the general object, and how accurately they were informed of the state of facts existing miles away from their particular corps. Soldiers are very quick to catch the general drift and purpose of a campaign, and are always sensible when they are well commanded or well cared for. Once impressed with this fact, and that they are making progress, they bear cheerfully any amount of labor and privation. In camp, and especially in the presence of an active enemy, it is much easier to maintain discipline than in barracks in time of peace. Crime and breaches of discipline are much less frequent, and the necessity for courts-martial far less. The captain can usually inflict all the punishment necessary, and the colonel should always. The field officer's court is the best form for war, viz. One of the field officers, the lieutenant colonel or major, can examine the case and report his verdict, and the colonel should execute it. Of course, there are statutory offenses which demand a general court-martial, and these must be ordered by the division or corps commander. But the presence of one of our regular civilian judge advocates in an army in the field would be a first-class nuisance, for technical courts always work mischief. Too many courts-martial in any command are evidence of poor discipline and inefficient officers. For the rapid transmission of orders in an army covering a large space of ground, the magnetic telegraph is by far the best, though habitually the paper and pencil, with good mounted orderlies, answer every purpose. I have little faith in the signal service by flags and torches, though we always used them, because, almost invariably when they were most needed, the view was cut off by intervening trees, or by mists and fogs. There was one notable instance in my experience, when the signal flags carried a message of vital importance over the heads of Hood's army, which had interposed between me and Allatoona, and had broken the telegraph wires as recorded in Chapter 19. But the value of the magnetic telegraph in war cannot be exaggerated, as was illustrated by the perfect concert of action between the armies in Virginia and Georgia during 1864. Hardly a day intervened when General Grant did not know the exact state of facts with me, more than 1,500 miles away as the wires ran. So on the field a thin insulated wire may be run on improvised stakes or from tree to tree for 6 or more miles in a couple of hours, and I have seen operators so skillful that by cutting the wire they would receive a message with their tongues from a distant station. As a matter of course, the ordinary commercial wires along the railways form the usual telegraph lines for an army, and these are easily repaired and extended as the army advances. But each army and wing should have a small party of skilled men to put up the field wire, and take it down when done. This is far better than the signal flags and torches. Our commercial telegraph lines will always supply for war enough skillful operators. The value of railways is also fully recognized in war quite as much as, if not more so than, in peace. The Atlanta campaign would simply have been impossible without the use of the railroads from Louisville to Nashville, 185 miles, from Nashville to Chattanooga 151 miles, and from Chattanooga to Atlanta 137 miles. Every mile of this single track was so delicate that one man could in a minute have broken or moved a rail, but our trains usually carried along the tools and means to repair such a break. We had, however, to maintain strong guards and garrisons at each important bridge or trestle, the destruction of which would have necessitated time for rebuilding. For the protection of a bridge, 1 or 2 log block houses, 2 stories high, with a piece of ordnance and a small infantry guard, usually sufficed. The blockhouse had a small parapet and ditch about it, and the roof was made shot-proof by earth piled on. These points could usually be reached only by a dash of the enemy's cavalry, and many of these blockhouses successfully resisted serious attacks by both cavalry and artillery. The only blockhouse that was actually captured on the Main was the one described near Allatoona. Our trains from Nashville forward were operated under military rules, and ran about 10 miles an hour in gangs of 4 trains of 10 cars each. For such groups of trains daily made 160 cars, of 10 tons each, carrying 1,600 tons, which exceeded the absolute necessity of the army, and allowed for the accidents that were common and inevitable. But, as I have recorded, that single stem of railroad, 473 miles long, supplied an army of 100,000 men and 35,000 animals for the period of 196 days, viz. from May 1 to November 12, 1864. To have delivered regularly that amount of food and forage by ordinary wagons would have required 36,800 wagons of 6 mules each, allowing each wagon to have hauled 2 tons 20 miles each day. A simple impossibility in roads such as then existed in that region of country. Therefore, I reiterate that the Atlanta campaign was an impossibility without these railroads, and only then, because we had the men and means to maintain and defend them, in addition to what were necessary to overcome the enemy. Habitually, a passenger car will carry 50 men with their necessary baggage. Boxcars, and even platform cars, answer the purpose well enough, but they should always have rough board seats. For sick and wounded men, boxcars filled with straw or bushes were usually employed. Personally, I saw but little of the practical working of the railroads, for I only turned back once as far as Resica. But I had daily reports from the engineer in charge, and officers who came from the rear often explained to me the whole thing, with a description of the wrecked trains all the way from Nashville to Atlanta. I am convinced that the risk to life to the engineers and men on that railroad fully equaled that on the skirmish line, called for as high an order of courage, and fully equaled it in importance. Still, I doubt if there be any necessity in time of peace to organize a corps specially to work the military railroads in time of war, because in peace these same men gain all the necessary experience, possess all the daring and courage of soldiers, and only need the occasional protection and assistance of the necessary train guard, which may be composed of the furloughed men coming and going, or of details made from the local garrisons to the rear. For the transfer of large armies by rail, from one theater of action to another by the rear, the cases of the transfer of the 11th and 12th Corps, General Hooker, 23,000 men from the east to Chattanooga, 1,192 miles in 7 days, in the fall of 1863. And that of the Army of the Ohio, General Schofield, 15,000 men from the Valley of the Tennessee to Washington, 1,400 miles in 11 days, en route to North Carolina in January, 1865. Are the best examples of which I have any knowledge, and reference to these is made in the report of the Secretary of War, Mr. Stanton, dated November 22, 1865. Engineer troops attached to an army are habitually employed in supervising the construction of forts or field works of a nature more permanent than the lines need by the troops in motion, and in repairing roads and making bridges. I had several regiments of this kind that were most useful, but as a rule we used the infantry, or employed parties of freedmen, who worked on the trenches at night while the soldiers slept, and these in turn rested by day. Habitually the repair of the railroad and its bridges was committed to hired laborers, like the English navies, under the supervision of Colonel W. W. Wright, a railroad engineer, who was in the military service at the time, and his successful labors were frequently referred to in the official reports of the campaign. For the passage of rivers, each Army Corps had a pontoon train with a detachment of engineers, and, on reaching a river, the leading infantry division was charged with the labor of putting it down. Generally the single pontoon train could provide for 900 feet of bridge, which sufficed. But when the rivers were very wide, 2 such trains would be brought together, or the single train was supplemented by a trestle bridge, or bridges made on cribwork, out of timber found near the place. The pontoons in general use were skeleton frames, made with a hinge, so as to fold back and constitute a wagon body. In this same wagon were carried the cotton canvas cover, the anchor and chains, and a due proportion of the box, cheeses, and lashings. All the troops became very familiar with their mechanism and use, and we were rarely delayed by reason of a river, however broad. I saw, recently, in Aldershot, England, a very complete pontoon train. The boats were sheathed with wood and felt, made very light, but I think these were more liable to chafing and damage in rough handling than were our less expensive and rougher boats. On the whole, I would prefer the skeleton frame and canvas cover to any style of pontoon that I have ever seen. In relation to guards, pickets, and vedettes, I doubt if any discoveries or improvements were made during our war, or in any of the modern wars in Europe. These precautions vary with the nature of the country and the situation of each army. When advancing or retreating in line of battle, the usual skirmish line constitutes the picket line, and may have reserves, but usually the main line of battle constitutes the reserve. And in this connection I will state that the recent innovation introduced into the new infantry tactics by General Upton is admirable, for by it each regiment, brigade, and division deployed sends forward as skirmishers the one man of each set of 4s, to cover its own front, and these can be recalled or reinforced at pleasure by the bugle signal. For flank guards and rear guards, 1 or more companies should be detached under their own officers, instead of making up the guard by detailing men from the several companies. For regimental or camp guards, the details should be made according to existing Army regulations. And all the guards should be posted early in the evening, so as to afford each sentinel or vedette a chance to study his ground before it becomes too dark. In like manner as to the staff. The more intimately it comes into contact with the troops, the more useful and valuable it becomes. The almost entire separation of the staff from the line, as now practiced by us, and hitherto by the French, has proved mischievous. And the great retinues of staff officers with which some of our earlier generals began the war were simply ridiculous. I don't believe in a chief of staff at all, and any general commanding an army, corps, or division, that has a staff officer who professes to know more than his chief, is to be pitied. Each regiment should have a competent adjutant, quartermaster, and commissary, with 2 or 3 medical officers. Each brigade commander should have the same staff, with the addition of a couple of young aides-de-camp, habitually selected from the subalterns of the brigade, who should be good writers, and intelligent enough to give and explain the orders of their general. The same staff will answer for a division. The general in command of a separate army, and of a corps d'armée, should have the same professional assistants, with 2 or more good engineers, and his adjutant general should exercise all the functions usually ascribed to a chief of staff, viz. He should possess the ability to comprehend the scope of operations, and to make verbally and in writing all the orders and details necessary to carry into effect the views of his general, as well as to keep the returns and records of events for the information of the next higher authority, and for history. A bulky staff implies a division of responsibility, slowness of action, and indecision, whereas a small staff implies activity and concentration of purpose. The smallness of General Grant's staff throughout the Civil War forms the best model for future imitation. So of tents, officers' furniture, etc., etc. In real war these should all be discarded, and an army is efficient for action and motion exactly in the inverse ratio of its impedimenta. Tents should be omitted altogether, save 1 to a regiment for an office, and a few for the division hospital. Officers should be content with a tent fly, improvising poles and shelter out of bushes. The tents d'abri, or shelter tent, carried by the soldier himself, is all sufficient. Officers should never seek for houses, but share the condition of their men. A recent message, July 18, 1874, made to the French Assembly by Marshal MacMahon, President of the French Republic, submits a projet de loi, with a report prepared by a board of French generals on army administration, which is full of information, and is as applicable to us as to the French. I quote from its very beginning: "The misfortunes of the campaign of 1870 have demonstrated the inferiority of our system. 2 separate organizations existed with parallel functions, that general, more occupied in giving direction to his troops than in providing for their material wants, which he regarded as the special province of the staff. And the intendant, staff, often working at random, taking on his shoulders a crushing burden of functions and duties, exhausting himself with useless efforts, and aiming to accomplish an insufficient service, to the disappointment of everybody. This separation of the administration and command, this coexistence of 2 wills, each independent of the other, which paralyzed both and annulled the dualism, was condemned. It was decided by the board that this error should be proscribed in the new military system." The report then goes on at great length discussing the provisions of the new law, which is described to be a radical change from the old one on the same subject. While conceding to the Minister of War in Paris the general control and supervision of the entire military establishment, primarily, especially of the annual estimates or budget, and the great depots of supply, it distributes to the commanders of the corps d'armée in time of peace, and to all army commanders generally in time of war, the absolute command of the money, provisions, and stores, with the necessary staff officers to receive, issue, and account for them. I quote further: "The object of this law is to confer on the commander of troops whatever liberty of action the case demands. He has the power even to go beyond the regulations, in circumstances of urgency and pressing necessity. The extraordinary measures he may take on these occasions may require their execution without delay. The staff officer has but one duty before obeying, and that is to submit his observations to the general, and to ask his orders in writing. With this formality his responsibility ceases, and the responsibility for the extraordinary act falls solely on the general who gives the order. The officers and agents charged with supplies are placed under the orders of the general in command of the troops, that is, they are obliged both in war and peace to obey, with the single qualification above named. of first making their observations and securing the written order of the general. With us, today, the law and regulations are that, no matter what may be the emergency, the commanding general in Texas, New Mexico, and the remote frontiers, cannot draw from the arsenals a pistol cartridge or any sort of ordnance stores, without first procuring an order of the Secretary of War in Washington. The commanding general, though entrusted with the lives of his soldiers and with the safety of a frontier in a condition of chronic war, cannot touch or be trusted with ordnance stores or property, and that is declared to be the law. Every officer of the old army remembers how, in 1861, we were hampered with the old blue army regulations, which tied our hands, and that to do anything positive and necessary we had to tear it all to pieces, cut the red tape, as it was called. A dangerous thing for an army to do, for it was calculated to bring the law and authority into contempt. But war was upon us, and overwhelming necessity overrides all law. This French report is well worth the study of our army officers, of all grades and classes, and I will only refer again, casually, to another part, wherein it discusses the subject of military correspondence, whether the staff officer should correspond directly with his chief in Paris, submitting to his general copies, or whether he should be required to carry on his correspondence through his general, so that the latter could promptly forward the communication, endorsed with his own remarks and opinions. The latter is declared by the board to be the only safe role, because the general should never be ignorant of anything that is transpiring that concerns his command. In this country, as in France, Congress controls the great questions of war and peace, makes all laws for the creation and government of armies, and votes the necessary supplies, leaving to the President to execute and apply these laws. Especially the harder task of limiting the expenditure of public money to the amount of the annual appropriations. The executive power is further subdivided into the 7 great departments, and to the Secretary of War is confided the general care of the military establishment, and his powers are further subdivided into 10 distinct and separate bureaus. The chiefs of these bureaus are under the immediate orders of the Secretary of War, who, through them, in fact commands the army from his office, but cannot do so, in the field, an absurdity in military if not civil law. The subordinates of these staff corps and departments are selected and chosen from the army itself, or fresh from West Point, and too commonly construe themselves into the elite, as made of better clay than the common soldier. Thus they separate themselves more and more from their comrades of the line, and in process of time realize the condition of that old officer of artillery who thought the army would be a delightful place for a gentleman if it were not for the D.D. soldier. Or, better still, the conclusion of the young lord in Henry IV, who told Harry Percy, Hotspur, that, but for these vile guns he would himself have been a soldier. This is all wrong. Utterly at variance with our democratic form of government and of universal experience, and now that the French, from whom we had copied the system, have utterly proscribed it, I hope that our Congress will follow suit. I admit, in its fullest force, the strength of the maxim that the civil law should be superior to the military in time of peace, that the army should be at all times subject to the direct control of Congress. And I assert that, from the formation of our government to the present day, the regular army has set the highest example of obedience to law and authority. But, for the very reason that our army is comparatively so very small, I hold that it should be the best possible, organized and governed on true military principles, and that in time of peace we should preserve the habits and usages of war. So that, when war does come, we may not again be compelled to suffer the disgrace, confusion, and disorder of 1861. The commanding officers of divisions, departments, and posts, should have the amplest powers, not only to command their troops, but all the stores designed for their use, and the officers of the staff necessary to administer them, within the area of their command. And then with fairness they could be held to the most perfect responsibility. The President and Secretary of War can command the army quite as well through these generals as through the subordinate staff officers. Of course, the Secretary would, as now, distribute the funds according to the appropriation bills, and reserve to himself the absolute control and supervision of the larger arsenals and depots of supply. The error lies in the law, or in the judicial interpretation thereof, and no code of army regulations can be made that meets the case, until Congress, like the French corps legislative, utterly annihilates and proscribes the old law and the system which has grown up under it. It is related of Napoleon that his last words were, "Tête d'armée." Doubtless, as the shadow of death obscured his memory, the last thought that remained for speech was of some event when he was directing an important head of column. I believe that every general who has handled armies in battle must recall from his own experience the intensity of thought on some similar occasion, when by a single command he had given the finishing stroke to some complicated action. But to me recurs another thought that is worthy of record, and may encourage others who are to follow us in our profession. I never saw the rear of an army engaged in battle, but I feared that some calamity had happened at the front. The apparent confusion, broken wagons, crippled horses, men lying about dead and maimed, parties hastening to and fro in seeming disorder, and a general apprehension of something dreadful about to ensue. All these signs, however, lessened as I neared the front, and there the contrast was complete. Perfect order, men and horses full of confidence, and it was not unusual for general hilarity, laughing, and cheering. Although cannon might be firing, the musketry clattering, and the enemy's shot hitting close, there reigned a general feeling of strength and security that bore a marked contrast to the bloody signs that had drifted rapidly to the rear. Therefore, for comfort and safety, I surely would rather be at the front than the rear line of battle. So also on the march, the head of a column moves on steadily, while the rear is alternately halting and then rushing forward to close up the gap. And all sorts of rumors, especially the worst, float back to the rear. Old troops invariably deem it a special privilege to be in the front, to be at the head of column, because experience has taught them that it is the easiest and most comfortable place, and danger only adds zest and stimulus to this fact. The hardest task in war is to lie in support of some position or battery, under fire without the privilege of returning it, or to guard some train left in the rear, within hearing but out of danger, or to provide for the wounded and dead of some corps which is too busy ahead to care for its own. To be at the head of a strong column of troops, in the execution of some task that requires brain, is the highest pleasure of war, a grim one and terrible, but which leaves on the mind and memory the strongest mark. To detect the weak point of an enemy's line, to break through with vehemence and thus lead to victory, or to discover some key point and hold it with tenacity, or to do some other distinct act which is afterward recognized as the real cause of success. These all become matters that are never forgotten. Other great difficulties, experienced by every general, are to measure truly the 1001 reports that come to him in the midst of conflict, to preserve a clear and well-defined purpose at every instant of time, and to cause all efforts to converge to that end. To do these things he must know perfectly the strength and quality of each part of his own army, as well as that of his opponent, and must be where he can personally see and observe with his own eyes, and judge with his own mind. No man can properly command an army from the rear, he must be at its front, and when a detachment is made, the commander thereof should be informed of the object to be accomplished, and left as free as possible to execute it in his own way. And when an army is divided up into several parts, the superior should always attend that one which he regards as most important. Some men think that modern armies may be so regulated that a general can sit in an office and play on his several columns as on the keys of a piano. This is a fearful mistake. The directing mind must be at the very head of the army, must be seen there, and the effect of his mind and personal energy must be felt by every officer and man present with it, to secure the best results. Every attempt to make war easy and safe will result in humiliation and disaster. Lastly, mail facilities should be kept up with an army if possible, that officers and men may receive and send letters to their friends, thus maintaining the home influence of infinite assistance to discipline. Newspaper correspondence with an army, as a rule, are mischievous. They are the world's gossips, pick up and retail the camp scandal, and gradually drift to the headquarters of some general, who finds it easier to make reputation at home than with his own corps or division. They are also tempted to prophesy events and state facts which, to an enemy, reveal a purpose in time to guard against it. Moreover, they are always bound to see facts colored by the partisan or political character of their own patrons, and thus bring army officers into the political controversies of the day, which are always mischievous and wrong. Yet, so greedy are the people at large for war news, that it is doubtful whether any army commander can exclude all reporters, without bringing down on himself a clamor that may imperil his own safety. Time and moderation must bring a just solution to this modern difficulty. Chapter 26. After the war. In the foregoing pages I have endeavored to describe the public events in which I was an actor or spectator before and during the Civil War of 1861–65. And it now only remains for me to treat of similar matters of general interest subsequent to the Civil War. Within a few days of the Grand Review of May 24, 1865, I took leave of the army at Washington, and with my family went to Chicago to attend a fair held in the interest of the families of soldiers impoverished by the war. I remained there about 2 weeks. On the 22nd of June was at South Bend, Indiana, where 2 of my children were at school, and reached my native place, Lancaster, Ohio, on the 24th. On the 4th of July I visited at Louisville, Kentucky, the 14th, 15th, 16th, and 17th Army Corps, which had come from Washington, under the command of General John A. Logan, for muster out, or further orders. I then made a short visit to General George H. Thomas at Nashville, and returned to Lancaster, where I remained with the family till the receipt of General Orders No. 118 of June 27, 1865, which divided the whole territory of the United States into 19 departments and 5 military divisions, the second of which was the Military Division of the Mississippi, afterward changed to Missouri, Major General W. T. Sherman to command, with headquarters at St. Louis, to embrace the departments of the Ohio, Missouri, and Arkansas. This territorial command included the states north of the Ohio River, and the states and territories north of Texas, as far west as the Rocky Mountains, including Montana, Utah, and New Mexico. But the part east of the Mississippi was soon transferred to another division. The department commanders were General E. O. C. Ord, at Detroit, General John Pope, at Fort Leavenworth, and General J. J. Reynolds, at Little Rock, but these also were soon changed. I at once assumed command, and ordered my staff and headquarters from Washington to St. Louis, Missouri, going there in person on the 16th of July. My thoughts and feelings at once reverted to the construction of the Great Pacific Railway, which had been chartered by Congress in the midst of war, and was then in progress. I put myself in communication with the parties engaged in the work, visiting them in person, and assured them that I would afford them all possible assistance and encouragement. Durant, the leading man of the Union Pacific, seemed to me a person of ardent nature, of great ability and energy, enthusiastic in his undertaking, and determined to build the road from Omaha to San Francisco. He had an able corps of assistants, collecting materials, letting out contracts for ties, grading, etc., and I attended the celebration of the first completed division of 16.5 miles, from Omaha to Papillon. When the orators spoke so confidently of the determination to build 2,000 miles of railway across the plains, mountains, and desert, devoid of timber, with no population, but on the contrary raided by the bold and bloody Sioux and Cheyennes, who had almost successfully defied our power for half a century, I was disposed to treat it jocularly, because I could not help recall our California experience of 1855–56. When we celebrated the completion of 22.5 miles of the same road eastward of Sacramento. On which occasion Edward Baker had electrified us by his unequaled oratory, painting the glorious things which would result from uniting the western coast with the east by bands of iron. Baker then, with a poet's imagination, saw the vision of the mighty future, but not the gulf which meantime was destined to swallow up 500,000 of the brightest and best youth of our land. And that he himself would be one of the first victims far away on the banks of the Potomac. He was killed in battle at Ball's Bluff, October 21, 1861. The Kansas Pacific was designed to unite with the main branch about the 100° meridian, near Fort Kearny. Mr. Shoemaker was its general superintendent and building contractor, and this branch in 1865 was finished about 40 miles to a point near Lawrence, Kansas. I may not be able to refer to these roads again except incidentally, and will, therefore, record here that the location of this branch afterward was changed from the Republican to the Smoky Hill Fork of the Kansas River, and is now the main line to Denver. The Union and Central Railroads from the beginning were pushed with a skill, vigor, and courage which always commanded my admiration, the two meeting at Promontory Point, Utah, July 15, 1869. And in my judgment constitute one of the greatest and most beneficent achievements of man on earth. The construction of the Union Pacific Railroad was deemed so important that the President, at my suggestion, constituted on the 5th of March 1866, the new Department of the Platte, General P. St. George Cooke commanding, succeeded by General C. Augur, headquarters at Omaha, with orders to give ample protection to the working parties, and to afford every possible assistance in the construction of the road, and subsequently in like manner the Department of Dakota was constituted, General A. H. Terry commanding, with headquarters at St. Paul, to give similar protection and encouragement to the Northern Pacific Railroad. These departments, with changed commanders, have continued up to the present day, and have fulfilled perfectly the uses for which they were designed. During the years 1865 and 1866 the Great Plains remained almost in a state of nature, being the pasture fields of about 10 million buffalo, deer, elk, and antelope, and were in full possession of the Sioux, Cheyennes, Arapahoes, and Kiowas. A race of bold Indians, who saw plainly that the construction of two parallel railroads right through their country would prove destructive to the game on which they subsisted, and consequently fatal to themselves. The troops were posted to the best advantage to protect the parties engaged in building these roads, and in person I reconnoitered well to the front, traversing the buffalo regions from south to north, and from east to west. Often with a very small escort, mingling with the Indians whenever safe, and thereby gained personal knowledge of matters which enabled me to use the troops to the best advantage. I am sure that without the courage and activity of the department commanders with the small bodies of regular troops on the plains during the years 1866 to 69, the Pacific railroads could not have been built. But once built and in full operation, the fate of the buffalo and Indian was settled for all time to come. At the close of the Civil War there were 1,516 names on the muster rolls, of which 797,807 were present, and 202,709 absent, of which 22,929 were regulars, the others were volunteers, colored troops, and veteran reserves. The regulars consisted of 6 regiments of cavalry, 5 of artillery, and 19 of infantry. By the Act of July 28, 1866, the peace establishment was fixed at 1 general, Grant, 1 lieutenant general, Sherman, 5 major generals, Halleck, Meade, Sheridan, Thomas, and Hancock, 10 brigadiers, McDowell, Cook, Pope, Hooker, Schofield, Howard, Terry, Ord, Canby, and Rousseau, 10 regiments of cavalry, 5 of artillery, and 45 of infantry, admitting of an aggregate force of 54,641 men. All others were mustered out, and thus were remanded to their homes nearly 1,000,000 of strong, vigorous men who had imbibed the somewhat erratic habits of the soldier. These were of every profession and trade in life. On regaining their homes, found their places occupied by others, that their friends and neighbors were different, and that they themselves had changed. They naturally looked for new homes to the Great West, to the new territories and states as far as the Pacific coast, and we realize today that the vigorous men who control Kansas, Nebraska, Dakota, Montana, Colorado, etc., etc., were soldiers of the Civil War. These men flocked to the plains, and were rather stimulated than retarded by the danger of an Indian war. This was another potent agency in producing the result we enjoy today, in having in so short a time replaced the wild buffaloes by more numerous herds of tame cattle, and by substituting for the useless Indians the intelligent owners of productive farms and cattle ranches. While these great changes were being wrought at the West, in the East politics had resumed full sway, and all the methods of anti-war times had been renewed. President Johnson had differed with his party as to the best method of reconstructing the state governments of the South, which had been destroyed and impoverished by the war, and the press began to agitate the question of the next president. Of course, all Union men naturally turned to General Grant, and the result was jealousy of him by the personal friends of President Johnson and some of his cabinet. Mr. Johnson always seemed very patriotic and friendly, and I believed him honest and sincere in his declared purpose to follow strictly the Constitution of the United States in restoring the Southern states to their normal place in the Union. But the same cordial friendship subsisted between General Grant and myself, which was the outgrowth of personal relations dating back to 1839. So I resolved to keep out of this conflict. In September 1866, I was in the mountains of New Mexico, when a message reached me that I was wanted at Washington. I had with me a couple of officers and half a dozen soldiers as escort, and traveled down the Arkansas, through the Kiowas, Comanches, Cheyennes, and Arapahoes, all more or less disaffected, but reached St. Louis in safety, and proceeded to Washington, where I reported to General Grant. He explained to me that President Johnson wanted to see me. He did not know the why or wherefore, but supposed it had some connection with an order he, General Grant, had received to escort the newly appointed minister, Hon. Lew Campbell, of Ohio, to the court of Juarez, the president-elect of Mexico, which country was still in possession of the Emperor Maximilian, supported by a corps of French troops commanded by General Bazaine. General Grant denied the right of the president to order him on a diplomatic mission unattended by troops, said that he had thought the matter over, will disobey the order, and stand the consequences. He manifested much feeling, and said it was a plot to get rid of him. I then went to President Johnson, who treated me with great cordiality, and said that he was very glad I had come. That General Grant was about to go to Mexico on business of importance, and he wanted me at Washington to command the army in General Grant's absence. I then informed him that General Grant would not go, and he seemed amazed. Said that it was generally understood that General Grant construed the occupation of the territories of our neighbor, Mexico, by French troops, and the establishment of an empire therein, with an Austrian prince at its head, as hostile to Republican America, and that the administration had arranged with the French government for the withdrawal of Bazaine's troops, which would leave the country free for the President-elect Juarez to reoccupy the city of Mexico, etc. etc., that Mr. Campbell had been accredited to Juarez, and the fact that he was accompanied by so distinguished a soldier as General Grant would emphasize the act of the United States. I simply reiterated that General Grant would not go, and that he, Mr. Johnson, could not afford to quarrel with him at that time. I further argued that General Grant was at the moment engaged on the most delicate and difficult task of reorganizing the army under the Act of July 28, 1866, that if the real object was to put Mr. Campbell in official communication with President Juarez, supposed to be at El Paso or Monterrey, either General Hancock, whose command embraced New Mexico, or General Sheridan, whose command included Texas, could fulfill the object perfectly. Or, in the event of neither of these alternates proving satisfactory to the Secretary of State, that I could be easier spared than General Grant. Certainly, answered the President, if you will go, that will answer perfectly. The instructions of the Secretary of State, W. H. Seward, to Honorable Louis D. Campbell, Minister to Mexico, dated October 25, 1866, a letter from President Johnson to Secretary of War Stanton, dated October 26, 1866, and the letter of Edwin M. Stanton, Secretary of War, to General Grant, dated October 27, had been already prepared and printed, and the originals or copies were furnished me. But on the 30th of October 1866, the following letter passed. Executive Mansion, Washington, D.C., October 30, 1866. SIR, General Ulysses S. Grant, having found it inconvenient to assume the duties specified in my letter to you of the 26th inst. You will please relieve him, and assign them in all respects to William T. Sherman, Lieutenant General of the Army of the United States. By way of guiding General Sherman in the performance of his duties, you will furnish him with a copy of your special orders to General Grant made in compliance with my letter of the 26th inst. Together with a copy of the instructions of the Secretary of State to Louis D. Campbell, Esq., therein mentioned. The Lieutenant General will proceed to the execution of his duties without delay. Very respectfully yours, Andrew Johnson. To the Honorable Edwin M. Stanton, Secretary of War. At the Navy Department I learned that the United States ship Susquehanna, Captain Alden, was fitting out in New York for the use of this mission, and that there would be time for me to return to St. Louis to make arrangements for a prolonged absence, as also to communicate with Mr. Campbell, who was still at his home in Hamilton, Ohio. By correspondence we agreed to meet in New York, November 8, he accompanied by Mr. Plum, Secretary of Legation, and I by my aide, Colonel Audenried. We embarked November 10, and went to sea next day, making for Havana and Vera Cruz, and, as soon as we were outside of Sandy Hook, I explained to Captain Alden that my mission was ended. because I believed by substituting myself for General Grant I had prevented a serious quarrel between him and the administration, which was unnecessary. We reached Havana on the 18th, with nothing to vary the monotony of an ordinary sea voyage. Except off Hatteras we picked up 1 woman and 20 men from open boats, who had just abandoned a propeller bound from Baltimore to Charleston which foundered. The sea was very rough, but by the personal skill and supervision of Captain Alden every soul reached our deck safely, and was carried to our consul at Havana. At Havana we were very handsomely entertained, especially by Señor Aldama, who took us by rail to his sugar estates at Santa Rosa, and back by Matanzas. We took our departure thence on the 25th, and anchored under Isla Verde, off Vera Cruz, on the 29th. Everything about Vera Cruz indicated the purpose of the French to withdraw, and also that the Emperor Maximilian would precede them, for the Austrian frigate Dandolo was in port, and an Austrian bark, on which were received, according to the report of our consul, Mr. Lane, as many as 1,100 packages of private furniture to be transferred to Miramar, Maximilian's home. And Lieutenant Clarin, of the French Navy, who visited the Susquehanna from the French Commodore, Clouet, told me, without reserve, that, if we had delayed 8 days more, we would have found Maximilian gone. General Bazaine was reported to be in the city of Mexico with about 28,000 French troops, but instead of leaving Mexico in 3 detachments, viz., November, 1866, March, 1867, and November, 1867, as described in Mr. Seward's letter to Mr. Campbell, of October 25, 1866, it looked to me that, as a soldier, he would evacuate at some time before November, 1867, all at once, and not by detachments. Lieutenant Clarin telegraphed Bazaine at the City of Mexico the fact of our arrival, and he sent me a most courteous and pressing invitation to come up to the city. But, as we were accredited to the government of Juarez, it was considered undiplomatic to establish friendly relations with the existing authorities. Meantime we could not hear a word of Juarez, and concluded to search for him along the coast northward. When I was in Versailles, France, July, 1872, learning that General Bazaine was in arrest for the surrender of his army and post at Metz, in 1870, I wanted to call on him to thank him for his courteous invitation to me at Vera Cruz in 1866. I inquired of President Tierra if I could with propriety call on the Marshal. He answered that it would be very acceptable, no doubt, but suggested for form's sake that I should consult the Minister of War, General de Cisse, which I did, and he promptly assented. Accordingly, I called with my aide, Colonel Audenried, on Marshal Bazaine, who occupied a small, 2-story stone house at Versailles, in an enclosure with a high garden wall, at the front gate or door of which was a lodge, in which was a military guard. We were shown to a good room on the 2nd floor, where was seated the Marshal in military half-dress, with large head, full face, short neck, and evidently a man of strong physique. He did not speak English, but spoke Spanish perfectly. We managed to carry on a conversation in which I endeavored to convey my sense of his politeness in inviting me so cordially up to the City of Mexico, and my regret that the peculiar duty on which I was engaged did not admit of a compliance, or even of an intelligent explanation, at the time. He spoke of the whole Mexican business as a sad affair, that the empire necessarily fell with the result of our civil war, and that poor Maximilian was sacrificed to his own high sense of honor. While on board the Susquehanna, on the 1st day of December, 1866, we received the proclamation made by the Emperor Maximilian at Orizaba, in which, notwithstanding the near withdrawal of the French troops, he declared his purpose to remain and shed the last drop of his blood in defense of his dear country. Undoubtedly many of the most substantial people of Mexico, having lost all faith in the stability of the native government, had committed themselves to what they considered the more stable government of Maximilian, and Maximilian, a man of honor, concluded at the last moment he could not abandon them. The consequence was his death. Failing to hear of Juarez, we steamed up the coast to the island of Lobos, and on to Tampico, off which we found the United States steamer Paul Jones, which, drawing less water than the Susquehanna, carried us over the bar to the city. Then in possession of the Liberal party, which recognized Juarez as their constitutional president, but of Juarez and his whereabout we could hear not a word. So we continued up the coast and anchored off Brazos Santiago, December 7th, going ashore in small boats, we found a railroad, under the management of General J.R. West, now one of the commissioners of the city of Washington, who sent us up to Brownsville, Texas. We met on the way General Sheridan, returning from a tour of inspection of the Rio Grande frontier. On Sunday, December 9th, we were all at Matamoros, Mexico, where we met General Escobedo, one of Juarez's trusty lieutenants, who developed to us the general plan agreed on for the overthrow of the empire and the re-establishment of the Republican government of Mexico. He asked of us no assistance, except the loan of some arms, ammunition, clothing, and camp equipage. It was agreed that Mr. Campbell should, as soon as he could get his baggage off the Susquehanna, return to Matamoros, and thence proceed to Monterrey, to be received by Juarez in person as the accredited minister of the United States to the Republic of Mexico. Meantime the weather off the coast was stormy, and the Susquehanna parted a cable, so that we were delayed some days at Brazos, but in due time Mr. Campbell got his baggage, and we regained the deck of the Susquehanna, which got up steam and started for New Orleans. We reached New Orleans December 20th, whence I reported fully everything to General Grant, and on the 21st received the following dispatch. Washington, December 21, 1866. Lieutenant General Sherman, New Orleans. Your telegram of yesterday has been submitted to the President. You are authorized to proceed to St. Louis at your convenience. Your proceedings in the special and delicate duties assigned you are cordially approved by the President and Cabinet and this Department. Edwin M. Stanton. And on the same day I received this dispatch. Galveston, December 21, 1866. To General Sherman, or General Sheridan. Will be in New Orleans tomorrow. Wish to see you both on arrival. On matters of importance. Louis D. Campbell, Minister to Mexico. Mr. Campbell arrived on the 22d, but had nothing to tell of the least importance, save that he was generally disgusted with the whole thing, and had not found Juarez at all. I am sure this whole movement was got up for the purpose of getting General Grant away from Washington, on the pretext of his known antagonism to the French occupation of Mexico, because he was looming up as a candidate for president. And nobody understood the animus and purpose better than did Mr. Stanton. He himself was not then on good terms with President Johnson, and with several of his associates in the cabinet. By Christmas I was back in St. Louis. By this time the conflict between President Johnson and Congress had become open and unconcealed. Congress passed the bill known as the Tenure of Civil Office, on the 2d of March, 1867, over the President's veto, the first clause of which, now Section 1767 of the Revised Statutes, reads thus: Every person who holds any civil office to which he has been or hereafter may be appointed, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, and who shall have become duly qualified to act therein, shall be entitled to hold such office during the term for which he was appointed, unless sooner removed by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, or by the appointment with the like advice and consent of a successor in his place, except as herein otherwise provided. General E. D. Townsend, in his Anecdotes of the Civil War, states tersely and correctly the preliminary circumstances of which I must treat. He says, on Monday morning, August 5, 1867, President Johnson invited Mr. Stanton to resign as Secretary of War. Under the Tenure of Civil Office law, Mr. Stanton declined. The President a week after suspended him, and appointed General Grant, General-in-Chief of the Army, to exercise the functions. This continued until January 13, 1868, when according to the law the Senate passed a resolution not sustaining the President's action. The next morning General Grant came to my office and handed me the key of the Secretary's room, saying, I am to be found over at my office at Army Headquarters. I was served with a copy of the Senate resolution last evening. I then went upstairs and delivered the key of his room to Mr. Stanton. The mode and manner of Mr. Stanton's regaining his office, and of General Grant surrendering it, were at the time subjects of bitter controversy. Unhappily I was involved, and must bear testimony. In all January, 1868, I was a member of a board ordered to compile a code of articles of war and army regulations, of which Major General Sheridan and Brigadier General C.C. Augur were associate members. Our place of meeting was in the room of the Old War Department, second floor, next to the corner room occupied by the Secretary of War, with a door of communication. While we were at work, it was common for General Grant and, afterward, for Mr. Stanton to drop in and chat with us on the social gossip of the time. On Saturday, January 11th, General Grant said that he had more carefully read the law, tenure of civil office, and it was different from what he had supposed. That in case the Senate did not consent to the removal of Secretary of War Stanton, and he, Grant, should hold on, he should incur a liability of $10,000 and 5 years imprisonment. We all expected the resolution of Senator Howard, of Michigan, virtually restoring Mr. Stanton to his office, would pass the Senate, and knowing that the President expected General Grant to hold on, I inquired if he had given notice of his change of purpose. He answered that there was no hurry, because he supposed Mr. Stanton would pursue toward him, Grant, the same course which he, Stanton, had required of him the preceding August, viz., would address him a letter claiming the office, and allow him a couple of days for the change. Still, he said he would go to the White House the same day and notify the President of his intended action. That afternoon I went over to the White House to present General Pope, who was on a visit to Washington, and we found the President and General Grant together. We made our visit and withdrew, leaving them still together, and I always supposed the subject of this conference was the expected decision of the Senate, which would in effect restore Mr. Stanton to his civil office of Secretary of War. That evening I dined with the Hon. Reverdy Johnson, Senator from Maryland, and suggested to him that the best way to escape a conflict was for the President to nominate some good man as Secretary of War whose confirmation by the Senate would fall within the provisions of the law. And named General J. D. Cox, then Governor of Ohio, whose term of office was drawing to a close, who would, I knew, be acceptable to General Grant and the Army generally. Mr. Johnson was most favorably impressed with this suggestion, and promised to call on the President the next day, Sunday, which he did, but President Johnson had made up his mind to meet the conflict boldly. I saw General Grant that afternoon at his house on I Street, and told him what I had done, and so anxious was he about it that he came to our room at the War Department the next morning, Monday, the 13th, and asked me to go in person to the White House to urge the President to send in the name of General Cox. I did so, saw the President, and inquired if he had seen Mr. Reverdy Johnson the day before about General Cox. He answered that he had, and thought well of General Cox, but would say no further. Tuesday, January 14, 1868, came, and with it Mr. Stanton. He resumed possession of his former office, came into that where General Sheridan, General Augur, and I were at work, and greeted us very cordially. He said he wanted to see me when at leisure, and at 10:30 a.m. I went into his office and found him and General Grant together. Supposing they had some special matters of business, I withdrew, with the remark that I was close at hand, and could come in at any moment. In the afternoon I went again into Mr. Stanton's office, and we had a long and most friendly conversation, but not one word was spoken about the tenure of office matter. I then crossed over 17th Street to the headquarters of the Army, where I found General Grant, who expressed himself as by no means pleased with the manner in which Mr. Stanton had regained his office, saying that he had sent a messenger for him that morning as of old, with word that he wanted to see him. We then arranged to meet at his office the next morning at 9:30, and go together to see the President. That morning the National Intelligencer published an article accusing General Grant of acting in bad faith to the President, and of having prevaricated in making his personal explanation to the Cabinet. So that General Grant at first felt unwilling to go, but we went. The President received us promptly and kindly. Being seated, General Grant said, "Mr. President, whoever gave the facts for the article of the Intelligencer of this morning has made some serious mistakes." The President, General Grant, let me interrupt you just there. I have not seen the Intelligencer of this morning, and have no knowledge of the contents of any article therein. General Grant then went on, "Well, the idea is given there that I have not kept faith with you. Now, Mr. President, I remember, when you spoke to me on this subject last summer, I did say that, like the case of the Baltimore police commissioners, I did suppose Mr. Stanton could not regain his office except by a process through the courts. To this the President assented, saying he remembered the reference to the case of the Baltimore commissioners. When General Grant resumed, I said if I changed my opinion I would give you notice. And put things as they were before my appointment as Secretary of War ad interim. We then entered into a general friendly conversation, both parties professing to be satisfied, the President claiming that he had always been most friendly to General Grant, and the latter insisting that he had taken the office not for honor or profit, but in the general interests of the Army. As we withdrew, at the very door, General Grant said, "Mr. President, you should make some order that we of the Army are not bound to obey the orders of Mr. Stanton as Secretary of War," which the President intimated he would do. No such orders were ever made. Many conferences were held, and the following letters are selected out of a great mass to show the general feeling at the time. 1321 K Street, Washington. January 28, 1868, Saturday. To the President. I neglected this morning to say that I had agreed to go down to Annapolis to spend Sunday with Admiral Porter. General Grant also has to leave for Richmond on Monday morning at 6 a.m. At a conversation with the General after our interview, wherein I offered to go with him on Monday morning to Mr. Stanton, and to say that it was our joint opinion B should resign, it was found impossible by reason of his, General Grant, going to Richmond and my going to Annapolis. The General proposed this course: he will call on you tomorrow, and offer to go to Mr. Stanton to say, for the good of the Army and of the country, he ought to resign. This on Sunday. On Monday I will again call on you, and, if you think it necessary, I will do the same, viz., go to Mr. Stanton and tell him he should resign. If he will not, then it will be time to contrive ulterior measures. In the meantime it so happens that no necessity exists for precipitating matters. Yours truly, W. T. Sherman, Lieutenant General. Dear General, on the point of starting, I have written the above, and will send a fair copy of it to the President. Please retain this, that in case of necessity I may have a copy. The President clearly stated to me that he relied on us in this category. Think of the propriety of your putting in writing what you have to say tomorrow, even if you have to put it in the form of a letter to hand him in person, retaining a copy. I'm afraid that acting as a go-between for three persons, I may share the usual fate of meddlers, at last get kinks from all. We ought not to be involved in politics, but for the sake of the Army we are justified in trying at least to cut this Gordian knot, which they do not appear to have any practicable plan to do. In haste as usual. W. T. Sherman. Headquarters Armies of the United States. January 29, 1888. Dear Sherman, I called on the President and Mr. Stanton today, but without any effect. I soon found that to recommend resignation to Mr. Stanton would have no effect, unless it was to incur further his displeasure, and, therefore, did not directly suggest it to him. I explained to him, however, the course I supposed he would pursue, and what I expected to do in that case, namely, to notify the President of his intentions, and thus leave him to violate the tenure of office bill, if he chose, instead of having me do it. I would advise that you say nothing to Mr. Stanton on the subject, unless he asks your advice. It will do no good, and may embarrass you. I did not mention your name to him, at least not in connection with his position, or what you thought upon it. All that Mr. Johnson said was pacific and compromising, while I think he wanted the constitutionality of the tenure bill tested. I think now he would be glad either to get the vacancy of Secretary of War, or have the office just where it was during suspension. Yours truly, U. S. Grant. Washington, D.C., January 27, 1868. To the President. Dear Sir, as I promised, I saw Mr. Ewing yesterday, and after a long conversation asked him to put down his opinion in writing, which he has done and which I now enclose. I am now at work on these Army regulations, and in the course of preparation have laid down the Constitution and laws now in force, clearer than I find them elsewhere, and beg leave herewith to enclose you 3 pages of printed matter for your perusal. My opinion is, if you will adopt these rules and make them an executive order to General Grant, they will so clearly define the duties of all concerned that no conflict can arise. I hope to get through this task in the course of this week, and want very much to go to St. Louis. For 11 years I have been tossed about so much that I really do want to rest, study, and make the acquaintance of my family. I do not think, since 1857, I have averaged 30 days out of 365 at home. Next summer also, in fulfillment of our promise to the Sioux, I must go to Fort Phil Kearny early in the spring, so that, unless I can spend the next 2 months at home, I might as well break up my house at St. Louis, and give up all prospect of taking care of my family. For these reasons especially I shall soon ask leave to go to St. Louis, to resume my proper and legitimate command. With great respect. W. T. Sherman, Lieutenant General. Enclosure. Washington, D.C., January 25, 1868. My dear General, I am quite clear in the opinion that it is not expedient for the President to take any action now in the case of Stanton. So far as he and his interests are concerned, things are in the best possible condition. Stanton is in the department, got his secretary, but the Secretary of the Senate, who have taken upon themselves his sins, and who place him there under a large salary, to annoy and obstruct the operations of the executive. This the people well enough understand, and he is a stench in the nostrils of their own party. I thought the nomination of Cox at the proper juncture would have been wise as a peace offering, but perhaps it would have let off the Senate too easily from the effect of their arbitrary act. Now, the dislodging of Stanton and filling the office even temporarily without the consent of the Senate would raise a question as to the legality of the President's acts, and he would belong to the attacked instead of the attacking party. If the war between Congress and the President is to go on, as I suppose it is, Stanton should be ignored by the President, left to perform his clerical duties which the law requires him to perform, and let the party bear the odium which is already upon them for placing him where he is. So much for the President. As to yourself, I wish you as far as possible to keep clear of political complications. I do not think the President will require you to do an act of doubtful legality. Certainly he will not, without sanction of the opinion of his Attorney General, and you should have time, in a questionable case, to consult with me before called upon to act. The office of Secretary of War is a civil office, as completely so as that of Secretary of State, and you as a military officer cannot, I think, be required to assume or exercise it. This may, if necessary, be a subject for further consideration. Such, however, will not, I think, be the case. The appeal is to the people, and it is better for the President to persist in the course he has for some time pursued. Let the aggressions all come from the other side, and I think there is no doubt he will do so. Affectionately, T. Ewing. To Lieutenant General Sherman. Library Room, War Department. Washington, D.C., January 31, 1868. To the President. Since our interview of yesterday I have given the subject of our Conversation all my thoughts, and I beg you will pardon my reducing. The same to writing. My personal preferences, as expressed, were to be allowed to return. To St. Louis to resume my present command, because my command was important, large, suited to my rank and inclination, and because my family was well provided for their in-house facilities, schools, living, and agreeable society. While, on the other hand, Washington was for many, to me, good reasons highly objectionable, especially because it is the political capital of the country, and focus of intrigue, gossip, and slander. Your personal preferences were, as expressed, to make a new department east, adequate to my rank, with headquarters at Washington, and assign me to its command, to remove my family here, and to avail myself of its schools, etc., to remove Mr. Stanton from his office as Secretary of War, and have me to discharge the duties. To effect this removal, two modes were indicated: to simply cause him to quit the War Office building, and notify the Treasury Department and the Army Staff Departments no longer to respect him as Secretary of War, or to remove him and submit my name to the Senate for confirmation. Permit me to discuss these points a little, and I will premise by saying that I have spoken to no one on the subject, and have not even seen Mr. Ewing, Mr. Stanbury, or General Grant, since I was with you. It has been the rule and custom of our Army, since the organization of the government, that the second officer of the Army should be at the second, in importance, command, and remote from general headquarters. To bring me to Washington world put three heads to an army, yourself, General Grant, and myself, and we would be more than human if we were not to differ. In my judgment it world ruin the Army, and would be fatal to one or two of us. Generals Scott and Taylor proved themselves soldiers and patriots in the field, but Washington was fatal to both. This city, and the influences that center here, defeated every army that had its headquarters here from 1861 to 1864, and would have overwhelmed General Grant at Spotsylvania and Petersburg, had he not been fortified by a strong reputation, already hard-earned, and because no one then living coveted the place. Whereas, in the West, we made progress from the start, because there was no political capital near enough to poison our minds, and kindle into life that craving, itching for fame which has killed more good men than bullets. I have been with General Grant in the midst of death and slaughter. When the howls of people reached him after Shiloh, when messengers